I was born with the supreme bone that is one in a million, but I was heartlessly abandoned by my parents. When I finally grew up after going through hardships, my cruel parents took me back home and tried to please me by giving me all kinds of precious treasures every day. At first, I thought they had a change of heart, but it wasn't until my twin brother's birthday that my mother asked me to transplant my supreme bone to him as a birthday gift. However, they forgot that today is also my birthday. From this moment on, I finally understand that this so-called family has never actually cared about me. All they wanted was the one in a million supreme bone. I picked up the dagger from the ground in despair, and used its sharp blade to cut open my body, completely removing the flesh and skin that were connected to the supreme bone. From now on, I will completely cut ties with the Lee family, with no further involvement. The three sisters looked at me disdainfully and said, "Do you think you can anger us like this? You're overestimating yourself, a weak and feeble waste with no strength or backbone, unworthy of being our brother." And my father, Lee Chongfeng, couldn't wait to make a phone call and said, "It's me. Help me directly strike out the name Lee Yunxiao from the Lee family's household register. From this moment on, this person has no relation whatsoever with our Lee family." I walked on the street, the heavy rain falling from the sky washing away the bloodstains on my body. Then, a thunder suddenly struck me, and a series of dense codes flashed through my mind. The God of Slaughter system not only reshaped my Dharma body, but also restored my memories of past lives. It turns out that I am not from this world. In my past life, while watching Neza 2 during the Spring Festival, I laughed too much, choked on popcorn, and then my soul crossed over and was reborn in this high martial world. In this world, every person who turns 18 can have a chance to awaken their martial soul. The higher the rarity of the awakened martial soul, the more powerful the status in this world. Those who possess the supreme bone will definitely awaken a martial soul of rare grade or higher. Tomorrow, my younger brother will turn 18 and can awaken his martial soul. I am curious to see what he will awaken. On the second day when the awakening ceremony began, I arrived at the awakening playground, where countless students and teachers had already gathered. Someone said, "That's the legendary figure Lee Yunxiao." It is said that not only has he always maintained the top position in theoretical knowledge, but he has also grown the supreme bone. It's a pity that he was born with incomplete meridians. Even if he awakens the best martial soul, it will be difficult for him to achieve anything in this lifetime. Another person said, "Haven't you heard? His supreme bone has already been dug up by his family." I paid no attention to the gossip around me, stepped onto the stone steps, and walked straight towards the divine stone. At this moment, a tall and slender girl stood in front of me and said, "Let's break up." A waste who had his supreme bone taken away and was abandoned by his family doesn't deserve to be my boyfriend. This person is my class flower girlfriend Lu Ximin, whom I have pampered for a year. It was she who pursued me at first. Now I have realized that this so-called girlfriend has never loved me. She only fancied the supreme bone on me and the identity of the young master of the Lee family. Seeing me so indifferent, Lu Ximin stood still, as if she was the one who had just been heartbroken. "Not me," she said. "Ha ha, you can pretend all you want. Don't regret coming back to beg for reconciliation later." At the same time, a young man who looks somewhat like me but has a completely different temperament walked up to me and said, "Brother, you're here. I'm really sorry. I had no idea that our parents would make such a decision. I only found out this morning that they forcibly transplanted the supreme bone from you to me. Let's do this, brother. When I complete my awakening, I will go to the hospital with you and have them move the supreme bone back to you." I looked at him, patted his shoulder, and said, "No need. Just be careful when walking at night in the future. The supreme bone that has awakened the martial soul is just an ordinary bone. What's the use of moving it back? It's okay, you can continue pretending. I won't kill you in front of the students, but once you step out of this school gate, I can't guarantee anything." Li Yaozu seemed to not understand what I said, stood still in place until he heard the teacher calling out, "Li Yaozu, aren't you going to awaken? Your divine consciousness has already been activated. Come over here quickly." Li Yaozu hurriedly responded, "I'm coming, brother, wait for me here." Younger brother said and done, then turned and ran towards the divine stone, and the surrounding students all gathered around. Someone said, "That is Li Yaozu, the heir of the richest Li family, who took away Li Yunxiao's supreme bone, his own younger brother. This Li family is too heartless. They are all their own descendants, yet they are so biased. But what can be done? Transplanting the supreme bone is a legal act, although it must follow the principle of voluntary consent, but whether it is voluntary or not is not up to him." Listening to the surrounding people's sighs, Li Yaozu sneered, turned around and placed his hand on the divine stone, only to see the colorful light gathering together, bursting into a more dazzling purple light. The teacher responsible for activating the divine stone hurriedly spoke. "Li Yaozu awakens the journey to the West Martial Soul, Silver Orchid Shivane. instantly causing a commotion among the audience. It turned out to be the journey to the West Martial Soul. Li Yaozu's luck is really good, as the journey to the West Martial Soul is extremely rare. The Li family is going to rise to a higher level again. While Li Yaozu smiled and turned to me, saying, "Brother, I remember you haven't awakened your martial soul. Why don't you give it a try too?" Seeing this scene, the surrounding classmates couldn't help but clench their fists. Everyone was angry. What does this guy mean? When the truth stings, he uses his elder brother as a shield, wanting to highlight his superiority with his brother's mediocrity. Many people were itching with anger, but I remained unfazed. At the moment when the teacher was about to close the God Stone, I took a step forward and said, "Wait, I also want to awaken." The teacher was stunned and asked, "Do you really want to awaken at this moment?" I nodded, walked to the front of the God Stone, and placed my hand on it. Suddenly, the colorful light converged tightly into a fiery red light, shooting straight into the sky. As if realizing something, I looked up at the sky, excited on my face, and shouted, "I knew it was you. Stop holding back." Explode. Shortly after, golden beams of light shot up into the sky, turning into golden meteors that flew into my body. When a huge golden figure with 3 heads and 8 arms, holding divine weapons, slowly rose in the flames behind me, the whole scene fell silent. Until on the stands, the principal dropped the cup in his hand, shattering it. Someone exclaimed, "Is this the legendary mythical martial soul?" The class teacher was stunned, looking at the principal and asking, "Principal, what did you say? Is this really the mythical martial soul?" Mythic martial souls, the highest rarity and growth of all the martial souls. It is also the most handsome and domineering of all the martial souls, because the true body of the martial soul is the divine phantasm, not 1 in 100 million. The reason was simple. The mythic martial soul corresponded to the gods of mythology. A mythical martial soul, all over the world, only one person possessed it. This type of awakened person, therefore, is also called a divine agent. So far, no one has ever seen a real god, but all people do not doubt the existence of gods. This was because every possessor of a mythical martial soul could almost always reach the ceiling level and become a godlike existence. Legend has it that when awakening a martial spirit, if one prays to a god in one's heart, there is a very small chance that one will be chosen by the other party to become an agent of the gods. All over the world, in every country, there were possessors of mythical martial souls, but only in Dacia, so far, there was not a single one, because throughout the history of Dacia, there were no myths and legends at all. The people of Dacia, who don't know who to pray to, yet at this moment, right here in this square, right in front of one's own face, awakened with a mythical martial soul was born? Don't say classroom teacher. Even the surrounding school leaders, even the entire school, were incredulous. The principal was the only one with firm eyes. That's right, this is the mythical martial soul. Back in the day, when I was attending an academic seminar abroad, I had the honor of seeing the awakening of a divine agent once. That person is an agent of Thor, the god of thunder. Awakened, Thor martial spirit. It was a scene that can only be described as spectacular. However, yet what? The principal's chest continued to rise and fall, and his entire body was even trembling slightly. Yet compared to him, it's only a quiet wave and a calm wind. This statement was made. The people around them were completely dumbfounded. The classroom teacher was so shocked that she was shaking with excitement. Li Yunxiao. His name is Li Yunxiao. It's my class. It's my students. The phrase "my student" resonated throughout the square. Stunned like a sculpture, Lu Xinin's body trembled. Wasn't he gutted of his supreme bone? Mythical martial soul? How is this possible? On the awakening stage, Li Yaozu only felt his legs go weak and couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground. Mythical martial soul? No, that's not true. I'm a genius with a supreme bone. I haven't even awakened the mythical martial soul. What gives him the right to be a muscle-less waste of space? Everyone on and off the stage, including the teacher in charge of the awakening, was dumbfounded, not caring about their shock. Feeling the violent aura, Li Yunxiao clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. Worthy of a great killer. Worthy of being the #1 rebel in the heavenly court. Ha ha ha. Without a bit of a violent temper. I'm not sure I can catch you. Looking at the not far away, as smooth as a mirror like God's stone, from which reflected, that is standing behind himself, wrapped around his hands, the remaining 6 arms, each holding a sacred weapon. The body rises up the figure of a blazing fire. Li Yunxiao stepped on the ground with both feet and looked up to the sky. Be a devil, not a fairy. My destiny is mine and not God's. Boom dash. The flames rose to the sky. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and all light became dim at this moment. Heaven and earth. All that was left was a fiery red. Li Yeo Zhou, Si Min Lu. All schools, school leaders, principals, Even the entire Rome city, all of them froze in place, completely dumbfounded. Is this the pressure of a mythical martial soul? It's too shocking too. Whoosh dash. In the next moment, the light and flames coalesced rapidly and turned into a stream of light that converged into Li Yunxiao's body. Who dash? Li Yunxiao exhaled a mouthful of sizzling breath from his mouth, and the moment he opened his eyes, it was only then that the fiery redness in his eyes slowly dissipated. Name, Li Yunxiao. Martial spirit, San Tan Hai Hui Great God of Murder. Realm, Level 1, Early Hotian Realm. Power, 120. Spiritual power, 120. Speed, 120. Endurance, 120. Stamina, 120. Resistance, 120. Storage, empty. Skill, Avatar Hotian Divine Eye. Divine Eye of Hotian, beginner's training insight into everything within 100 meters. Looking at the refreshed panel, Li Yunxiao sweated with excitement. All 5 peacekeeping resistances have become 120. 10 is the value possessed after being repaired by the killing god Phantasm. That is to say, by going up a level, my 5-dimensional and peacekeeping resistances directly increased by 110. No, he was silently calculating in his mind. Martial soul rarity, from low to high, is categorized as common, intermediate, high, rare, legendary, epic, mythic. For each level, the 5 dimensions are raised by 10 points. The increase of a normal martial soul is 1%, and a level up increases it by 11 points. The increase of an intermediate martial soul is 10%. The increase in advanced martial souls is 20%. The increase in rare martial souls is 50%. The legendary martial souls increase is 100%. The increase of the epic martial soul is 200%. Shouldn't myth be 500%? Doing the math, the 5 dimensions of a 1-level boost should be 60. How did it become 110? It's hard to believe that mythological martial souls also have strengths and weaknesses. Looking behind himself, the still sizzling air swirled, and he couldn't help but sigh. My mythical martial soul, above theirs, cool. He wondered why. In this world, Daxia had no myths and legends. In turn, this led to the awakening of the martial soul, which had been suppressed by the other nations. But now, such a situation has been broken. Daxia is no longer godless. Not only did Great Xia have a god, but it was also a great killing god who was above the myths of the kingdoms and dared to stab through the sky. This luck of mine, however, seems to be poor. Li Yunxiao looked at the skill, Hotian Divine Eye, and felt that this should be Neza's weakest divine ability. A martial spirit awakens and gains a corresponding skill. Neza has so many great powers, but he only got one functional skill? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Li Yunxiao muttered to himself silently. Anyway, as long as you accumulate kill values, you can extract a divine ability or magic treasure once every time you break 10,000. What 3 heads and 8 arms? 5 elements of recluse. The Big Dipper change. Sooner or later can learn. Now, there's only one thing to do, and that's kill. Kill monsters, kill enemies, kill people. Just as Li Yunxiao was soothing his mind and preparing to turn around, a tall figure, pushing through the crowd, walked out quickly. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and take him down. What kind of mythical martial soul is this of his? It's clearly a devil's martial soul. Chapter 4, Avatar is me. Evil god martial spirit? The stage was in an uproar, and it was very loud. Suddenly stunned, the reminded Li Yaozu first smiled coldly, then immediately showed a stern face and asked the tall, black-skinned male classmate, what is the evil god martial spirit? The black-skinned boy responded in front of everyone. The human race has been fighting against the abyss in secretive ways for tens of thousands of years, and the so-called evil god martial soul is actually the secretive martial soul. The crowd was stunned. Secretive martial soul. That's right, the black-skinned boy continued. Those who possess the evil god's martial soul are, to put it bluntly, the agents of the secretive evil demon. A god, generally, will only recognize one agent, but the secretive evil demons are different. They have many puppets. Looking to Li Yaozu, the black-skinned boy spoke one word at a time. So, although the growth and potential of the evil god martial soul is above that of a legendary or even an epic level martial soul, it is still a far cry from a true mythical martial soul. Li Yaozu's heart snickered with joy, but his face was forced to pretend to be worried. Could this be a mistake? Black-skinned difficulty looked at Li Yunxiao and said righteously, as we all know, there are no gods in my Grand Xia, so what would be the mythic level martial soul that he awakened if it's not the evil god's martial soul? After hearing his explanation, the people present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. TSK. What he's saying seems to make some sense. Can it be that what Li Yunxiao has awakened is really an evil god martial soul? The supreme bones have been dug up, and such a rare martial soul has been awakened, and it seems that I, Daxia, really don't have any gods. So odds are. Yes. Hearing the recognition of the people around him, the black-skinned boy looked at Li Yunxiao and couldn't help but sneer. Sell your soul to abyssal sneakiness in order to change your life against the odds? Li Yunxiao. You are simply heartless and lawless. Li Yunxiao's face did not change. You are? Without waiting for the black-skinned boy to speak, Lu Xinin confidently walked up. 3rd year, class 9, top special student in sports. And now, also my boyfriend, the son of the Zhao family, Zhao Zitai. With those words, her heart heaved with relief. So this punk awakened an evil god martial soul? Scared the hell out of my lady. Li Yunxiao lightly glanced at Zhao Zitai. Oh, the person who added my super mail this morning turned out to be you? I told you. That avatar. Why does it look so familiar? He didn't accept it. The other guy kept adding it and he just gave it a pull. Zhao Zitai said proudly. That's the love interest Simin chose for me. Jealous? Sorry. Simin is my girlfriend now. You, a punk who sold his soul to the abyssal sneaky. Don't blame me for being rude if you dare to harass Simin again in the future. Oh, I almost forgot. Your martial soul is the evil god martial soul. The Ministry of State Security will definitely not let you go. Even if you want to harass, you won't have that chance. Ha ha ha. I wanted to show off to the other party that I had stolen their girlfriend, but now it seemed that there was no need. A waste whose heart was twisted to the point of being infested with abyssal shenanigans did not deserve his own attention. Li Yunxiao looked at Lu Xinin. Didn't you ever tell him that the avatar was me? Zhao Zitai first smiled coldly and disdainfully. Noticing that the other party's expression did not look like he was joking, his face instantly changed. Honey, what he said, it's not true? Lu Xinin looked embarrassed. No. What are you doing adding him if you're fine? There's something wrong with you. It was true that she had never loved Li Yunxiao, but she did like Li Yunxiao. Because Li Yunxiao is indeed handsome. It's not like there's anything wrong with her aesthetics. Isn't it normal that she likes handsome guys and likes her boyfriend to use his art photos as his avatar? There was a sigh of relief from those around them. Zhao Zitai's angry face is red, but in front of so many people, he is embarrassed to accuse his girlfriend. Can only vent their anger on the enemy body. You. As a result, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Li Yunxiao opened his mouth. Also, who told you that I, Da Xia, have no gods? Who proved that I, Da Xia, have no god? Don't take ignorance for individuality. Don't take nonsense as a guideline. This statement was made. It dawned on all the students present. Yeah, no one has ever proved that there really is no god in my dasha. It's just that other countries, they have their own myths and legends, and some people have awakened mythic martial spirits. My grand Xia, just that for the time being. I haven't unearthed any myths and legends, and for the time being, no one has awakened a mythological martial soul yet. It doesn't prove that the gods of my grand Xia must not exist. That's right. Zhao Zitai's words are just speculation. Whether it's an evil god martial spirit or not, we'll need someone from the Ministry of State Security to appraise it before we know. Jumping to conclusions now? All I can say is, what a great line. Don't take ignorance for individuality, and don't take nonsense for guys. It just hits the nail on the head. Right on the head. Seeing that the people around him suddenly stopped supporting Zhao Zitai and instead went to support his punk of an elder brother, Li Yaozu panicked and had a bright idea to look at Lu Xinin. Sister Lu Xinin, why did you break up with my brother? Weren't you guys fine 2 days ago? Fighting and laughing like glue. 2 people in a room and stayed out until the next day. Why did you break up all of a sudden? Why? Lu Xinin's face changed drastically, and she subconsciously looked at her boyfriend beside her. Zitai, I didn't. Let me explain. However, at this moment, Zhao Zitai has been furious, clenched his fists for a moment. Boom, a loud sound. The true body of the martial spirit violently appeared. Yikes! Lu Xinin subconsciously clutched her head, only to realize that the other party was not trying to beat herself up at all, but was directly rushing towards Li Yunxiao on the awakening stage. Mentally, there was a sigh of relief. Li Yunxiao didn't retreat, still standing in place, not moving at all, as if telling the crowd, I accept this challenge. Seeing this scene, the homeroom teacher in the stands rushed to speak. Intramural challenges, point to point, never hurt the opponent's life. Mutual challenges are allowed on campus as long as the other person accepts. Seeing that Li Yunxiao did not reject the other party's challenge, there was nothing she could do to stop her. Lu Xinin smiled coldly. You can't hurt your life, but fists and feet have no eyes, and it's not uncommon to break arms and legs. She is certain that her boyfriend will win. More crucially, she knew the characteristics of her boyfriend's martial soul. As long as the opponent's arms and legs were completely broken, not even the top-notch recovery potions could recover. However, the others around them didn't know about it and were still talking about it. Who the hell is going to win? Ha! What else is there to think about? It must be that black-skinned special elderly. Li Yunxiao is only level 1, but the other party is level 5. Even if Li Yunxiao is really a mythical martial soul, it's impossible for him to match the other party's current attribute value, coupled with Li Yunxiao's natural muscular weakness. This battle cannot be said to be without suspense. It can only be said to be miserable. The result was that even if they didn't know the characteristics of Zhao Zitai's martial soul, they still thought that this battle, there was no suspense. Hearing the remarks of the people around him, Li Yaozu and the crowd couldn't help but snicker. This time, it's always steady. On the awakening stage, Zhao Zitai, who had already displayed a fighting stance, coldly looked at Li Yunxiao across from him. Accepting my challenge is the stupidest decision of your life. My martial soul is a celestial wolf poison spider, and the level is rare. Skill characteristics are, while dealing damage, apply a buff that restricts the target's resilience for 1 month. After a month, even the highest grade recovery potion won't be able to help you recover from your injuries. That is to say, as long as you are crippled by me, in your whole life, you can only be a cripple. Li Yunxiao's face did not change. Oh, Zhao Zitai sneered. Scared? Regretful? Want to admit defeat? I'm sorry, I still have my second soul skill, silence. Within 100 meters, it's my domain. Sounds from outside can't come in, and sounds from inside can't go out. Even if you yell admit defeat, no one will hear you. The moment his smile became completely hideous, his feet violently stepped on the ground, followed by a bend, and his body, as if it were a cannonball, rushed towards the other party. Chapter 5 is more than cruel. It's just cruel. Boom dash. The sandbag-sized fist shattered the air and with a cracking sound, it pushed straight into Li Yunxiao's face. Without changing his face, Li Yunxiao slightly sidestepped just enough to avoid the strong wind. Thinking that the other party was just lucky and dodged his fist by mistake, Zhao Zitai disdained it. And the moment he stopped and turned around, he once again clenched his fist and smashed it towards the other party's head. Get the fuck down. This time, Li Yunxiao did not dodge. His left hand lifted and grabbed the other party's wrist with a snap. What are you barking at? Ah! Zhao Zitai, whose face changed drastically, realized that the situation was wrong, and subconsciously tried to break free, but found that he was never able to do so. Impossible. You're only level 1. How can you have such a strong power? Li Yunxiao did not reply and kicked his right foot, directly kicking the other party to the ground. Ah. The moment his arm was twisted and dislocated, Zhao Zitai's face turned pale and a hysterical scream escaped his throat. Instead of stopping there, Li Yunxiao stepped on his opponent's back, and while releasing his opponent's right arm, he swung his fist and smashed it frantically. Bang! 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 Bang dash! See this scene. The students around the awakening stage were dumbfounded. I'm not mistaken. The one lying on the ground is not Li Yunxiao, but Zhao Zitai? You're not wrong. It's true that it's not as everyone guessed. Zhao Zitai finished off Li Yunxiao. Instead, it's Li Yunxiao, hanging Zhao Zitai. Looking at Li Yunxiao's expressionless, handsome face that was gradually covered with drops of blood in shock, the crowd present was filled with disbelief. No, you're not sick. So powerful. You should have said so. What a time to play hide and seek. In the crowd, Li Yaozu was dumbfounded, full of stupefaction. He couldn't say a word. Outside the crowd, Lu Xinin's mouth was wide open, her forehead covered in sweat. Impossible. This must be my hallucination. This is absolutely impossible. Bleachers, the class teacher, the school director, and even the principal, were filled with mute faces. The principal said, Mr. Ho, is he a student in your class? The classroom teacher drifted off. Yes, principal. As I told you before, his name is Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao. So fierce? The homeroom teacher looked at the Li Yunxiao who was frantically beating his opponent and cried and laughed. Don't build it. I mean, he's always been good at theory, almost always first in his grade, but his force value, which I didn't realize until now, was so high. Even the first place special student who has awakened a rare martial soul and has risen to level 5 is no match for him. His mouth said he didn't know, but his face was covered with pride. The principal's eyes were full of favor, as if he saw the future of first middle school in that student. At the edge of the awakening stage, the teacher who was originally in charge of awakening, seeing that some students wanted to spar, simply stayed in place and acted as a referee, probably because he knew Zhao Zitai. When he saw that, instead of crushing his opponent as expected, he was being stomped on by his opponent, the first thing he wanted to do was to stop the duel. It was only until he noticed that Zhao Zitai, who was being pressed and rubbed on the ground, actually forced himself to endure the stormy fists and sneak a red pill into his mouth, that he retracted his footsteps and chose to continue watching. Meanwhile, Zhao Zitai, who had eaten the red pill, was already bruised. and his entire body was purple as if he had been poisoned. Strongly enduring the sharp pain in his back and head, with a clench of his teeth, he violently raised his hand and grabbed the other party's wrist. "Kid, congratulations, you've completely enraged me. Zero dash." The moment he grabbed the other's wrist, smoke suddenly grew in his palm, a burning touch spreading rapidly in his palm. Zhao Zitai's eyes were full of scorn. "I'm sorry, I was lying to you before. My poison can be injected even without a wound." As a result, just at that moment, he suddenly realized that the other party had drawn his hand back from his own without changing his face. The place where he had just scratched himself didn't leave a single mark. "What the hell? You're not poisoned." Li Yunxiao didn't reply and stepped on the other's back, straightening the other's arms like a full bowstring. "Poison your mom. Rare martial souls. Increase each value by 15 points at the next level. 75 points at level 5. Even if the other party was a sports student who had cultivated each attribute to the full 10 points before awakening his martial soul. Together, the strength is only 85 points at most. On the contrary, the mythic martial soul adds 60 points of basic attributes at level 1, and his martial soul, still on top of the mythical martial soul, 1000% increase. The base attribute added at level 1 breaks right through the 100s, up to 110 points, an average of 85 trying to beat an average of 120? Who gave you the courage? As for the so-called toxic properties, it's true that normal martial souls don't offer poison resistance, but excuse me, my martial soul, it's not ordinary. Click, click. Without talking nonsense with the other party, Li Yunxiao, who was holding his arms tightly, kicked down and directly ripped both of the other party's arms off hard. Poof, poof dash. Blood spurted from the wound, and after a moment of dead silence, Zhao Zitai's throat let out a pig-killing scream. Ah ha ha ha. Mom! Li Yojo! Si Min Lu. Under the awakening stage, all the students were dumbstruck, as if frozen in time. No, has he always been this mean? Before? Never heard of it. You said Li Yunxiao? Or what? Ha! It's alright. I do think that Zhao Zitai is even more ruthless. After being beaten for 7 or 8 minutes, and now even his arms have been ripped off, he has hardly uttered a word, and has not uttered the word admit defeat. This ruthlessness, I would call it awesome. Nope. You guys, look at the shape of his mouth. It looks like he's already yelling. We just can't hear him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't say. On the awakening stage, Li Yunxiao ignored his opponent's admission of defeat or even pleas for mercy. Throwing the ripped-off arms casually, the raised left foot, aimed directly at the opponent's head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh dash. Just then, several figures fell from the sky like lightning. The class teacher as well as several subject teachers pulled Li Yunxiao from both sides. The teacher in charge of awakening, on the other hand, opened his arms to block Zhao Zitai's front. Coldly looking at the indifferent students in front of him, his eyes were filled with anger. Winning a fight isn't enough. You want to take someone's life? Are you not putting me, a teacher, in your eyes? On the ground, an agonized and wailing Zhao Zitai cried and roared. He's crazy. He just, literally, tried to kill me. The class teacher looked at Li Yunxiao with an anxious face. She also didn't expect that the usually kindest and gentlest good student would become so violent and scary. The teacher in charge of awakening stared at Li Yunxiao dead in the face and said coldly, "You're finished, regardless of whether you awakened the evil god martial soul or not. If you dare to kill someone at school, you'll never end up well." Whoosh dash. As soon as the words fell, the principal, with a large group of school leaders, steadily landed on the awakening platform. Chapter 6 Processing Results. Headmaster. Aha. Nodding to the crowd, Headmaster Yun Sihai glanced at Zhao Zitai on the ground. Feed him a recovery potion. The teachers in the infirmary had been ready for this for a long time, and with the assistance of a few teachers, they turned Zhao Zitai, who was in pain to the point of shock and had become incontinent, forced an entire bottle of advanced recovery potion into the opponent's mouth, with the potion seeping in. In the next moment, Zhao Zitai's bloodied wounds rapidly healed, growing new arms at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's almost identical to the arms that were there before. Zhao Zitai, who had regained his senses, saw Li Yunxiao, who was being blocked by a group of teachers, at the first glance and backed away in fear. Why is he still here? Why hasn't he been arrested yet? The teacher in charge of awakening stepped forward and walked up to the principal. Principal. Yun Sihai waved his hand and interrupted the other party. I declare the winner of this cutthroat competition to be Li Yunxiao from the 3rd year class 8. Zhao Zitai stole and drank forbidden drugs during the sparring session, violating the rules and cheating. Expelled from school. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. No. Cheating? When did that happen and why didn't I see it? It doesn't matter if you saw it or not. Since the other principal said it, it can't be wrong. TSK, level 5 beating level 1 and having to cheat, only to cheat and still get hung? First place in the specialty program, and this is it? This time, it's really a disgrace. The class teacher heaved a sigh of relief and turned back to Li Yunxiao. The teacher in charge of Awakening was unconvinced and retorted. Principal, Li Yunxiao just tried to kill someone. Yun Sihai said in a cold voice. The school regulations state that students are free to spar, but there are 2 prerequisites. First, it is voluntary on both sides. Second, a teacher must be present. Looking to the other side, he had a cold, solemn face. Teacher Zhao, according to the rules, you should be in charge of refereeing this cut. However, when Zhao Zitai was cheating, you didn't terminate the cut in time. As the one who accepts the challenge, what can people do when their opponent cheats and the referee does nothing? Not to mention ripping off the other's arms. Even if he did kill the other, it would still be reasonable self-preservation and not half bad. Well said. The words were followed by an armful of cheers from the stage. I'm standing with the principal this time. Yes, Li Yunxiao is right. Zhao Zitai deserved it. Feel the shouts of those around you. At this moment, Li Yaozu and Lu Ximin only felt that they were out of place in this world, realizing that the situation wouldn't change anymore. The hazy-faced Li Yojo couldn't stand the shouts of the people around him and pulled out his cell phone while leaving the place. Mom! Well, the awakening ceremony has been completed. It's rare, but I don't want a rare martial soul. I want a mythical martial soul. Suddenly, the only thing left in the entire playground was Sudden. Standing outside the crowd, the disoriented Lu Ximin, looking blankly at the awakening stage, the figure that was once incomparably familiar, but at this moment was incomparably unfamiliar, muttered, could it be that I really chose wrong? Could it be that I really looked away? On the awakening stage, Mr. Zhao was speechless. His throat felt like it was stuck with a needle. He wanted to say something but could never say it. Zhao Zitai, who had risen from the ground, panicked and knelt at Yun Sihai's feet, begging for forgiveness. Principal, I know I'm wrong. I was just confused. Please, give me another chance, Principal. I've awakened a rare martial soul. I'm going to college. I can't be expelled. Yun Sihai didn't bother and gave a wink to the other's homeroom teacher, looking directly at the teachers who had bound Li Yunxiao. Let go. Several teachers looked worried. Headmaster, Yun Sihai looked at Li Yunxiao blandly. Don't worry. I believe in his sanity, and I also believe that his martial soul is definitely not the evil god's martial soul that some people speculate about. Only after hearing this did the several teachers exhale heavily and slowly loosen the hands that bound Li Yunxiao. Without saying another word, Li Yunxiao directly turned around and walked towards the stage. The crowd was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked at Yun Sihai. A drop of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and Yun Sihai was just about to open his mouth. Rubbing dash. A rush of footsteps suddenly came from all the exits, including Lu Ximin. The crowd on the playground turned around violently, their eyes wide. It's the military. They're locking down the school? Someone seemed to have thought of something, and in a moment when his face changed drastically, he turned back to look at the awakening stage, the figure that was leaving. No way. What he has awakened is really the evil god martial soul? Alarmed the military. And now, people are coming to arrest him? Chapter 7, Military Clearance. On the ground, seeing that the people from the military quickly assembled, heavily armed appearance, it seems that there is a tendency to make a move against Li Yunxiao? Yun Sihai's face instantly changed as he hurriedly rushed up with the crowd. Everyone, in this matter, I'm afraid there's still some misunderstanding. At that moment, a man in a domineering military uniform walked out from the array. Take it easy, old cloud. We just felt the pressure of the gods and came over to take a look. Yun Sihai turned his head to look at the other party. General Han, things really aren't what you think they are. He knew that although the other party looked cloudy, he was actually ready to fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to make such a big deal out of it. Of course, in his mind, the other man's nervousness was understandable. After all, it was the pressure of a god. On a smaller scale, it could be that someone had awakened the evil god martial spirit. On a larger scale, in the event of an invasion by some country's divine agents, the casualties were feared to be incalculable if not dealt with in time. Therefore, he understood that as the head of Rong City's war department, the other party, whose duty was to defend the people of Rong City, could not possibly take it lightly. Only he knew that it was indeed a misunderstanding that had to be explained in a hurry. However, without waiting for him to continue speaking, Zhao Zitai, who had staggered to this point with the assistance of teacher Zhao, coldly said, "Generals, you finally arrived." Turning back to Li Yunxiao, who was stopped in his path, he was filled with indignation. That's him, awakening the evil god martial spirit, selling their souls to the abyssal secrets in an attempt to endanger our human race. You hastened to put him on the spot as an example to others. The crowd on the playground looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The leadership of the school, including Mr. He and including Yun Si-hui, was filled with anxiety. Li Yunxiao was filled with indifference. Neza is not an evil god. In his world, he may not be the strongest, but in this world, he must be the most ruthless. Looking back at Zhao Zitai, his smile gave the other man the creeps. So, if you have to say that it is an evil god, we can be too. Zhao Zitai jerked back, his face white with fear. See, this hideous look, trying to knife me in the eyes, and saying he's not an agent of the evil gods? Han Tianfeng slightly skimmed his head and glanced at Zhao Zitai. You are? Zhao Zitai immediately held his head high. Zhao Zitai, number 1 in his grade in physical education. His martial soul is Sky Wolf Poison Spider. Rare. Han Tianfeng smiled slightly. Hello, Zhou. Now, you can go. Zhao Zitai was slightly stunned. What? Without waiting for him to recount it again, beside Han Tianfeng, generals in military uniforms forcibly invited him to leave. Not only that, but the entire playground, all the students, were asked to leave the playground and return to their classrooms. Zhao Zitai, who hadn't reacted yet, had already been driven to the edge of the playground. Lu Simin, who had previously been under the awakening stage and didn't know what had happened, went up and asked, what in the world is going on? Li Yunxiao, awakened. Is it an evil god martial soul or not? After returning to his senses, Zhao Zitai smiled coldly. Of course. Otherwise, what are the military guys clearing out for? Lu Simin's eyes widened. Are you saying that the military cleared the area and actually wanted to dispose of Li Yunxiao on the spot? Zhao Zitai smiled contemptuously. Or what? We're all students, and the military doesn't want us to see that much bloodshed. Let's go. There is nothing to see. No on the line. Really see. I'm afraid to leave a psychological shadow on you. Lu Simin, who was following Zhao Zitai, took 3 steps and turned back. She felt that Zhao Zitai's explanation was reasonable, but there was always a feeling of unsteadiness in her heart. On the awakening stage, Yun Si-hai, Teacher He, and the others clenched their fists, took a deep breath, and still decided to tough it out and go up to say a few words. General Han, I guarantee with my personality, Li Yunxiao's student is definitely not a bad boy. As a result, without waiting for them to finish their words, Han Tianfeng waved his hand, looked at Li Yunxiao, and smiled. May I ask, who is Neza? The crowd was filled with nervousness as they looked at Li Yunxiao. I thought to myself, you must explain yourself well, and you must not be capricious again. Li Yunxiao didn't bother to look at Han Tianfeng and just said indifferently, you guys wouldn't know even if you said it. Why waste your breath? Yun Si-hai and the others' hearts went cold. Gotta. Shouldn't have had such childish expectations. Han Tianfeng suddenly became serious. So, what you're saying is that this god named Neza is a god of my great Xia? Li Yunxiao responded. That's natural. Although this world is very different from Earth, there are many similarities. He believed that Earth's Huaxia had myths and legends, and this world's Daxia should have them as well. It's just forgotten for some reason. Yun Si-hai seemed to comprehend something and pulled a deputy, respectfully inquiring. Captain Qin, General Han, what exactly do you mean? School Captain Qin said blandly. It's not a secret, so there's no harm in telling you. Presumably, what's happening is that our archaeologists, in the remains of history, are finding traces of myths and legends, and traces of vandalism were found. From this, it is presumed that we, Daxia, are not without our own myths and legends, but rather they have been deliberately destroyed, which has led to the current situation of Daxia without a god. Yun Si-hai was filled with astonishment. Sakura? The Western nations? Captain Qin shook his head. Not good. It's just a speculation. After all, those relics, the most recent ones, are thousands of years old, and the ones that are farther away are even tens of thousands of years old. At that time, what cherry blossoms and what Western nations didn't exist yet, even if, at that time, they had given birth to the fires of civilization. We don't believe that, with human power, they could have done it so cleanly. Yun Si-hai cupped his chin and fell into deep thought, and after a moment, he snapped back to his senses and returned to Li Yunxiao, looking at Han Tianfeng on the opposite side. General Han. So, Han Tianfeng looked at Li Yunxiao with unblinking eyes. Han Tianfeng, head of the Rongqing War Department, now officially invites Comrade Li Yunxiao to join the War Department. I wonder if Comrade Li Yunxiao is willing? When these words came out, the leaders of the school, including Mr. He, instantly widened their eyes in joy. When you reach the age of 18, you can enlist in the military, but they know that the nature of joining the army on their own initiative and being invited to join the army are quite different. Active enlistment is from the bottom up. Being invited to join the military is a climb from the top to the top. Moreover, if you are invited to join the military, you will first go to a military school, and if the head of the Rongqing War Department personally invites you, you will most likely be directly placed in the National Defense University. In Daxia, if you have enough points, you can choose any university in the imperial capital, but if you want to enter the National Defense University, you may not be qualified even if you get a perfect score. A school that produces a few students who go to God's capital university can only be described as excellent. However, if a student who has passed the National Defense University entrance exams, it will be called sacred. So they knew that this time, Rongqing No. 1 middle school was going to get the light, and it was still a student's light. Yun Sihai was excited. Yun Xiao, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and say yes. If you promise now, tomorrow at the latest, on your front door, you'll be able to put the words honorable military family on it. And that's a real honor to your ancestors. Mythic martial soul, bailed out of military school. If this were my son, the genealogy would have to take a page from him. However, under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Li Yunxiao only said indifferently, sorry, I'm not interested. Chapter 8, Opening the Secret Realm, The Mystery of the Body. Hearing Li Yunxiao's answer, all the teachers and school leaders, including Mr. He, all dropped their jaws. At first, they thought they had heard wrong. Yunxiao, are you alright? Attending a military school and joining the military is definitely a chance to change your destiny for you, and it's even a great opportunity for your entirely clan. Don't let such a great opportunity pass you by just because you can't think straight for a moment. Yun Sihai was filled with despondency and gently patted Li Yunxiao's shoulder. Son, are you in some kind of trouble? It's okay, tell the principal that the school will help you out as long as it can. Li Yunxiao blandly said, thank you all for your concern, but I'm really not interested. After saying that, he left the place without looking back. In the future, if the country is really in trouble, he will not turn a blind eye. After all, the survival of the country is also related to the peace of individuals, but there really isn't the slightest interest in having him join some organization and be managed and conditioned. Mr. He and a bunch of other teachers and school leaders directly froze. This, Han Yunfeng sighed slightly and said with a straight face, it's fine. This position, this general is reserved for him, when he turns around and when he's in. Hearing this, Yun Sihai and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Li Yunxiao's departing back, they always felt that, in the other party, there was a kind of heartbreaking maturity. Leave the school. Instead of going home, Li Yunxiao directly boarded the shuttle bus and headed towards the suburbs. In this world, there are many ways to be powerful. Whether it's the college entrance exam in a month's time or a longer-term foothold, one thing is indispensable, and that's elevating the realm. Nowadays, he had awakened his martial soul. It's time to visit the secret world. Inside the Li family's villa that was like a palace, Li Yaozu, who was surrounded by a dozen servants the moment he entered the door, quickly walked over to his parents, who were watching the news on a tablet. Dad, Mom, I'm really not joking. Brother, he really has awakened the mythical martial soul. So let's hurry up and get brother back. We were, before, wrong about him. Brother, he really isn't a loser. On the phone, he briefly mentioned that Li Yunxiao had awakened the mythical martial soul, without mentioning the other party's congenital muscular weakness suspected to be self-healing. Because he knew that a big reason why his parents favored him and disliked his elder brother was because he had incurable congenital muscular weakness and was destined to be a loser. Li Changfeng said blandly, your fourth brother has really awakened the mythical martial soul? Why did you, then, only awaken one rare martial soul? I went through a lot of trouble to get your brother's supreme bone and transplant it into you. Turns out you're good. Just ate a bailout. On the contrary, people without the supreme bone have awakened the mythological martial soul that is unattainable? What? Are you trying to tell me that the supreme bone is poisonous? Instead of doing what it's supposed to do, it's dragging you down? Li Yaozu had a resigned look on his face. Dad, that supreme bone is poisonous. When I touched the divine stone, I clearly saw an orange glow, and not only me, but everyone present, at that time, thought that my martial soul, guaranteed to be a legendary level martial soul. As a result, all of a sudden, that so-called supreme bone, violently hurt, and then, the light turned purple. In the end, it only allowed me to awaken a rare martial soul. It's all the fault of that supreme bone. This isn't even my normal level. Li Changfeng didn't want to talk. After glancing at him, Wang Ruolin, who was sitting on the sofa with a stunned face, looked back at her son. I have no gods in Daxia. Your brother's mythical martial soul. Fidelity? Li Yaozu explained. Everyone suspects that he awakened an evil god martial soul. When I left, I also saw military chariots, but I think, for sure, it's not. brother is so nice. It's not his fault that the supreme bone is poisoned. In my opinion, what he awakened is definitely not the evil god martial soul, but a true mythical martial soul, even if we have no gods in Disya, and even if it's an evil god martial spirit. So what? He's always a member of our Li family too. Wang Roland's face changed. But no nonsense. The evil god martial soul, that is an existence that is absolutely not allowed. At least there are no exceptions in Disya. If he really awakens the evil god martial spirit, I'm afraid we'll suffer along with him. Li Yaozu hurriedly knelt on the ground. Dad. Mom. Brother, he can't really be an evil god martial spirit. That's not good. You guys have to help him. Never let him be taken by the military. Wang Roland was helpless and kept comforting. After a moment of silence, Li Changfeng finally put down the teacup in his hand. Being a loser and dragging my Li family down with you. You are so rotten. Evil god martial spirit, right? No need for the military to take action. I, Li Changfeng, will personally clean up the door. He's going to take a stand, lest the Li family be implicated. Wang Roland frowned. How are you going to clean up the house? He's out there now. Where can I find him? Li Changfeng was unimpressed. Then let him come back first. Didn't he awaken his martial soul? Of course we have to celebrate him. Hearing this, Wang Roland slightly breathed a sigh of relief. He hasn't enjoyed any glory, and if we ask him to come back, he will. On the side, Li Yaozu pretended to be unable to understand, but the corners of his mouth were rising slightly. Chapter 9, Flying Fast. 10,000 kill points. Extracting avatars. Sui Ping Mountain is a level 1 to 10 secret area. The so-called secret realm is a space that is dominated by mysterious power and thus distorted. The mysterious power that governs the secret realm may come from special energies, the fall of a powerful human being, or the mysterious contamination of the abyss. Each secret realm seals a variety of demonic beasts. Dominated by the mysterious power of the demonic beasts do not have a real sense of life and death, and will always be reincarnated in the inside. The awakened one kills the demonic beasts inside and passes through the secret realm to receive rich rewards. And depending on the type of secret realm, its difficulty is categorized into normal, difficult, dangerous, purgatory, and shura. The highest difficulty level for secret realms dominated by human forces is dangerous, and only secret realms contaminated or dominated by abyssal shenanigans are purgatory and above. The Chui Ping Mountain was the secret realm that was born after the fall of a human powerhouse, so the difficulty was only of 2 levels, normal and difficult. As the only low-level copy of Rome City, this was also the best place for novice martial artists to practice. Every day, many newcomers would come here to practice, and it was even more overcrowded when it was close to the college entrance exam. Ha! Which school is that handsome guy from? He just awakened and came here to train? So handsome. Go over and invite him to team up. And before I could say anything, the teenager was like the wind, walking directly into the light curtain. The girls, who were stuck in place, looked at each other with embarrassed faces. That was fast. Inside the secret, lush mountain peaks nestled between the clouds. At the foot of the mountain, at the end of the stone stairs, Li Yunxiao glanced at the 3 words Chui Ping Mountain on the stone monument and stepped onto the stone steps without hesitation. Next moment, to the left and right, the large, pale trees suddenly trembled, and immediately afterward, several figures abruptly jumped out from them, blocking the stone steps directly in front of them. Fishtail Stoat. Realm, Level 1, Early Hotian Realm. Power, 20. Spiritual Power, 20. Speed, 20. Endurance, 20. Stamina, 20. Resistance, 0. Skill, Tailblade. Tailblade uses his tail as a blade, dealing 30 points of damage to targets in a fan-shaped area. Because it was a secret realm harboring the power of the human race, there was no need for special skills, and the martial artists who came here to participate in the cultivation were able to see the specific information of the demonic beasts. Looking at the Yi Fishtail Stoat, in front of him Li Yunxiao took an arrow step and directly rushed towards the nearest Fishtail Stoat. It was also at this time that the 5 Fishtail Stoats around them looked like they had sensed something, and their eyes instantly turned scarlet. The half-meter-tall body spun violently without wind. The tail, shaped like a fish's tail, glinted with the light of a blade as it spun rapidly. Swish, swish, swish dash. The 5 Fishtail Stoats that were rapidly rotating in mid-air acted as if they had a sense of awareness and instantly surrounded Li Yunxiao, blocking all of his opponent's back paths. However, what they didn't expect was that this adventurer today didn't panic, much less have any intention of retreating. Instead, he turned in a circle and kicked out a whip kick towards the razor-sharp blade. Bang! 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 On the arc, 5 Fishtail Stoats were instantly kicked. The blood mist that filled the air quickly condensed and turned into 5 scarlet streams of light that flew into Li Yunxiao's body. Kill Fishtail Stoat *5. Obtain Fishtail Stoat's Fishtail Blade *5. Gaining Reiki 50. Realm upgraded to level 2, Early Hotian Realm. Kill 5 targets of the same level. Gain 500 kill points. Name, Li Yunxiao. Martial Spirit, San Tan Hai Hui Great God of Murder. Realm, Level 2, Early Hotian Realm. Power, 230. Spiritual Power, 230. Speed, 230. Endurance, 230. Stamina, 230. Resistance, 230. Storage, Fishtail Blade *5. Skill, Avatar Hotian Divine Eye. Divine Eye of Hotian, beginners practice insight into everything within 100 meters. Taking a look at the data panel that had been refreshed, and feeling the growing power in his fists and feet, Li Yunxiao's face was devoid of any expression. Not enough, it has to be faster still. The smile on his face was completely hideous, and with a whoosh sound, Li Yunxiao's strong body disappeared into thin air. A few seconds of silence followed. Amazing dash. The whole forest suddenly resounded with the screams of the little animals. Kill Fishtail Stoat *10. Gaining Reiki 300. Kill 10 low-level targets. Gain 10 kill points. Kill Mountain Arc Dog *10. Gaining Reiki 500. Realm upgraded to 3, Middle Hotian Realm. Kill 10 targets of the same level and gain 1000 kill points. Kill Tiger Beast *10. Gaining Reiki 700. Realm raised to 5, Mid Hotian Realm. Kill 10 high-level targets for 200 kills. 1 minute later. Level up to 9, Peak of Hotian Realm. Current kill value, 10,010. Kill value accumulated over 10,000. You can randomly select a magic power or magic treasure. An excited smile appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. Pump. Successful extraction. Acquisition of treasure, golden brick, artifact. Gold brick, consume spiritual energy to inject weight into it. The more spiritual energy consumed, the greater the weight injected. Li Yunxiao froze. What the hell is this again? Does our great killer have this magic weapon? The item levels in this world are categorized into common, medium, rare, legendary, epic, and divine. Artifacts are the highest level. If he hadn't seen the word artifact, he would have thought it was just an ordinary brick. Rumble dash. Right at this moment, the trees at the top of the mountain were suddenly crushed at the waist, and a demonic beast that was as much as 3 times the size of a tiger, covered in scales, shaped like a lizard, and with a long tongue in its mouth, leaped out of the cave and prostrated itself on top of the mountain. Scale Sturgeon, Chief, Realm, 10th level, half-step innate realm. In an instant, the oppression from the chief suddenly enveloped the entire secret realm. Chapter 10 Broken. 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 Break for me. Power, 800. Spiritual power, 800. Speed, 800. Endurance, 800. Stamina, 800. Resistance, 0. Skills, Gun Tongue. Scale Rain, Lance Tongue. Power is gathered on top of a long tongue, rolled up and stored, and shot out like a lance, inflicting 1000 points of damage to the target. Scale Rain, scales fly out like rain, dealing massive damage to targets within 100 meters. What a clear presentation. Li Yunxiao voicelessly lamented. It's worthy of being a secret realm built by my human race specifically for novices. Every demonic beast has data tips that are so detailed and truly cozy. He knows that reality is not a game. Only the secret leveling realm controlled by the human race would have such a clear data display. When you get out in the future and challenge the real secret world, you will have to feel your way across the river and figure it out for yourself. The stakes, that's high. There is simply no way to participate without enough strength. Quite good. Glancing at the panel of the Scale Sturgeon, Li Yunxiao muttered silently to himself. The panel of this boss is still not as good as the level 9 me. In that case, let's not use our fists. Just take it and try the power of the golden brick. The moment he spread out his palm, a bright gold brick appeared in his hand. Throw it with your hand. The golden diamond then flew to the top of that Scale Sturgeon's head. Injecting spiritual energy increases weight. It doesn't say how much spiritual power and how much weight it adds. Never mind. Just try straight pokies. I can't use this psychic power thing right now anyway. Making his decision, he moved his mind. Bang dash. With a loud bang, the golden brick, which was originally only the size of a palm, suddenly became larger, as if it was a 100-meter wide mountain. It floated above the head of the Scale Sturgeon. Hollered dash. Feeling provoked, the Scale Sturgeon was enraged, stamping its limbs on the ground and roaring up to the sky. Aha! Just then, it seemed to have discovered something, and its originally reddened eyes suddenly glared round. It was also at this time that the golden brick fell sharply. Boom dash. A loud bang flattened the entire mountaintop. Scale Sturgeon killed. Acquired Strange Tongue, rare, gaining Reiki 3000. Realm upgraded to level 10, half-step innate realm. Kill a high-level target. Gain 110 kill points. Name, Li Yunxiao. Martial spirit, San Tan Hai Hui great god of murder. Realm, 10th level, half-step innate realm. Power, 1110. Spiritual power, 110. Speed, 1110. Endurance, 1110. Stamina, 1110. Resistance, 1110. Storage, fishtail blade * 30. Strange tongue. Gold brick. Skill, Avatar Hotian Divine Eye. Divine Eye of Hotian, beginners practice insight into everything within 100 meters. Bean-sized cold sweat hung on Li Yunxiao's forehead. It wasn't until the moment when he injected spiritual energy and the golden brick became larger that he sensed that the weight of the golden brick, from the original 5 pounds, had directly become 50,000 pounds. 50,000 pounds. Let alone a level 10 scale sturgeon. Even a level 20 demonic beast wouldn't necessarily be able to carry it, right? Li Yunxiao slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. Now it seems that this ratio of spiritual energy to weight should be 1 to 10. Consuming 1 point of spiritual energy, the weight of the gold brick becomes 10 times its original weight. 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Directly from 5 pounds to 50,000 pounds. Pretty good. Just a little bit of blue. Glancing at the scale sturgeon, who was crushed to deformation and had his eyes popped in the middle of that crevice. He didn't know why, but at this moment, he actually felt a bit of pity for the other party. With a casual hand, the gold brick instantly became smaller and returned to his hand. Since it was a leveling secret realm, he didn't expect too much from the rewards, and now that his level had risen to level 10, he was on par with the highest level demonic beast chieftain. The aura and kill value gained from continuing the adventure was minimal. There's no need. So, after a little reorganization, he turned and took a step towards the mountain. However, just at that moment, the entire mountain peak suddenly shook. Secret world mechanism. Excessive clearance speed detected. Difficulty mode on. Rumble dash. There was a loud bang and the earth trembled. Li Yunxiao subconsciously turned back, and only then did he see that, on the corpse of the scale sturgeon, at an unknown time, a behemoth with a black aura had already stood. Ghost Shark King, Mutant. Hidden Leader. Realm, 11th level, Early Innate Realm. Power, 1200. Spiritual Power, 1200. Speed, 1200. Endurance, 1200. Stamina, 1200. Resistance, 0. Skills, Devouring Swamp. Death Gaze. Meanwhile, the entrance to the secret realm. Seeing the sudden appearance of, on the big screen, the martial artists who were in the process of teaming up were startled violently. Look, the secret realm is sinking. Someone broke the record of passing the secret realm? Countless people's eyes frantically scanned and finally landed on the name of the team named Li Yunxiao. Looking at the passing time 11 minutes and 01 seconds displayed behind the name, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. As I recall, the last record was set by the city's top student that year. 3 hours, 58 minutes and 53 seconds. It's been kept up for 5 whole years. 5 years, 5 whole years. I guess that record would be broken for sure. But how could you not expect to be hung? Some people went straight to their knees. Holy shit. From 4 hours, it went straight to 10 minutes. That's not a record breaker. This is clearly breaking our 3 views. Seeing this scene, the 3 young girls who had previously invited Li Yunxiao to form a team had been dumbstruck. I told you, I can't look at people with colored glasses, and finding that handsome guy to team up with was definitely the right choice. You see, I was right. Ha, that's only if they're hitting on you. Beyond the crowd, Lu Ximin, who was still arguing with Zhao Zitai, completely froze. Li Yunxiao? Wasn't he captured by the military? How come it's here? And passed the secret realm all by yourself, breaking a record that someone had held for 5 years? On the side, the staring Zhao Zitai kept shaking his head. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Definitely not that Li Yunxiao from our school. Yes, same name. Must be the same name. Chapter 11 Young Master. Go home. Clenching her fists, Lu Ximin took a deep breath, and only then did her taut nerves slowly loosen up. Zhou Zitai, let's break up. I'm sorry. I just now realized that I still can't get over him. After saying that, she ran towards the square in front of the entrance to the secret realm without looking back. There is an experience bonus for carrying a student ID card into the secret realm of cultivation. After the words Li Yunxiao, the words from Rongqing No. 1 middle school were so obvious. She's not blind. How can you not see it? There's only one Li Yunxiao in the first grade. There is no such thing as same name. Ximin? Ximin. Zhao Zitai was so angry that his brain hurt. After stopping, he looked coldly at the 3 words Li Yunxiao on the big screen. His eyes filled with shock and murderous intent. Why? You evil god martial soul. Selling your soul to the abyssal secretive trash. Why haven't they been sanctioned by the military? Why? Robbing my goddess? You wait for me. I will never let you go. Inside the secret. Boom dash. With a loud bang, the Ghost Shark King, which was shaped like a small mountain, was instantly incinerated by the raging fire. The entire mountain peak was filled with the smell of scorching. Killed the king of the Oni. Acquired, Sailor Bone, Intermediate, Sailor Muscle, Advanced. Ghost Tooth Blade, Rare. Heart of the King of Ghost Sailors, Rare. Skill Scroll *5. Gaining Reiki 10,000. Realm elevated to level 11, early innate realm. Kill a high-level target. Gain 110 kill points. Name, Li Yunxiao. Martial Spirit, Santan Hai Hui Great God of Murder. Realm, 11th level, early innate realm. Power, 1220. Spiritual power, 0. Speed, 1220. Endurance, 1220. Stamina, 1220. Resistance, 1220. Storage, Fishtail Blade *30. Strange Tongue. Skill Scroll *5. Skill, Avatar Hotian Divine Eye. Divine Eye of Hotian, beginner's training insight into everything within 100 meters. Who dash? Slightly relieved, Li Yunxiao lamented. The 5-dimensional average is over 1,000. If you don't use the God-killing Dharma phase, you really won't be able to beat it to death with one punch. Glancing at the storage, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Worthy of being a hidden boss, this reward is indeed generous. Just by brushing the lowest leveled leveling secret realm, he had directly leveled up from level 1 to level 11, and he had also received such a generous reward. This kind of harvest was absolutely unprecedented as far as the secret realm of Shuiping Mountain was concerned. After waiting in place for a while to make sure there were no stronger hidden bosses, the pot-filled Li Yunxiao left the secret realm in high spirits. A few breaths later, a deep purple aura seeped through the cracks in the ground and converged in the middle of midair. Li Yunxiao? This king remembers you. Out. Look. He's coming out. On the square, seeing the light curtain flashing, the crowd, who had been anticipating this for a long time, rushed to gather around. He is Li Yunxiao? Level 11? It really is a big one. Bigger you sister ah. People were only level 1 when they went in, and they obviously leveled up to 11 after brushing through the secret realm. What? Level 1 brushes to level 11, brushes through the entire secret realm, and defeats the hidden boss, and as a result, it only took less than 5 minutes. What the hell is he about? It's too fierce. Feeling the envious and jealous gazes of the people around her, Lu Xinin raised her head and walked up. Yunxiao, you came out. How about it? Are you thirsty and hungry? When we get back later, I'll cook you a bowl of noodles, okay? The purpose of her comment was to tell everyone in the room, especially the women. Li Yunxiao is my man. Those of you who have ideas, die with them. Li Yunxiao was expressionless and directly walked past the other party. Roll. Lu Xinin snapped, her smile frozen. Yunxiao, you, listen to my explanation okay? The 3 young ladies who had previously invited Li Yunxiao to form a team and were rejected snickered more than once, and when they saw Li Yunxiao's head in speed, they hurriedly chased after him. Handsome. Add a super male. Yeah, handsome. My brother is also from your first high school. Maybe, you guys even know each other. Add a super letter. In the future have time, can also exchange ideas ah. Li Yunxiao ignored it. The 3 young ladies were dumbfounded and froze in place, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. This scene caused all the men present to grimace. Looking at Li Yunxiao's departing back, Lu Xinin, who had chased after a few steps without catching up, crossed her arms and panted. No, you call this muscle weakness? What normal person can match that speed? Taking 2 breaths, with a resigned face, but only able to watch the other party leave, her eyes filled with determination. I can see that you still love me, or else you wouldn't have just turned down those 3 vixens. It's just that there's anger in my heart. That's why I won't bow down so easily. It's okay, I can wait, and I'm sure it won't be long before you'll be there when I turn around again. After that, she took a deep breath and left the place with a face full of confidence. Coming to the side of the road and preparing to leave by car, Li Yunxiao was still calculating something in his mind. Suddenly, a dozen or so multi-million-dollar luxury cars came quickly and steadily parked around him. Bang dash! The Maybach at the front of the line, with its doors the first to open, from which an old man in a tuxedo and monocle, with a gold-encrusted cane, stepped down. Immediately afterward, a large group of men in suits came down from other luxury cars, following the old man and standing neatly behind him. The old man came to Li Yunxiao's body alone and bent down to bow. Young master, go home. Master, he knows he's wrong. Chapter 12. I still like you when you're untamed. Looking at the old man in front of him, who was bent over and didn't dare to raise his head without his own response, Li Yunxiao indifferently said, who is the young master? And which master? Of course he knew who the other guy was. Li family chief Wei Jinzhong. A year ago, when he first returned to the Li family, It was this old man who was responsible for teaching him the Li family's etiquette. As a result, every day was a time when I couldn't eat or sleep well. The only way to get a hot meal is to sneak outside. The money he spent was still saved up from his own part-time job. At first he thought that it was because he was so poorly realized that he was always unable to learn the etiquette that he should have learned, that he was treated in such a way. It wasn't until later that he realized that the same behavior that occurred to him was scolding and beating. What appears to be a brother is praise and accolades. That's when he realized that it wasn't that he couldn't accept the Li family's etiquette, but that the Li family couldn't accept himself. Since then, he hadn't paid any attention to the butler, who always had a Cockney accent and liked to act noble. The other side says and teaches things as if they are farting. Wei Jinzhong took a look at the other party and continued to bend over. You are the fourth young master of the Li family. Master of course means your father, the chairman of our Li group. Li Chongfeng, Mr. Li Yunxiao disdained it. You got it wrong. I'm a man born and bred, not a young master, and I don't have any parents. After saying that, he then directly crossed over the other party and walked towards the bus stop not far away. Wei Jinzhong looked up sharply. Young master? Young master. Li Yunxiao in front of the car door paused slightly. I still like you the way you were brash before. Recover. You're like this, making me uncomfortable. A few breaths later, the bus drove past Wei Jinzhong, looking behind the glass, preferring to take the bus rather than get into the limousine of the fourth young master. Full of gloom, he took out his cell phone. Master, he refuses to go back. The man on the other end of the phone didn't have much of a mood swing, just a faint reply. Got it. Implement plan B. Yes, master. An hour later, Li Yunxiao, who got off the bus, sprayed the door of the exchange straight. The first time he came to the exchange, he had just entered the door and was shocked by the grandiose arrangement inside. It's more than twice as big as our school's soccer field. Not bad for the most spectacular part of Rome City. In the country of Daxia, there is at least one exchange in every city from the smallest prefecture-level city to the largest provincial capital or municipality. The exchange, as much as it is a class of institutions, is also an artifact, because all of the exchanges in Grand Xia are, essentially, manipulated by a divine artifact called falling treasure money. This artifact can contain everything under the sun, and can ensure that the contained items are temporarily disabled and enter a sealed state. Coupled with human design, the entire artifact then becomes a system that can be traded freely by people. With it, consignments, transactions as well as purchases can be carried out between people without the need for them to be face-to-face. Because it's the same system, you can buy things from other provinces and cities or sell your stuff to people all over the country, even in Rongcheng. That's why tons of people come here every day to make deals. Although the exchange was spacious, the size of 2 soccer fields, it was still overcrowded. After pushing and shoving his way through the crowd for a while, Li Yunxiao was able to grab a consignment window. After organizing the things in the bag, only the rare weapon, Ghost Tooth Blade, and the 5 used skill scrolls were left, and all the other things were put on the shelves. In just 2 minutes, he reaped a whopping $1,967, 356. Looking at the bank card on the sudden explosion of numbers, Li Yunxiao really a little calm. Secret Realm Challenge. It's so damn lucrative. After being an orphan for 17 years, he was found by his family, but lived a life worse than an orphan. After 18 years of living, he had never realized, until today, what it was like to have millions of dollars. And before that, on his bank, the deposit balance was never more than 3 digits. After a slight reprieve, Li Yunxiao slowly regained his composure. This is just the beginning. As long as I continue to get stronger and continue to kill, not to mention 2 million, even 20 million or 200 billion, it will be nothing more than a number to the future me. He looked at the name of the item displayed on the purchase window with a determined look. That's right, get stronger. Only by constantly getting stronger. Only by being invincible. Can you have everything you want? Afterward, his eyes condensed and he pressed his finger on the words small spirit pill. After leaving $500,000 for living expenses, the rest of the money was all spent on purchasing small spirit pills. The wage level in this world was about the same as the earth he had lived on in his previous life, and $500,000 was perfectly enough to live on. After all, there was a new secret realm waiting for him in the back, and the money he earned would only be more, not less, close to 1.5 million, buying a total of 150 small spirit pills. Li Yunxiao murmured, with my current realm, if I directly use the Great Spirit Pill, it will easily be reversed. And the Great Spirit Pill is too expensive. I can't even buy one with this amount of money. It's still a bit more cost-effective to little elixir. No kinks. Grabbing his things, he left the exchange straight away and took a bellhop room at a nearby hotel. After unlocking the door to his room, he plopped down on his bed and placed everything in front of him. Ghost Toothblade, rare, can be used by the following realms in the Ascended Realm set. Increases damage by 10%. Li Yunxiao played with the dagger that glowed with a black-purple color. It's a bit light, so let's make do with it for now. Suaping Mountain is always just a secret realm for practicing. Hidden rewards. And the probability is that it can only be taken once. Later on, we definitely still need to brush the more advanced secret realms. And old fists definitely won't work. Nuggets? It's too much psychic energy. It is not likely to be used easily until it is critical. Small elixir, contains 1000 aura. How much is absorbed depends on the individual's qualification. Without hesitation, Li Yunxiao directly opened his mouth and ate all the small spirit pills. Next moment, a hot breath, which was manic in his abdomen, immediately followed as if it had a consciousness, entered the various meridians, quenching his flesh and blood, sinews and bones, and all his limbs and bones. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud bangs. His realm had directly risen from the early stage of the 11th level innate realm to the middle stage of the 14th level innate realm. Chapter 13, Avatar Upgrade. Strength soars. Li Yunxiao himself was stunned. He remembered who had said before that Zhao Zitai had risen to level 5 by relying on the small spirit pill that his family had bought. It seems like I ate 300 of them, but in the end, I only gained a few tens of thousands of spiritual energy. He had gained close to 150,000 psychic energy from only 150 of these, with barely a trace of loss. This is the qualification of a mythical martial soul? Cool. LOL. Yes. Controlling his excitement, Li Yunxiao focused on the 5 skill scrolls. Skill scroll can only be used after awakening the martial spirit. Can randomly obtain a skill. The higher the rarity, the lower the probability of obtaining it. He knew about the skill scroll thing, which simply meant drawing skills. Skills are categorized into common, intermediate, advanced, rare, legendary, epic, and divine. Normally, the higher the rarity, the more powerful or useful the skill is, but like martial spirit awakening, the probability of drawing a high rarity skill is ridiculously low. Li Yunxiao didn't dwell on it, and directly pulled out 5 skill scrolls and had a 5 consecutive draw. Skill scroll *5 used successfully. Acquired, poisoning, common, bird raising, intermediate, sun watching, advanced, beast control, rare, flower arrangement, rare, poisoning of weapons, bring your own poison, bird raising, birds can be raised, sun watching, you can look directly at the sun, but your eyes may burn, imperial beast, you can harness a target that you have defeated and is not highly intelligent, and if the target does not have a physical body, you can use it as a storage item. Flower arrangement, keeps the flowers moist and grows lifelike for a longer period of time, while dispersing a distinctive fragrance, refreshing the mind and adding a small amount of stamina. Looking at the 5 new skills drawn, Li Yunxiao's eyelids couldn't help but jump a little. What's all this shit? Call it luck. Read the description. None of it works. If you're not lucky, you'll get 2 rares in 5 consecutive draws. It made him wonder for a moment whether he was lucky or unlucky. No, flower arrangements are considered rare? Are you serious? Li Yunxiao cried and laughed. Never mind. Something is better than nothing. After feeling a slight emotion in his heart, he then attempted to activate these 5 new skills, only to hear a system prompt. Painting poison does not match the host's martial spirit and is automatically converted to universal proficiency. Detected that the host has only learned 1 divine ability. Proficiency is automatically put into Houghton Divine Eye. Divine Eye of Houtian, 8% proficiency. Beginner's level insight into everything within 100 meters. Detecting that bird raising, sun watching, and flower arrangement do not match the host's martial spirit. They are automatically converted to universal proficiency. Detected that the host has only learned 1 divine ability. Proficiency is automatically put into Houghton Divine Eye. Houtian Divine Eye, 32% proficiency. First glimpse insight into everything within 1,000 meters. See through illusions. Break illusions. Immune to mental attacks. Li Yunxiao's eyes brightened with the naked eye. So the avatar can still be upgraded? That's right. Only being able to see 100 meters is a bullshit aptitude. A true avatar. That is an eye and an ear. Going up to heaven and down to hell. Knowing everything. At first, I thought it was a nerf because of the version. It turns out that you need proficiency to slowly unlock it. Skill scroll, you can draw new skills. Drawing junk skills or duplicate skills and skills that don't match with the martial spirit and can't be used is equal to drawing for nothing. Li Yunxiao readily said, but I'm different. Even if it's a useless skill, it can still be converted into a generalized proficiency to raise the level of the divine ability. That is to say, right now, elixir and skill scrolls are what I just need. Spirit elixir allows me to accelerate the acquisition of aura and raise my realm on top of brushing the secret realm. while the skill scroll allows me to raise the proficiency of my aptitude for more and better effects. In that case, then the goal is clear. Glanced at his refreshed panel. Name, Li Yunxiao. Martial spirit, San Tan Hai Hui Great God of Murder. Realm, 14th level, Middle Innate Realm. Power, 1540. Spiritual power, 1540. Speed, 1540. Endurance, 1540. Stamina, 1540. Resistance, 1540. Storage, Ghost Tooth Blade. Gold Brick. Skills, Aptitude Hotian Divine Eye. Imperial Beasts. Li Yunxiao lamented. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist who possesses a rare martial soul and whose realm has reached the middle stage of the 14th level innate realm, with an average of 5 dimensions, would only be 220 at most, not even a fraction of what I am. Mythical martial soul, it's really heifer on a plane, awesome to the sky. Without continuing to gloat, after simply cleaning up, Li Yunxiao left the hotel and went to the nearest housing agency. Even if you're going to college, the entrance exam is a month away. After the exams, there is a 2-month vacation. It's impossible to stay in a hotel every day for 3 months. Money is not the issue, it's the inconvenience. Nowadays, he definitely couldn't afford to buy, but there was still no problem in renting a better house. What's the best rental you have here? Introduce it. Upon hearing the shouts of the guests, the vacant, beautiful agent rushed over. Handsome, tell us what you want. Li Yunxiao responded. There is only one requirement. Big, new. Money is not an issue. The beautiful agent picked at his fingers without getting too hung up on it. If money isn't an issue, then won't the villa test be considered? Li Yunxiao asked. How much? The beautiful agent took out her cell phone directly and showed the picture to the other party. Small 2-story building with a detached yard. The exterior walls are painted in beige real stone paint. Simple yet elegant, with a red sloping roof design, a large flat floor and double terraces with classic vase balustrades and square columns. The total area is 300 square meters. And if you rent it for a long time, at a discount, the rent is only $5,000 a month. Li Yunxiao did not hesitate. Let's take this one, then, and rent it for a year. $5,000 a month is only $60,000 a year. If you really want to live comfortably, you'll just buy it in the back. After all, this is always home. No matter how high you fly or how far you go in the future, there will always be a day when you come back to visit. Home is something that you create yourself if no one else will give it to you. Totally okay. The beautiful saleswoman was ecstatic. This was probably the best talking customer she had met this year. Handsome. Then I will prepare the contract now. Do you have cash or a credit card? Li Yunxiao took the tea handed by the other party and sat on the sofa. Transfer. Understood. The beautiful saleswoman just took 2 steps, hesitated, or asked stiffly. Handsome. Are you free tonight? Don't get me wrong. It's mainly because it's the first time I've met a client as straight as you. And honestly, this order, I'm not making a bad deal. So, if you're free, I'd like to take you to dinner tonight. You decide the location. She didn't really earn much because at first, she looked at the other person as a student and thought that the other person shouldn't have much money. So she just quoted the lowest price. It's not that the students are favored. It's just that there's a lot of competition right now. And she's afraid that if she quotes a price that's too high, the other person will turn their head and leave. The main reason for the invitation to treat him was because of the other person's straightforwardness, as well as his face value. Li Yunxiao returned indifferently. Not available. The beautiful saleswoman froze, embarrassed for a moment, smiled and nodded. Okay, then wait a moment. I will prepare the contract now. She was afraid that if she asked any more questions, she would be due for a complaint. 10 minutes later, the beautiful agent still hadn't come back, but instead the person in charge of the place personally walked up with the contract. Mr. Li, right. Here's your rental contract. Here are the keys. The exit is this way. Do you have time now? If you have time, I'll take you there myself. Receiving the contract, Li Yunxiao asked, how will the money be paid? The manager smiled. No need to pay. I forgot to congratulate you. You are our 999th customer since we opened. Our company will pay your rent for a year, so you don't have to pay a dime for this rental. Just go right over. Li Yunxiao seemed to have sensed something, but didn't say much as he got up and walked towards the exit. Yeah, then let's go. The manager bumbled his way to the front. Mr. Li, this way please. When he came to the door of the villa, the manager left politely after describing how to use the house and the precautions to be taken. The moment Li Yunxiao walked through the door, the lights of the entire house instantly brightened. The intelligent female robot had a very pleasant voice. Room temperature 7. Set temperature 22. Welcome home, my lord. Li Yunxiao lay on the sofa and couldn't help but stretch. Is this what home feels like? Not bad. Pretty good. Noticing the middle of the living room, the piles of gifts that even shimmered with light, his face gradually regained its lightness. Come out, Wang Ma, don't hide. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged woman dressed in plain clothes with an apron in front of her walked out of the kitchen. Young master, are you doing well out there? As she spoke, her old, vicissitudes of life face was already covered with tears. Chapter 14. If you die, you will surely die. Li Yunxiao expressionlessly picked up the kettle in front of him and poured himself a cup of warm water. Take the stuff and I'll transfer the rent to the agent later. I'm not going back to the Li family. Wang Ma didn't care about the tears that broke the dike and sobbed. Young master, Wang Ma really didn't know that they would do something like that. In Wang Ma's eyes, you and young master Yaozu are both young masters of the Li family, and in a sense, are even my children. On the day of the accident, Wang Ma ran to the hospital to look for you, and they stopped Wang Ma and wouldn't let her in. Wang Ma is useless. If Wang Ma was also a martial artist, even if she died, she would never let you suffer like this. Li Yunxiao didn't want to say much. You go. I have nothing to say to you. Wang Ma spoke to herself as if she hadn't heard. Young master, do you remember? When you first came to the Li family, it was Wang Ma who cooked for you. The first time you were scolded by the master for not knowing the rules. It was also Wang Ma who begged for you. Wang Ma came here, not wanting you to go back. Wang Ma just want to see you. See how my favorite young master, who is out there alone, is doing? Looking around, her face was covered in bitterness. But now, Wang Ma realized that young master, you are not having a good time. Wang Ma is heartbroken. That's like being your own son. It was at this time that the insufferable Li Yunxiao suddenly stormed up, and with an instantaneous flash, grabbed the other party's neck and slammed him hard against the wall. I told you to leave. Can't you understand that? Can you? Her face instantly turned blue, and even her breathing became incredibly difficult as Wang Ma struggled helplessly. Young master, how could you do this to me? Have you forgotten that the first time you came to the Li family, it was me who made you? Yes, you're the one who cooked for me. Li Yunxiao interrupted the other party. For wanted doesn't eat it, so it becomes a meal for me. That's right, every time I get scolded, you're always there to plead for me. But what about after that? Which time? You didn't pretend and morally kidnap me to do your chores and help you do what you were supposed to do. Heartbroken? So, the way you heart people is to drug them in their water, is it? He had long ago sensed that the jug of water had been drugged, thanks to the fact that his poison resistance was over 1,000. Ordinary poisons simply couldn't work. Do it for someone else. It's not really certain who's the chopper and who's the fish now. Wang Ma was full of shock. How did you see that? No, you're not Li Yunxiao. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Li Yunxiao smiled coldly. The former Li Yunxiao is dead. You picked it. Wang Ma, I don't mess with you guys. You guys have to come and mess with me, yes. Fine then. Since you like to die, then die. Wang Ma's face changed dramatically. Wait, young master. Wang Ma knows it's wrong. Please give Wang Ma another chance. Young master. Click dash. Li Yunxiao did not give the other party a chance to finish his sentence, and with a forceful twist, he directly ripped off the other party's head. What are you doing touching the knife on your belt when you know it's wrong? Although Wang Ma was not a martial artist, she had also awakened her martial soul, and at this age, her basic attributes could be said to be hanging on to those under the age of 18. Even a low grade, or a martial artist with a low rarity of martial soul, could probably be easily taken, thanks to the fact that he had the Hotian God's Eye, which was within range and could pierce through all details, and the mythical martial soul. His power crushed martial artists of the same realm. Change it to someone else. If you think they're a good babysitter, you're going to die here. Boom dash. Without taking a second glance at the corpse, Li Yunxiao directly unleashed the killing god Dharma phase and manipulated the Samadhi flame, burning the corpse on the ground to a crisp. Immediately afterward, he manipulated the flames with divine skill and burned Wang Ma's head down to nothing but white bones. Walking out into the yard, he picked up a branch and nailed the skull to the wall. Don't tell me. It's pretty good as a decoration. How dare you trespass on this door after all these warnings? Then there's nothing to say. From now on, come one to kill one. No need to ask more than one question. Back at the villa, the voice of the intelligent female robot once again rang in his ears. Room temperature 18. Set temperature 22. Welcome home, my lord. Li Yunxiao sat on the sofa and picked up the poisonous tea on the table and continued to savor it. What's your name? Back to my master. My name is Jasmine. Molly, call the agent. Yes, master. The next moment, the sound of the phone dialing rang through the living room. Hello, how are you, Mr. Li? Are you still happy with your new room? How can I help you? Li Yunxiao said. Rent, I'll transfer it to you later. This house I'm very happy with it. I'll have it paid for in full by next month at the latest. So if anyone inquires about this house again, you should stop introducing yourselves to people. If there are others, who have not been invited by me, they come to my house as guests. Just make sure, he got the information from you. Consequences, you pay with him. The manager had been sweating for a long time, and nodded his head in quick succession the moment he slowed down. Understood, Mr. Lee, don't worry, the client's information, we will absolutely keep it confidential. After all, this is also our due diligence. Without saying anything more, Lee Yunxiao directly hung up the phone and got up to walk in the direction of the bathroom. Take a shower and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, brush up on the advanced secret realm. Chapter 15, Don't Mess With Me. I'm a bad guy. The next day, inside the Li family villa, Wei Jinzhong, who was standing beside Li Changfeng, was filled with anxiety. Master, Wang Ma last night, she didn't return all night. Li Changfeng tinkered with his contraption. And then what? Wei Jinzhong said. What the old slave means is, if Wang Ma really brings back the fourth young master this time, you gave a promise, but you must honor it. Li Changfeng froze. What do you mean? On the side, Wang Ruolin, who was putting on makeup, responded. What he means is that Wang Ma is also considered to be in style. This night of not returning, the probability is that he wants to use himself as a bargaining chip in exchange for Li Yunxiao's return. Wang Ma is his woman, and she has sacrificed so much this time. We can't be perfunctory with the favors we give. Bang dash. Li Changfeng slammed the table and flew up and kicked Wei Jinzhong in the waist. Fuck you. Do you realize what the hell you're talking about? You really think that if you like Wang Ma, all the men in the world like Wang Ma, don't you? Women in their 40s and 50s. What can I look for in a man of my old Li family? Wei Jinzhong lowered his head and didn't dare to retort. Look out or not, you know it in your own heart. Li Changfeng sat back down on the sofa and spoke after taking a sigh of relief. Give Wang Ma a call and ask now, what exactly is the situation? It's been a night. If it's going to work or not, we have to give a definite message, don't we? Wei Jinzhong nodded, but frowned a few minutes later. Master, Wang Ma's phone can't get through. It's all been burned to ashes. It's a wonder it got through. Seemingly thinking of something, Wei Jinzhong's face gradually changed. It can't be. The two of them eloped. I said long ago, that previous kindness to the fourth young master was not like an act. Springheart is not dead. In my opinion, she is just with that waste. Eloped with the fourth young master. Li Changfeng scolded. Get lost. Then he pulled out his phone and called his daughter. Are you back? Okay, come back. In his opinion, the possibility of elopement is indeed there, but the probability is far less than Wang Ma own money to escape. After all, and the other side with so many years. The other side of what temperament? He knows very well. Wei Jinzhong was full of anxiety but could do little. Li Yaozu, who had been silent, finally opened his mouth. Dad, Li Changfeng, who had barred his cigar, interrupted the other party. Don't worry, Dad will do what he promised you. At home, Li Yunxiao, who had sat up from his large bed, stretched out a large waist. Not a single dream last night. Soothing. In 18 years of living, it was the first time he had slept so soundly. Get up and wash. Changed clothes. Li Yunxiao, who had finished his breakfast, quickly walked out of the house. He had just stepped onto the public path outside when he suddenly sensed an ominous aura coming from the distance. Subconsciously casting out the divine eye of Hotian, he looked in the direction where the scent came from, and only then did he see that three wolfhounds with hideous fangs, huge size, and covered in black and purple aura were surrounding a long-haired teenager wearing a long black dress. The ominous aura was emanating from those three wolfhounds, and in front of the teenager, three uniformed bodies were being mercilessly chewed on by three wolfhounds. Perhaps it was because the food was still sufficient for the time being that the three wolfhounds didn't attack the boy immediately. Instead, they surrounded it and blocked the other side's path. Is it contaminated by shenanigans? Such a dense demonic aura. Those three demonized wolfhounds. I'm afraid that each one of them is stronger than the ghost shark king that was killed in the secret realm yesterday. That teenager, it seems like he just turned 18. It seems like he hasn't had time to awaken his martial soul yet. Facing those three demonized wolfhounds, it is estimated that they will only end up being torn apart. No nosy thoughts. After determining that the situation at hand did not have any effect on him, Li Yunxiao then directly turned around and walked in the direction of the cell's exit. However, right at this moment, he suddenly sensed that three strands of killing intent were rapidly approaching. The moment he turned back, the three demonized wolfhounds were already approaching towards him at every step. Li Yunxiao's face sank. Don't mess with me. I'm a bad guy. He had read a law in a textbook before. It's called the law of antagonism. meaning, the evil side will unconsciously become angry at the holy side, and by the same token, the holy side will become angry at the evil side. Human beings belong to the neutral category and normally do not have special emotions either towards evil or towards the sacred. However, it was different for those who had awakened a mythic martial soul or an evil god martial soul. They themselves, while they still don't feel any particular emotion towards the holy or the evil, the purely evil or the holy side of the world reacts strongly to them. The evil side would unconsciously become angry at those who had awakened the mythic martial soul. In the same way, the holy side would be angry at those who had awakened the evil god's martial spirit. Obviously, the three wolfhounds have been contaminated by the weirdness and have become the evil side. Feel the presence of the mythical martial soul. The anger value is pulled right up to full. Even if you don't eat your food, you will run over to the other side and block their way. At this moment, the three demonized wolfhounds that pounced in front of Li Yunxiao were full of fierce eyes and had surrounded him in the middle. Sharp fangs like knives were exposed, and the drooling saliva made a zipping sound on the ground. Li Yunxiao indifferently looked at the three demonized wolfhounds. It seems that you three, you're eating me up today. In that case, die. Bang dash. Before the words fell, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Immediately after that, he appeared in front of one of the demonized wolfhounds. Howl dash. That demonized wolfhound didn't know why it was so angry, but the moment it saw that the target that made it angry suddenly appeared in front of its eyes, its anger value instantly exploded. While roaring up to the sky, his entire body rose up into the air, directly pouncing on his opponent's head. Li Yunxiao didn't dodge and blasted out with a punch. Crackle dash. The powerful fist wind was like an airwave after an explosion, directly blowing the opponent's body into pieces, sprinkled all over the place. Seeing this scene, the other two demonized wolfhounds seemed to realize something. Their anger plummeted, and in their eyes, there was more cowardice. However, such timidity lasted less than a second, and immediately afterward, anger once again took over both of its brains. 4 feet stamped violently, shaking the ground for a moment. Boom, a loud sound. The two of them will be one after the other. Towards the blood on top of Li Yunxiao pounced up. Chapter 16 Advanced Secret Realm. Li Yunxiao was calm and relaxed. While retreating sideways and dodging, he grabbed a demonized wolfhound by the neck with one hand and touched the two demonized wolfhounds together fiercely. Immediately after that, he let go of his hands, and with an overhead, turning flying kick, he directly exploded the heads of the two demonized wolfhounds. The power of 1540. The powerful afterburners destroyed the world. The bodies of the two demonized wolfhounds instantly turned into countless pieces of meat and scattered all over the ground. Kill demonized wolfhound *3. Obtain ominous breath, rare, *3. Gaining Reiki 150. Kill 3 low-level targets. Gain 3 kill points. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. A panel higher than the hidden boss. Yet the realm hasn't reached the innate realm yet? The increase of the secretive power is indeed extraordinary. No wonder so many people tend to rush to the abyss, not hesitating to sell their souls to the abyss in order to obtain such power. In between murmurs, he had sensed someone's proximity, but he didn't give it a second glance, turning around blandly as if nothing had happened. Wait a minute. Dressed in a long black dress, the teenager with clear and bright eyes still had panic on her face. You saved me? You. What's your name? Li Yunxiao did not turn around. None of your business. Before the words fell, his wind-like figure disappeared at the end of the road. Teenage girls froze for a while before slowly reacting to the fact that he seemed to have been scolded. Lust for a fight? Great. Although the gimmick is old-fashioned, I have to say that you've managed to catch my lady's attention. Looking around at the houses around her, she looked confident. Anyway, they are all people who live here, so this lady doesn't believe that with my lady's sleight of hand, I won't be able to find out your identity. The 3 Dragon Pool is a high-level secret realm suitable for training in the middle of the level 15 innate realm to the early level 20 martial artist realm. It is located at the end of 2 rivers and the confluence of 3 rivers. During the flood season, the river widens considerably, and at a glance it looks like the sea with huge waves. The river gradually sinks after the flood season before forming a deep, seemingly calm pool. The 3 Dragon Pool is in the middle of a deep pool. A cab pulled up at the edge of the secret safe zone. After getting out of the car, Li Yunxiao didn't drag his feet for a second and directly rushed into the entrance of the secret realm. On the plaza, the crowd that was looking for teammates and discussing the secret realm raiders was slightly stunned. What's so fast? Like the wind. It went by in a whoosh. I don't know. It could be a bullet, or it could be Superman. After not seeing anything strange and joking about it, the group returned their attention to what they had done before. In the crowd, the hazy-faced Zhao Zitai slowly stepped out, seemingly guessing that Li Yunxiao would come here to cultivate today. At this moment, he had already made preparations and was waiting for a perfect moment. Inside the secret Li Yunxiao, who had eaten the yefish gill grass, had already adapted to the underwater environment. This is a rare great herb that allows one to grow gills and breathe in the water for a sustained period of time. Only 2 hours before entering the secret realm, he had read the clearance record of the 3-dragon pool at 11 hours, 58 minutes and 44 seconds. It is the fastest record to date. The fastest record is almost 12 hours, and the average person, without a day or two, can't possibly get through it, counting 40 hours on average. That's 40 fishgill grass. Currently, the fishgill grass that is being put up for sale on the exchange is 15,000 apiece. In other words, brushing through the 3-dragon pool once would cost over 600,000 in fishgill grass alone. The average family can't afford it. Painting the secret world is indeed lucrative, but it's also quite costly. I also don't know if 2 hours is enough time. Looking at the crazily decreasing time, money, Li Yunxiao did not hesitate and swam quickly towards the depths of the pool. If you don't have enough, just brush up on the small monsters and come back to try to pass the level next time when you've accumulated enough fishgill grass. He believed that most people did the same thing. After all, the secret realm of the 3-dragon pool required not only strength, but also substance. But it couldn't be helped. In the entire Rome city, there was only this one secret realm suitable for cultivation above level 15 and below level 20. Unless the family has the money to go out of the province, or even out of the country to practice. Otherwise, it's just a case of doing the best you can here and living within your means. Without dwelling on too much, Li Yunxiao, who had found the right direction, increased his speed to the extreme until he ran into the first demonic beast. Shrimp Soldier. Realm, level 15, middle innate realm. Power, 1000. Spiritual power, 1200. Speed, 1300. Endurance, 800. Stamina, 1200. Resistance, 0. Skill, Soldier Flash. Soldier Flash, rapid impact in a straight line direction, inflicting a large amount of damage to the target. Like Shui Ping Mountain, 3-dragon pool was also a secret realm built by the human race, and the data panel was equally clear for the demonic beasts here. Seemingly sensing the presence of the intruder, the shrimp soldier that was cruising suddenly hovered in place with red eyes, turning to look at Li Yunxiao. Whoosh dash! At the next moment, without any sign, the shrimp soldier, who had locked onto his target, flicked his tail and violently rushed towards his opponent. The speed was as fast as a torpedo traveling through deep water. Li Yunxiao was calm. Is speed the strong suit? I'm sorry, but my speed, it's above yours. Whoosh dash! The moment the shrimp soldier rushed in front of him, he easily dodged his opponent's crossdash by just slightly stepping back. Immediately after that, he suddenly clenched his fist and blasted towards the larger-than-life kiwi shrimp in front of him. Bang dash! A mist of blood dispersed in the river. Shrimp soldier killed. Acquired, Q bouncy shrimp tail, premium, gaining Reiki 100, kill a high-level target, gain 110 kill points. Q bouncy shrimp tail, advanced delicious flavor, Q bouncy texture. After consuming it, you can obtain a large amount of satiety, and at the same time restore 100 points of spiritual energy. I was wrong. Looking at the blood that was dispersing around his hand, Li Yunxiao showed a fierce smile. If it's only that difficult, it doesn't take 12 hours at all. In an hour? No. Half an hour at most, we should be able to see the boss, taking out the ghost tooth blade, with a bang. His figure was like a thunderbolt, and swiftly disappeared in place. This time, he'll be the torpedo. Level, nuclear, boom dash, kill shrimp soldier asterisk 3. Obtains, Q bouncy shrimp tail, premium, asterisk 3. Gaining Reiki 300. Kill a high-level target and gain 330 kill points. Kill shrimp soldier asterisk 5. Obtains, Q bouncy shrimp tail, premium, asterisk 5. Gaining Reiki 500. Kill shrimp soldier asterisk 9. Kill shrimp soldier asterisk 13. Kill shrimp soldier asterisk 21. Kill shrimp soldier asterisk 55. Obtains, Q bouncy shrimp tail, premium, asterisk 55. Gaining Reiki 5500. Realm elevated to level 15. Middle innate realm. Kill a high-level target. Gain 500 kill points. Current kill value, 19,990. Chapter 17 Danger. The realm has been raised to level 15. The kill value is also only a few hundred short of accumulating to 20,000. Opening the second avatar extraction. Li Yunxiao was a bit excited. Not bad for a ticket book. The returns are truly amazing. Just now, he went online to find out that the market price of Q bouncing shrimp tail was about 3,000 apiece. He had collected almost 200 of them by now. That is to say, just selling shrimp tail can get almost 600,000 yuan of revenue. The cost has been earned back and much more. What's more, this is only the benefit of fighting small monsters, And we haven't even seen the boss yet. When you kill the boss, the gain will be at least several times more. Who dash? Exhaling slightly, Li Yunxiao, who was filled with joy, controlled his inner joy. After looking around and making sure that the shrimp soldiers in this area had already been killed by himself, he directly turned around and swam towards a darker place as fast as he could. In the meantime, in the square outside the secret realm, among the clamoring crowd, someone suddenly changed his face drastically and pointed at the big screen and called out, is that screen broken? Why is it purple with butling? Idiot! That's not broken. That's the detection system sounding an alarm. Alert the adventurers and maintainers of a surreptitious invasion of the secret realm. What? A secretive invasion? I've only seen this kind of thing on the news before. I thought, it's all stories. Turns out I didn't expect it to be true. In reality, there really is a secretive invasion? No! How can a place as small as our Roncheng be subjected to a surreptitious invasion? Everyone in the square was filled with white faces. Those who had already formed a team and were ready to enter the secret realm also subconsciously stopped their footsteps and retreated in fear. This was because they knew that the difficulty of the artificial mystery realm was only normal and difficult. And at this moment, this, 3-dragon pool, secret realm in front of him, with the purple light enveloping it, the difficulty had changed from difficult to dangerous. That's a difficulty that only tricky copies possess. Most of the people who came here to cultivate were low-ranked martial artists, and many of them were even students now. Dangerous level copy? Who dares to touch it? Only Zhao Zitai, who was outside the crowd, was filled with excitement. Rong City's secret realm, all these years, has never suffered a surreptitious invasion. So, as long as it's a secret cultivation realm, it will almost never be defended. It's more than 20 kilometers from the city center, and it would take at least half an hour for the peacekeepers and the military to get here. Half an hour? You've been dead 100 times. In your estimation. Ha ha ha. Originally, he had planned to wait for the other party to come out and then take advantage of their exhaustion to teach them a good lesson. Turns out, to my surprise, it's not necessary at all. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm that was gradually turning purple, Zhao Zitai's face was filled with a fierce smile. Even the heavens will take you, Li Yunxiao. In the future, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. No, there's no more future, because today is the day you die. At this moment, however, within the secret territory, kill shrimp soldier *12, obtains Q bouncy shrimp tail, premium, *12, gaining Reiki 600, kill a target of the same level, gain 1200 kill points. Li Yunxiao discovered that brushing shrimp soldiers quite rose the kill value, but the problem was that the number of shrimp soldiers didn't seem to be much, and it was only less than 5 minutes before the shrimp soldiers in the deep pool were almost killed off by him. Keep looking. It takes almost a minute or so to find one or two. It's too inefficient. Quitting the secret to repaint doesn't work either, as resources are limited and each man-made secret has an entry limit. A team can only enter a maximum of once a day, and with only brushing shrimp soldier, the aura was too little, and trading a lot of kill value at the cost of upgrade speed didn't always feel like a wise move. After all, the avatars also needed skill scrolls to increase their proficiency. Primary avatars were not as heaven-defying as one might think. What's more, at all times, the realm was the biggest bottom card. Without a realm, just having a primary avatar could only be described as a false fatness. It's useless to be vain and fat. Li Yunxiao murmured wordlessly. Realm is the number one immediate need. After all, if you can't even reach the realm, there are many secret realms that you don't even have the qualifications to enter. That's right, aura is always the first immediate need. Skill scrolls come in second, and kill value. Just do your best. There's no need to specialize in brushing. Having made his decision, he no longer hesitated and leapt forward, swimming towards the depths of the scarlet glowing darkness. On the way, he killed all of the few shrimp soldiers he encountered, but his footsteps never slowed down a single bit. He didn't come to a slow stop until a large series of huge bubbles slowly rose from the depths of the darkness and floated past him. Next moment, in the depths of the darkness, those two faint points of scarlet light blossomed completely. It seemed like some kind of existence had awakened, and the entire riverbed trembled violently, with one after another, larger than human blisters rising up. Goblin King, Chief, Realm, 18th level, Latinate Realm, Power, 2000, Spiritual Power, 2000, Speed, 900, Endurance, 1900, Stamina, 2200, Resistance, 0, Skills, Battle King's Might, Red Light Sting, Battle King's Mighty Pressure, within a range of 100 meters. The basic attributes of targets below his realm drop by 200 points, and his speed drops by an additional 300 points. Thorn of Red Light, after a short time of storing up power, the king's sword fuses with itself, turning into a stream of light that passes through the target's body, dealing 2,000 points of damage. See tips like this. Only then did Li Yunxiao's complexion become slightly that much more serious. Next moment, when that figure, whose whole body was fiery red and as huge as a small building, slowly emerged from the darkness, the memories of his last life, when he swiped the short video, instantly sprang up in his mind. The words came out of his head the moment his mouth opened wide. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lobster Warlord? Chapter 18, Harnessing the Dragon Scale Goblin King, the Lord of Mysteries descends. Li Yunxiao's eyes went straight. I thought the handmaid emperor was playing with abstractions, but I didn't realize that this lobster god of war really exists. And this in reality. Then in the short video, much more handsome. At the moment, he has want written all over his face. Suddenly I have the feeling that I saw Transformers for the first time when I was a kid. Possessiveness was at its height in this moment. Click dash. Right at that moment, the dragon scale gobi suddenly moved and made a stance to build up its strength. Li Yunxiao was slightly stunned and casually retrieved the ghost tooth blade. This panel, melee won't work. He then raised his big hand and offered up the golden brick. Anyway, there are plenty of Q bouncy shrimp tail, so you don't need to think about the blue cost thing. The dragon scale goblin king that had not cast thrust of red light was not really fast, coupled with the stiffness of the stored power. When it realized that a behemoth had suddenly appeared above its head, it was too late to dodge. Boom dash! There was a loud bang and the entire riverbed shook. Even the surface of the river sank by a few centimeters that was visible to the naked eye. It's underwater though, but that little bit of buoyancy is almost negligible in the face of 50,000 pounds of weight. However, at this moment, Li Yunxiao did not hear the kill prompt. Instead, I heard a danger warning. Gobis defeated. Clearance time 7 minutes, 36 seconds. Passing time is too fast. Hidden mechanism activates, and the dragon scale gobi enters stage 2. Li Yunxiao seemed to have anticipated this scene and did not change his face. The guide said that this copy of the 3 Dragon Pool may have a large number of hidden mechanisms that are unknown to the public. This includes the fact that the real 3 Dragon Pool is not at the confluence of the 3 rivers, but deeper. As well, if you pass the level too quickly, the leader, Dragon Scale Goblin King, will mutate and enter the second stage. Whether or not that mechanism up front is true is unclear for now, but the matter of the Dragon Scale Goblin King having a second stage is not just a legend, at least for now. Sure enough, in the next moment, he saw the terrifying panel of the Stage 2, Dragon Scale Goblin King. Dragon Scale Gobi, Mutant, Chief, Realm, Level 20, Half-Step Martial Artist Realm, Power, 3,500, Spiritual Power, 2,500, Speed, 1,100, Endurance, 4,000, Stamina, 4,000, Resistance, 0, Skills, King's Scorn, King's Sanction, King's Scorn, within 300 meters. Targets below your realm's base attributes drop by 400 points. With speed dropping by an additional 600 points. King's Sanction, after a quick build-up, the King's Sword fuses with itself, transforming into a scarlet stream of light that passes through the target's body, dealing 5,000 points of damage. Li Yunxiao's expression became slightly grave, a whole 1,500 more power than before, reaching a staggering 3,500. More intimidating still is that endurance and stamina. Endurance is, to put it bluntly, defense. 4,000 endurance reduces damage by 4,000 points, plus 4,000 stamina, which means that a single attack, at least 8,000 or more, is needed to kill it in seconds. Under normal circumstances, a level 20 half-step martial artist realm person, even with a rare martial soul, would only have a strength of just over 300, with a full group of 5. The second damage is only about 1,500. With this amount of damage, not to mention a level 20 mutated, Dragon Scale Gobi, even a non-mutated, Dragon Scale Gobi, would have a hard time hitting it. At this moment, he finally realized how difficult the previous 12-hour clearance record was, not to mention defeating the Stage 2, Dragon Scale Gobi King. Even if it only took 12 hours to defeat the Stage 1, Dragon Scale Gobi King, it would definitely be called excellent. Slightly sighing, Li Yunxiao's gaze then once again locked onto the mutated, Dragon Scale Goblin, that was covered in red armor, even more gorgeous than before, and manipulated the golden brick, pressing down towards the opponent who was storing up his strength. Boom dash. Kill the Dragon Scale Gobi, Mutant. Acquired, Red Light Armor, Rare. Pincer Sword, Rare. Advanced Physical Strength Recovery Potion *10. Advanced Spiritual Strength Recovery Potion *10. Skill Scroll *10. Gaining Reiki 50,000. Realm elevated to 17 late innate realm. Kill a high-level target and gain 150 kill points. Current kill value, 21,880. But sorry, I'm not average and all beings are equal before the gold brick. Without being condescending, Li Yunxiao glanced at the panel after the refresh. Name, Li Yunxiao. Martial spirit, Santan Hai Hui great god of murder. Realm, 17th level, early innate realm. Power, 1880. Spiritual power, 1880. Speed, 1880. Endurance, 1880. Stamina, 1880. Resistance, 1880. Storage, ghost tooth blade. Gold brick. Red light armor. Potions. Skills, aptitude divine eye of the harem. Imperial beast. Imperial beast? Seemingly thinking of something, he casually grabbed his hand and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire riverbed. And immediately afterward, the dragon-scale goblin king, which had been crushed into a meat cake, was restored to its original form. The dragon-scale goblin king, wrapped in red light, looked like it understood something and knelt down on one knee towards Li Yunxiao. Since there was no entity, just a spirit maintained by spiritual energy, Li Yunxiao then waved his hand and directly treated it as a storage item, putting it into the storage space. Transformers, finally, what you can't get as a child, you want as an adult. At this moment, although he was as bland as ever on the surface, his heart was beautiful. After returning to his senses, Li Yunxiao looked around. That's a pass? Just got up to level 17. That's not fast, either. Alright, come back tomorrow. After all, you can only brush it once a day. He then took a leap and swam towards the source of the light. However, just then, a slender figure turned its back on the beam and blocked him right in front of him. Hello, Mr. Li Yunxiao. Sensing an extremely ominous aura, almost identical to the aura emitted by the 3 demonized wolfhounds from before, Li Yunxiao's face sank and he stopped in his tracks. You are? In the meantime, everyone in the square outside the secret realm, all of them, were dumbstruck. I'm not mistaken. He passed? In 8 minutes and 01 seconds. Still a solo. How is this possible? Someone found the details. Wait, what does that stage 2 mean? What? Stage 2? Could it be that the legends are true? And that the leader of the 3 dragon pool really exists in a second state that doubles in difficulty several times over? His 8 minutes and 01 seconds. He cleared not the hard mode, but the hidden mode that is comparable to the dangerous mysteries? Some people sat right down on the floor. Who the hell is this guy? So anticlimactic? Let's not have any more fun. Outside the crowd, Zhao Zitai was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and a sound like an explosion of soybeans kept coming out of his mouth. Chapter 19. Since ancient times, good and evil have not been on opposite sides. Who will go to hell if I don't? Class, what are you eating? It sounds so good. Can I have one? No. Zhao Zitai swallowed the contents of his mouth, then walked in front of the crowd and opened his mouth with a cold smile. All right. Bah. Wiping the corners of his mouth, not caring about the stunned looks of the crowd, he said with a bashful expression, what's the point of passing the secret realm now? This secret realm has been contaminated by shenanigans. Even if one passes through, it's impossible to get out. It's more than 20 kilometers from the city center. If the military people want to come here, it'll take at least half an hour or more. There's over 20 minutes left. There's no chance he'll come out alive. Look guys, that's a military combat helicopter. They're coming. What? It's already here? So soon. Zhao Zitai's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously looked up, and saw that the combat helicopter had already arrived, and was hovering domineeringly above his head. Shit, they're actually willing to send a combat helicopter straight over? And at one time, 6 of them were sent, just to rescue Li Yunxiao? On what basis? What specialty does he have? Rumble dash. No one answered his doubts. At this moment, the attention of the crowd was all on the rapidly falling ladder, as well as the elite warriors who were descending from the ladder one after another. Is this the elite of our Ronqing War Department? That's cool. Boom dash. In the next moment, a figure directly jumped out of the helicopter and descended from the sky like a meteorite hitting the earth. Stunned all present, Han Tianfeng didn't care about the shock of the cultivators and walked directly to his subordinates. What's the situation? Comrade Li Yunxiao, is he really in there? The subordinate nodded heavily with an anxious look on his face. That's right, Li Yunxiao is still within the secret realm and is alone. Experts in space have studied it. The conclusion that was drawn was that the seeds of trickery were planted in a long time ago. At present, it seems that the secret realm that has been planted with secretive seeds, the entire Rong city, maybe more than just the 3 dragon pool. 1. Han Tianfeng interrupted the other party, and there was obvious anger in his tone. This is not the time to discuss this. This general is asking you, Comrade Li Yunxiao, how can you be rescued safe and sound? A pale-faced subordinate shook his head. Can't be saved. Hearing this, Zhao Zitai in the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Ha! So what if it came quickly? Can't be saved. What's the point? Li Yunxiao, Li Yunxiao. Even the military can't save you. This time, it's true that the heavens are going to take you. It's fated to have this calamity. You can't hide even if you want to. Ha ha ha. A hand grabbed his subordinate's collar. Han Tianfeng's face was filled with huffing and puffing. How can it not be saved? Those experts. What the hell do they do? The subordinate responded. I don't blame them. The secret of aura has completely permeated the entire secret realm. By forcibly opening the barriers of the secret realm, the secret of aura will leak out. And at that time, not only the people here, but the entire Rome city, will be contaminated. Become a puppet of the abyss. Save one man. Destroy a city. And there's a 99% chance that this save will fail. How can I save it? I can't. Turning back to the secret realm entrance that had been closed, the subordinate's face was filled with bitterness. Now, one can only pray that he himself will think of a way to escape the surreptitious hunt. And, in the midst of the crevices, find the boundary of the secret realm, and there, send out a signal for help. That way, we'll be able to break the barrier of the secret realm at a fixed point and quickly. And in a very short period of time, we'll get him out, and then quickly seal the gap. That way, losses are minimized. Han Tianfeng felt that the probability was extremely small just by hearing it. How can it be done? He's just a kid who hasn't even graduated from high school after all. The subordinate smiled helplessly. There's no other way. Now, we can only pray that it wasn't that guy he met. If it is it, then there's really no chance of struggling at all. Han Tianfeng knew who the other party was talking about, and that was what he was most worried about, because he knew that if it was really that guy, even if he didn't save Li Yunxiao and directly destroyed this secret realm, a lot of people would die in this crisis. Lord of Secrecy? Li Yunxiao looked at the figure not far away, with its back to the beam of light, and inquired, Is that your name? No, this king's real name is Night King. The Night King replied, You humans of Rome City should prefer to call this king Black Demon King. As a matter of fact, the king doesn't like the name, and it's not black. As for the Lord of Secrecy, it's just a position. From the smallest to every prefecture level city, and from the largest to every province, city, or municipality, there is a Lord of Secrecy, and this king, is the secretive Lord of Rome City? Li Yunxiao said blandly. So, what do you want to say? The other party had been backlit, and he didn't know what the other party was trying to do, and before opening the back heavenly divine eye, even what the other party looked like, he couldn't see clearly. The Night King responded, Your martial soul, is the evil god martial soul? And this matter, this king believes that you should know in your heart. Li Yunxiao indifferently said, Where is your home address? I'll give your mom. Send something. The Night King froze. What do you mean? Li Yunxiao, I have your mom. The Night King froze for a few moments before he reacted and took control of his emotions. You're saying it's not an evil god martial spirit? Well then, tell this king then, which country's god this Neza is, or, which mythological deity. If you can say it, then this king will take back what he just said and admit that it is not an evil god. Li Yunxiao smiled. What are you? I, the great god of the three altars of the sea, have no need for you, a wicked and crooked man, to recognize me? The Night King was really angry. Alright, even if your martial soul is really a mythical martial soul, there is no god in Daxia, and the martial artist systems of other countries have been suppressing your Daxia. Without the help of the abyss, your mythical martial soul, it's impossible to grow. Furthermore, it's not like there aren't any smart people among you humans who have awakened a mythic martial soul and still chose to join our abyss in the end. Not only yes, but quite a lot. They are all doing well now, and this king can even reveal to you that many of the rich and powerful among your humans are them. In such a situation, do you think, you humans, have a chance to win the final victory? If you don't join our abyss, are you waiting for a certain day in the future, when the abyss fully attacks the human race, to be sent to hell, by the abyssal powerhouses? Li Yunxiao lowered his head, his smile gradually becoming hideous. Since ancient times, good and evil have been at odds with each other. The moment he looked up at the other party, the sardonic smile on that face of his ceased to be restrained completely. If I don't go to hell, who will? Boom dash. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a loud bang, and the hot blaze exploded violently on his body. The surrounding river water was instantly burned away, tumbling crazily and turning into a stream of scorching steam that kept rising. Chapter 20 Aura Surge. Peak of the Innate Realm. The Night King's heart trembled slightly. This fire even burns in water? TSK. What exactly is this deity's origin? His ability is so special. Indeed, it was an incomparably correct decision for this king to come here in person. Snapping back to his senses, The Night King suddenly realized that his opponent's speed was actually several times faster than when he had killed the Dragon-Scale Goblin King before. In the blink of an eye, the pair had crossed hundreds of meters of river water and rushed right in front of him. Wait a minute, the king didn't mean to start a war with you. The king just wanted to. Seeing that the other party was completely indifferent, his own words in the ears of the other party, as if they were air, he was instantly enraged, and the moment he raised his hand, his deep purple aura violently swept away. Immediately after that, in the darkness, a large group of shrimp soldiers, whose bodies were wrapped in purple aura and whose flesh was rotting, suddenly rushed out and pounced towards the other party. Stop right there and listen to the king properly. Without the slightest pause, Li Yunxiao swung his right hand. Lobster Warlord. Bang dash. With a loud bang, the dragon-scale Gobi's huge body suddenly appeared, and without the slightest hesitation, he pulled out his huge, pincer sword, and swung madly towards the demonized, shrimp soldier, in front of him. Boom dash! All the demonized, shrimp soldiers, within range were all chopped into pieces by it. Without stopping there, in the next moment, the dragon-scale Gobi suddenly took off into the air, transforming into a ray of red light, and passed through the last one. The shrimp soldier, which was the most massive in size and had the most hideous posture, chopped it into bloody water. The Night King turned around and saw that his opponent had already rushed in front of him and swung his left fist, which was wrapped in blazing fire, towards him. His face sank, and he gracefully turned toward the front, spreading his palms. Though at the moment, I am not myself, but there is also the early stage of the 22nd level martial artist realm, just with you, a 17th level late innate realm. Before the words were finished, Li Yunxiao's scorching hot fire fist had already blasted its way to him. Boom dash! With a loud bang, the Night King's palm did not block the opponent's fist, but instead, along with his wrist, arm, and even his entire body, was blown into a purple blood mist by the opponent's fist. Kill Shrimp Soldier, Demonized, *33. Gaining Reiki 3300. Kill 33 low-level targets. Gain 33 kill points. Kill the Night King, Puppet Body. Gaining Reiki 30,000. Kill a high-level target and gain 150 kill points. Golem dash. In the next moment, not far away, the deep purple blood mist converged together, forming a silhouette that glowed with purple light. Ha ha ha. The Night King laughed in exasperation. Great! Congratulations, Li Yunxiao. You have successfully angered this king. Originally, I still wanted to be friends with you and give you the opportunity to voluntarily join our abyss. Since you don't know any better, there's nothing to say. Humble human, kneel down for this king. After saying that, the silhouette suddenly rose up as if a king had descended to the world, turning his back to the light pillar and opening his arms. Buzz dash! Hurrah! A colorful purple light suddenly bloomed from behind him, enveloping the entire deep pool. Looking at a short distance away, that tiny figure, the Night King opened his mouth contemptuously. What you're seeing now is just a puppet created by this king with a strand of spiritual consciousness, plus the corpse of a shrimp soldier. Shrimp soldier's body. It's really weak, but this king's spiritual sense is a true abyssal boudoir mystery. You, a human at the late 17th level of the innate realm, can't resist it. Buzz dash. As the words fell, the colorful purple light completely bloomed. However, right at this moment, the Night King was violently stunned, and saw with dismay that the river in front of him was once again illuminated, and that fiery red figure rushed over again. What? This can't be right. How can you, a human at the late stage of the 17th level innate realm, resist this king's mental manipulation? Whoosh! Whoosh! The pincer sword in his hand burned red and turned into a stream of fire. Li Yunxiao, like a meteorite falling from the sky, rushed towards his opponent. Who told you I was human? The same goes for the dragon-scale Gobi. The two red lights rushed towards the center of the ominous light bloom, one after the other. A hint of panic finally surfaced on the face of the Night King, who had nowhere to hide. You are amazing. Boom dash. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the ominous light instantly dissipated, followed by an even brighter red light that illuminated the entire section of the river. Even the crowd at the entrance of the secret realm, on the square, saw the scene. Jaws dropped in amazement. Killing God Phantasm. Tenfold enhancement. The abyssal shenanigans of the early stage of the district's level 22 martial artist realm. It can be destroyed with the lifting of a hand. Kill the Night King, Spirit Body. Gaining Reiki 120,000. Realm elevated to level 19. Peak innate realm. Kill a high-level target and gain 150 kill points. The Dragon-Scale Goblin King consciously returned to Li Yunxiao's side and guarded his side. Li Yunxiao, who had lifted the God-killing phantasm, glanced at the refreshed panel. Name, Li Yunxiao. Martial Spirit, Santan Hai Hui Great God of Murder. Realm, level 19, peak innate realm. Power, 2100. Spiritual power, 2100. Speed, 2100. Endurance, 2100. Stamina, 2100. Resistance, 2100. Storage, Ghost Tooth Blade, Gold Brick, Red Light Armor. Skill Scrolls. Skills, Aptitude Hotion Divine Eye, Imperial Beasts. Hotion Divine Eye, 32% proficiency. First glimpse insight into everything within 1,000 meters. See through illusions. Break illusions. Immune to mental attacks. Imperial Beasts. At this moment, he always felt that he was more like a boss. Ha ha ha. This king, I really didn't misread you. Right at this moment, in the darkness, a faint purple glow slowly appeared. Faint and faint, as if it would dissipate at any time. Li Yunxiao, this king won't give up on you. Just wait. Sooner or later you'll realize that your soul is more inclined towards our abyss. At that time, there will be no need for this king to persuade you, and you will take the initiative to find this king and request that he give you the opportunity to join our abyss. And this king believes that that day will definitely not be long. The dragon-scale goblin king has rushed towards his opponent. Li Yunxiao was just about to cast the god-slaying Dharma phase, again when he saw that the wisp of purple shimmering light completely dissipate, and not even the Hotion Divine Eye could see a trace of it. Only then did he retrieve the dragon-scale goblin, turn around without changing his face, and swim in the direction of the exit of the secret realm. Chapter 21. Please, be human. The crowd in the square at the entrance of the secret realm was dumbstruck. What was that red light just now? It dyed the sky red, and the whole river, like blood water, was frighteningly red. Could it be that abyssal sneaky? Zooming in? No way. The style of abyssal mystery has always been black and purple. Red abyssal shenanigans? So far, it's never appeared. How do you explain? Then, the phenomenon just now? That pressure is so strong and oozing that it can make one's heart palpitate even from such a distance. It's obvious that it can't be human pressure at all. Zhao Zitai was also puzzled. He believed that this time, Li Yunxiao would definitely die, yet he always felt unsure in his heart. The military generals surrounding the entrance to the secret realm were filled with surprise. Even Han Tianfeng was slowed down for a while before gradually coming to his senses. The subordinate beside him snapped back to his senses and said in shock, "General!" Han Tianfeng raised his hand, interrupting the other party. Needless to say, this general understands. Next moment, sure enough, he saw that familiar figure walk out from the light curtain at the entrance of the secret realm. It was just that the look was far more subdued than he had expected. Han Tianfeng rushed up. "Comrade Li Yunxiao, are you alright? Are there any injuries? Is there enough recovery potion?" "Not enough. I have it here," Li Yunxiao blandly said. "No, thanks." The crowd on the side was filled with astonishment and looked at Han Tianfeng in tears and laughter. "That's not like being hurt. This face is not red. Do not jump appearance. Do not know. Thought to go for a walk. Or the slow kind. I remember. He's the one who, yesterday, single-handedly broke the Chuiping Mountain record. A student from the first middle school? When I entered Suiping Mountain yesterday, I was only level 1, and when I came out, I was level 11. When he entered the Three-Dragon Pool today, I saw that he was only level 14. But now, as a result, he's directly risen to level 19. In 2 days' time, the realm has directly risen from an early stage of the Hotian realm to the peak of the innate realm." Hearing this, the crowd present was completely mute. 2 days to raise the realm. More than what others spend 2 months raising? No. Who is this dude? It's too fierce. Ha. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Is that the point? The point is, Sneaky invaded the secret realm and he came out unscathed. Compared to that possibly fatuous realm, his heaven-defying strength is the most frightening, isn't it? What the hell is this dude? Anyway, how can anyone else play when you screw up like that? Zhao Zitai was completely dumbfounded, as if he were a wooden statue. He stood still, motionless. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Han Tianfeng didn't care about the crowd's shock, and only after he was sure that Li Yunxiao really wasn't injured did he heave a sigh of relief. "Feel free to ask for anything, and we will fulfill whatever we can." The secretive contamination of the secret realm, bringing harm to ordinary people, even students, was considered a dereliction of duty on the part of the military. In his opinion, compensation for victims is naturally rare. Li Yunxiao was not interested. "No, thanks. It's compensation, but there's no place for you to ask for it if they don't ask for it. After all, eating people's mouths is soft, and taking people's hands is shorter." He didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Han Tianfeng immediately opened his mouth after a moment's reflection. "Then, this is the war drum. 1 point of psychic power will restore it. All over the world. Anywhere. In the face of insurmountable danger. Just ring it and we'll hear it. Li Yunxiao subconsciously caught what the other party threw at him, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Looking at the miniature drum in his hand, he stopped and spoke faintly. He calls himself the Night King. Polluting the three-dragon pool was to recruit me and join the abyss. I didn't say yes, and I never will. This statement was made. The entire crowd in the room snapped their eyes wide open. The Night King? What he's talking about? It can't be that Night King. Legendary. Super secretive attempt to dominate our entire Rome city. That's right. Night King is his name. No one in the entire Rome city dares to be called Night King except him, and we, the human race, prefer to call him the Black Demon King. Li Yunxiao explained. It's not that scary. What polluted the three-dragon pool was just a wisp of his spiritual consciousness. The level is only 22. 2. Only? Hearing this, the people present almost spat out blood in anger. One should know that a hidden leader at the early stage of the level 22 martial artist realm could also hang 5 humans at the early stage of the level 22 martial artist realm. There had to be at least 5 level 25 mid-martial realm powerhouses before they dared to say that they were sure of defeating him. A level 22 abyssal secrets is, at worst, several times stronger than an artificial hidden leader of the same level. Level 22, Dark Lord's doppelganger. That's even stronger. In your case, it's just really, man, please. Just be a human being. After listening to Li Yunxiao's explanation, the military's crowd then breathed a slight sigh of relief. Han Tianfeng was even more relieved. So it is. Then you. Not interested. Okay. Seeing that the other party had once again refused his solicitation, Han Tianfeng smiled. Then in the future, you must pay attention to safety. When you encounter a danger that you can't solve, be sure to sound the war drum in time. We'll be there first to help you. Level 19 solo to level 22 Dark Lord Doppelganger. Mythical martial soul, terrifying as it is, but thankfully it's level 19 fuck 22, instead of level 18, or even level 17 dry 22. After all, with a difference of 3 levels, the attribute values could be quite different. Level 19 stemmed 22, and with that kind of talent, it could be considered horrible, but at least it was manageable. If it's level 17 it fucks up level 22. Hiss dash. In that case, joining the military can't be done on a voluntary basis. It must be imposed. Otherwise, when the other party grows up, in case it gets out of control, I'm afraid no one will be able to suppress it. Looking at the other parties departing back, Han Tianfeng heaved a sigh of relief, and only after a long time did he turn around to look at the surreptitiously contaminated Three Dragons pool, his face showing a stern expression. Leaving the secret plaza, Li Yunxiao took a taxi on the side of the road. The cab took off and headed straight for the exchange. The result was that within a few kilometers of driving, he was blocked in the middle of the road by a dozen sports cars. Chapter 22, Satan dotting. Rubbing dash. In the blink of an eye, 20 or 30 people got out of a dozen sports cars, each with a fierce face. The cab driver was stunned. Little brother, we can fast and furious, but you can't just have passion. A dozen sports cars and dozens of people blocked the road. There's no place to play even if you're a good driver. Li Yunxiao bashfully got out of the car. You go. They shouldn't give you a hard time. The cabbie nodded repeatedly. Thanks. Good luck. Don't even bother with the money. See what happens and turn your head. Li Yunxiao glanced at the people around him. What are you waiting for? Together. He knew it was a misunderstanding. After all, right now, he could be said to be completely uninterested in that so-called class flower. But he didn't want to explain, nor did he have to. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhao Zitai swaggered out of the crowd. Li Yunxiao. Don't pretend with me. Don't think I don't know that the reason you were able to pass through the three-dragon pool and break the clearance record was actually with the help of the Abyss shenanigans. At first, he couldn't figure out how Li Yunxiao was only level 14 when he went in, but how come he was level 19 when he came out? One person, in less than 10 minutes, cleared the three-dragon pool and even defeated the hidden leader of the second stage. Not to mention level 14, even level 24 is impossible to do. Later, he figured out that there was only one truth, and that was that Li Yunxiao had not refused the solicitation of the Black Demon King, and in fact, the other party had relied on the help of the Abyss's secrets to pass through the secret realm. Saying that he had refused the Abyssal secrecy's solicitation was just lying to everyone. He believed that the people in the military also saw through the truth, and the reason why they didn't arrest or even execute Li Yunxiao right away was because they didn't have any evidence. But they felt that, after all, Li Yunxiao was an evil god martial spirit. Looking at the entire Grand Xia, it was also a very rare existence. The international situation is now increasingly tense. Compared to the Western countries, Daxia can be said to be particularly short of talent. That was why he turned a blind eye and wanted to enlist Li Yunxiao, even if the other party was a soul sewage person. No way. After all, the enemies of the nation were not only the human race's public enemy, the abyss, but also other nations and even other races. In such a situation, even the evil god martial spirit, in his opinion, was an indispensable resource for the great Xia officials. After all, there is no god in Daxia. Above epic, only the evil god martial soul could rival a true mythical martial soul. Li Yunxiao disdained it. Hurry up. He wasn't even listening to the other side. Zhao Zitai said with righteous indignation, condoning and harboring the evil god martial spirit. In my opinion, such an official doesn't deserve the respect and love of the people. To tell you the truth, I have submitted an immigration application to the most righteous country in the West. I know, the Daxia officials can't afford to kill you now, but it doesn't matter. They can't spare the kill. I'll do it. Anyway, when this comes to light, the righteous West will step in to protect me. At that time, they will definitely announce to the world that I am the hero who maintains world peace and protects the interests of our human race. The Daxia officials are just a bunch of hypocrites who see the wind and disregard the deaths and lives of civilians for their own interests. As for you, being able to be a stepping stone for me to make a name for myself is the greatest honor of your life. Ha ha ha. The words were not yet spoken. Beside Zhao Zitai, his sweaty companion opened his mouth shakily. Brother Zhao, stop talking for a moment. Why do I get the feeling that this friend of yours is in a less than stable mental state? Zhao Zitai snapped back to his senses, and only then did he see that he had said so much, and that guy on the opposite side, as if he hadn't listened to a single word. At the moment, it was as if the other party was counting chickens, tapping heads one by one. It's not. It's already pointing to itself. Li Yunxiao, who had finished counting heads, muttered, 29. There are 13 in the higher grades and, in the same grades, the whole process, did not look at each other more than once at all, as if the people around, all some kind of resources, no feelings, stand and wait for the harvest. Brother Zhao, I feel that the situation is a bit off. It's better to get your own shit together. I'll go first, Brother Zhao. My grandmother is having her second child, so I'll go first, Brother Zhao. It seems like the gas in my house hasn't been turned off yet, so I'll leave first. In just a few breaths, less than half of the dozen or so sports cars were left. Seeing this, the remaining people did not dare to continue to linger, returned to the car, turned around and ran. Only 3 or 4 diehards remained, still standing beside Zhao Zitai, at a loss for words and full of apprehension. Zhao, what should we do? There are only 5 of us left, to fight or not to fight? Zhao Zitai's face sank and he clenched his fists. Fight? Why don't you? The only reason he was able to single-handedly brush Ping Mountain and 3 Dragon Pool was because he was secretly aided by abyssal secrecy. Beyond the secret realm, the secretive dare not show up easily, without the help of guile. He's just an ordinary person with a slightly better martial soul. Old me ate 3,000 small spirit pills last night, and my level has been raised to level 15. If one person can't beat him, the 5 of us still can't? Together, I don't believe that he's that capable of taking on 5. The 4 companions looked at each other and nodded. Okay. After reaching a consensus, Zhao Zitai took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment before pulling out his newly purchased rare weapon and charging towards Li Yunxiao, who was still mentally calculating. Li Yunxiao, who raised his head, frowned slightly. How come there are only 5 left? Grass. It's a waste of time to do the math. In the next moment, his face sank slightly, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Boom dash. With a loud bang, all 5 people, including Zhao Zitai, flew into the sky. A scream followed by a heavy fall to the ground. Bang! 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 One of the companions used the last of his strength, and after glancing at the corpse beside him, the entire person was instantly dumbfounded. Zhao, something's not right. His strength, it's not like it's imaginary. Can't fight, even as a group. We fight. Not. Up. The wide eyes slowly lost their gleam until they were completely empty. Zhao Zitai, who was lying on the side, still didn't give a half-hearted response. Just then, a tall shadow covered him. Turning his back to the sun, Li Yunxiao looked at the corpse on the ground, and without saying a word, directly raised his foot and aimed at the other party's head. Zhao Zitai, who felt the killing aura, trembled violently and forced himself to endure the severe pain on his body, rolling over and escaping a dozen meters. Don't kill me. I know it's wrong. Yun Xiao, brother Yun Xiao. Please, give me another chance. I really don't want to die. At this moment, he realized what the other party was counting there just now. This is not a head count. This is clearly a satanic nod. Chapter 23, Killing People also adds aura. Li Yunxiao ignored the other party's pleas for mercy. Just about to put my foot down. Stop. Not far away. A beautiful figure, accompanied by a group of guards, walked down from the luxury car and quickly stepped here. Yikes. Seeing the corpse on the ground, the pretty woman lost her color and couldn't help but let out a scream. What the hell happened? How did it get like this? Zhao Zitai, who was lying on the ground and couldn't even stand up, recognized at the first glance that the other party was no one else but the third young lady of the Li family, a senior student of the Imperial Capital University, and Li Yunxiao and Li Yaozu's own sister Li Qingqing. Instantly thinking of the fact that Li Yunxiao had been scooped up by his family for the supreme bone and had already broken with his family, he hurriedly opened his mouth to reveal it. Sister Qingqing. It's me, Sister Qingqing, Zitai, the heir of the Zhao family, Zhao Zitai. Before, when the Li family held a promotion banquet for you, my parents and I even went to eat at your place. Covering her nose, Li Qingqing looked back at the other party. Zhao Zitai? Oh, this young lady remembers. You guys. What the hell are you guys doing? Why are there so many dead people on the ground? Zhao Zitai looked back at Li Yunxiao in front of him with anger and fear. That's the guy. You're Li family's outcasts. Colluding with abyssal shenanigans and refusing to admit it after I found out is just fine. And killed my 4 good brothers. Such behavior is simply heartless and outrageous. If it wasn't for the fact that last night, he had kept an eye out, spent all his savings, and at the exchange, bought a rare weapon as well as a rare armor, he was sure that his current self, just like those 4 corpses, didn't even know how he died. Who dash? But it's okay now. The Li family's people came. This Li family's outcast, no matter how overbearing he was, he couldn't possibly dare to disobey the Li family's people. At the moment, however, he still hadn't figured it out. This Li Yunxiao's strength. What the hell is going on? Surprisingly, he was able to kill all the people on his side in seconds in a 1-on-5 situation. It's not right. Could it be that it wasn't the help of the abyss shenanigans that this guy had relied on to clear Shui Ping Mountain and 3 Dragon Pool before? Snap dash. Without waiting for Zhao Zitai to figure it out, a slap heavily struck his face. Stunned, he turned around and looked at the Li family guards in front of him, his face full of dismay. What are you hitting me for? Li Qingqing, who was on the side, was filled with huffing and puffing. The fight is on you. Bullying my lady's brother. And you dare to tell on my lady? Shouldn't someone like you be beaten? Zhao Zitai was confused. No, him, Li Yunxiao, your Li families. The words came to an abrupt end, and the second half of the sentence, dawning on him, he didn't dare to say. It's not. The evil god martial spirit. Is it that popular? That's an evil god martial spirit that's involved with the abyss. You guys are so bottomless. Li Qingqing ignored the other party's shock and wrapped her arms around herself, looking back at her brother. What are you up to out there these days? Mom and Dad told you to come home. Why didn't you? Li Yunxiao was indifferent. I've been home for the past 2 days. What else do I have to do to get back? Li Qingqing was first stunned. Then she understood the other party's meaning. This lady is talking about the Li family, not the house you rented outside. No matter what misunderstanding you had with your family before. Anyway, today, you must go back with this lady. Otherwise, this lady will break your legs. After saying that, she rightfully extended her jade hand, wanting to pull the other party's wrist. Snap dash. Li Yunxiao waved his big hand, directly bouncing off his opponent's left hand. I'm too lazy to bullshit you. I'll say it one last time. Leave me alone. As of today, it doesn't matter if it's a housekeeper or a nanny or if you come here in person. Harass. Again die. This statement was made. The faces of everyone present changed drastically, stunned to the extreme. Seemingly seeing that the other party was not joking, the professional Li family guards' faces changed drastically while they actually subconsciously blocked in front of Li Qingqing. Zhao Zitai on the ground was dumbfounded. For a moment, it was surprisingly a bit hard to read the scene. Li Qingqing opened her cherry mouth and froze for a while before reacting, saying in disbelief, "You're crazy. Do you realize what you just said? We're all your family. I'm your own sister." Li Yunxiao ignored it and looked directly at Zhao Zitai on the ground. "Didn't you want to kill me to deliver a pitch to the west? Get up and let's continue." Zhao Zitai's tiger's body shook as he lowered his head, not daring to look the other party in the eye. No more fighting. Right, he dreamed of taking out the other guy, but he now saw clearly that with the delicate relationship between Li Yunxiao and the Li family, at least for now, the Li family, as a background in power, still could not be completely ignored. Whether Li Yunxiao was rebellious or not was not important. What was important was that even the Li family was hoping for that evil god martial soul. Otherwise, It would not have been possible to send the third miss of the Li family, one of the 5 great goddesses of Rome City, to personally ingratiate herself with Li Yunxiao and persuade the other party to return home. More critically, can't really beat that. Now it seems that this guy, while there is indeed a high probability that he has defected to Abyssal Sneak, but a 19th level fight is really not something to sneeze at. 5-1. And 4 counter kills. How can I fight now that I'm the only one left? I can't. Hearing Zhao Zitai's response, Li Yunxiao's face did not change. You won't fight? Then I'll fight. What? Zhao Zitai snapped his head up. The flat bottom of a flat shoe suddenly grew in front of him. It was too late to react. There was a loud bang, and his head completely exploded. Kill Zhao Zitai, human. Acquired, Aries gloves, rare. Lizard soft armor, rare. Gaining Reiki 300. Kill a low-level target. Gain 1 kill value. There's an aura to killing. That's right. As early as the first time he killed someone, that is, when he killed Wang Ma, he learned that other people could only obtain aura when they killed demonic beasts or abyssal shenanigans, while he, himself, had it when he killed someone. Moreover, more aura was obtained than killing a demonic beast of the same level. Slaying a demonic beast with only a little lower realm would at most yield a few dozen points of aura. However, beheading a human whose realm was several levels lower would also yield 200 to 300 auras. Previously, when he had beheaded Wang Ma, whose level was several levels higher than his, he had received several thousand auras at a time. Since then, he had been thinking about whether he could, incidentally, kill some people when killing demonic beasts or abyssal shenanigans in the future. It's already being implemented. The previous head counting was to calculate how much Reiki could be obtained. Chapter 24 Realm Breakthrough. All griffins below martial artists. Yikes! See Zhao Zitai's head suddenly explode. The plasma even splattered onto his own face, and Li Qingqing was so shocked that he backed away in fear. Li Yunxiao, are you crazy? Why did you kill again? Or in front of my sister? At this moment, she suddenly felt that the impression that the brother who liked to ask for things and was insatiable, but was, in general, quite honest, was so unreal. The man in front of me was unfamiliar. The face that I remember is even stranger. Li Yunxiao, who had turned to leave, slowed his steps slightly. One last reminder. Harass me again. Die. He didn't have much love for this third sister, but he didn't really hate her either. For almost 90% of the year at Li's house, the other was in school. Very little time to go home. And every time he comes home, he brings him all kinds of expensive gifts. Then cursing and grimacing, he handed it over to him. After that, the so-called brother will be snatched away by the moral kidnapping method. Now that I think about it, what really happened was probably that Li Yeozhou lied that he was the one who wanted the gift and then called his third sister to bring it back. Then play the trick and take the gift out of his hands. Whether that was the truth or not, he didn't know, but he didn't care. There was no intention of going back. So what difference did it make what kind of mouth this family really had? What kind of opinion they had of themselves? After giving the reminder, Li Yunxiao didn't give the other party another chance to open his mouth. Casually picked up a sports car and took off. To prevent fratricide, there is one rule that martial artists all over the world must follow. That is, in the absence of an established fugitive relationship, whoever makes the first move can be killed. For example, if a police officer chases a thief. In this case, even if the police officer makes the first move, the thief does not have the power to kill the police officer back. On the contrary, unless it was a formal challenge, if it was just two ordinary people, and because of a conflict, one of them made the first move, then the other one would have the power to decapitate the other. Not self-preservation, but decimation. Therefore, at this moment, Li Yunxiao, even though he had killed 5 people, he still did not need to take any legal responsibility either. As for who moved first, this is something that professionals and equipment are available to determine. As long as the person doing the autopsy determines that the body moved first, then the police won't pursue it further. It's a very convenient way to fight back in self-defense in the dark of the moon. Fishy winds filled the air. Li Qingqing, who was being escorted by the Li family guards, was filled with stupefaction. Watching the taillights of the far-off car, she couldn't get over her shock until it had completely disappeared. Eldest miss, my subordinate has found out. It's not far from where you live, only 3 house numbers away. But by the looks of it, he seems to have rented the house, as the owner of this villa, right now, is not called Li Yunxiao. The man in the Zhongshan suit held the phone and stood at the entrance of the villa, looking at the gate of the villa. Soon, a young girl's voice came on the other end of the line. It wasn't his before, so now, it's his. The man was slightly stunned. This villa, Missy, is not at all inferior to the one you live in now. Market price, at least 100 million. Are you sure you want to give him such an expensive gift? The young girl on the other end of the line sounded slightly colder. Are you thinking that my lady's life is not worth that $100 million? The man snapped, rushing to apologize. No, my lord didn't mean that. Since it's not, then hurry up and do it, before he comes back tonight. This young lady will make this home his real home. The man nodded heavily. Yes, Missy. After hanging up the phone, he looked up at the skull hanging from a branch on the wall, a cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Are all young people nowadays so individualistic? It's just a decoration, and it's actually taking real heads. Parking the car on the side of the road, the car keys thrown casually, Li Yunxiao directly rushed into the exchange. Sell all non-demanding consumables, weapons, and gauntlets, including bouncing shrimp tail. In just a moment's work, he had gotten $1,987,788, a total of $20 million. It's quite a bit short of buying a house. Forget about buying a house. We'll talk about it later. Right now, it's still most important to raise the realm. Just like last time, only a few $100,000 were kept as living expenses, and the rest of the money, Li Yunxiao used all of it to buy the small spirit pills. Skill scrolls can only be produced in the secret realm, and they are only a memory with no physical substance, so they cannot be traded on the exchange. Otherwise, he would definitely consider using about half of the money, purchasing skill scrolls. After all, the realm is important, but the power and effect of the skill is also very important. Done. Arriving at 2,000 small spirit pills, Li Yunxiao, who was fully loaded, was as happy as a child. Go home and close the door behind you. He rushed into the bedroom as fast as he could and put everything he could on the bed. 2,000 small spirit pills. With a bit of luck, I should be able to go up 2 or 3 levels and break through from the peak of the innate realm directly to the early stage of the martial artist realm. Although as long as one had awakened a martial soul and set foot on the path of cultivation, one would be able to be called a martial artist. However, everyone knows that in order to become a true martial artist, one must at least reach the martial artist realm. As the saying goes, all under martial artists are ants. This realm is the real watershed between mortals and martial artists. Li Yunxiao also understands that the previous cultivation and fighting can only be considered as a housekeeping exercise, and only after today can he be considered to have truly stepped on the martial arts path. As for the skill scroll, forget it. Let's eat the Dan first and talk about the scroll later. Taking a deep breath, Li Yunxiao, in a manly manner, took all 2,000 small spirit pills into his stomach. Reiki elixirs melted in the mouth and could not provide a sense of satiety. So even after eating 2,000 small spirit elixirs, he was still a bit hungry, temporarily forgetting the existence of hunger. Li Yunxiao, who had eaten the small spirit pill, concentrated on controlling the flow of aura in his body. At this moment, he only felt as if there was a hot fiery dragon in his body, constantly traveling through his limbs and bones, repairing the damage and quenching his muscles and bones. After continuously concentrating and refining, it converged to the location of the heart. It was then assimilated by the heart into a strand of pure origin breath and injected within the dantian. Next moment, bang, 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 4 explosions, one stronger than the other. The moment Li Yunxiao opened his eyes again, his bird-red eyes seemed to burst with a brilliant light. This time, surprisingly, not a single bit of aura was lost. 2,000 small spirit pills, directly providing me with 2 million auras. Before that, my realm was still just at level 19. Yet now, with 20 million auras going down, the realm has directly broken through from the peak of the 19th level of the innate realm to the 24th level, the middle stage of the martial realm. Who dash? At the moment, even he himself couldn't help but spit out a nationalist. This ascension speed, it's too raw. Looking at his almost perverted data panel after refreshing, he couldn't suppress the sardonic smile on his face. Chapter 25. Name, Li Yunxiao. Martial Spirit, San Tan Hai Hui Great God of Murder. Realm, Level 24, Middle Martial Artist Realm. Power, 2650. Spiritual Power, 2650. Speed, 2650. Endurance, 2650. Stamina, 2650. Resistance, 2650. Storage, Ghost Tooth Blade, Gold Brick, Red Light Armor. Skill Scrolls, Skills, Aptitude Divine Eye of the Harem, Imperial Beast. At the middle stage of the 24th level martial artist realm, the 5-dimensional average then exceeds 500. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but lament. Put it in the secret realm, it's at least a chief level. Stage 2 another, God-killing phantasm. 10-fold increase in attributes. It's probably not a good idea for anyone to come. After slightly controlling his excitement, he turned his sight to the 10 skill scrolls and the high kill value of 19. 920. When he fought with the Night King, he opened the God of Killing Phantasm for a while and consumed quite a bit of kill value. However, Avatar Extraction only looks at the cumulative kill value gained, not the remaining kill value. At this moment, the cumulative kill value he had gained had exceeded 25,000, and even if the remaining kill value was 0, he could still extract the divine ability. Therefore, he was considering whether to open the skill scroll or extract the avatar first. After thinking about it, he decided to extract the avatar first. After all, it was a good thing to eat first. Successful extraction. Acquired avatar, Incense and Fire Golden Body. Golden Body of Incense and Fire, immune to all soul-based attacks. Can enhance its own strength through faith and incense. Can't rely on general skill proficiency to level up. The panel was refreshed again, and Li Yunxiao realized that the column of skills, aptitude, still did not show the God-killing phantasm, which confirmed that, in that position, it would only show the skills or aptitudes that came after possessing a martial soul. Without continuing to dwell on this detail, Li Yunxiao focused his attention on the divine ability of Fragrant Golden Body, immunity to soul-type attacks, while also being able to use the incense and faith that people offer to boost their strength. Isn't this Naja's Lotus Root Golden Body? It means that I can now also rely on incense offerings, accumulate divine might, and mold the Godhead? But on second thought he realized that the matter was not less difficult to actually cast. Normally, people who compel the people to believe in themselves are generally categorized into two kinds. Those who have failed are called godly men. Success, on the other hand, is called cult leader. And in either case, the laws of this world, too, absolutely forbid it. The way to become a god is certainly tempting, but without the strength to prove the way, it will only be treated as a crooked way. For the time being, let's not consider the matter of becoming a god. Li Yunxiao focused on the 10 skill scrolls. Skill scroll *10 used successfully. Acquired, haircut, common. Excavator mastery, advanced. Grooming, advanced. Bird raising, intermediate, *2. Sun watching, advanced, *3. Flower arrangement, rare. Beast royalty, rare. Haircutting, excavator proficiency, duty care. Bird raising, sun watching, and flower arrangement are detected to be mismatched with the host's martial spirit, and are automatically converted to universal proficiency. Repeated acquisition of beast skills, leveling up to full level of the Imperial Beasts. Imperial Beast, full level can fully manipulate the behavior of the harnessed object, and at the same time gain the harnessed object's 5 senses. Li Yunxiao inhaled slightly. The 3 skills of bird raising, sun watching, and flower arranging are out of this world, thanks to the system's ability to convert useless skills into generalized proficiency. Otherwise, even more skill scrolls wouldn't be able to withstand such a waste. At this moment he also finally realized something. Not all avatars can be leveled up, but Killing God's Dharma phase and Fragrant Golden Body can't, or rather, can't be improved by universal proficiency. Moreover, as the number of possessed aptitudes in the skill bar changed from 1 to 2, the generalized proficiency was no longer automatically injected, but rather stored in the system, making it convenient for him to manually inject it. Fragrant Golden Body couldn't use generalized proficiency, so Li Yunxiao directly injected all of his generalized proficiency into Hotian Divine Eye. *******. How much do I love these eyes? Proficiency input success. Hare Krishna's eye proficiency increased. Hotian Divine Eye, 49% proficiency. Slight success. See everything within 3,000 meters. See through illusions. Break illusions. Immune to mental attacks. This time, it seems to have only improved the visual range. Li Yunxiao murmured. Quite good. Within a 3-kilometer radius. With no dead-end vision. Coupled with the lobster god of war opening up the road, there's absolutely no need to worry about the dangers of face probing the bushes in the future. Taking another look at his brand new panel, Li Yunxiao laughed out loud. Cozy. This mediocre panel. Next, I'm afraid I can only go brush our own city. The highest level secret realm. He really said that? Inside the Li family villa, sitting on the sofa, Li Changfeng nervously looked at his third daughter in front of him. He didn't hurt you, did he? Li Qingqing said heartily. For the time being, there is no, but, looking at that look on his face, it feels like he's not joking. Her petite body involuntarily trembled at the thought of her fourth brother's full-blown face. Obviously she was a college student. Obviously she had already broken through level 30 a long time ago, but she always felt that she was no match at all against that fourth brother who was only level 19. Suddenly returning to her senses, Li Qingqing's willow brows furrowed. Dad, I don't get it. That guy is so obnoxious. He's going to run away from home, so just let him go. What does he have to be brought back for? Make it seem like we're begging him. The entire Li family can't do without him? As a student of the Imperial Capital University, she often dominated all kinds of competitions, and the rewards could be said to be overwhelming. I don't know where this fourth brother gets his information. Every time he gets a reward, before it's even warmed up, he starts asking for it. He was too embarrassed to ask for it himself, so he let his own brother ask for it for him. This year, it felt like he had obviously gotten a lot of cultivation resources, but in the end, the improvement was not as obvious as those school scum. The heart was in the right place. Li Changfeng sighed and said with a straight face, he has awakened the mythic martial soul. Li Qingqing's face changed drastically. What? How is this possible? Chapter 26 The Realm of Secrets, White Bone Cave. I have no gods in Daxia. Where did the mythical martial soul come from for him to awaken? Li Yaozu, who was on the side, couldn't help but say, brother, what he awakened isn't a true mythical martial soul, but an evil god martial soul. Li Qingqing's eyes widened. Evil god martial spirit? No way. In that case, then isn't he a dead man? Even the Li family, I'm afraid, will suffer with him. Li Changfeng shook his head. I don't know. But anyway, the military knows about this. With their current attitude, they probably want to domesticate your fourth brother. After all, there are no gods in Daxia, and the evil god martial soul is considered an extreme martial soul. The military wanted to recruit Yun Xiao into the army, but Yun Xiao didn't agree. A look of cynicism. I am truly afraid that he will go astray and end up causing irreparable damage to the country, to the people. Otherwise, I don't give a damn about him. He couldn't wait for Li Yunxiao to agree, so that the Li family could also climb up the military ladder. But the point is that the other side doesn't agree. In such a situation, sooner or later, the military would lose patience and then dispose of the evil god martial spirit as they normally would. At that time, the Li family would still be hard to escape, so the safest way, in his opinion, was to clean house himself. Although this is really a waste of the evil god's martial soul as a resource, it is better than being dragged into it and having your whole family die. Li Qingqing coldly grunted. And he's cynical? Who gave him the courage? Li Changfeng spoke. Qingqing, you try again. He can disown us family members, but we can't treat him as an outsider. After all, flowing through him is also the bloodline of my Li family. More importantly, if we don't care, he's going to really get into trouble out there. Sighing heavily, Li Qingqing nodded. What you guys are saying does make sense. Okay, then I'll take some time and try again. Cab. Li Yunxiao was still looking through the posting about the White Bone Cave Secret Realm strategy. White Bone Cave is the highest level and also the most dangerous special secret realm in Rong City, with a recommended realm of early level 21 martial artist realm to level 30 half-step martial artist realm. In other words, one must become a true martial artist in order to qualify for the experience. The reason why it is said to be special is because the White Bone Cave is a half-human, half-creepy secret realm. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, an Abyss Resistance hero and an extremely powerful Abyssal Sneaky fought there for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, both of them fell, which gave birth to the secret realm of White Bone Cave. For a long time ahead, the air of secrecy had been dominant. It wasn't until human intervention had transformed it into a secret cultivation realm that the secret of aura was suppressed. Nowadays, the White Bone Cave had become the entire Rong City, the secret realm with the highest number of people challenging it every day and the highest level of heat. Because although this secret realm was extremely difficult, the rewards were also very generous. Every day, not only would many fresh graduates come here to practice and prepare for the college entrance exams, but also many members of the community, who would challenge the secret realm for the rewards. So before the cab even pulled into the square, Li Yunxiao saw the surging crowd. Sitting in the car, he couldn't help but be taken aback. So many people? Then wouldn't you have to queue up to enter a secret realm? Entering the secret realm was an instant. But the entrance to the secret realm was that big, 5 by 5. With so many people, it would probably take Pi a while. Putting the phone back in his pocket, Li Yunxiao's face did not change. Never mind. Let's go ahead and see if we can't get in. Getting out of the car, he walked straight in the direction where the crowds were converging. When he came to the entrance of the secret realm, he realized that although the square was crowded, there were not many people entering the secret realm. Most were looking for teammates, and a few were even selling their wares. The entrance to the secret realm doesn't even see light up once in 2 or 3 minutes. This phenomenon illustrates a problem. That is, the secret realm of White Bone Cave is far more difficult than what is described online, and it's quite a bit higher. That is why people are hesitant to dabble in it without being fully prepared. But Li Yunxiao didn't care. Now he felt horribly strong. The more dangerous, the more exciting. Students, please stay. Just as he walked to the entrance of the secret realm and was about to go in, 3 men and 1 woman, 4 people in total, walked quickly towards him. All 3 men were average looking and appeared to be slightly older. The only woman is very beautiful eyes, tall figure, long curly hair, knit brows, are through the difficult to hide the charm. It was all at least one notch higher than that so-called class flower, Lu Si-min. Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping, the man in the lead hurriedly spoke. Student Li Yunxiao, let's have a little chat. Only when he heard the other party call out his name did Li Yunxiao stop walking and look back at the other party. You are? The man in the lead introduced himself. My name is Zhang Tao. Next to these are Ma Lu, Lu Chang and Chen Jiali. Li Yunxiao turned around and left. Not recognizable. Zhang Tao hurriedly spoke again. But we know you, Li Yunxiao, a schoolmate from the first middle school. That's right, we're all your seniors and sisters, graduating 2 years ahead of you. Chen Jiali spoke with a face full of heartache. That thing about you, we've already heard about it. It should hurt to have the bones in your body hardened. It's not our place to judge your family's affairs, not having experienced your pain, and not daring to advise you on anything. We just wanted to ask, are you alone? We have a teammate who isn't here today. So if you're alone, then why don't you join our team? Groups get the same auras as solo. It's just that the rewards are going to be split evenly. If you're willing, we can take you to ascend the realm, and the final reward will still be shared equally among the 5. What a touching scene. If it were any other fresh graduates who met such a nice senior brother or sister, they probably wouldn't even think about it and would just say yes. However, Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment before turning back and faintly sizing up the 4 people in front of him. Yeah, let's team up then. The 4 stood still and looked at each other. Then he joined the other party and walked into the secret realm. Chapter 27. A schoolmate is not required to be so raw. Wait, Senior Yun Xiao. Just as he entered the secret realm, he saw the other party charging forward with his head buried in the ground, and Zhang Tao rushed forward to stop him. This is our self-refined, small return pill. It can restore quite a bit of physical strength and spiritual energy. Take it. You might need it later. Li Yunxiao glanced at the pill handed by the other party and received it in his hand as if nothing had happened. Zhang Tao slightly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the crowd in a serious manner. So good. Now, let's start with a pass program. Chen Jiali said. There are only 2 areas in this secret realm. The first area is called the Buried Bone Cave, which is where we are now. The demonic beasts are mainly dominated by the stone beetle, which is at the early stage of the 21st level martial realm and has a 5-dimensional average of 1,680. Stone beetle has only 1 skill, and the effect is to produce localized petrification after biting the opponent. But it's not fast, it's easy to dodge. However, the stone beetle's defense is relatively thick, and it would take more than a minute to kill one if 4 people fought it, and it also gives less aura. So the best thing to do is to go straight to the end of the area and fight that level 25 mid-martial realm elite demonic beast, Stone Beetle King. When you encounter stone beetles on the road, fight them if you can, and forget about them if you can't. If you engage in this way, the efficiency of obtaining aura should be the highest. The 3 nodded in agreement. Zhang Tao summarized. Okay, let's do it. The 4 of us will charge ahead in a moment, targeting the Stone Beetle King at the end of the area. As for schoolmate Li Yunxiao, where's Hokage? The crowd looked up in dismay, only to realize that there is no such thing as Li Yunxiao's younger brother beside him, and that there are only 4 people discussing the matter from the beginning to the end. It was also at this time. Boom dash! With a loud bang, the entire cave suddenly trembled. Debris is raining down. The layers of white bones on the ground trembled madly, as if they had come to life. Chen Jiali's beautiful eyes widened. What's going on here? Earthquakes in the secret realm too? Next moment, including her, all 4 of them felt a stream of warmth that came from all directions and converged into their bodies. Chen Jiali looked at her hands in disbelief. This is Reiki? A teammate decimated the demonic beast here? So, we also gained aura. Lu Chang's face was full of incredulity. There are only level 21 stone beetles in this area, and among us, the lowest level is level 27. Even we have gained such a huge amount of aura. How many stone beetles has this killed? Zhang Tao, who had almost upgraded, was filled with astonishment and seemed to realize something as his face changed drastically. Li Yunxiao? Senior Yun Xiao. Seeing the captain suddenly run forward, the remaining 3 looked at each other before rushing to follow. Meanwhile, at the end of the area, on the stone platform connecting to the next cave, kill Stone Beetle *132. Acquired, Stone Beetle's Armor, Premium, *132. Acquired Reiki 11. 800. Kill a low-level target and gain 132 kill points. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but lament. Is it because it's tainted with the power of trickery? The demonic beasts here, their aura is so full. It's just a pity that the number is too small. In the entire region, there seems to be only 100 or so of them. Otherwise, even if you just brush here, you should be able to go up a level today. Rubbing, 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 rubbing. Just then, Zhang Tao and the others finally caught up. Senior Yun Xiao, why are you here? Chen Jiali was stunned. The stone beetles on the ground, all of them were killed by you? You, how the hell did you do that? Was this really something that could be done at the middle of the 24th level martial artist realm? Li Yunxiao responded, they are very slow. And then what? I'm faster than they are. So, just kill them all. 4. After a while, Zhang Tao slowed down, smiling and gently patting the other party's shoulder. Schoolboys are not meant to be so raw. Played the online game, I guess. For now, the 4 of us are the equivalent of the big one, taking you, the small one. It's irrational and illogical for the little guy to finish the monster before the big guy even does anything. You know? Li Yunxiao was unimpressed. Oh, so what? Zhang Tao was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly felt a powerful pressure approaching and shuddered violently. Could it be? Stone Beetle King, Elite, Realm, Level 25, Middle Martial Realm, Power, 2300, Spiritual Power, 1800, Speed, 600, Endurance, 3000, Stamina, 2800, Resistance, 0, Skill, Boulder Bash, Soldier Flash, Rapid Impact in a straight line direction, inflicting a large amount of damage to the target. Stalagmite Impact, builds up stiffness, then slams into an area, sending the target flying while petrifying them. Sure enough it is. Lu Chang looked cautious. A level 25 elite demon beast, Stone Beetle King, equivalent to the minor leader of this secret realm. Quick, hide, Li Yunxiao said blandly. Is it very powerful? Maru's eyes widened. Awesome? Please remove its panels. It's not like you can't see them. Attacks are all secondary. The main thing is that endurance and stamina that rivals that of a big boss. With the damage we're doing as a team, it would take at least an hour to kill it. Li Yunxiao took a step forward. So, why? Then, don't we just go to the next area? Maru sneered. You want to just bypass the Stone Beetle King? Overthink it. Its huge body blocks the entrance to the next area. Unlike the previous Stone Beetle, we won't be able to get to the next one without defeating it. What? Not go around? Instead, just kill it? But you're going too fast. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, there was another loud bang, and that huge Stone Beetle King unexpectedly knelt down for the other party in front of everyone. Immediately afterward, everyone present, including him, felt the warmth of aura entering their bodies. Lu Chang and Maru were dumbfounded. Chen Jiali, who was on the side, had her jaw dropped, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The sweaty Zhang Tao's complexion stiffened and the corners of his mouth twitched continuously. Damn! It's like we've underestimated this guy's strength. Wait a minute. Seeing the other party walking towards the depths of the cave without looking back, Zhang Tao hurriedly opened his mouth. Senior brother. Senior brother admits that senior brother and sisters did underestimate your strength, but that's as far as it goes. There are no gremlins in the next area. Only chiefs. There's no way we can beat the leader of this secret realm. Chapter 28. Seconds. Returning from her shock, Chen Jiali took a deep breath and said with a straight face, that's right. Senior sister believes that you should also have known about the secret realm of the White Bone Cave. Knowing the ultimate chief here, there are actually 3 stages. Maru nodded and said, Stage 1 is the normal state, and the alpha in this state just has a panel twice as high as the Stone Beetle King, with a full group of 5. If you slowly consume it, you'll still be able to kill it as long as you have enough time. But when it comes to the second stage, it's completely unplayable, Malu explained. Because at the second stage, the White Chief will transform into black, and not only will the basic attributes double again, it will also activate a skill, keeps all targets in range bleeding out, and with 1000 stamina, it'll only last 3 minutes at most. The only way to get through this stage is to kill it in seconds in a very short period of time. However, under the level 30 half-step martial master realm, if you want to kill the second stage leader in seconds, let alone 5 people, even 15 people may not be able to do it. Lu Chang smiled bitterly and shook his head. As for the third stage, forget it, I won't talk about it. I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I say it. Zhang Tao spoke. Our original intention was to bring you to ascend in the buried bone cave. Only fight the Stone Beetle and Stone Beetle King here, and don't go to the Alpha area. As it turns out, you've killed all the Stone Beetles here on your own, and even took out the Stone Beetle King with a single slash. Screw us. It's quite embarrassing. In that case, what's the point of brushing? Go back there. Come back and brush the buried bone cave on your own. We won't take you. As for the secret chief, You are indeed very talented, but Shifu still suggests that you come back to try it after level 30, or else you'll surely doubt your life. Turning back to look at the other party, Zhang Tao was however violently stunned. People. Where are the people? The 4 people on the side were in a cold sweat, with speechless written all over their faces. Chen Jiali responded. It went in when you said your second sentence. The corners of Zhang Tao's mouth twitched as he clenched his fists. Maru asked, Boss, so are we still following? After pondering for a few seconds, Zhang Tao spoke. Just now, did you guys see how he killed the Stone Beetle King in seconds? He only knew that the other party had secured the Stone Beetle King, and how? He didn't see it at all. Lu Chang held out 2 fingers. Like with a gun? Malu scolded. Use your sister's gun. They're clearly using a knife. Lu Chang was unconvinced. Then how do you explain the sudden burst of fire that burst forth at that instant? It lasted for a short time, but that scarlet bright light, everyone could see it. Maru still holds his own. I don't know. Anyway, all I remember is that in his hand, he was holding a dagger. Lu Chang was suddenly stunned. Daggers? Could it be a pistol? However, at this time, no one paid any attention to his sneer. Chen Jiali looked at Zhang Tao. What do you think, boss? Zhang Tao said. He's only level 24. Even if he's a mythic martial soul, it's impossible for him to kill that meaty Stone Beetle King in seconds at this time. So the key, or the dagger he used. Chen Jiali's pretty face was slightly gloomy. What do you mean? Zhang Tao looked into the depths of the cave and said coldly. Follow them up and take a look. Big deal. Let's stay away from the chief. Wait to feel out what's really going on, and then decide if you want to do it or not. The remaining 3 looked at each other and nodded. Agreed. The 4 of them then walked in unison towards the depths of darkness. In the meantime, Li Yunxiao, who had already arrived at the chief's territory, was looking at the only bit of bleak white in this pitch-black world. This is the leader of the White Bone Cave? White Bones, Chief. Realm, level 30, half-step martial master realm. Power, 4,500. Spiritual power, 3,600. Speed, 3,800. Endurance, 6,000. Stamina, 6,000. Resistance, 0. Skills, none. It's really just like those guys said. No skill. All about numerical crushing. But for such a large secret realm, there are only 100 or so small monsters. It really shouldn't be. And the last elite demon beast was only level 25. The chief directly crossed over to level 30. It's a steep slope, isn't it? Maybe it's because of this place, which has sealed the secret of power. After all, it's not official that White Bone Cave is a secret cultivation realm. It's possible that the realm gap between demonic beasts is a bit larger. Without much thought, after determining that there were no other demonic beasts around, Li Yunxiao locked onto the distant target and leapt towards the leader sitting on that stone throne. A few seconds later, wait a minute, Zhang Tao, who had just rushed to the entrance of the cave, suddenly stopped and raised his hand to stop the 3 people behind him. It's the feeling of aura entering the body that has spiked the target again. And this time, the one who killed in seconds was also the leader of this secret realm. The 3 people behind him changed their faces drastically. Lu Chang said, so fierce? No, he's only level 24. Chen Jiali was filled with trepidation. That's not even the point. The point is, there's no reward for defeating the leader of a stage. Only a small amount of aura. And that horrible mechanism. Maru's face changed dramatically. That means the chief has entered stage 2? Run. Hurry up and run. Including Zhang Tao. The 4 of them didn't procrastinate in the slightest, and the moment they reacted, they turned around and ran. Yet just then, Chen Jiali suddenly opened her mouth. Wait, did you guys just? Did you feel anything? The sweaty Lu Chang and Malu nodded. Zhang Tao's face was white and his lips trembled slightly. It's aura entering the body again. Lu Chang's eyes widened. That means, Chen Jiali nodded her head. The leader of the second stage. He was also given seconds. Chapter 29, Passing the Gate and Dividing the Spoils. Realizing that he really didn't continue to drop any more stamina, Lu Chang shivered and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Boss, Ray-san, so what do we do now? The crowd looked at Zhang Tao. After a long period of silence, Zhang Tao took a deep breath and spoke. Continuously dropping blood is the most dangerous mechanism in this secret realm. Since the blood drop mechanism is gone, go over there and take a look. The 3 nodded their heads in unison. It was a little scary, but they wanted to see what was going on. Zhang Tao once again took a deep breath and slowly turned around, leading his 3 companions, step by step, toward the open area. The result was the next moment. Buzz dash. It was as if a powerful force had suddenly frozen their bodies, obviously conscious, but the body just couldn't move. What's the situation? What happened? Why can't I move? Even the words spoken, no one could hear. Next moment, Chen Jiali seemed to have thought of something and her face changed drastically. I know. This is the chief's third stage attack, capable of suppressing the target's soul within a certain range. Make the target a fish on the table. At your mercy. Stage 2 is not the most dangerous stage. Stage 3 is. Damn. I should have thought of that earlier. Now, when I talk, no one else can hear me at all? She also never thought that her team, before level 30, would have the honor of seeing the 3 stages of the White Bone Cave leader. The previous ones had only brushed up to the second stage of the alpha at best. Then, I was invited back by the constant blood loss. This time, they didn't think about fighting the leader either, thinking that they would just quit after fighting the Stone Beetle King in the first area. Efficient and secure. In the end, who would have thought that? Obviously bring people. But in the end, they were brought to this ghost place. Regret. All in all just very regrettable. Oh, Chen Jiali cried in fear. This lady is not going to die here. Woohoo. This lady doesn't want to die. This lady hasn't lived long enough. Not far from the stone platform, Li Yunxiao glanced at the 4 bodies and souls, as if a little bit out of sync teammates. Then with an expressionless face, he turned his head to look at the black skeleton floating in midair wearing a long white dress, directly in front of him. This guy, it seems like he only has one soul control skill. That means that after it restrains someone, it doesn't kill them outright. You can only slowly walk up to your opponent and poke them to death, one at a time, with the spikes in your hands. TSK. Oddly oozy. Before the words fell, he suddenly raised his hand and offered the golden brick. Bang! The suddenly enlarged, gold brick, didn't have a bit of emotion, and came with a physical override towards the black skeleton that was rushing towards him. Boom dash! There was a loud bang. The black skeleton turned into black ashes. Bricks, the moment of recovery. The breeze blew, leaving only a long white dress, drumming in the wind. Kill Black Bone, hidden leader. Acquired, White Bone's left eye, rare. Black Bone's right eye, rare. Spectral Bone Spur, legend. Advanced Physical Strength Recovery Potion *10. Advanced Spiritual Strength Recovery Potion *10. Skill Scroll *20. Gaining 8,000,000 auras. Realm elevated to level 26. Late Martial Artist Realm. Kill a high-level target. Gain 160 kill points. At the same time, the Distant Shore, also issued 2 Ascension Realm only have the sound of explosion. Obviously, among the 4, someone had also ascended the realm due to this huge amount of aura. Ha! It seems to have exploded a Buring. Li Yunxiao didn't care about the movement behind him, and his sight looked towards the legendary grade weapon. Underworld Bone Thorn, when used in the Martial Master realm and above, it can be used without being revolted by the power of the underworld, boosting damage by 20%, and with each attack, it will inflict a bleeding effect on the target, limiting the target's own resilience, and the effect is only effective on targets below the Martial King realm. The alpha was large, at least 2 or 3 stories tall. In its hands it was a thorn, but in Li Yunxiao's hands, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a lance. Cool. He kept playing with the spear in his hand, which he loved. It's better to be a longer guy, more compliant. He has decided. Go back and sell the Ghost Tooth Blade, and from today on, only use the long, big guy. The 4 who had recovered their state were still breathing heavily, and when they saw that Li Yunxiao had already defeated the leader and was admiring the loot, they looked at each other before rushing up. Senior Yunxiao, you're too awesome. Chen Jiali was stunned. Yes, Senior Yunxiao. How the hell did you do that? Seconds all the way. It's only been less than half an hour, and you've brushed through a high-level secret realm that people couldn't beat for 3 or 4 days with a full group of 5 level 30s. This is also incredible. Li Yunxiao didn't answer, seeing that the man next to him had been staring at the Underworld Bone Thorn in his hand with eyes full of salivation. He opened his mouth and asked, like it? Lu Chang waved his hand back and forth. No, just, look. The moment the word look came out, his eyes were about to fall to the ground. Zhang Tao, who was on the side, showed cunning in his eyes, and then looked at Li Yunxiao with a smile as he pretended to be worshipful. It really is the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves of the past. All of our senior brothers and sisters have died on the beach. Lu Chang is right. This adventure is almost a credit to you alone. In that case, how can we be so kind as to share things with you? John Lu. Chen Jiali nodded her head. That's right. Obviously we were the ones who brought you along, but we ended up getting carried away by you instead, getting us seniors, weirdly embarrassed. The secret realm reward. You'll take it alone. We don't. She visibly gritted her teeth when she said, don't. Li Yunxiao did not respond, and after putting the things away, he looked at the white skeleton wearing a long black dress on the stone throne, pondering. The people next to him were like air in his eyes. I thought that the other party would be polite in front of the senior brothers and sisters, but as a result, they didn't even bother to take care of each other? Lu Chang, Ma Lu, and Chen Jelly's faces were covered with embarrassment and depression. After a moment of silence, Zhang Tao with a smile on his face spoke. Don't be afraid. After passing the level, it won't attack people anymore. Let's go. We'll get you out of here now. Li Yunxiao still didn't open his mouth, and after a few more glances, he turned around and walked in the direction of the exit. Zhang Tao, who followed behind, smiled and reminded. Senior brother, this battle, your consumption must not be small. Take the little returning pill that senior brother gave you earlier. Don't be reluctant to part with it. It's not something valuable. After eating it isn't enough. Senior brother still has it here. Li Yunxiao's face did not change as he casually threw the pill into his mouth. Seeing this scene, a smug smile appeared on the faces of all four people, including Zhang Tao. Chapter 30, Top Hunter. The crowd came to the exit of the secret realm. Zhang Tao and the others looked at each other. In the next moment, the moment Li Yunxiao walked towards the light screen, Lu Chang's face suddenly sank as he stretched out his beastly sharp claws and pounced towards the other party. Schoolboy, this is as far as it goes. Go to hell. Li Yunxiao didn't change his face and dodged sideways, easily dodging his opponent's attack. The four men's faces changed drastically. What? I can't believe you're not poisoned? Li Yunxiao faced the four with a bland face. What poison? What you guys just made me take? Wasn't it a recovery pill? That medicine really only has a recovery effect for him. Chen Jelly was stunned and looked at Zhang Tao in surprise. Boss? Small return pill does have a certain recovery effect, but its greatest effect is still to paralyze the body of the person who consumes it, rendering him or her incapable of fighting. Now, however, she was a little confused. It's obviously poison. How come the other side has become a sugar pill? Zhang Tao had a gloomy face. Was the antidote prepared in advance? In that case, there's no point in pretending. Coldly looking at Li Yunxiao, he said with a cold smile. Tell you honestly, brother Yunxiao. In fact, we are not your senior brother or sister. We're a team that specializes in hunting newbies like you. Li Yunxiao said blandly. I know the four deadly sins well. Before our school, someone has suffered in your hands. I still know that much about your gang. Lu Chang coldly hummed. Since you've heard of us, how dare you team up with us? Quite a nerve. Li Yunxiao was curious. That's something I should be asking you guys. I'm curious. Where did you get the courage to come out here and hunt me? He suspected that someone was behind the group. How else could they have spoken to them more than half a dozen times? Zhang Tao said disdainfully. I feel that it is still necessary to reintroduce us to you. Ma Lu, our team's intelligence specialist, is responsible for gathering and researching intelligence on the target. Chen Jiali, our team's auxiliary ableist. Her martial soul is Minister of Lobbying. When she performs her soul skill, she can disarm the target. Lu Chang, martial soul, man-eating tiger. With all his firepower, tearing apart opponents 3 levels above himself can be easy for him. As for myself, my martial soul is average, but I have a very special skill called Peak, which allows me to see the target's skills as well as talents. With his pupils suddenly dilated and the whites of his eyes completely covered, Zhang Tao looked at Li Yunxiao in front of him and sank his face. The first time I spied on you, I was indeed taken aback by you, because most people, at your stage, only have 1 or 2 skills at most, whereas you, on the other hand, have a full 3, and each and every one of them seems to be a rare level or higher skill, especially that incense and fire golden body. It can actually rely on faith and incense to enhance its own strength. The rarity of this skill is estimated to be at least legendary level. If you keep growing, the heights you can reach in the future are truly unimaginable. Ma Lu rubbed his fists and with a cold smile, he stepped closer towards Li Yunxiao. I know that dagger of yours does a lot of damage, and that golden weapon that can suddenly get bigger and then crush its target to death is awesome. But unfortunately, the current you has no chance to use it. Chen Jelly sank her face and followed. Lu Chang, who had completely animalized and displayed his fierce tiger form, was full of fierce eyes. I know that you're also an expert who specializes in cross-level challenges, but you were always only level 26. There are 4 of us, 127, 228, and 129. In the case of being disarmed, even if you're fierce, you're doomed to die today. He couldn't wait, his eyes filled with greed. That's right, I just love that, spectral bone thorn. Very much. Want to monopolize the secret rewards all by yourself? Thinking too much. Now, not only the rewards of this secret realm, even everything you got before, all belong to us. Li Yunxiao gave Zhang Tao an unimpressed look. You can even see the fragrant golden body. Then did you see the words God of Killing Dharma? Zhang Tao's smile gradually dissipated. God-killing phantasm? What god-killing phantasm? Without answering the other party's doubts, Li Yunxiao coldly smiled, and with a flash of his body, he violently rushed towards the four people. There was no mastermind behind it originally. Then what's the point of talking? Kill! Boom dash! There was a loud bang, and everything around them, including the faces of the four, was instantly illuminated by a scarlet fire. Suddenly feeling an unprecedented oppression, Zhang Tao's four faces changed drastically. Lu Chang, who was the first to rush up, realized that the situation was wrong when it was too late. What's going on here? How does he still have skills we don't know about? Wait, no. Ma Lu, who was right behind him, was even more stunned and subconsciously tried to turn around. It's not right. This guy's strength is off. Bang dash. However, the moment he turned around, his head was instantly slapped by a powerful force. The juice spilled all over the place. Zhang Tao looked dumbfounded, his face covered with juices. Not a bit of blood color. This is the moment he realized. Who was the Real hunter after all? Grass. Grass. Grr. The moment he reacted, he pulled out his legs and ran. As a result, just as he took a step, his head was grabbed by a large hand in a death grip. Realizing what was going on, Zhang Tao hurriedly stopped and froze in place, not daring to move. Don't. Schoolboy. I'm really your senior. Senior knows it's wrong. Don't kill. Snap dash. As a result, before he finished speaking, his head was instantly crushed by that big hand. Hello Shifu. See you later, Shifu. Chen Jiali, who had long since sat paralyzed on the ground, was horrified to the extreme, losing her color and screaming. Yikes! While screaming in misery, he climbed, only to see a pair of clean flats appearing in front of him, within a few steps of climbing out. Woohoo! Hokage! I'm sorry, senior sister. Senior sister really knows it's wrong. Didn't even have the courage to fight back. Just like that, he was choked by the other side and lifted up stiffly. With her eyes upturned, Chen Qili opened her mouth and drooled, but she still couldn't breathe smoothly. Really sorry, schoolboy. Let sister go. As long as you spare your sister, sister can promise to be your girlfriend. Would you like to see? Look underneath my sister's jacket and see what she's wearing? Sister will give you. Now. Click dash. Without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Li Yunxiao slightly exerted force and directly broke the other party's neck. No, I can see. Zera dash. Immediately afterward, the bodies of the four people, including Chen Jiali, were instantly wrapped in flames and burned mercilessly. At the last second of her gulping breath, Chen Jiali's beautiful eyes seemed to hiss. See you still kill? Li Yunxiao was filled with indifference and casually threw the other party's body on the ground. 2 short seconds. All 4 bodies were then burned to ashes. Chapter 31 didn't say it before? It's okay, change it now. Kill Maru, human, gaining Reiki 3000. Kill Lu Chang, human, gaining Reiki 5000. Kill Zhang Tao, human, acquired Reiki 7000. Kill Chun Qili, human, gaining Reiki 10,000. Acquired items, Cloud Piercing Belt, rare. Sharp Tiger Claw, rare. Pearl Earring, rare. Shayandan * 68. Advanced Physical Strength Recovery Potion * 26. Advanced Spiritual Strength Recovery Potion * 18. Laptop, top. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but lament. Still more experience in killing. Under normal circumstances, demonic beasts that are only 2 or 3 levels above one's own. Killing one, at most, adds a few hundred auras. But killing one person adds thousands or even tens of thousands. The only downside is that there aren't as many people to kill as there are demonic beasts to kill. Turning towards the curtain of light, the moment his figure disappeared into the curtain of light. In the secret realm, a sigh echoed. It would be nice to go to war. World class would be best. The White Bone Cave is the same as the 3 Dragon Pool. A team can only be challenged once a day. After leaving the secret realm, Li Yunxiao didn't continue to linger, and stepped straight towards the outside of the square. Just then, a beautiful figure walked up with a hurried pace. Husband. At the sound of this pleasant husband, the attention of the surrounding people was instantly attracted. What a beautiful girl. This seems to be the class flower of one of the 3rd grade classes in the 1st middle school. Class flower? So pretty. The school flower is enough. TSK. If I had a girlfriend like that, I'd have to break a rib and make soup for her. The crowd sighed contently as they watched the other side run for their goal. It's just a shame that people already have their hearts in the right place. Hey, who the hell is that guy? To be called husband by such a goddess. It's too happy blah blah blah. The White Bone Cave is a purely public copy. Not made for cultivation. 21 to 30 is only a recommended realm, not a restricted realm. In other words, as long as you had connections, background or money, it was no problem to find a martial artist to take you. So in a group situation, White Bone Cave will not show the time to pass. If you want to race, you can only do it alone. And your realm must be below level 30 half-step martial master realm. Therefore, even if Li Yunxiao cleared the level as fast as he could, his name was not on the big screen outside the secret realm. It's not unusual for people out there to not know who he is, without caring about the comments of the people around her. The gorgeously dressed Lu Ximin walked quickly to the front of Li Yunxiao. Her pretty face flushed red, knowing that people are calling you, and you're pretending you didn't hear it. Nasty. The face painted with delicate makeup had a touch more flirtatious, and at this moment, although she still didn't have the maturity of a college student, she was a lot less youthful than she had been in high school. It's really more dynamic and flattering than before. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the realm had also been elevated. At this moment, even her aura had been elevated quite a bit as she had already stepped into the late stage of the 16th level innate realm, completely turned into those schoolmates. Schoolmates in the eyes. High and arrogant cold goddess sister. He's that pretty girl's boyfriend? No. Who is this guy? It feels, well, just like that. So ordinary. What makes you able to be favored by a goddess of this level? Hearing the recognition of people around her, Lu Ximin became more confident. Seeing that Li Yunxiao ignored herself and was still taking steps forward, she took a deep breath, red-faced, and summoned up the courage to say, "Alright, I have forgiven you. Let's make up. I promise you. I'll never joke with you like that again. Okay? Old hubby." Seeing that the other party still paid no attention, Lu Ximin counted her fingers and shyly said, "Okay, okay, okay. This time, count me wrong, okay. Facts aside, aren't you at fault at all? At that time, why didn't you stick around a bit? If you had coaxed me a bit, we would not, now, be in this situation." Saying that, she got a little angry because she realized that she seemed to have become air in the other person's eyes. Okay, let's not talk about who's right and who's wrong right now. Dear, come back. I don't want to break up with you. Really, if you will come back to me. Her face was completely scarlet, and it took a long, deep breath for her to work up the courage. As soon as you come back, I'll give my first to you. Hearing this, the crowd in the square instantly widened their eyes. However, compared to the goddess who took the initiative to throw herself into the arms of the goddess, what made them even more shocked was that the other party didn't even have the slightest reaction, completely treating people as air. What does this guy mean? It's too insensitive. Yes, such a beautiful girlfriend. If I were you, I would have spoiled you long ago. TSK. Can it be that this is what is known as a satiated man who doesn't know how hungry he is? Hearing the word fuller, Lu Ximin's mind instantly recalled the three women she had seen in the Three Dragon Pool square earlier. Pictures of Li Yunxiao embracing left and right behind her back and being despicable surfaced in her mind. One by one, Li Yunxiao, seeing that the other party still had no intention of stopping, Lu Ximin was completely enraged and suddenly accelerated her steps and rushed towards the other party. "You stop right there, my lady." She, who had just ascended to the realm, could be said to have a messy control over her aura, and accidentally, she had subconsciously used her soul skill after her awakening. "Today, you must give this lady the words. Speak clearly." Seeing that the other party suddenly stopped and her face was filled with murderous intent, she was instantly abashed. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." She knew that she did just get a little out of hand, but she hadn't done any substantial damage to the other woman either. Just apologize and this should go away. However, the killing intent on Li Yunxiao's face not only did not abate, but instead became more and more intense. "Did I warn you before? Harass me again and die." Lu Ximin shuddered violently, her pretty face instantly turning white. "Ha? You didn't say anything like that." Li Yunxiao was unimpressed. "Really? It's not too late to change, eh?" In the next moment, her pupils suddenly dilated, and Lu Ximin's clear eyes suddenly reflected the figure that was killing towards her. Chapter 32 Mutated Martial Soul. One Fist Blast. Stop. Just a moment after Li Yunxiao leapt forward and blasted his fist towards Lu Ximin. Whoosh dash. A spiritual pressure shaped like a giant python suddenly passed right in front of him. Then he turned his head violently, wrapped Lu Ximin, and flew out tens of meters. Li Yunxiao turned back and looked at the man who was not far away and was filled with anger. "You are?" The man clenched his fists and stepped towards his opponent. Lu Ximin's big brother, Lu family heir, Lu Bo. He knew who the other party was. After all, the other party was once the only genius in the entire Rome city who possessed the supreme bone. He also knew that the other party didn't know he existed, because when his own sister was dating the other party, she had been on the fence, and in the end, hadn't really thought of the other party as her boyfriend. It's natural not to mention your family to the other person. The crowd of onlookers was filled with astonishment. "He's Lu Bo. The youngest member of the Lu family? How is this Lu Bo? Very famous? You don't know? Although the Lu family's position in our Rome city can only be ranked at the bottom of the first-tier families, it's not considered a prestigious family, but this Lu Bo, however, is very famous within the circle of martial artists. There's only one reason for this, and that is, he has awakened a rare-level mutated martial soul. The crowd was shocked. What? A mutated martial soul? That's right. His martial soul, which was originally supposed to be called Silver Ring Python, turned out to actually be more powerful than the average Silver Ring Python. Later identified by the Martial Artist Association as a mutated martial soul, Silver Ring Jiao Python. The growth and strength of the soul skill far exceeds that of ordinary rare martial souls, and is even enough to be comparable to the legendary martial souls. Hiss. Comparable to a legendary martial soul? You know, our wrong city, but it's been many years since a legendary martial soul has appeared. That is to say, aside from the guy in the first grade who awakened the mythical martial soul, in the entire Rome city, it's his martial soul that's the rarest. The one in the first grade? Humph. Mythical martial soul. It may be just a rumor, but that mutation rare of his is 1,000 times more true. Rumors aside, he's the true number one genius of Rome City. Looking towards Li Yunxiao who was confronting Lu Bo, some people couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. That's right, unless the rumors are true. And he is the possessor of that mythical martial soul. Otherwise, facing Lu Bo, who is at level 30, half-step martial master realm and possesses a rare mutated martial soul, he can only be severely beaten. Li Yunxiao's awakening of the mythical martial soul was blocked in time by the military that arrived behind him. In the entire first form, everyone signed a confidentiality agreement and was put under a forbidden spell, so that as long as the words mythic martial spirit were uttered, the military would know about it, and then dispose of it in accordance with the crime of leaking secrets. So to this day, the matter of someone awakening a mythical martial soul was still just a rumor with no known truth in the eyes of most of the people of Rome City. Hey! In the crowd, someone sighed. Even though that guy's rejection of the goddess is infuriating, but reasonably, there's nothing wrong with it. Yes, the thing about relationships is that they are meant for two lovers. That goddess, ahem, that girl may be pretty inactive, but she doesn't have to go hard if people don't like it. And huffing and puffing to make the first move? When you can't beat someone at the end of the day, you call your own big brother. Hey, looking so pretty but having such a small heart, putting aside the face value. It's kind of bad luck to meet this kind of person. Noticing the change in wind direction, Lu Ximin, who was protected by the spirit pressure, was furious. Li Yunxiao, it's all your fault. You wouldn't have had to do all this at all if you had just promised my lady. Snapping her head up, she looked towards her own furious big brother not far away, and gritting her teeth she sounded off. Brother, he's the one who tried to hit me. That's him. Hearing his sister's cry, Lu Bo, who was already furious beyond measure, completely suppressed the anger in his heart, clenched his fists, and withdrew the spiritual pressure that was protecting his sister. She's always been a girl for all her faults. How can you be so cruel as to lay hands on a weak son? A guy who doesn't know how to be a gentleman at all. Today, this young master will take your parents' place and teach you a good lesson. Hearing the word parent, Li Yunxiao instantly stopped being sleepy. Oh, then you die. A mutant rare martial soul, and it's only level 30. How could it possibly interest him? But now, he decided to kill this big brother before killing that woman. Lu Bo, who quickly ran up, took the lead and leapt, jumping violently into mid-air. Immediately after that, he flung the retracted serpentine spirit pressure toward the sky, and the spirit pressure, visible to the naked eye, was quickly injected into the martial soul's true body. Howl dash! In the next moment, his arm shook violently, and his martial soul true body, which was like a dragon, violently let out a deafening roar. Spiritual pressure like a tidal wave surged towards the tiny figure in the center of the square. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked. At that instant, the entire room was appalled. Mutated martial soul, it really is as terrifying as it is. However, Li Yunxiao did not dodge and remained standing in place, facing the wind. Next moment, the true body of the martial spirit has arrived. The moment it opened its bloody mouth, he calmly raised his hand, grabbed the shadowy fangs, and struck his fist on the python's head. Boom dash! The powerful force instantly exploded on the head of the python. Immediately after, the huge python body was like a firecracker, exploding wildly. In a burst of explosions, turned into a sky of stars. In mid-air, Lu Bo's face suddenly turned pale. Dash! Before he even landed, a mouthful of blood mist was sprayed in the sky. This, how is it possible? Lu Ximin's face changed dramatically. Toward his big brother, he ran frantically. Brother, how could she not have thought that this battle would turn out like this? See this scene. The crowd present was completely dumbfounded. Even many adults who were over level 30 and half-step martial master realm couldn't help but stare in disbelief, because they know very well, that punch just now, even if he were to replace himself, he probably still wouldn't be able to catch it. Who the hell is this guy? Only at the late stage of the martial artist realm at level 26, he took out the level 30, Rome City's #1 genius with a mutated rare martial soul with a single punch? How? Wait a minute. It's hard to believe that this matter of someone in the first middle school awakening a mythical martial soul is not a rumor. Someone has really awakened a mythical martial soul, and that person is no one else but him. This statement was made. The entire room was completely dead silent. It wasn't until a few breaths later that someone snapped and opened their mouth in shock. What else does he want to do? No, he's really going to kill that brother and sister? TSK. So the rumors are all true? There is indeed someone in the first form who has awakened the mythical martial soul. And it seems that the odds are that that person is him. But his martial soul, it's not a true mythical martial soul, but rather, it's the same as the rumors say, it's an evil god martial soul. What? Evil god martial spirit? Ha! Don't say. This appallingly vicious. Still really this is possible. Without caring about the surrounding people's marvels and questions, Li Yunxiao stepped in front of his siblings and casually grabbed the ghost toothblade in his hand. Lu Xinin didn't dare to raise her head, blocking the front of her elder brother. She was crying. Seeing this situation, Lu Bo, who was suffocating to the extreme, clenched his teeth, and although he felt humiliated, he couldn't help it and pulled out the Zongfu. Old ancestor, help me. Zira dash. Before the hissing sound fell, the Zongfu in his hand burned itself to ashes. Bang! 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 4 loud bangs followed, and 4 tall figures suddenly appeared in the dust. Chapter 33. Who told you that he has no background? Lu Lord, the father of Lu Bo and Lu Xinin, walked out of the dust with their second, third, and fourth uncles in full force. Seeing on the ground, 2 children were in such a sorry state. One of them, even his martial soul had been shattered. Uncle 4 frowned. Who did this to you? Tell Uncle 4. Fourth uncle will take the heat for you. Lu Xinin's emotions had long since broken down. Wiping her tears, unable to say a word, Lu Bo lifted his arm with difficulty, pointing at Li Yunxiao who was not far away, gritting his teeth. That's him. It's not enough to bully your sister. You want to kill her, and trying to kill me. Uncle 4 turned around and was slightly stunned the moment he saw the other party. Only 26 levels of late martial artist realm? It's not. Uncle is curious. You are already level 30 half-step martial arts master realm. How on earth did you lose in a 2-against-1 situation? Originally, he was planning to directly make a move without asking the reason. But seeing this scene, he was a bit embarrassed to make a move, and could only look at a few other brothers. Uncle Sam's expression was a bit grave. Second brother. Big brother. I've looked at it with backtracking light screen. Twice. They both started it. Hearing this, second uncle's expression became even more grave. If that's the case, then he does have the right to defend himself, even killing Lu Bo and Ximin. On the contrary, we can't make the first move. Once we do, we're committing a crime. The 3 looked at their big brother with complicated expressions. After a moment of silence, the gloomy-faced Lu Lord spoke faintly. Clear the field. The 3 looked at each other and nodded. Immediately after that, they each pulled out a Zongfu and set it on fire. Bang! Bang! Bang dash! Next moment, blast after blast. The entire square was instantly covered in dust. When the dust clears, on the square, there were already hundreds more people, all from the Lu family. The crowd was filled with dismay. What is the Lu family up to? Can't it be that they are trying to forcefully kill people? Not really. That guy is ruthless. But at least so far, all the behavior, it's compliant and legal. Even if he kills the Lu family siblings, it was the Lu family siblings who made the first move. He has that power. But now the situation is different. People did not make the first move. If the Lu family still want to kill people, that can be illegal and criminal. Murder, to pay for life. Not Lu family's strength now that it has grown so big? How dare you not even fear such a thing as public killing? Someone sighed helplessly. Even if they are at the bottom, they are after all a first-tier family of Rome City. Should, dare, right. Hey, that's finished. More than 100 Lu clan experts, plus the 4 lords of the Lu clan personally. That brother is only at the late stage of the 26th level martial artist realm. I just want to say, what a fucking bully. The scene was as if a group of adults suddenly rushed into a kindergarten and said that they wanted to behead a child. The people who do it have no shame. It's so frustrating to watch. I wonder if this crying father and mother is that silver-ringed augur python's #1 soul skill. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. Doesn't matter. Get it together and save some time. Seriously, he had never tried going all out until now. At this moment, he didn't have a bit of fear in his heart at all. Instead, he was getting more and more excited. Previously, he had used one item alone. But now, he really wanted to try out what kind of scene the God-slaying phantasm would be like when combined with the golden brick. Lu Xinin broke down and cried her heart out. Am I so unappealing to you now? Even if you are an enemy of our entire Lu family, even if you will die here today, you refuse to admit your fault to me and beg for my forgiveness? Even if I was momentarily confused and did wrong before, I'm not so offended as to be unpardonable. I really don't understand what this is all about. The old you obviously like me so much. Lu Bo forced himself to endure the severe pain in his chest and comforted his sister heartily. No need to bullshit him. Looking toward Li Yunxiao, he said with a face of contempt, saying word for word, this is his own choice. He can't blame anyone else for his own stupidity and lack of understanding. The second, third, and fourth uncles no longer hesitated, and immediately led the Lu family to clear the scene. Looking at the young man not far away, Lu Lord's face was filled with indifference. In this society, talent and temper alone won't do. You also have to have a background in power. Having lost the shelter of the Li family, you are nothing more than a beggar, a pariah. It's a great honor to have my daughter look at you, and you don't know what's good for you? In that case, there's no need to live. Take your stubborn temper and go to hell. As soon as the words left his mouth, he waved his hand abruptly. Immediately after that, the Lu family's guards' faces sank, and towards the same target, they rushed up. Then how do you know that behind him, there is no power, no background? Just as Li Yunxiao was about to go on a killing spree, a large group of strong men in Chinese mountain suits suddenly walked quickly from outside the square, forcibly blocking the Lu family's guards. In the midst of the crowd, make an avenue. Next moment, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, a young girl with long hair and back, wearing sunglasses and a gorgeous long dress, walked towards Li Yunxiao from the end of the avenue. Seeing this scene, the secret realm challengers who were just being driven away instantly widened their eyes. Who is this? It's so pretty, too, like a noble princess. Come to think of it, she's the schoolgirl of the first grade, the most mysterious, the prettiest, the most popular in the whole first form, but no one knows what background she really has. Sister School Flower. On the ground, Lu Xinin was dumbfounded. The same woman. At this moment, she was also shocked by the other party's appearance and temperament. Unable to speak, Lu Bo was even more stunned, as if he had seen spring, and his chest, which was still in a paroxysm of pain, didn't seem to hurt so much at the moment. The second, third, and fourth uncles, as well as a group of Lu family members looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The only one who was there was Lord Lu, whose face had already been covered in cold sweat. Eldest Miss Lin, what's the wind that brought you here? Others might not recognize it, but as the head of the Lu family, a first-class powerhouse in Rong City, how could he not know that this young girl in front of him was the personal daughter of one of Rong City's first handlers, the true young lady of Rongcheng? Chapter 34. Is it enough to kneel down? Shall I kowtow again? Lin Niaoyi glanced at Lu Lord. You know this lady? Lord Lu lowered his head in respect. Have you forgotten? Before you got into Rongcheng No. 1 high school, your father held a promotion banquet for you, and I gave you a toast. Seeing the expressionless face of the other party, he hastened to add, you are a nobleman who forgets a lot. It's normal that you don't remember. Okay, that time, it was under me and a group of famous and powerful people, who toasted you together, and you, at that time, did not look at under me at all. As the daughter of the head of Rongcheng, he knew that the other party had been well protected by the head. In the entire Rong City, other than the top group, almost no one knew the identity of the other party. Back then, if he was not fortunate enough to attend the banquet, he could not have known that the young girl in front of him was the daughter of a hand. The entire Rongcheng, the status of the most honored woman. It was also because of that participation banquet that the Lu family became what it is today. Oh, Lin Niaoyi was unimpressed, and with her sharp gaze, she swept a circle of the Lu family members present. The Lu family? Right. So now, what are you trying to do to my lady's friend? This statement was made. The whole room was in an uproar. Lu Xinin looked at Li Yunxiao. Friend? Lu Bo also looked at Li Yunxiao. Friend. Everyone, including the Lu family's crowd, with the exception of the people brought by Lin Niaoyi, all looked towards Li Yunxiao. Friends? Li Yunxiao himself, however, looked at Lin Niaoyi. Friend? One moment. Those who saw the scene almost fell over, and after reacting, they were filled with speechlessness. It's not. What kind of reaction is that? People say you're a friend. Don't you know if you're a friend yourself? And in turn, looking at people with such confused eyes? Dude, it doesn't make sense. Looking at the man in front of her, Lin Miaoi was also stunned. You don't recognize me? Li Yunxiao said blandly. I should know you? Not. Yesterday, in the neighborhood, those demonized wolfhounds. It was you who saved this lady. So soon. You've forgotten? It's not. It feels like a long time, but in reality, it's only been a day or two. Forgotten so soon? What a memory you have. Li Yunxiao thought about it. Oh, that lad. So it's you? He only remembered killing a few demonized wolfhounds in passing and saving a man yesterday. As for whether the other party was a man or a woman, he didn't know and didn't want to know. Noticing in the other party's eyes the somewhat obvious dismay, Lin Miaoi gasped and laughed. No. Has my lady changed that much? Yesterday it was just a slight mess with a bit of dust on my face, and I'm not wearing any makeup today. What do you mean by that look? Make it sound as if this lady has had plastic surgery. Li Yunxiao responded. Not bad. Lin Miaoi's beautiful eyes widened. What do you mean it's okay? Yesterday you scolded this young lady and twisted your head and left. Today you must make things clear. What's wrong with this lady? You can't even recognize a man or a woman? It's too much. Look at this sudden onslaught of flirting. For a while, the people around them were dumbfounded, their expressions more complicated than one another. Lu Ximin even gritted her teeth and her mouth made the sound of frying soybeans. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, the person protecting Lin Miaoi rushed forward to warn him. Missy, don't forget what we came here for. Lin Miaoi was suddenly stunned, and only then did she react to the fact that business was important. Looking towards Lu Lord, she said bluntly, Li Yunxiao, this young lady's friend. Since you know this lady, there's nothing to say. Kneel down and apologize. If you don't recognize it, it's not as simple as getting down on your knees and apologizing. This statement was made. The whole room was shocked. Those who didn't know Lin Miaoi's identity all had their mouths wide open, incomparably stunned. Who is this great beauty? So bossy. How dare you directly make the Lu family's family head apologize? Or the kneeling kind? TSK. It's getting interesting. Looking towards the teenager who hadn't said a single word, but the situation, because of him, had been reversed several times. Some people couldn't help but feel emotion. In my opinion, this guy is the one who is really not simple. Just a few minutes stirred up two major forces in Rongqing. One of these forces is even more powerful than the Lu family. The forces behind it, I'm afraid, are truly terrifying. Yeah, those two big beauties, when placed in the entire Rong city, they are probably one of the top levels. They're all fighting over him. What's this guy's deal? It's also too cool. No, it's too awesome too. Listening to the comments of the people around her, Lu Ximin was completely confused, dumbfounded. She looked at Li Yunxiao. At this moment, she was even doubting whether she really knew people or not. The half-clueless Lu Bo was not in the mood to ignore his nymphomaniac sister at the moment, and looked at his father with a face full of anxiety. Dad, the second, third, and fourth uncles, as well as everyone in the Lu family, looked incredibly grave. Lu Lord secretly clenched his fists, his face full of gloom. The moment the atmosphere dropped to freezing point, almost everyone, unconsciously, held their breath, until the next moment. Lord Lu spoke faintly. Just get on your knees and apologize? Would you like to kowtow to one in the next? He did not want to kill the other party, thought of sending the other party to hell, just want to teach the other party a lesson, so that the other party's life in the future, more difficult. The reason why the whole family, mainly because of the fear of the Li family behind the other side. In case the other party was still thinking that he was the young master of the Li family, it wouldn't be embarrassing if there were fewer people to come and couldn't be subdued. Children playing with each other, deterred on the line, but not what blood feud, which need to cause death. Killing people doesn't raise your aura, and it's against the law, so it's really not a crime. The moment the words fell, the uninformed eaters were abuzz. Asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Ximin and Lu Bo's hanging hearts were finally dead. Dad, the second, third and fourth uncles did not speak, and they even followed the preparation, because they know that the big brother's decision, there will be no mistake. The reason for such an attitude, it must be because of this young girl in front of them. The Lu family really cannot afford to offend, not to mention kneeling and kowtowing, as long as the other party was willing to leave it alone. Even if the whole clan kowtowed, it could only be said to be a trivial matter. Lin Miaoi was unimpressed. It doesn't matter to this lady, it's mostly up to him. Where is he? To the side, the female guard's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Missy, he was gone. Just now, when you said your first words. When she realized that the other woman had turned around, she thought about blocking it, but she didn't even get a chance to reach out. It was at that moment that she realized that this teenager Although he was currently only in the late stage of the 26th level martial artist realm, his strength was not to be underestimated. Facing this group of adult experts of the Liu family, it was certain that they could not defeat them, but they definitely had the ability to defend themselves and leave. Missy's haste was, in hindsight, not really necessary. Lin Miaoi raised her eyes and searched for half a day before she saw the other party's figure on the road at the edge of the plaza, furious and red in the face. My lady came here specifically for him and he left quietly without even saying hello? What the hell does he mean? The female guard at the side asked respectfully. Such rudeness. Do I need to teach you a lesson? Snap dash. Lin Miaoi backhanded her opponent with a slap on the face. He's a friend of my lady's. What's it to you if we fight? If you dare to think like that again, after this young lady awakens, you'll be the first to find you for a duel. The female escort bowed her head and was coy. Subordinate. Understood. Including the Liu family's crowd. The people around them were not only dumbfounded, they even lowered their heads and tightly closed their mouths. That slap just now not only hit the female guards in the face, it seemed to have hit them in the face as well. In the cab, Li Yunxiao acted like nothing, directly throwing the events and people just now out of sight. In the back seat, looking at the distance, the peak shrouded in shadowy aura, he muttered silently to himself, something's not right. Tonight at the earliest, the White Bone Cave must be visited once more. Chapter 35, Single Brush White Bone Cave. Instead of going to the exchange after leaving the secret realm like he did before, exchanging all the things he couldn't use for cash and purchasing them as small spirit pills, Li Yunxiao returned home and took a short break. During that time, he stopped by and called the real estate agent to ask the other side about the exact price of the villa. The next time you go to the exchange, bring enough supplies to get enough money. Then, buy the villa outright. He thought about it for a while and prepared to remodel the villa. Otherwise, it was indeed a bit troublesome to have to do it himself every time someone broke in. A rented home is certainly not free to be remodeled, only purchased. Are you saying that this house has already been bought by someone? Li Yunxiao, who was talking to the agent, frowned slightly. Written, or my name. Who did this? The Li family? The agent on the other end of the line responded. She wouldn't let on, except to say that it was a friend of yours. Friends? Hearing these two words, Li Yunxiao said suspiciously, where do I have any friends? He knew that embarrassing an agent wasn't going to do much good. After inquiring to no avail, he hung up. That's when an unfamiliar number called. Hello. The next moment, a familiar female voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you free tonight? I'd like to take you to dinner. Li Yunxiao snapped back to his senses. So it's you, Lin Miaoi. Lin Miaoi on the other end of the phone was speechless. This person's memory, is it that bad? It's only been a few hours and he's forgotten himself again? I've heard that it's easy to get forgetful when you do that kind of thing too much. How about a little moderation? Li Yunxiao responded. Oh, the house I live in. You bought it, didn't you? What do you mean? Pointless things he didn't want to explain. Lin Miaoi froze for a moment. Not even an explanation? It's not. Is it really that frequent? Originally it was just a joke, but suddenly she felt as if she had discovered a big secret, making herself a little embarrassed instead. You look pretty stretched out. Why don't you get a girlfriend? Li Yunxiao coldly said. Answer me. Lin Miaoi was slightly stunned, and the scarlet on her face dissipated. What are you being mean about? People are just learning about your past. Think you're a very nice. Just want to be friends with you. Li Yunxiao said bluntly. I don't need friends. Lin Miaoi was puzzled. Why? Everyone needs friends, and without them, it's death. Li Yunxiao indifferently said. Finished? If there's nothing else, that's it. Seemingly realizing something, Lin Miaoi said with emotion. There is. Before, thank you for saving me. Since you don't want to be friends with me, consider this house a return favor. Don't you say no. If you do, I'll be sure. As a result, without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Li Yunxiao replied back. Good. Then, it hung up. Lin Miaoi, who was still in the car, was dumbfounded, and after several hello sounds, she reacted to the fact that the phone had already been hung up by the other party. No, this guy is too much of a drag. Just the outcast son of a merchant family. What makes him such a drag? The female escort driving in front glanced in the rearview mirror. Missy, ha? As a result, without waiting for her to finish her sentence, she was shocked back by a look from Lin Miaoi. The female escort continued to drive. Lin Miaoi looked at the note on her cell phone and a wicked smile appeared on her pretty face. This young lady likes to tug, and in the entire Rong City, you're the only one who dares to tug in front of this young lady. If not pestering you, pestering who? Li Yunxiao at home without pretense, gladly accepted the other side of the repayment. This time he has begun to look at the price online. Planning a villa remodeling. When you do the math like that, remodeling a villa, I'm afraid it's going to be quite a bit more expensive than buying one. If he accepts the other party's repayment, he can really not owe each other, and there will be no more relations in the future. For him, it is also considered to be very good, and why not save a ton of money on realm enhancement as well as villa remodeling? Soon, Li Yunxiao realized that those spiritual power cannons and fully automatic rune gatling were indeed a bit expensive, and that it would be a drag on the boosting pace if they were forced to buy them. After thinking about it, he decided that he would first put his resources on upgrading, and the plan to remodel the villa would be implemented 2 days later. Sleep. Having made his decision, he didn't continue to think much about it, and when he returned to his bedroom, he fell back to sleep. Wake up at 12 a.m. Sharp. At 0:38, he once again arrived at the square of the White Bone Cave, secret realm. Although it was early in the morning, there were more people guarding the area than during the day. There was only one reason for this. The secret realm of White Bone Cave was the number of times the entrance was refreshed at midnight every day. For the Liver Emperor and those who are eager to improve their realm, it is impossible to fall asleep until the number of times is used up. Dude, team up? Handsome guy, 4 for 1. Together. Ignoring the group invitations from the people around him, Li Yunxiao walked into the middle of the light screen as if he were passing through no man's land. Striding into the middle of the light screen. Single brush? I'm not mistaken. It seems like he's only in the late stage of the 26th level martial artist realm. TSK. Awesome. Let's just say that the newborns are not afraid of tigers. I'll bet $100,000 that he'll be skeptical when he comes out. I'll bet $200,000 that it won't take 10 minutes for him to come rolling out in a heap. I bet 8 minutes. I bet 5 minutes. I bet 3 minutes. Obviously. Night and day. Not the same people. At this moment, outside the crowd, a middle-aged man who was smoking a cigarette was watching this scene from afar. Within the secret area, Li Yunxiao didn't procrastinate and directly executed the Killing God Dharma phase, using the fastest speed to brush away all the stone beetles in the first area. Kill Stone Beetle * 132. Acquired, Stone Beetle's Armor, Premium, * 132. Acquired Aura 7630. Kill a low-level target and gain 132 kill points. Although his main purpose this time was not to ascend to the realm, a fly is meat even if it's small, and a reward that comes along for the ride is good for nothing. After killing the Stone Beetle, it took less than a minute for him to arrive at the entrance of the second zone. Holler dash. Just as the Stone Beetle King got up and let out a roar, he stomped on his opponent's head and used the force to rush towards the passageway leading to the second area. The Stone Beetle King that he stepped on the other hand, didn't even finish yawning before his body was shattered and turned into ashes in the sky. Come to the huge cave where there are no little monsters but only leaders. Looking at the white skeleton wearing a long black dress on that stone throne, Li Yunxiao wordlessly said to himself, the problem lies here. Chapter 36 Hidden Secret Realm. Secret of Descent. Noticing the intruder's appearance, the white bone, sitting on the stone throne slowly raised its head, its skull rotating 90 degrees, and the hollow outlines of its eyes, staring straight at the other party. The next moment, it stood up from its stone throne and pointed its hand bones at the other side. It was also at this time that a dazzling red light suddenly illuminated the entire cave. Immediately afterward, Li Yunxiao, who was like a meteorite, heavily stepped on the opponent's body. The white bones instantly turned into white ashes. Kill White Bone, leader. Gaining Reiki 18,000. Kill a high-level target. Gain 140 kill points. Li Yunxiao didn't care about this weak reward. Looked at the white ashes around him and muttered. A stage 1 alpha with only strong base attributes. Among them, the defense attribute can be especially prominent. This mechanism, therefore, should be testing the challenger's output ability. Next moment, white ashes drift away. Deep in the darkness, a white figure slowly walked. The black skeleton in the white dress, seeing the last bit of white ashes not yet dispersed, was so angry that his whole body trembled and made a cackling sound. Li Yunxiao didn't hesitate. His body flashed, and the moment he circled around behind his opponent, he threw out a punch, knocking him into a star. Kill Black Bone, leader. Gaining Reiki 20,000. Kill a high-level target. Gain 140 kill points. Li Yunxiao said to himself wordlessly. Sure enough, White Bone and Black Bone are not the same chief. The perception that Black Bone is metamorphosed from White Bone is wrong. He knew that the reason for such rumors was probably because not many people had reached the second stage of the chief. Even if they beat the first stage, many of them were close. In a state of mental depression, how can one tell whether the leader of the second stage came out on his own, or whether he was metamorphosed from the leader of the first stage? Metamorphosed. Rumble dash. Just as Li Yunxiao was thinking, the entire cave suddenly trembled. In the next moment, he saw the final leader, who was wearing a long white dress and was treated as a stage 2 black bone, fly out of the darkness. Lightly, he landed on the stone throne. Li Yunxiao said blandly, "Legend has it that this secret realm was formed after a strong human and an abyssal trickster died together. So, theoretically, there would be, at most, only 2 chiefs here, 1 black and 1 white. Yet in reality, there are 2 blacks and 1 white, 3 different chiefs here." Most people thought that the black bone was metamorphosed from the white bone, and that this secret realm, from the beginning to the end, had only 1 chief, only that this chief possessed different stages. A few smart people knew that this secret realm, at least, had 2 chiefs. White bone and black bone are not the same chief. White bones is the human powerhouse of that year. Black bone, on the other hand, it's the one that died with a human powerhouse in a tricky way. But only Li Yunxiao could see that. In reality, all 3 chiefs were not the same person. If I'm not mistaken, that 1 white and 1 black in the front does correspond to the human powerhouse and the secretive respectively. But that 1 black back there is another trickster. After saying that, he no longer hesitated, leapt forward, drew out his underworld bone thorn, and killed towards the so-called 3-stage leader sitting on the stone throne. Just like last time, he was immune to soul attacks, completely unaffected by the opponent's soul suppression, and with the support of the killing god Dharma phase, he stabbed and burned the opponent to ashes with a single shot. Kill black bone, hidden leader, acquired, white bone's left eye, rare, black bone's right eye, rare, spectral bone spur, legend, advanced physical strength recovery potion *10, advanced spiritual strength recovery potion *10, skill scroll *20, gaining Reiki 6, 900, 000, realm elevated to 27th level, late martial artist realm, kill a high-level target, gain 140 kill points. Exactly. This is the feeling. Li Yunxiao, who was holding 2 long spears, muttered silently to himself, "It's too easy. No, to be precise, it should be that this chief is too weak." Although under normal circumstances, it's almost impossible for a level 20 to level 50 martial artist to acquire soul-based skills. For most people, this secret realm is, indeed, very difficult and dangerous. But if there's only 1 skill, soul suppression, then this chief, he's too weak. The reason why so many people out there, day and night, were teaming up and studying the strategy was because the difficulty of this secret realm was far beyond those of the same level. In reality, however, only enough output is needed for stage 1, and only enough defense and stamina for stage 2, although the 3rd stage is difficult to watch. If you know the mechanism, you only need to release the ranged, continuous output skills in advance. You can also pass, for example, the fire tree and silver flower, and acid rain from the sky, that he knew belonged to such soul skills, and moreover, they were all just high-level soul skills that were not too difficult to obtain. The basic attributes of a stage 3 alpha were almost the same as a stage 1 alpha, and the defense attribute, even a little worse. If you can beat a stage 1 leader, you can naturally beat a stage 3 leader. As for the ghost stabbing of the stage 3 leader after soul suppression, with that slow speed, grouping 2 meat shields in front of it, it would have to be drained by the ranged persistent attack itself without waiting for the stage 3 leader to stab the meat shields to death. He knew that it must still be a bit difficult to actually do, though, but with a regular team and 2 more swipes, you can definitely get through it. However, in reality, the clearance rate of this white bone cave was less than 5%. Of these, it is estimated that a large part of the clearance rate are big with small to bring out. If you brush according to the recommended realm, the actual clearance rate, I guess, is less than 2%. Most people, as the 4 deadly sins said, only brush the first area, not to challenge the leader of the second area. Difficulty and pass rates are grossly out of line. Li Yunxiao made a judgment. So, the skills of these 3 stages of the alpha are not the so-called soul suppression. Instead, it's soul screening. At first, he was skeptical, but after the second brush, he became very sure that this secret world, there is really tricky. Rumble dash. As expected, the moment that black ash completely dissipated, the ground shook violently. Immediately after that, a huge and twisted figure slowly emerged from that stone throne, glancing back at the entire cave. The only living being. This marshal has finally waited for you. The top genius of the human race. At this moment, the divine eyes of Hotian could see the entirety of the other party, but did not see the corresponding panel prompt. Li Yunxiao instantly realized that the big guy in front of him was not the leader in the man-made secret realm. Instead, it's really tricky. Chapter 37, The First Trickster Lord of Rongqing. Li Yunxiao spoke. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the final leader in this white bone cave. The killer weapon of the third stage leader is not soul suppression but soul screening. Only those who were screened out by it, or who could resist this soul attack, could survive. Otherwise, the moment they saw the three-stage leader, the souls of the adventurers would be snuffed out, turning them into walking corpses, unconscious shells, wandering aimlessly within this secret realm until they die and turn into a field of white bones. In his opinion, this should be the real reason why the White Bone Cave was so difficult to brush, and such difficulty was in line with that extremely low clearance rate. Sitting on a stone sculpture throne, with a body a circle smaller than the black bone, but with an intimidating pressure that was more than 10 times higher. The secret of wearing a black robe, with green and scale-covered hands, stretched out from the long cuffs, with the 10 fingers crossed, gently rhythmically moving. It had narrow shoulders, a pointed head, and a thin and bright red tongue that flickered in and out of the mouth of that dark cap. It depends on how you interpret it. Li Yunxiao lifted his voice and said, 3,000 years ago, among the secretive army, there was a martial-level secretive that killed itself at the confluence of the three rivers after being defeated by the human army because it couldn't bear the humiliation. However, there are rumors that it is not actually dead. Instead, by chance, he entered the mysterious realm at the bottom of the river. After 100 years, another super sneaky was born from the same sneaky army responsible for capturing Gujin City. Strength, even more terrifying than the previous marshal. Under its leadership, the secretive army slaughtered countless human powerhouses, and almost completely broke the holy water boundary, turning Gurong City into the abyssal secretive territory. It was also at that time that a new leader was born in the human army responsible for guarding the city of Gujin was. This leader, with his own strength, resisted the encroachment of that secretive new commander, and ultimately led the human army to repel the secretive army once again. And he himself, in that great battle, died with the new commander of the secretive army. The White Bone Cave is the site of the ancient battlefield back then. Buried underneath the new bones are the skeletons of the strong and secretive human race back then. Am I right? Three-headed demon scale. The three-headed demonic sculptor who was called by name by the other party did not get angry. Instead, he was unusually excited. 3,000 years of waiting. This marshal has not waited in vain. Li Yunxiao's face sank as he prepared to fight at any time. Should I call you secretive old marshal or secretive new marshal? If my deduction is correct, the new commander-in-chief born in your secretive camp after your death is also you, isn't it? The three-headed demon Zhao responded. That's right, it's this marshal. That great defeat. The groundless marshal did think of dying in thanksgiving. After all, at that time, this marshal was already seriously injured. Even if he didn't die as a thank you, it wouldn't be long before he would die a natural death. But how could this marshal not expect that this marshal, who sank to the bottom of the river, not only didn't die, but also happened to enter the mysterious realm at the bottom of the three rivers. There, the inheritance of the dragon ancestor was obtained. Not only did he learn the method of avoiding the 5 failures of the celestial beings, but he also morphed into a half-python, half-jiao state from the body of a watermang. Strength has skyrocketed, not to mention that his lifespan has also been greatly extended. Li Yunxiao said, so, that new marshal is you, and it, too, is your way of continuing your life? Exactly. The three-headed demon Zhao said, this marshal originally had 3 heads, and through the method learned from the dragon ancestor, one of them can be taken and birthed into a new life. And this new being, not only has a new consciousness and soul, but the growth talent, too, is several times higher than before. When the new life does not die, the soul, as the principal marshal of the body, will never naturally perish. Li Yunxiao said, I don't know how you, sneaky, understand the word newborn. I'm just curious, after your new life died, why did you, the original body, still not die out naturally? You've got 3 heads. Is it hard to believe that you've got another one split off behind you? Who is it and where is it now? The three-headed demon Zhao smiled coldly and didn't answer the other party's question. After the death of Freshman, this marshal realized a very serious problem. That is, humans, really are a strange bunch of creatures. They can get stronger and stronger, obviously far less powerful than us as a whole, but they can always rely on that so-called faith and keep fighting until the end, until the last man dies. Most of the time, however, there is no last man standing death, but rather, right in the middle, a so-called savior pops up to lead them and turn the situation around. Later on, this marshal figured out that in order to completely defeat humans, forceful killing simply won't work. Only from within them, slowly disintegrating their cohesion, polluting their minds, even making our people their rulers. It is only then that we can completely defeat this pack and make it the most loyal slave of our abyss. Looking to the teenager in front of it, it was very satisfied. Thus, this marshal designed this secret realm, with the purpose to screen out the human geniuses who are gifted enough to pass through this secret realm before the level 30 half-step martial master realm, and whose souls are more inclined towards our abyss. He can only practice alone, and must defeat the chief here in a very short period of time before he can have the qualifications to be screened. After that, this marshal will inject his powerful soul into his body, become him, step by step, and become the top power among your human race, and from within, take control of your human race. Li Yunxiao laughed. After living for so long, you should have a rich collection, right? What? The three-headed demon Jiao was suddenly stunned and pondered for several seconds before he realized what the other party meant and couldn't help but smile. It looks like you don't believe that with this marshal's current strength, he is able to take over your body. It doesn't matter. You don't need to believe. Soon, your soul, anyway, will be in the cage that this marshal has prepared for you. Call it a day. You can only watch as this marshal, manipulating your flesh, takes your human race to the abyss. And this, too, is the reincarnation method that this marshal learned from the dragon ancestor. As soon as the words fell, it no longer hesitated and suddenly raised its hand, maneuvering a terrifying pressure down towards the other party. Weak human soul, leave your original body and submit to this marshal. Boom dash. There was a loud bang and the pressure descended. The entire floor of the cave, after a violent tremor, violently dropped a palm's worth of thickness. Chapter 38, Pain that hurts the skin and touches the soul. The world of the cave gradually returned to tranquility. The three-headed demonic augur sitting on the stone throne revealed a contemptuous smile. Don't worry, this marshal has his own way. Such a pressure is indeed difficult for ordinary martial artists to withstand. But for you, the Rome City's first genius, it shouldn't be a big deal. If you can't even carry this amount of pressure, you don't deserve to be seized by this marshal. The moment the dust dispersed, it was shocked to see that, next to the body, there was no soul that had been suppressed out of the body by itself, and that there was only one living thing in the entire cave, standing still, looking straight at himself, those clear, bright eyes. Obviously, the other party's soul, which had not been suppressed by himself at all, was still in his original body, his mind and body united, unusually firm. How is that possible? The three-headed demon Jiao was filled with shock. Even a martial king amongst you humans would not be able to resist this marshal's soul stripping. And as far as this king knows, in this world, there is also no soul magic weapon that a low-ranked martial artist can harness. After all, soul power, but among the three great forces of the force, is the most mysterious, the most powerful, and the most difficult to control. Not to mention a low-ranked martial artist. Even a high-ranked martial artist above level 50 would not be able to manage it. How the hell did you do that? This is not, Li Yunxiao reminded. Not scientific, is it? He knew that the other party's consciousness was not completely asleep, and having killed so many modern human adventurers, it was normal to have a bit of modern thinking. Yes, unscientific. The three-headed demon sculptor continuously sized up the other party, his face full of disbelief. At first, he thought that the reason why the other party was able to stand in front of him alive was that apart from his own talent, his soul was indeed more inclined towards the abyss. I didn't realize that this was not the case. The reason why the other party was able to overcome Blackbone's soul screening was not because of tendency, but because of something else. What exactly is the reason? It doesn't know. Obviously, having lived for thousands of years, at this moment, it was instead more like a rash. Li Yunxiao said, "One last question. White bone and black bone. Which one is the strongest of our human race?" At first he thought white bone was, then he thought about it and realized it wasn't. The three-headed demon sculptor raised his head and answered the other party's question. White bone, is this Marshall's new life? The third, black bone, is this Marshall's physical body? And what you are looking at now, is this Marshall's original soul? Li Yunxiao spoke. In other words, the first, black bone, is the strongest of our human race. The three-headed demon sculptor didn't retort. He has a little bit of spiritual consciousness left, trying to scare you human calendars away by continually dropping blood. A mechanism that seems to be highly injurious, but can actually quit at any time, as a way to thwart this marshal's plans. Naturally, this marshal would not allow it, so he changed its color and placed it in the second stage. Because from what I know about you humans, you'd give up pretty easily if, right off the bat, this thing wasn't going to get done. But once this thing has been partially accomplished, you will suffer, and even if you know that it may not be finished later, you will still be discontented. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but lament. It is true that the one who knows better than oneself is one's enemy. The three-headed demon Zhao said, "This marshal answered your question. In exchange, shouldn't you also answer a question from this marshal?" It really wanted to know just how the other party had managed to cultivate its soul power. At this stage, to a point where it was even more powerful than itself. Such a situation could almost refresh its three views. Li Yunxiao slowly raised his head and held the two lances in his hands. Sorry, not interested. Boom dash. There was a loud bang and flames rose to the sky. Immediately after, his figure was then like a meteorite as he rushed up towards the stone throne that was shrouded in darkness. Seeing this scene, the three-headed demon Jiao was unimpressed, and a black-purple killing intent permeated around his body. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame this marshal for being cruel. So what if the soul is strong? When the body is destroyed, even the strongest will still collapse. Eyes glazed over, it suddenly raised its hand. In the next moment, a stream of black water suddenly seeped out from the walls of the cave. It converged into a huge python in mid-air. Holler dash. In this instant, the meteorite that illuminated the entire cave world seemed so small in front of it. Boom dash. A red and a black. Two extremely powerful forces without a moment's hesitation. The moment they met, they violently collided together. Wow dash. At once, the entire cave world was covered by a torrential downpour. That originally dazzling meteorite also turned into a little starfire in the black water, completely extinguished. The idea of the three-headed devil scroll was simple. To screen out a genius who possessed a top-notch martial soul, was exceptionally talented, and was also smart in the head. Take over the other's body and get a new life. Imprisoning the soul of the opponent and slowly torturing it to make it submit to the abyss for their own use. Right now, it couldn't directly extract the other party's soul and take over the other party's body. Then they changed the order and directly torture together with the body and soul. The moment the other parties will collapsed, they would voluntarily kneel down and submit themselves. The three-headed demon Jiao sneered. This is the abyssal weak water. Even touching a single drop will cause great pain. No matter how talented you are, you're still just a human after all. How can you possibly withstand this pain that's worse than death? Boom dash. However, right at this moment, its expected hissing and pleading for mercy did not appear, but an even more dazzling fire, in the center of the black water coverage, suddenly exploded. Bright to the core, the fire was like a rising sun at this moment, illuminating the entire cave world in red. All the darkness, at this moment, was completely dispersed. What? How can there be fire that presses through water? It's not scientific. This is very fucking unscientific. Boom dash. There was a loud bang. Like a shooting star, Li Yunxiao, holding two long spears, broke through the last darkness and rushed towards the other side. Behind him, boiling blackness sputtered toward the sides as he passed. Before it even touched the stone wall, it evaporated into a hot, dense mass. Old thing. It's time to explode the equipment. Whoosh dash. Accompanied by Li Yunxiao's glib order, the three-headed demonic augur, whose cheeks were illuminated red, finally revealed a miserable smile. 3,000 years. Do you know how this marshal has lived these 3,000 years? How can you be so cruel? It had wanted to take a big gamble, but it turned out that it seemed to have gambled too much. This is not the first genius of Rongqing, but even the first genius of Daxia. Boom dash. In the next moment, the throne exploded and a huge wave of fire swept through the entire cave world. Whether it is black water or white water, all in a zero sound, completely dry steam, the skeletons on the ground, all turned into ashes. Even the stone walls of the cave were burned and cracked inch by inch. Pain. Ouch. Ouch. The second before it completely dissipated, that extreme pupil that touched the skin and wounded the soul made that unbeatable Lord of Mysteries completely collapse. No. Next moment, in the midst of the blazing fire, came Li Yunxiao's response. I'm a modern human being talking to you. An ancient secretive. About science my ass. Chapter 39, 3 minutes to pass. Counts as 3 minutes. Kill the three-headed devil's augur, Lord of Secrecy. Acquired, withered augur teeth, rare. Tattered snake heart, rare. Augur snake venomous bone, rare. Magic scale armor, legendary. Dragon scale. Augur python's brain flower. Gaining Reiki 13. 000. Realm elevated to 29th level. Peak of martial artist realm. Kill a high-level target and gain 330 kill points. Li Yunxiao was slightly stunned. Added 330 kills. Just now I was level 27. For every level higher the target is, the kill value gain increases by 10%. 330. Meaning it's a full 23 levels higher than me, who was previously level 27. Reach level 50. After glancing at the black shadow on the ground, he naturally did not think that he, right now, would be able to kill a level 50 trickster in seconds. Broken flesh, also turned into one of them, black bone, was destroyed by me once. Otherwise, with its strength in its heyday, although it won't die here, it will be almost impossible for me to kill it in seconds. It's not right. Li Yunxiao skimmed his lips. That's all a level 50 abyssal big boss has? Or a Grand Marshal? This Grand Marshal. Shabby, isn't it? And what's all this shit? Withered auger tooth, if it's intact, it should be able to easily kill a level 50 powerhouse. It's a pity that it's so rotten. Will it have any special effect if it's ground into powder and used as medicine? Tattered snake heart, as the strongest organ on a once-absorbing python. It should be very chewy if you stir-fry it. The poisonous bone of the auger snake, isn't it a python? Where did the poison come from? I guess it's a type that turned halfway through. So can this poisonous bone from the previous era really poison the enemy of the current era? Magic scale armor, protects against 30% of all damage except fire attribute attacks. And the damage reduction of water attribute attacks is increased to 90%. Criticism, the armor worn on the body of the auger python. I heard that the inspiration for the creation is from the real dragon scale armor. The defensive power should not be too bad. Li Yunxiao sighed slightly. Of these few items, only this, magic scale armor, is somewhat useful. Auger teeth, poisonous bones and whatnot. They should be raw materials for medicines or food. And they can only be taken to the exchange to be sold directly in the back. Wait a minute. What's the deal with these two things that don't have a rarity? Dragon scale, a real dragon scale. Oh, take it and try it where there are dragons. Auger python's brainflower, 3 heads. Who exactly do you listen to? Brainflower, of course it's me. Looking at the system's unique critique, Li Yunxiao cried and laughed. This system, it's quite humorous. Dragon scales? Brainflower? After thinking for a moment, Li Yunxiao didn't continue to dwell on those two strange things and put them into the not-for-sale column of the storage space before focusing on his own panel. Couldn't help but suck in a cool breath. Name, Li Yunxiao. Martial spirit, Santan Hai Hui great god of murder. Realm, level 29, peak martial artist realm. Power, 3200. Spiritual power, 3200. Speed, 3200. Endurance, 3200. Stamina, 3200. Resistance, 3200. Storage, ghostly tooth blade, gold brick, red light armor, spectral bone spike, skill scroll. Skills, aptitude hair Krishna's eye, incense and fire golden body, imperial beasts. 1 level short of being a half-step martial master. The 5-dimensional average also broke the 3,000 mark. It was important to know that in exchange for a martial artist with a rare martial soul, in order to have a 5-dimensional average of 3000 or more without equipment to augment it, one would have to rise to at least level 200 to be able to do so. What's the concept of 200 levels? No concept. Because the world, not to mention humans, even if it was a demonic beast or even a trickster, the level of 200 simply did not exist. In other words, with his current stance, even if he didn't wear a single piece of equipment and didn't bring a single weapon with him, he could still hang on to human powerhouses of the same level, with martial souls below the epic level and full body tops, or even abyssal sneak. Epic? Same hanging. Quite good. Li Yunxiao gave a pertinent evaluation. Then he packed up and left the secret realm as if nothing had happened. Look, it's him. Although I don't know why he stayed in the secret realm for so long, but the race list does show that his clearance time was 3 minutes and 36 seconds. And that's a solo. That's a full 4 days, 12 hours, 50 minutes higher than the previous record of 4 days, 12 hours and 53 minutes. Over 3 minutes? Ha! Even if 5 fully equipped martial sectors were to team up, they wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. Who the hell is this guy? It's outrageous, too. After all, it's nighttime now, and by the time tomorrow comes, I dare believe that this matter will definitely be on the Ronqing's hotspot. What happens tomorrow, happens tomorrow. What's the saying? Right. Willing to gamble to admit defeat. Brothers, you have lost. Let's this account. Is not it time to settle it? That bet on 3 minutes, dude. Don't you run. You're the one who lost the most. Nope. Is there a possibility that his 3-minute clearance counts as 3 minutes to get out of it? Count your sister. Pay up. Without caring about the chasing and jostling of a small number of people or the mute gaze of the majority, Li Yunxiao walked straight towards the outside of the square as if he were passing through no one's land. Just then, a figure wearing a trench coat and a mask stepped in front of him. Got a minute? Let's have a chat. Li Yunxiao recognized the other party at the first glance, and without refusing, followed the other party, taking steps in the direction of the big SUV. Behind them, outside the crowd, the group of people who originally wanted to catch up looked at each other and after sighing, they could only stop there. Car. Han Tianfeng took off his mask. 3 minutes to clear the most dangerous and difficult secret realm in our own city. I'm curious, how the hell did you do that? Even a mythical martial soul couldn't be this fierce without equipment. The evil god martial spirit was even more so, and he knew that the other guy hadn't gotten any outrageous equipment in the meantime. Then brushing up on those 2 regular secrets. Although the realm rises quickly, the rewards are known and there is no possibility of going too far. there is only one scenario. That is, the opponent's martial soul, or soul skill, had an unknown characteristic. If that was the case, then in the future, one couldn't look at the other party's martial soul with the same eyes as one would look at a normal mythic martial soul. Li Yunxiao blandly said. Business secrets. Han Tianfeng smiled and didn't say anything more. A martial soul is the lifeblood of a martial artist. Your caution is completely understandable. Then can you tell me why you obviously cleared the secret realm in more than 3 minutes and had to drag it out until now? Before coming out? Chapter 40 The final push before the high school exams. Li Yunxiao didn't hide it. After hearing the other party's words, Han Tianfeng's frown tightened. The three-headed demon Jiao is said to be the first secretive lord responsible for capturing our Rome city. On the abyss side, the strength is unfathomable. In its heyday, even I'm afraid, am no match for it. When he said this, he himself couldn't help but suck in a breath, his back tingling. A few breaths later, he looked at Li Yunxiao with a shocked expression. And in the end, died at your hands. Classmate Li Yunxiao, just how many more times do you have to refresh my perception of you? Li Yunxiao said indifferently. It is not at its full strength. Han Tianfeng nodded. I know, but even if that's the case, its strength, I'm afraid, is not something that a martial master or even a martial zone can easily take down. And you're only at the peak of the martial realm now, not even at the martial master realm. Sincerity covered his face as he sized up the other man carefully. Student Li Yunxiao, I think that you can really consider joining our military. With your talent, in the entire Great Xia, I'm afraid that only our military can give you sufficient cultivation resources while giving you sturdy protection. He was used to losing sleep and wandering alone as a patrol. Tonight, it was true that he wasn't here for the genius in front of him, but that didn't stop him from being determined at the moment. Li Yunxiao pushed open the car door and got out. No, thanks. He was genuinely uninterested. Looking at the back of the other party left, slowed down Han Tianfeng just wanted to say send, but found that the other party has already got into a cab. Couldn't help but sigh. I guess he didn't even realize that another rejection from the other side would be a bigger blow than the first one. After a moment of silence, Han Tianfeng didn't get too depressed and looked at the faraway cab, pulling out his cell phone. 2 things. First, strengthen the protection of student Li Yunxiao. Once he encounters a life-threatening situation, regardless of whether the opponent is human or secretive, he must step in. The second thing, seal the secret realm of White Bone Cave and keep it closed until the hidden dangers are completely removed. The first thing he knew was that it didn't have much of an impact on the entire city of Rome. However, the impact of the second incident is particularly obvious because many students who are about to take the entrance examination will choose, and can only choose, the White Bone Cave to cultivate after reaching a certain realm. The White Bone Cave being sealed means that many students will have nowhere to cultivate, and in the end, they may not even be qualified to compete in the prestigious schools. It's brutal, but there was no way around it. As the head of the military in Rongqing, his first and foremost concern was definitely the personal safety of the people. It's better to not be able to get into a prestigious school than to die in a secret place. The cab's taillights completely disappeared at the end of the line of sight, and only then did Han Tianfeng sigh and drive away. Inside the dim and empty space, a deep purple, cold-emitting fire floated around the stone throne. Master, are you all right? Master, is a sacrifice needed? If needed, my subordinates will immediately go and capture the human powerhouses. There was a long silence before the empty world echoed with a sullen whisper. It's dead. Who? The servants were first stunned, and then in a daze, they realized why the other party was suddenly screaming miserably, and their breath had weakened considerably. You mean him? Isn't he recuperating in the White Bone Cave? How could he die? Can it be that there is a second super genius in Rome City that defeated him while he was cultivating in the White Bone Cave? Of course they knew that it was impossible for a human over level 30 half-step martial master realm to see each other, and those who could see each other and kill each other could only be young human geniuses. The whispers resounded again. No, this time, it's him, too. The surrounding servants, if they had faces, were definitely changing their colors at this moment. Him? You mean Li Yunxiao? How can it be? He was, 2 days ago, only a few levels. It's only been 2 or 3 days. How did you get into the White Bone Cave? And defeated that? The lord who couldn't even defeat a martial master or a martial zone. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The owner of the voice didn't want to explain, and after a few moments of silence, he spoke in a cold voice. The college entrance exam will be his last chance to make the right choice. If by then, he is still obsessed, then wipe it out. Yes, master. I'm going to take the college entrance exam and I'm going to go to the same college as him. Lu family. Lu Ximin's attitude is strong and unquestionable. Big brother Lu Bo's eyebrows were rotting. Don't think I don't know that in the beginning. It was you who chased after people. In the beginning, you were looking at people's faces. Then it matured and you started thinking about the other person's condition. In Big Brother's opinion, the first time you proposed to break up after learning that the other party's supreme bone has been dug up is exactly what you do after your mind has matured. But now Big Brother does not understand how you this mind, but instead still live more and more childish? Lu Si-min retorted. What do you mean the more you live, the more childish you become? People Yunxiao is so outstanding now. Is it wrong for me to get back together with him? Lu Bo gasped and laughed. Normally, yes, but you've torn people apart before. Now licking your face to go back and beg people? Do you think people will say yes? Listen to the words of Big Brother. The family has been arranged. With your current grades, the family then adds some money. The best 211 in our province. You can be directly bailed out. Humanly Yunxiao is now not only a genius among geniuses. There is also the support of the Lin family's eldest lady behind him. Not to mention 985. Even those two strongest universities in the imperial capital have a chance to fight for it. You and him, back on that day when you asked for a breakup, it was over for good. Hearing these words, Lu Si-min instantly couldn't tense up and couldn't stop her tears from sliding down. Only this time, there was no hysteria, much less bitterness, only silent choking. But I'm not willing. Brother, I'm really not happy about this. He clearly belongs to me. I just lost him by accident. How come? How come you can't get it back? Lu Bo gently stroked his sister's head and comforted. There are some things that are missed. Instead of being a meaningless reminiscence of the past, it is better to boldly think about the future. Lu Si-min kept shaking her head. I shudder to think of the future without him in the picture. A picture like that is gray. Brother, help me. I want to go to college. I want to try. One last time. I can't believe that my destiny with him is just over. Lu Bo's face was full of sorrow, but he finally nodded. Hey, in that case, work hard. Words, that's all I can say. There was still a little time left before the entrance exam, and in his opinion, no matter what the initial intention was, as long as it gave the motivation to fight, it was always good. As for that already visible ending, at the end of the day, whether or not the other party will be able to accept it, that's for later. It's better to remember the past than to enjoy the future with a sentence in the middle. It is better to worry about the future than to do well in the present. Lu Si-min clenched her teeth and her eyes were firm. I will become better. Become worthy of him. That way, he'll come around and come back to me again. The Zhao family. Zhao Zitai's father, the current head of the Zhao family, asked the crowd in front of him, on Director Chi's side. What did he say? Director Chi said that there's no way to fake the images seen by the retrospective light curtain. Li Yunxiao belongs to self-defense and can't find any reason to apprehend him. What about the other big families? The ones who died. They are all heirs of the big families. A few big families mean the same as us. Li Yunxiao must die. That is to say, Li Yunxiao's death is still something we can only do ourselves. That's right. As of now, there's only one chance for the entrance exam. After all, it's the only way to get that asshole to make the first move. The Zhao family head's face sank like water as he turned to look at his son's last photo and muttered, Son, slow down on the road to the Yellow Springs. On the day of the college entrance exam at the latest, he'll catch up with you and kowtow to you. You're going so fast he can't catch up. Before the words left his mouth, his old face was already covered with tears and gloom. This glow, could it be a legendary grade martial soul? On the military's training ground, the middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit and the military's second-in-command in a military uniform stood together, stunned by the scene in front of them. That's right, what your Qianjin awakened is indeed a legendary martial soul. Head Lin, congratulations, truly congratulations. If she is willing, my side can immediately submit an application for her. A legend-grade martial soul is fully qualified to join our military directly. The middle-aged man in a Chinese mountain suit was smiling from ear to ear, and just then his daughter came over. Father, I want to take the college entrance exam. I want to go to college. The smile on that face of his only gradually turned into dismay. Arriving at the exchange, Li Yunxiao took out all the must-sell items and prepared to exchange them for cultivation resources. He's going to make the final push before the entrance exams. Chapter 41 Non or Euro? That is the question. Selling all the useless things, Li Yunxiao gained a total of over 89 million. One must know that in the entire Jiangchang, even those who possessed rare talents and had cultivated for their entire lives would only have tens of millions of dollars at most if they didn't rely on their families. People like Li Changfeng, the richest man in Rongqing at the level of the richest man in Rongqing, only started to make a name for themselves after the age of 40, and it took more than a decade to sit in the position of the richest man in Rongqing. Passing through the secret realm did make money, but most people's martial souls were ordinary martial souls. and they didn't even have the qualifications to brush the secret realm. A small number of people with rare martial souls also had to form a full group of 5 martial artists of the same level and brush dozens, if not hundreds, of times before they could clear a secret realm and obtain the final reward. For someone like him to single-handedly brush the level and still pass it in seconds, and in the end enjoy all the rewards for passing the level alone. Not to mention Rome City, but looking at the whole of Great Xia, there were only a handful of people who could do so. If he's not rich, who is? Li Yunxiao looked at the numbers on the account in a very calm manner. This number, when replaced with his before, could be unimaginable. But now, it's just a number to him. It's still a string of numbers that simply can't be muffled. Slightly exhaling, the next moment, Li Yunxiao exchanged all the money other than his living expenses for small spirit pills. A total of 9,000 small spirit pills almost burst his storage space. After awakening your martial spirit, you will automatically be given an other space. The higher the rarity of the martial spirit, the larger the size of the foreign space. His martial soul was at the mythic level, and it was even fiercer than the average mythic martial soul. The volume of the alien space reaches a staggering 9 cubic meters. It's twice as big as the foreign space possessed by ordinary mythological martial souls. But even so, it still didn't fulfill his storage needs. Looking at the 9,000 small spirit pills in the storage space, Li Yunxiao lamented. It seems that we still need to get an external storage. Otherwise everything goes in here and sooner or later it won't fit. Without too much procrastination, after simply packing up, he left the exchange, go back home and close the door. He placed all the consumables needed for ascending in front of him. Same old rules, eat the Dan first. I learned a new way on the internet, which is to incorporate the elixir into water and then use a concentrator to concentrate it into a bottle of potion. In this way, you can swallow thousands of pills in one bite. Concentrator, it's not expensive. It's only a few $100s. The main thing is that it saves time. In this way, he had condensed 9,000 small spiritual pills into 3 bottles of spiritual liquid. Then in one breath, he swallowed all 3 bottles of spiritual liquid into his stomach. At once, a shocking breath exploded in his abdomen one after another. Immediately afterward, it transformed into a warm aura that flowed madly along the limbs and bones. After being refined in the heart area, it converged to the dantian, forming a breath that was like a star vortex. Bang! Bang! 2 loud bangs. His realm, directly raised to level 31, the early stage of the martial master realm. Mythical martial soul is just awesome. The aura provided by a small spirit pill has a lower limit of 100 and an upper limit of 1000. When it comes to me, it's 1000 every time. There's hardly any wear and tear. With 9,000 small spirit pills, it went straight from level 29 to level 31. This efficiency, it's truly terrifying. Exhaling deeply, he murmured, but it is indeed time for this little spirit pill to retire. With my current physique, the backlash of the small spirit pill isn't even an itch to scratch. It's better to buy medium spirit pills in the back. After all, for the same amount of money spent, the medium spirit pill provides much more Reiki than the small spirit pill. Without dwelling on it excessively, after stabilizing his mind, he pulled out all of his skill scrolls while looking at his kill value. Current kill value, 9,880. Accumulated kill value, 300. These last 2 secret realm cultivations, he had opened the god-killing Dharma phase almost the entire time. And the killing value consumption, it could not be said to be small. But luckily, the cumulative kill value has exceeded 30,000. It's finally time to start a new round of avatar extraction. Old rules, draw the avatar first. Successful extraction. Acquisition of leopard skin pouch, artifact. Leopard skin pouch, unlimited storage space, but can only store dead things. Li Yunxiao cried and laughed. No, Toon-chan, do you have to be so solicitous? I did say I wanted a bigger storage space, but I didn't say I wanted it now. Besides, in this world, isn't there still an organization called the Public Storehouse? Get a membership. It's only a couple $100 a month. In the future, no matter what city you go to, you can access it at any time as long as there is a public warehouse. There's no need to consume one of my avatar extractions. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Li Yunxiao said with relief, forget it, although there's no way to raise the realm. It's after all more convenient than a public warehouse. It's kind of a boost. Sighing slightly, he focused on the skill scroll. He didn't see how many there were, so he just said use them all. Skill scroll used successfully. Acquired, haircut, common, *8. Excavator proficiency, advanced, *4. Grooming, advanced, *6. Bird raising, intermediate, *5. Sun watching, advanced, *9. Flower arrangement, rare, *7. Extreme Speed, Rare, *1. Rudragon Shot, Legendary, *1. Li Yunxiao had a black line on his face. This tech school 3-piece set is also ridiculously high. But if I want to study hairdressing and excavators, why don't I go to a technical school? It's not like tuition is expensive. This thing, skill scroll, can only be dropped. There's no way to trade it yet. What you get you don't need. What you need you don't get. This output design, does it really make sense? And that birding, sun watching, flower arranging. What the hell? It's not over, is it? Thanks to this time, there are 2 other skills that can be used, or else it would be a big loss. At this moment, he was really feeling a bit na-na. Extreme Speed, Rare, triple your own speed. Rulong Lance Technique, Legend Mastery of Lance Technique. When using the lance to attack, the speed is faster and the power is more fierce. When utilized to the extreme, it can release a long dragon of aura. Criticism, proficient in all known marksmanship. Newly made, at a glance. What is the standard for a gun, you ask? A long one that doesn't need to be loaded is considered. After reading the introductions of the 2 new soul skills, a bright smile finally appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. This, Rulong gun technique, is not bad. It's right up my alley. And it's still a legend level soul skill. Powerful. It shouldn't be bad. At this moment, he suddenly felt, again, as if he was, after all, a little bit OU. After all, a legend level soul skill is 1 in a million, and can be encountered but not sought after. Without gloating, he then turned his attention to his panel after the refresh. Chapter 42 Amulet. Epic. Name, Li Yunxiao. Martial Spirit, San Tan Hai Hui Great God of Murder. Realm, Level 31, Early Martial Artist Realm. Power, 3420. Spiritual Power, 3420. Speed, 3420. Endurance, 3420. Stamina, 3420. Resistance, 3420. Storage, Gold Brick. Magic Scale Armor. Spectral Bone Spurs. Leopard Skin Pouch. Skills, Aptitude Hair Krishna's Eye. Incense and Fire Golden Body. Imperial Beasts. Li Yunxiao muttered. The 5-dimensional average doesn't seem to have changed much. Sure enough, the further back you go, the increase in basic attributes will have less and less of an impact on the increase in overall strength. The effects of soul skills, equipment, and weapons are the key to improving your ability in actual combat. Then, he focused on the Hotian Divine Eyes, crying and laughing. But I fucking love those eyes too much. After thinking about it, he decided not to use the universal proficiency first. After all, it seemed that continuing to upgrade the Hotian Divine Eyes would most likely only increase the visual range. A range of 3 kilometers is enough. And if it's not enough, there's the Dragon Scale Goblin King as a horse. There is no such thing as risking one's life. The most sensible thing to do is to save up the general proficiency first. Alright, what can be used is almost all used up. Li Yunxiao was a bit less satisfied. Why does it feel like, this time, the boost, it's not very big. Add 2 new soul skills, one of which is still legendary level. Then, there are some generalized proficiencies that are not used for the time being. The main thing is that the basic attributes don't change much, and it feels as if a lot of resources have been used, but in reality, it always feels like there's not much of a boost. But he knew that even if the boost wasn't big, he was, now, invincible at the same rank. The highest level of Rome City's secret realm is only capped at level 30, and only the leader is level 30, while the small monsters and elite monsters are all level 20 or so. Many people, even on the day of the entrance exam, were only at the beginning of level 10 in their realm. There are no realm restrictions on the entrance exams, but there are on the 211 and 985 exams. A better 211 requires candidates to have at least 15 levels. A better 985, at least 20 levels. The top 10 universities in Dacia, the minimum requirement, are all level 25. As for the 2 top universities in the imperial capital, they required level 30, half-step martial master realm, in order to apply. Li Yunxiao was now level 31. Even applying to the first 2 universities on the list is more than enough, so he understood that next, raising the realm was no longer the key. Most importantly, you still have to improve your practical skills. If you can't use the general proficiency, then you should raise the proficiency of the soul skill itself. And the best place to practice soul skills was definitely the various secret realms. He decided, for this next period of time, to continue brushing the secret realm. This way, you can have the best competitive performance when it comes to the day of the entrance exam. The day before the entrance exam, Li Yunxiao bought a lot of gifts and came alone to the orphanage where he had stayed in the beginning. Dean was thrilled to see him. Just come back with your people. What's the point of bringing up so many things? She really didn't care how many gifts the other party had brought. She was just worried about the other party's health. If it wasn't for the fact that she was too busy with the orphanage during this period of time, she guessed that she would have gone to visit the other party in person long ago. Li Yunxiao explained. Some of these gifts are for you and a few other teachers, and most of them are for the children. With a loving face, Dean stroked the other man's cheek. I knew that you, in the future, would be very successful. Looking over the other woman's body, her brow furrowed again. But you have to take care of your health too. She thought that the other party's body had not recovered, and as she spoke, a wave of heartache went to her head, and she could not stop the tears from flowing down her face. Li Yunxiao responded. Don't worry, Dean. I'm already fine. Look, these muscles, this physique, your body is great. You can eat anything you want. Dean looked at the other man incredulously. Are you sure you're okay? Didn't they say? Li Yunxiao smiled and responded. Rumors, they are all rumors. Dean then heaved a sigh of relief. I told you, heaven forbid. How could there be such desperate parents? If that's the case, how could I have ever, in the first place, agreed to them taking you back? Li Yunxiao didn't want to talk about things that would make the other party feel guilty, and said bluntly, my younger siblings, I won't visit. I'm afraid that I won't be able to part with them when I leave. You can pass the gift on for me. In a while, I want to go see Auntie Chen. Auntie Chen was the caregiver who took care of him in the beginning, treating him like her own son. If not for the other party, with his physical condition back then, he would not have survived past the age of 3. In order to cure him, Auntie Chen spent all her savings. Now that he's back here, he's thinking most of his aunt, who is more like a mother than his own mother. Dean nodded, wiping away his tears. Good. So is there anything you want to say to your siblings that Dean can pass on for you? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, read more, sleep more, eat less snacks, and read more newspapers. Dean broke into tears, saw the other man get up, seemed to think of something, and hurriedly pulled out the box from the safe. By the way, this is what Auntie Chen left for you. I had an emergency back home earlier and forgot about it when I came back. I was organizing Auntie Chen's things 2 days ago, and it just popped into my head. I was going to send it to you in a couple days, when I had time. Since you're here, just take it. Li Yunxiao did not open it and put it away before politely replying. Thank you, Dean. I'll leave you to it then. Dean smiled and nodded. Well, remember to come back often when you have time. This will always be your home for as long as you need it. Li Yunxiao smiled and nodded, saying nothing. Nothing needed to be said. After anonymously transferring a sum of money to the orphanage's donation account and leaving the orphanage, he was alone, and went to Aunt Chen's grave, and after placing the tributes, he opened a bottle of wine, and leaned against the tombstone and drank. Used to always advise you to drink less. Think to yourself, this stuff, is it that good? Why do you have to sneak in a couple cups alone even when you don't eat your meals every day? Now find out. This stuff, it really doesn't taste good. It's just that the atmosphere is here, and it never feels right not to have a drink. Turning back to the tombstone, he smiled gratefully. You bet. It was at this moment that he felt at home. Without getting a response from the other party, Li Yunxiao with an unnecessary face opened the box left by Aunt Chen. It was a moment of clarity. Amulet, epic no realm limitations. For a certain period of time, can withstand a fatal blow, take damage, can greatly reduce the pain. Criticism, the one you have to protect even after death must be living a happy life now. Must remember to drink a lot of water. Do not picky about food. Grow up quickly. Although this world is sometimes cruel, but it is still beautiful, because the people who love you, will always love you. Li Yunxiao reddened his eyes and clenched his teeth, but he still couldn't tense up. Unico, you're a real dog. Half an hour later, Li Yunxiao removed all the weeds in front of the tomb and brought them to a faraway place before throwing them away. When he returned, however, he saw a large group of strangers in suits and sunglasses surrounding Aunt Chen's grave. Among them, the man who was at the head of the group, after hanging up the phone, suddenly raised his leg and kicked on the tombstone. Next moment, the world was instantly dead silent. Immediately afterward, rushing flames dyed the sky red. Chapter 43, Beheading his own brother. The furious Li Yunxiao turned into a ball of fiery meteors and fiercely killed towards the group of strangers who had destroyed the graves. Also at this time, silver and blue wrap. A silver-blue, spike-covered vine suddenly burst out from the shadows. The group of men in suits were brought to mid-air after wrapping them tightly around each other and fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Boom! Boom dash! There were several loud bangs and dust spilled in all directions. There was a lot of screaming. The next moment, a slender figure walked out from the dust. How dare you commit such an evil act in broad daylight? Simply lawless. Turning back to Li Yunxiao, who was on fire, Li Yaozu was slightly stunned and worried. Brother, are you alright? These people are vandalizing people's graves. It's outrageous. The brother must teach them a hard lesson. Li Yunxiao's face sank, and the moment he clenched his fist, he directly killed up. Pretend your mom. How could he not see that these swarms were the ones that the other side had found? Li Yaozu's face changed drastically, followed by his shock dissipating and transforming into a sneer. Brother, why are you doing this? As he jumped back, a large group of suited thugs suddenly stepped out from the shadows. Hundreds, and every one of them was at the martial master realm. Li Yaozu and the crowd said in a cold voice, I wanted to repair my feelings with you, and then make you voluntarily surrender your mythological martial soul. In that case, even if you do turn into an invalid in the future, brother me, I'll still consider raising you. And it turns out you have to be ungrateful. In that case, what's the point of thinking so much? You don't even think about your younger brother. Why should my younger brother think about you as a big brother? His face sank as he abruptly waved his hand. Take that. Looking at the big brother who was surrounded by thugs in the blink of an eye, Li Yaozu smiled coldly. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. If the mythic martial soul doesn't transplant, there won't be any time left. My good big brother. Between blood brothers, not only could they transplant the supreme bone, they could also transplant their martial souls. It was just that the process was more troublesome. He had been coveting the other party's martial soul, not wanting his own trashy rare martial soul, even if the other party's martial soul was, indeed, the evil god martial soul. It didn't matter. Boom dash. In the next moment, flames like wild dragons shot up into the sky. The entire world was enveloped in a wave of scarlet red that completely enveloped it. Li Yaozu, whose face was illuminated red, couldn't help but get excited. Is this the power of a mythical martial soul? Really handsome. This martial soul belongs to this young master. And today, this young master will take it. However, in the next moment, the instant he subconsciously turned around, he was shocked to see that the handsome too explosive martial spirit had already rushed in front of him, and its owner, right in front of his own face, blasted that sandbag-sized, comet-like fist at him. This instant, seeing the opponent's back, the flying fighters, Li Yaozu heart a cold. How can this be? Boom dash. The fire exploded. Once again the heavens and the earth were covered in hot scarlet. Kill Ma Chao, human, gaining Reiki 3000. Kill a high-level target, gain 150 kill points. Kill Chen Chong, human, gaining Reiki 5000. Kill a high-level target, gain 160 kill points. Kill Han Feng, human, kill Li Yojo, doppelganger, gaining Reiki 600. Kill a low-level target, gain 1 kill value. The blaze gradually extinguished, and Li Yunxiao, whose eyes then returned to normal, looked at the ashes in front of him that floated away in the wind and murmured in a cold voice, Split? Silver blue serpent vine. Although it was a rare martial soul, it was not uncommon. At least the textbooks had been very detailed in their introduction. The art of splitting definitely wouldn't be an innate soul skill of the silver blue serpent vine. Posterior attachments don't work either. After all, martial souls and soul skills, too, were about fit. Just like beauty salon is not suitable for Santen Kaikai Daikatsugen. The art of separation is also not suitable for the silver and blue serpent vine. Therefore, he knew that no matter whether it was innate or acquired, as long as Li Yaozu's martial soul was still a silver and blue snake vine, it would be impossible for him to learn to split. When he was acting, Li Yaozu also used vine tentacles to mess with his own men. Plus, in this world, only between blood brothers can transplant their martial souls, so he was certain that the other party's martial soul, right now, must still be a silver blue snake vine. For a while, he did not know why the other party could learn the split body art, but he understood one thing. The opponent's split body technique was definitely not something he had just learned, because long ago, the other party seemed to have used this skill and framed him. I told you, why is it that every time you get into trouble and then frame me for it? The idiots, they say you have an alibi. So it's because there's this skill? Helping Aunt Chen's tombstone up and reburying it in the soil, he looked around and realized that it didn't need to be repaired. With this burning, the weeds are all gone, but it is even cleaner. Looking back at the ashes at his feet, murderous intent surfaced on his face again. Whatever your secret is, the end of the college entrance exam will be the end of your life. He then bowed 3 times to Aunt Chen's tombstone and turned to leave. Darkness. One set of people breathed a slight sigh of relief. In the other direction, there was another woman, staring at the scene in disbelief for a long time. This woman was no other than Li Yunxiao's third sister Li Qingqing. So this year, third sister was wrong about you. A month ago, she promised her family that she would find an opportunity to talk to her fourth brother again and persuade the other to come home. However, when she saw the other party again, she realized that the other party didn't seem as bad as she thought. From an unintentional discovery at the beginning to an active covert observation later on. Until now, She had already determined that practically the whole family, including herself, had misunderstood this fourth brother. The real bad guy is actually the little brother who looks honest but is actually extremely deep and dark. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she was so stupid. Her second sister, her elder sister, and her parents, her own family, also stupid. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been cheated by that green tea boy for so many years. Instead, he went to let down this brother who had suffered so much outside and returned home, but still had no complaints and genuinely treated himself as a relative and dear brother. Looking at the other parties departing back, at this moment, her heart was broken, and her face, long ago, was covered with tears of remorse. Yun Xiao, I'm sorry, third sister knows she's wrong. Don't worry, third sister will definitely make it up to you. Until you forgive third sister, and us fools who have failed you. She won the first prize in an international competition and was recognized by a big shot. And now she is definitely considered powerful even if her last name is not Li. This time, I came back to tell the good news, to my family. As a result, the opportunity was never found. The next day, the main roads leading to the examination center are all restricted by traffic control, and only cars carrying candidates can be driven normally. Some candidates take a taxi, some candidates ride in their own limousines. Li Yunxiao, like most people, rode the school bus to the largest martial arts stadium in Rongqing. However, as soon as they got off the bus, the dozens of people traveling with them were shocked to the point of no return by the scene in front of them. Chapter 44, The Four Great Paths of Trials. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So many people. High school entrance exams are big brother. It's not a normal thing. Normal my ass. Normal. Rongqing is a small, 4th or 5th tier city with a resident population of less than 5 million. Last year was the largest number of people ever to take the entrance exam, and it was only about 50,000. How many people are here? At least 700,000 to 800,000 people, and that's if they're not all here. But if they are, there must be more than that. You don't say. Moreover, the martial arts arena of our Rome city, as I recall, doesn't seem to be this big. When was it expanded? This area. It's almost as big as the Grand Plaza in God's capital. Li Yunxiao and the crowd saw He Minjun's approach and greeted. Teacher he. Mr. Ho. Hello teacher. After nodding and smiling, class teacher He Minjun shifted her eyes from Li Yunxiao and responded to the gazes of her classmates. Hello classmate. The situation is indeed as you can see. There are many more candidates taking the exam in Rongqing this year than in previous years. That's because the whole province, the candidates, are concentrated here. Ha? What's this about? It's a program designed by the newly appointed expert from the Ministry of Education. It says that doing it this way will increase everyone's motivation to compete and improve the overall level of high school entrance exams in our province. The reason why I didn't tell you in advance is that I'm afraid that if you know in advance, you will have excessive anxiety and have a bad rest, but instead you will be prone to misbehave. After all, other schools don't know, but our school's research team has always felt that it doesn't really do anything to make it work. Anyway, after hearing her words, the students in the class, with the exception of Li Yunxiao, had indeed become more nervous. He Minjun hurriedly changed the topic. As for the expansion of the martial arts arena, this isn't really an expansion, but rather a great power with a spatial soul skill that has just replicated the imperial capital's Grand Plaza here. That is to say, what you are seeing is not the real Rome City's martial arts arena, but the imperial capital's Grand Plaza mirrored image. After the entrance exams are over, this place will be restored to its original state. Looking at the nervous crowd, she smiled and said, it's the same configuration of examination room as the imperial capital's scholars use. How about it? Doesn't it feel great? The crowd nodded in unison. I'm kind of looking forward to it after hearing you say that. Right, with such a big square, it should be too much fun to fight. Regardless of the grade, it's worth it in this life to be able to take an exam in such a spectacular place. It's definitely worth it. Under normal circumstances, you'd have to go to the imperial city to see the Grand Plaza, and at our level, we probably wouldn't even be able to go to the imperial city if we were to take the technical school exam. If you want to see it, you'll have to pay for your own ticket to the empire. Now, you don't have to spend a penny. Not only can you see it, but you can also use it. It's not just worth it, it's just a good deal. That's it. Seeing that her comforting had an effect, He Minjun was finally relieved and turned back to the student who had not changed her face from the beginning to the end. Student Li Yunxiao, how do you feel? Li Yunxiao responded. It's okay, there's nothing special. He Minjun didn't know whether the other party was pretending to be calm or really so calm and consoled. Just try your best, as long as you don't regret it, no matter how many points it is, it's the best score. When the crowd heard this, they all looked towards Li Yunxiao with eager anticipation. Yes, as long as you don't regret it. No matter how many points it is, it's the best grade you can get. You've got to go for it. And you've got to go for it. And me, and we've all got to go for it. Especially you, classmate Li Yunxiao. You have to cheer even more. Before the college entrance exam, they could not say the words mythical martial spirit in front of outsiders, but that doesn't mean their hearts aren't in the right place. As the only mythical martial soul in the entire third-year Class 8, the entire first middle school, the entire Rongcheng, and even the entire province, the entire Daxia, they hoped, of course, that the other party would get an amazing score on the test, usually scrambling, fighting and bullying. By the day of the college entrance exam, everyone still has something in mind. All hope that what they can't do, their classmates can do. After all, it's something to brag about when you're out in the world. Li Yunxiao accepted everyone's blessing. Well, cheer together. High school, no regrets. He Minjun took the lead and got everyone to gather around to inspire and save energy. Come on, let's get a refill together. 3 years, Class 8, we'll never regret it. Go for it, go for it, go for it, go for it. Powerful shouts echoed throughout the square, until it was shaken apart by the broadcast of the rules. There are 10 minutes until the entrance exam. Now, please listen to the rules for this year's entrance exam. In an instant, the entire crowd of nearly 1 million people instantly quieted down. Although the rules had been familiarized countless times in advance, they still couldn't help but get nervous. The previous pep talks and cheering seemed to pale in this moment. Rule number 1. When the exam begins, 4 teleportation arrays will appear on the exam room. Each teleportation array, corresponding to a trial pathway, respectively. Sequence 4, synergistic pathways in which demonic beasts' defenses and attacks are weakened, but their speed is enhanced. Sequence 3, demonic beasts with normal levels of defense, attack, and speed, but with more complex mechanisms of rational pathways. Sequence 2, demonic beasts with enhanced defenses and attacks, but slower and simpler mechanics of the one fight to the end pathway. Sequence 1, demonic beasts with enhanced defenses, attacks, speed, and mechanisms, all in the Berserker pathway. After entering the teleportation array, each person will enter a separate secret space. There are a total of 10 zones within the space, each with an artificial demonic beast of increasing difficulty. For every demonic beast you kill, you'll earn points accordingly. Rule number 2, no weapons, no special equipment. Rule 3, as long as a team passes 10 zones, this year's college entrance exam will end immediately, and the points earned by an individual will be the total score of the college entrance exam. On the contrary, if one is defeated by a demonic beast right in the middle of the process, then one is considered to have fallen off the list. Warm reminder, under normal circumstances, the 4th to 2nd sequence of trial pathways will almost never be defeated by demonic beasts, poorly configured, or just a little slower to brush. The maniac pathway, which is only the first sequence, has a high risk of falling through the cracks, because the demonic beasts in this trial pathway are not artificial demonic beasts, but real ones. This statement was made. The whole place was abuzz. A real demonic beast. What does that mean? That means you want me to die? It's just a test. It's not that bad. At the moment, they were glad that they were listening well to the rules being declared, because this take real demonic beast as the assessment of the first sequence. Throughout the entire history of the Great Summer College Entrance Examination, is also the first time to appear. So yeah, the score you get for killing demonic beasts in the maniac pathway is also a bit higher than the other pathways. High returns, naturally, come with high risks. It is up to the candidate to decide how to choose. The rules have been declared, and on behalf of the Ministry of Education of our province, I wish all candidates good luck with the college entrance exams. The sound of the radio has not dissipated. The whole square was filled with the sound of greetings. Li Yunxiao was the only one who did not hesitate to walk straight towards the maniac pathway teleportation array. Chapter 45, The Hope of the Whole Village. In the stands, someone noticed the dashing figure. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the number 1 in the Rongcheng freshman, the 4th young master of the Li family, Li Yunxiao. Oh, he's the genius who was rumored all over the internet before, that the supreme bone was snatched away by his own brother, and as a result, in the end, became the number 1 in Rong City? The rumors turned out to be true? He really awakened a rare level or higher martial soul despite not having a supreme bone? Otherwise, how could he have dared to choose the first sequence, which is the first in difficulty and even has the risk of death? TSK. What about his younger brother? After taking away someone's supreme bone, he should be very good now, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of him in this huge examination room. Who knows? No matter what, it seems that now, this year's college entrance examination, the first place in Rongcheng City, I'm afraid it's not that Li Yunxiao. After all, People's hard power does lie there. No one can be better than them. The first place winner in Rongqing City is him. Then who do you guys think will be the first place winner in this province? That goes without saying. Of course it's the first place winner of Imperial High School. Wang Tianyi, Imperial High School. The best and highest threshold aristocratic school in the province. Judging from previous year's entrance exams, the number one in Imperial High School is basically the number one in the province. What's more, Wang Tianban is from a wealthy family, and as early as before yesterday, he had raised his rank to the early stage of the 32nd level martial master realm. The martial soul is still a legendary grade martial soul that is 1 in a million. Provincial scholar? Without a doubt. What about Li Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao? Oh, this Li Yunxiao's martial soul. I think it shouldn't be bad. But compared to the legendary level, I guess there is still some distance. There's definitely no problem with being number one in the city, but it's almost impossible to compete for the provincial top spot. Hey, I heard that there is a very important secret cultivation realm in Rongqing that was sealed for most of the month due to a malfunction, causing many graduates in Rongqing to have no place to cultivate. And in the end, they couldn't even reach the realm of applying for 985 and 211. Many recent graduates even had to give up this year's college entrance exams and just choose to repeat. If that's really the case, then in this year's college entrance exam, not to mention the top 10 in the province, even if it's the top 100 in the province, this side of Rongqing, it's estimated that we won't be able to enter a few. Yes, if Li Yunxiao can become the provincial top scholar, the education sector in Rongqing will still be saved. On the contrary, if he is the only one who made it into the top 10, the major middle schools in Rongqing will be in trouble next year. This is a vicious cycle. If this is true, the education sector in Rongqing, at least 3 to 5 years will not be able to slow down. Looking at it this way, Li Yunxiao is really considered to be the hope of their entire village. It's just a shame that this hope is a little too small. Ha! Who says otherwise? The VIP table. Li Qingqing, who was dressed very formally and could even be described as dignified, sat alone in the middle of a group of education bureau leaders, silently looking at the figure that was waiting in front of the light screen. Yesterday evening, Li Yaozu told the whole family that he had received an enrollment notice from a certain 211, which did not require a college entrance examination and was directly guaranteed. In the old days, she might have believed that it was because her little brother was good enough. Now she would only silently estimate how much the other party, in private, had spent. When my youngest brother doesn't take the entrance exam, the rest of the family has no interest in visiting. But she has. Not only was she coming to witness her own brother's high point, but she was also going to bring the other person along with her after the high school exams were over, and return home with all the accolades, so that the real idiots in the family would realize how stupid they were, then willingly and sincerely apologize to the person and ask for forgiveness. Chief, the new rules added this year are supposed to scare the kids. What rules? It's the rule that in the first sequence, Maniac Pathway, the demonic beasts use the rules of the true demonic beasts. After all, they are students. And how can we in education let them really experience life-threatening situations? Ha ha! So this rule, it must be scaring them, right? The head of the Department of Education responded. You tell me. This statement was made, including the principals of Rongqing 1st, 3rd, and 4th high schools, other city high schools, as well as the leaders of all the education divisions, except for the main department. All of them were suddenly stunned and stared in disbelief. No, there really are demonic beasts? It's just a test after all. Not really. The head of the Education Bureau looked in the direction of the examination center and said indifferently, how can one know the true meaning of being powerful without having experienced life and death? 4 paths, freely chosen. They must learn not only to do their best, but also to live within their means. Advanced placement is not just a test, it's a very important curriculum, from each according to his ability. What a course! The leaders around them wiped their cold sweat. Say it like it is. But I'm afraid that there are rash people who don't know the sky and the earth. In the seat beside the head of the Education Bureau, Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt and shock. Even the year when the college entrance examination was just restored, the one known as the hardest college entrance examination in history didn't make it this treacherous. What in the world are the questioners in this year's batch of the Ministry of Education up to? At this moment, she always had a foreboding feeling. Buzz dash. Just then, the big clock in the middle of the square suddenly lit up. It's considered over when someone passes 10 areas. On the contrary, if there is not a single candidate who has cleared all 10 areas, then this year's college entrance examination will follow when the hourglass ends. There's no need to rush. There's 3 whole days. I now announce that this year's college entrance exam officially begins. The words just fell. Nearly 1 million people, like mad, rushed towards the light curtains of the 4 major pathways. None of them are not in a hurry. The camera has been tracking the candidates who are ahead of the progress, and then through the big screen in the square, live streaming in real time. Most people, although they chose the right pathway, went in with their hands full because they were overstimulated and basically knew only one thing to do. As a result, he found that he couldn't fight at all, and almost lost at the hands of the artificial demonic beast. Looking at the crowd, they shook their heads. Hey, this year's class of candidates, they don't seem to be any good. Strength aside, this mentality is really poor. After looking around, there are only a handful of people who know that you have to work with your hands and brain. Among them, the best performance belongs to that Wang Tianyi student, knowing the mechanics of pulling and figuring out demonic beasts at the same time. That's right. The demonic beast in the first area is a level 10 half-step innate realm, poison-tailed giant scorpion, with a 5-dimensional average of over 800. And, in the maniac pathway, the attributes, all of which have been tremendously enhanced. The actual 5 dimension should be at 1100, coupled with its unique mechanism of reducing and increasing injuries. If you don't use your brain and go in hard, even a level 30 half-step martial artist realm, in a short period of time, you won't be able to beat it. Don't shake it. Look guys, Wang Tianyi has already started to output at full power. The poison-tailed giant scorpion's mechanism seems to have been completely figured out by him. That's right, and he does so much damage. It's only been less than 5 minutes, and that poison-tailed giant scorpion has already lost a tenth of its stamina. Countless people sucked in their cool air violently. Is this the gold of a prospective first-place finisher, worthy of being someone who came out of Imperial High School? His talent is truly terrifying as hell. Wait, who is this candidate called Li Yunxiao? The poison-tailed giant scorpion, in front of him. Why is it dead? Referee? Referee, the staff put a dead demonic beast in. Can't you see it when it's so obvious? Chapter 46, the end of the high school exams. Number 1 in the province. Not waiting for someone of stature, out of fairness, to stand up and question the direction of the VIP table, the big screen suddenly flickered to life. The first candidate to pass Zone 1 is born. Rongqing No. 1 Middle School. Li Yunxiao. In 18 seconds, this statement was made. The whole place is dead silent. Next moment, in the audience, the clamor broke out completely. No, everyone else is still figuring out the mechanics. He got through it straight away? That's so fast that even the monitors didn't react? That's too much. Everyone had a mute look on their faces, even on the VIP seats. All the school leaders, leaders of the Ministry of Education, as well as their families, are like sculptures, full of unbelief. Inside the secret, all the candidates, all of them, looked at their admit cards in shock. It has score details and an overall leaderboard. At this moment, seeing that the first place had already appeared on the leaderboard, but the second place had not appeared for a long time, countless people were all in a state of hopelessness. Wang Tianyi, who was the most favored, also froze for a while before coming back to his senses. Li Yunxiao, right, you're very good, but I'm sorry, but you're only good for second place in front of me, too. After saying that, he turned around violently and punched the poison-tailed giant scorpion's broken body. The poison-tailed giant scorpion that received fatal damage let out a mournful scream, and immediately afterward, it turned into ashes and dissipated with the wind. Kills poisonous-tailed scorpion. 5 minutes, 36 seconds, points earned, 70, with a perfect score of 75 and a straight 70. He could be very happy. Back there, it will only take me less time to figure out the mechanism. Not longer, meaning that I'll get perfect scores on almost all of the next 9. 5 points short of a perfect score. I'm not number 1. Who's number 1 of who? He then walked towards the second area with a confident smile. Li Yunxiao's side. Kills 3 wolves. 3 seconds. Points earned, 75. Lightning lion killed. 3 seconds. Points earned, 75. Kills one-eyed saber-toothed tiger. 3 seconds. Points earned, 75. In just 9 seconds, he had already killed 3 ferocious demonic beasts. Went through 3 areas. And before that, in addition to the poison-tailed giant scorpion, he had also killed the 5-step snake, red-headed object attack, rattlesnake, and demon wolf spider, for a total of 5 demonic beasts. Other than the poison-tailed giant crab, in the first area, all the demonic beasts in the other areas were resolved in 3 seconds. The reason the first area took 18 seconds is because he used his brain, and then he realized that considering the mechanism was purely a waste of time. He pushed all the way across the line directly after that. It's only been less than a minute, and we've already killed the penultimate area. 3-headed Tiger King, Chief, level 30, boom dash, 1 punch, and it was still an instant second. The actual chopping time is only 1 second. The remaining 2 seconds are being used to catch up. Kill the 3-headed Tiger King. 3 seconds. Points earned, 75. There's no dragging. After killing the demonic beasts in front of him, Li Yunxiao flashed with a vertical movement and came directly to the last area of this pathway, and at the same time, it was also the most available item of this college entrance examination. Ghouls, Hidden Leader. Level, 35. This moment, the sky, for almost all the candidates, has completely fallen. I haven't even finished my first monster. He's about to pass. Seeing the leaderboard, the second place still does not appear. First place is only 175 short of a perfect score. Not only the scum, but also the mind of the bully also completely collapsed. Ah! Who the hell is this? How can anyone else play when you screw up like that? Wang Tianyi had long ago become mute. Back when he was painting the third area, he realized something was wrong. It took over 5 minutes to paint the first area by myself. With the experience, he brushed the second area much faster. But it took a full 2 minutes. I ended up just getting to the third area, only to turn around and realize that the other guy had 675 points. The high school entrance exam is not over yet. It also means that the other side didn't come through. It took a perfect score on each of the first 9 items to get the 675. At that moment, his Dao heart was shattered. So much so, that the mindset to even continue fighting was gone. No. Just then, the violently stunned Wang Tianyi seemed to have discovered something. He scored a perfect score in each of the first 9 events. Meaning, he didn't spend more than half a minute on each of his projects. 30 seconds times 9 is only 270 seconds. Less than 5 minutes. But now, clearly, 5 minutes have passed. There was a creepy suspicion in his mind that he didn't dare voice. Until the next moment when the radio comes on. Ahem. Notice, the exams are overtime until the second place finisher shows up. Hearing this, his hanging heart completely died. No way. No. That's not true. This must not be true. The first in the province, long ago, was born, and the current college entrance exam should have ended long ago. It's just that the monitoring system didn't react because the first place was over so quickly. An hour later, when Wang Tianyi took the lead with many candidates and came out from the secret realm, when he saw his peers sitting on the podium and playing with their cell phones on the first place position, he almost couldn't help but rush up and ask the other party for his super letter. Congratulations, Mr. Wang Tianyi. You are the second place winner. At that moment, the leader of the Ministry of Education walked up, and after a bitter laugh, he followed the other party's pace. Thanks. Who was third place? He didn't know. All he knew was that the other guy was just like himself. I was pulled up to the podium in a daze, feeling the cheers of the people around me for the first place. Awesome. Li Yunxiao is awesome. Too fierce senior. You're simply my idol. No, you're the idol of all our schoolmates in Rongqing. There is hope for the educational community in Rongqing. We, the students of Rongqing, can finally hold our heads up as human beings. Awesome senior. Awesome. This province's high school entrance exam, thus successfully concluded, in 45 seconds, broke the lowest record ever. Students, I am so proud of you. Ha ha ha. Wang Tianyi long laughed up to the sky, laughing to the end, directly sitting on the second place above, bawling. As it turned out, no one cared. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the province's top scholar, the VIP table. Li Qingqing watched and cried, for crying out loud, shocked, unbelievable, excited, even excited. At the moment, a myriad of emotions flooded her mind. Mostly, however, pride and pathos. Proud because she knows that the first place is her own brother. This younger brother, who had never been unseen before, was now getting results that even he could only look up to. Pathos is because she knows that even at this time, she can only silently bless and be happy for her brother, and is simply not qualified to share this glory. And this, all of it, was deserved by myself and this group of so-called loved ones. No. So good. You didn't tell me earlier. What's the age of the hide-and-seek routine? It's fun to punch your family in the face. In the next moment, she suddenly broke into tears and took a deep breath. This is a distinction that belongs to you alone, and the current third sister is not worthy of sharing it with you. But third sister promises that third sister will earn your forgiveness and your approval. In the future, if there is another opportunity like this, third sister will stand by your side again and share the glory with you. At the moment, in front of her, the head of the Education Bureau was still looking left and right. Where is the principal of Rongqing First High School? Here. The leader is here. The principal of Rongqing First High School bumbled out. What are the orders? The leader of the Education Bureau looked at the student standing on top of the first place and asked politely, is he a student of your school? What's it called? Li Yunxiao, the principal of Rongqing. No. One middle school smiled from ear to ear and pulled He Minjun to show up with him. Oh yeah, Li Yunxiao. The leader of the Education Bureau nodded his head and said, This kid, he's quite outstanding. What is his martial soul? How come before? I haven't heard anyone mention it. The principal of Roncheng First High School took off. It's the mythic martial soul. It was at this time that he subconsciously covered his mouth, but suddenly realized that the restraints on his body seemed to have disappeared. The face changed dramatically. Nope, how can this be? The corners of the head of the Ministry of Education's mouth rose slightly, and an icy, evil smile surfaced on his face. Boom dash. In the next moment, there was a loud bang and a black and purple light suddenly erupted. Dark clouds obscured the sky. The entire exam room was instantly enveloped by an extremely ominous dense atmosphere. Chapter 47, the Eerie domain descends, and the sharp game opens. Looking at the sky that suddenly changed color, the principal of Roncheng No. 1 middle school was filled with white faces. This is the tricky domain that only a super tricky can unfold? Abyss? It's the abyss. They've invaded Rong City. They've invaded the exam room. One moment, the whole room was horrified. Almost everyone, the moment they heard the word abyss, they couldn't stop panicking, or frantically fled, or couldn't stop trembling. Sneaky? It's really surreptitious. They're killing us. Run! Run! Podium. The leader of the Education Bureau was just about to present the award to the third place, but the third place seemed to see something and ran away, rolling and crawling. While his face instantly changed, he subconsciously turned back and saw, to his dismay, that the entire examination room, at the moment, seemed to be covered by a huge purple lid. A black-purple mist as if it was substantial kept surging around the edges. In the middle of the fog, countless hideous and twisted weird things are approaching this way. What a weird invasion. After decades of stalemate, how could they choose this time to invade? Looking back to the VIP seats, he couldn't help but sigh when he realized that the leaders had almost all run out, and only the principals of each school, the teachers, were still greeting their students. Turning back to those candidates who fled around and ran for half a day without even realizing that they were always circling in the same place, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Stay put. We've been pulled into the spooky domain. Running is useless. Don't all panic just yet. Try to hug it out with the people around you. This is always the boundary of Rong City, and with the suppression of the sacred water boundary, the strength of those abyssal mysteries will definitely be greatly reduced. Even you have the power to fight. Plus there are so many of us. It's not certain who will win or lose. As long as we stay in a group and don't fall alone, we definitely won't die. Even if we can't beat them, there's absolutely no problem holding out until the military comes. Don't run. Trust me. His hissing, however, was of no use. The moment they feel the threat of death, most people lose themselves instantly. Don't even know who you are. Hey, looking at those candidates who looked like headless flies, who would only run around, or even only curl up on the ground and shiver, the awarding teacher could only turn back and look at the person beside him, only to realize that, beside himself, there was almost no one. Looking around, he realized that the province's top student, who was standing on top of the first place, had already pulled out his spear and killed the rapidly approaching group of abyssal secrets. The grandeur of the atmosphere, as if the general had just returned from the battlefield. It makes people look inferior. Is this the gold of first place? The title of scholar is well deserved. Turning back to the second place finisher, who was sitting on the ground with a terrified look on his face, he spoke. Student Wang Tianyi. Right. Have you ever lost? Wang Tianyi. Ahem. Teacher means, have you ever been afraid? Wang Tianyi was speechless. Teacher, what are you trying to say? The award-winning teacher said. My name is Han Jinlong. You can call me Mr. Ma. Wang Tianyi. Han Jinlong stepped forward and patted his clear-eyed opponent. It is said that the greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. See this group in front of you. We exist because of those who are no longer there. The reason we have to keep getting stronger is because of those who have no way to get stronger. So, are you willing to follow your teacher? Rush to the front and protect these people until the military arrives. Wang Tianyi, no. Han Jinlong had a black line on his face and rushed to say something else. Iron Man Decathlon can only be considered a theoretical exam? After all, those demonic beasts are no more ferocious than the Ministry of Education has designed them to be. Doesn't count as a real live battle. In my teacher's opinion, being number one in theory is not considered truly number one. Only being number one in actual combat is truly powerful. The sky is the limit, and you're still the dark horse. Hearing this, Wang Tianyi's eyes instantly had a light in them. If you had said so, wouldn't you? After saying that, he didn't hesitate any longer, pulled out his twin hammers, and rushed towards the direction where the figure was far away. This time, there's absolutely no way I can lose to you. Sir, namely, back off. Those cuties are mine. Boom dash. Before the words fell, there was a loud bang, and his figure, like a cannonball, flew out. Seeing this scene, Han Jinlong heaved a sigh of relief, turned back to the group of principals, and rushed over as fast as he could. Where is the great leader? Examination centers have security systems that can be turned on at the first opportunity to create a protective boundary. Why isn't he driving? The principals of all the schools, including the principal of Rongqing No. 1 High School, were all filled with anxiety. I don't know. He was gone when the accident happened. Han Jinlong sighed heavily and looked back in the direction of the two figures. In that case, it's just us up front. They are children after all. If we don't die, they definitely can't die. The crowd reached a consensus in silence. Next moment, everyone, including the principal of Rongqing No. 1 Middle School, followed Han Jinlong's lead and rushed to the front line. I am the gardener of Daxia, burning my whole life just to illuminate the vast future. Whoever confuses my beans and stains my flowers, I will abandon my books and raise my blade to the vault of heaven. Kill. In the meantime, at the edge of the examination room, Li Yunxiao, who just won the title of Provincial Scholar and has not yet had time to receive the award, has already carried a long spear and killed the secretive army. Kill Headless Creep *3, gaining Reiki 39,000. Kill a target of the same level and gain 300 kill points. Killing the Witch Child *4, gaining Reiki 110,000. Kill a high-level target and gain 440 kill points. Slay Donan Snake Demon *5, gaining Aura 150,000. Kill a high-level target, gain 550 kill points. If you guys are going to do this, then I'm going to kill the pleasure. Li Yunxiao was very clear. Every city with a concentrated population is protected by a boundary. Although Rongqing is a small city in the 3rd or 4th tier, the holy water boundary it possesses is a convergence of the power of the 3 rivers of holy water, the strength of which can be ranked in the top 10 even in the whole country. None of the other cities had been captured by the abyss, and Rong City was even less likely. Therefore, he understood that the holy water boundary must still be there. And the reason why the abyssal mystery could invade on such a large scale was, most likely, by means of from the inside out. As for what exactly the tactics were, he didn't have the time to guess now. He only knew that under the suppression of the holy water boundary, even within the guile domain, the strength of these abyssal secrets would still be drastically weakened. Under normal circumstances, a level 30 half-step martial master realm trickster would need at least 2 or 3 level 40 half-step martial zone realm human powerhouses to secure a victory. However, now, with the suppression of the holy water boundary, even a level 30 half-step martial artist realm human, it is estimated that it can block a secretive, better operation, and even kill it. His strength, on the other hand, was already far beyond the level of his class, plus it's a war, not an exam, and there are no restrictions on weapons or equipment. For him, it wasn't a crisis at all. It was a cool situation. Kill Headless Creep *4, gaining Reiki 42,000. Kill a target of the same level and gain 400 kill points. Killing the Witch Child *4, gaining Reiki 110,000. Kill a high-level target and gain 440 kill points. Slaying Donan Snake Demon *6, gaining Aura 180,000. Kill a high-level target and gain 660 kill points. Just as he was having a good time killing, frantically harvesting auras and kill values, he suddenly felt, from behind him, an even more intense killing aura. It was just that this killing aura didn't seem to come from the abyssal sneak, but from humans. It's not too much to ask for a collection and free power generation for the New Year's Eve blowout, is it? Chapter 48. You have an urgent delivery. Please sign for it. Looking at the man in front of him, wearing a black cloak, and looking somewhat similar to Zhao Zitai after removing his hat, Li Yunxiao was slightly confused. You are Zhao Zitai's brother? The man snorted coldly, disdain covering his face. Oh, you've heard of this young master's great name? Li Yunxiao responded. I've heard a little about it. I've heard of it. I've heard of it. I've heard of it. I've heard of it. Not because of excellence, but because of oddity. Turned 18 10 years ago. Took the entrance exam that year, and chose to repeat the exam because I didn't do well. I've done this 10 times, and I'm 28 this year, and I'm still taking the entrance exam. The student who is up to over 40 levels, older than his teacher, and in a higher realm than his teacher, is the one who is talking about him. Indifferently glancing at the other party, Li Yunxiao turned around and took a step. Then you keep up the good work next year. Senpai. The upper limit of Gao Gao's realm was the middle of the 35th level martial master realm. For each level above 35, the number of points earned is reduced by a fraction for each additional level. For fresh graduates, 750 is a perfect score. But for repeaters, even those who have been repeating for several years, even if they get a perfect score, it is estimated that only less than 700, or even more than 600, will actually be recorded in the results. Otherwise, who all go to repeat? Who all go to ascend the realm first, and then the college entrance examination? Then this college entrance examination. What fairness can be said? Stop. Zhao Ziyan's voice was stern. Can't you see that this young master is here to seek revenge on you? My father said, as long as I kill you, the heir to the Zhao family will be this young master. Although this young master doesn't have much interest in you, I'm sorry, but for the sake of this young master's future, you must die. Li Yunxiao was unimpressed and continued to take steps forward. Stop it. I don't have time to play house with you right now. An advanced martial spirit. I really don't want to bully you. Zhao Ziyan seemed to see the other party's disdain and the corner of his mouth twitched. Looking down on this young master? Open your eyes and see what realm this young master is in. Seeing that the other party was still indifferent, he panicked and hurriedly added, this young master has already raised his realm to the level 50 half-step martial king realm. And just yesterday, 5 pieces of legendary grade defense gear were assembled. I know you're a mythic martial soul, with a growth of about 60 points per level, and now at level 31, with a 5-dimensional average, you've reached about 1,800, but this young master is also a high-level martial soul, with a base average of a staggering 500. Together with the legendary defense gear, each piece boosts the base attributes by 20%, and when the 5 pieces are combined together, they also gain the legendary effect, which boosts the base attributes by a total of 3 times. Nowadays, this young master's 5-dimensional average has exceeded 2,000, while it's only about 1,800. Who are you to look down on this young master? Still not turning around? Zhao Ziyan was completely enraged, then smiled coldly and said in a low voice, do you know why this young master dares to stop you here? Because this young master is also a part of the abyss. With these words, Li Yunxiao really stopped in his tracks. You're an abyssal lurker? Zhao Ziyan laughed. It's not just this young master. It's the entire Zhao family. How about it? Are you interested now in a fight with this young master? He had one goal in mind, to make the other side make the first move. Although the Zhao family had followed the abyss, they hadn't completely fallen, and on the Zhao family, the aura of the abyss couldn't be detected at all. In such a case, the Zhao family's identity remains human. The Zhao family will definitely be exposed if they kill the humans first, and if they are backtracked by the military that cleared the battlefield afterward. In order to avenge his brother's death, it was definitely not cost-effective to directly expose the entire Zhao family, so the best thing to do is to lure the other party to make the first move, and then, by way of self-defense, kill the other party. Afterward, it was still possible to announce to the public that the other party was the servant of the abyss. Otherwise, why would they strike at a human? Li Yunxiao looked at the other party indifferently. That's a joke that doesn't prosper. Zhao Ziyan snorted coldly. Who's kidding you? Haven't you noticed that none of those shenanigans are attacking you now? It's not that they can't see you. It's that this young master has greeted you and you are this young master's prey. Though, under their siege, you will also end up in certain death. But it's hard to satisfy them without killing you themselves. So you should be glad. After all, dying at the hands of this young master is much more comfortable than dying in the mouth of a trickster. Li Yunxiao did not say anything more. Needless to say, you'll be on your way then. In his opinion, traitors were far more hateful than enemies, especially in times of peace. One traitor kills even more compatriots than 10 enemies. Kill the Virgin Mary first during the war. Kill the traitors before the war. It was a truth he was convinced of. Seeing that the other party had finally taken an interest in him and was walking towards him, Zhao Ziyan sneered. Already ready to die? Don't worry, we're all classmates. This young master's advanced martial soul, treading snow black and white fury, won't make your walk too painful. Click dash. The next moment, however, he was violently stunned, and realized with dismay that the world in front of him had been turned upside down in a huge way. Unknown to him, the other party had already flashed in front of him, and, still hanging upside down on the ground, I seem to be dead. In the next second, Zhao Ziyan realized that it wasn't the world that had turned upside down, but his own head, which was bent backward by 90 degrees, seeing not in front of you, but behind you. How is this possible? 5 pieces of legendary grade defense can't defend against a single martial master's attack. This martial artist, it's a fake. Right. Kill Zhao Ziyan, human. Gaining aura 190000. Realm elevated to 32nd level. Early martial artist realm. Acquired, meditation armor, legendary. Stone giant's breastplate, legendary. Witch demon's cloak, legendary. Courageous belly swallow, legendary. Gators of unyielding will, legendary. Kill a high-level target and gain a kill value of 390. Li Yunxiao directly put 5 pieces of legendary grade defense on his body, and with a fire, burned the corpse in front of him. Thank you for the gift of nature. Then he leapt forward and killed in the direction of the Abyssal Army. The resident 3x attribute boost feels, well, twice as good. Darkness. That scene just now was watched in its entirety by Li Yaozu, who had used a legendary grade prop to hide his own aura. He always felt as if he had already been discovered by the other party, and the other party just didn't want to take care of it for the time being, so he just ignored himself. The heart was overwhelmed. So after watching that scene just now, he tremblingly turned around and hurriedly fled towards the edge of the battlefield, where there were many people. Next moment, boom dash, with a loud bang, dozens of bazaar instantly flew into the sky at the edge of the abyssal camp, and then, under the powerful shockwave, they were turned into pieces of meat scattered all over the sky. Not caring about the stench that violently filled the air beside him, Li Yunxiao seemed to notice something and subconsciously looked up. The line of sight passed through the dense flying shenanigans and looked towards the two figures illuminated by lightning under that dome. Chapter 49 Beware. Rome City's elite troops were forcibly split into two parts by the Guile domain. At this moment, the military powerhouses, whether they were outside or inside the Guile domain, were all fighting to kill the enemy. However, it was obvious that the military powerhouses within the tricky domain appeared to be struggling even more. In addition to the trick domain can resist part of the holy water boundary suppression. Protected by the trick domain of the secret, the strength is more powerful. More importantly still, the majority of the trickster army was concentrated within the trickster domain, coupled with the fact that although there were more humans within the Guile domain, more than 90% of them, all of them, were students and did not have the courage to fight, and at this moment, almost every military powerhouse was struggling to hold on. If the military powerhouses outside were unable to clear out all the shenanigans in time, giving enough support to the military powerhouses within the shenanigans domain, once the defense is breached, it would be a disaster of incalculable proportions. In the sky, the Night King with white hair flying and wearing black and purple armor looked towards the figure blocking his way. Your men, they can't hold out much longer. Not going to help? Dressed in battle robes and standing in the wind, Han Tianfeng carried a long black sword in his left hand, mighty and unyielding. You're the biggest threat compared to those minions, the Night King said blandly. If this king is not mistaken, you should be that man's descendant. Han Tianfeng didn't retort. The ancestor used his body to prove the Dao back then, and died with your doppelganger in exchange for thousands of years of peace and quiet in Rome City. As a descendant of heroes, the honor of emulating my ancestors' might today is my Han Tianfeng, a lifelong honor. The Night King smiled. Do you think, with your current strength, you can match your ancestors? Do you think that with the strength of this king now, if he encounters that ancestor of yours again, he will still die with him as he did back then? Han Tianfeng didn't reply, just calmly drew his long black sword. I, Han Tianfeng, want to try. The Night King was dismissive. Given enough time, the king is confident that you will be an honorable opponent, so don't get ahead of yourself. Get out of the way. The king can assure you that he will only take him and only kill all the students in the trickster's domain. None of the other Rongqing people will be touched by the king. Its side had been planning this battle for thousands of years. There is absolutely no room for failure. At this moment, Han Tianfeng, who stood against the wind, seemed to stand in front of all the people of Rong City. Behind me is their home. Beneath their feet is the future of Rongqing. You're going to kill them and destroy the future of Rong City. Rongqing War Department Major General Han Tianfeng. Never agree. The Night King's face sank. His eyes filled with indifference. In that case, go to hell. Whoosh. Whoosh. Next moment, the two figures disappeared at the same time. Half a second of silence followed. With a loud bang, the sky seemed to have been pierced, and the heavens and earth trembled for a moment as the powerful light flashed. Li Yunxiao in the center of the battlefield looked at the sky expressionlessly. Look out! Just then, a sharp alert suddenly came from not far away. Without changing his color, he casually waved his hand, and the underworld bone thorn in his hand pierced through 5 different shapes of secret, hanging on top of the lance as if it were a skewer of meat that hadn't been put on the shelf, decapitating the two sneaky in front of her. Lin Miaoi hurriedly ran behind her opponent and stood with her back to him. It's not even if you're great at exams, you're still so strong in real life. You're fierce. By the way, congratulations, you became the top student of our province's college entrance examination. For our Rongqing, a big glory. I was going to wait for you to receive your award and then go congratulate you, but I didn't expect that these dogs would actually kill over it this time. Li Yunxiao didn't say anything more, and after shaking off the shenanigans on the underworld bone thorn, he leaped and jumped into the group of shenanigans once again. Lin Miaoi fought with it while getting closer. But don't you worry, the Provincial War Department of our province is already gathering the fighting forces of each city to support us here. It won't be long before my human army arrives. Crush these dogs, run them into the ground. Let them never dare to encroach on our Rong city again like they did today. At that moment, she suddenly realized that the other party had violently stopped, and then turned back, rushing towards herself while stabbing the lance in her hand towards herself. Did I say something wrong? But not so much. To kill me. In a flash, a lot of jumbled thoughts floated through her mind, until the next moment. The black plasma suddenly exploded and splattered onto her hair. She responded then, stiffening and turning back. Only then did he see that behind him, at some point, a 5-meter-tall, 3-headed, reddish-haired, greenish-purple-skinned mystery had stood. Judging from the pressure it released alone, it was enough to judge that its realm had already exceeded level 35, the middle stage of the martial master realm. Turning back in dismay, she saw that Li Yunxiao had only casually wiped his lance, and immediately afterward, he charged into the secretive group once again. Lin Niaoyi took a deep breath, no longer saying anything, and instead, she put all her attention into the battle with him. Not far away, Lu Ximin, who saw this scene, was not willing to show weakness, resisting the mystery in front of us while looking for opportunities. Finally, she found her chance, just at the moment when a small trickster, taking advantage of Li Yunxiao's frontal kill, found the right opportunity to make a fierce sneak attack. Her heart violently trembled, and then without hesitation, she carried her longsword and killed towards that small trickster. Look out! Seeing that he was unable to catch up with the secretive footsteps, Lu Ximin, in a moment of desperation, could only turn around, holding his longsword and blocking behind Li Yunxiao. Although that trickster wasn't large, its realm was quite a bit higher than the other parties. A claw went down, not only shattering the longsword in her hand, but also stabbing the sharp claw into her chest. Before feeling the sharp pain, Lu Ximin felt the sweetness of her throat first, and a mouthful of blood mixed with crumbs of internal organs sprayed onto the bizarre face. Li Yunxiao turned back with it, his brows slightly furrowed. So far away. Watch out for you, sis. Whoosh dash. Immediately after that, he then flashed his body, and with the fastest speed possible, he crossed a distance of more than 30 meters, and the underworld bone spike in his hand stabbed the small secretive. Instantly, Li Yunxiao indifferently looked at Lu Ximin on the ground. Don't mess with it. It won't work. Screw up again. Anger me and I'll still kill you. Lu Bo, who had finally broken free from the encirclement, rushed over at the first opportunity. People are like this. It's not even if you don't help them, but you still say something like that? Are you a human being or not? Li Yunxiao was unimpressed and just glanced at Lu Ximin before carrying the underworld bone thorn and turning towards the nearest shenanigans. Looking at the other party's killing figure, Lu Ximin, who was supported by her elder brother, cried, "This month, I've been working hard. I am now level 23 and a true martial artist. Although, there's still a small gap compared to you, but with my near-idiot talent, it's still a big improvement, right?" This month, she had been cultivating hard, trying to catch up with her opponent. The harder you work, the happier you are. The more I felt that my former self was more than stupid. It was unbelievable. The harder you work, the more you realize, the other person's not easy, the other person's good. The gap between yourself and the other person. Gradually, she began to have low self-esteem, began to be confused, and then later more efforts, regained self-confidence, will be the other side, set as their own pursuit of the goal. To this day, even she hadn't realized that fondness had turned into faith. She knew that the other party was the provincial top student of the current college entrance examination, and she was proud that her ex-boyfriend was actually a provincial top student, only one in a million. That's a gap, and it's really hard to catch up. Click dash. Chopping off 5 secretive heads with a single shot, Li Yunxiao continued to step forward as if he didn't hear them, killing them as he went. Lu Bo, who was supporting his sister, was incomparably angry, and wanted to curse, but couldn't, because he knew that all of this, his own sister was to blame, and he was not qualified to scold people at all. It's big. Just then, his ears, it seemed, heard a response, snapping his head up, only to find that there was no more half a person in front of him, except for the secretive corpse. Looking over to his sister, he knew from the other's broken smile that it hadn't just been his own fault. "Brother, you say, medicine, Cheech and Chong, give me the medicine. I can fight again." Seeing this scene, Lu Bo cried and laughed, handing over all the recovery potions, all of them. "If you want to fight, then elder brother will fight with you." After eating the recovery potion, Lu Ximin, whose injuries were almost healed, redrew a long sword. "If he wants to fight, I will accompany him to the end. Both think I'm snobby and that I'm not brave enough. Today, I will be selfless and brave enough to show him." Chapter 50 Martial Spirit True Body. Divine Might descends. Invigorating. Perhaps it was the sight of the goddess's valiant, courageous figure. More and more people are realizing that huddling in a corner is, like, a bit of a wimp. Plus, more and more people are realizing that the number of shenanigans, while seemingly high, all seem to be significantly suppressed. Even if it was level 15 versus level 15, by relying on the human's own psychic superiority, he could easily decimate that psychic not so highly intelligent shenanigans. The previous lesson gave them confidence, and the confidence gave them courage. As time went on, more and more people, instead of huddling and hiding, chose to join the war that concerned everyone. However, Li Yunxiao realized that although the number of participants on the human campsite had been increasing, the situation had always remained lopsided. Abyssal Sneaky is too good at killing. Faced with this group of humans who had no combat experience and were even children, they were like hungry dogs seeing a bone. As long as they caught it, they would tear it with hunger and thirst. Even if they were of the same realm, they were still beating each other without any power to fight back. Plus, he always had a feeling, if they continued to drag on, what they waited for would most likely not be support from the human camp, but the crushing of that terrifying pressure above their heads, under the dome of the sky. After thinking for a moment, he still stuck the end of the spectral bone thorn in the ground. The great killer god is above. Allow me, disciple, to reveal your true body of Dharma, to kill to prove the way, purify the world by killing, degree of life. Silence. For a moment, the world seemed suddenly quiet. Next moment, boom dash, there was a loud bang. Scarlet flames rose to the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. Waves of fire like a tsunami exploded in the center of the battlefield. All of the shenanigans within a radius of several hundred meters were shaken and burned to ashes. Cluck cluck cluck. Squeak. For a while, the entire battlefield suddenly resounded with the miserable screams of the tricksters. Several centers surrounded by secrecy. Lin Miaoi, who had a face full of bloodstains and a pale complexion, raised her head violently, and the moment she saw the rushing fire, her entire body instantly widened her beautiful eyes. This awesome pressure. This breath. It's him. No. What kind of martial soul is this? I've never seen it before. It's so cool too. Lu Simin, who was in front of his elder brother, was already exhausted. The last bottle of the recovery potion had been drunk by her. At the moment, she was still unable to regain her strength. However, just as she was about to give up, she suddenly felt a warm aura that flowed past her and quickly covered the entire battlefield. Slowly raising her head, she looked toward the sky charging fire in the distance, her beautiful eyes constantly trembling. Is this his martial soul's true body? It's so handsome too. Brother, look, we haven't lost yet. With such a powerful companion, how could we possibly lose? Stand up. Clenching her fists, she stood up from the ground with her longsword in both hands. I can fight again. Before the words left her mouth, as if she had been given a new lease on life, she charged with an angry snarl, not waiting for the group of shenanigans to rush at herself and her older brother behind her, but charging at the other side with courage and unparalleled bravery. He didn't even give up. This young lady, how could he give up? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The warm breath, like flowing water, flowed quickly and soon spread to the center of the battlefield. This is the mythical martial soul, the principal of Rongqing No. 1 middle school, who had already killed so many people that he couldn't tell who was who, looked at the source of that breath, the fire in the distance, and was filled with shock. Not far away, He Minjun smiled in relief. This is the mythical martial soul. In front of the crowd, Han Jinlong looked at the skyward flames and placed the huge axe in his hand, pointing it toward the sky. Who says there are no gods in my daxia? Today, I, the people of Rongqing, with the body of a mortal, will ask for the help of God's might to sweep away all the evils in this world. As soon as his words fell, behind him, countless teachers and principals grouped together. Killing intent and cohesion, as if transformed into an invisible force, connected the battlefield. All the human powerhouses, as a whole. Low-order shenanigans are irrational. Just a moment ago it was so small, but suddenly it became so big? For a while, they couldn't tell what was going on. Unconsciously, fear and withdrawal were born. From this moment on, the situation has been reversed. Kill the whole bunch of ugly things, kill them until they are scared to death, and kill them until they never dare to do it again. The human camp no longer met the battle passively, but took the initiative to attack and united as one, killing the secretive army. Amidst the crowds, the line of sight shifted from that rushing fire to the direction from which the fluctuations came from above in the sky. Han Jinlong inhaled deeply and clenched his fists tightly. Brother, I can finally understand your faith, guarding them and watching them grow day by day, until one day, it will be a really happy thing to compare us to them. looking straight ahead, at the end of his vision, at the unmistakably hideous monsters. He resolutely lifted his giant axe and gradually ran. So, this beauty must never be spoiled. If anyone dares to destroy it, I'll destroy him first. The moment his speed reached its extreme, he leapt forward and slammed the suddenly swollen giant axe in his hand into the ground. Boom 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 dash. Powerful energy that shattered all the shenanigans in a straight line. The earth gave birth to cracks that stretched far and wide, until the giant trickster at the end was chopped in half. Boom dash. The giant bazaar that was chopped in half had no time to be miserable before it was broken through by a monstrous flame and turned into ashes in the sky. Passing through it, Li Yunxiao seemed like a devil god descending from the sky, and smashed heavily on the ground. The lance swung. The blazing fire that was like a wild dragon blasted all the shenanigans within a few hundred meters radius into ashes now. The earth he stepped on became spotless. Yes. Looking up into the distance, the group that was about to rush over and suddenly regretted it, followed by turning his head and running away slyly. Full of grimace, he grinned and turned into a ball of fire meteor, rushing towards the other side. Squeak, cluck cluck cluck. Ha! In the sky, the high-ranking secret in black robes, called High Priest by the secretaries, saw the scene in front of his eyes. Originally, the Night King was in a good position to win, waiting for the Night King to deal with that small trouble, and then came to harvest it. But at this moment it has already become no longer calm. The situation has changed. Hurry up and inform the king. Don't continue to tangle with that guy. The plan of slaughtering the geniuses of the human race and weakening the future of the human race is, for the time being, feared to be impossible to accomplish. But taking away the only possessor of a mythical martial soul in Great Xia is still a task that can be accomplished and must be accomplished. After all, this mission was given by the chief himself, prioritized above all other missions. Squeak, obey. Squeak, High Priestess, snap dash. However, the instant that the secretive, bat-like creature flapped its wings and turned around, a wave of scarlet flames suddenly surrounded it, scorching it to ashes amidst screams of misery. That person you're talking about, it wouldn't be me, would it? The high priest snapped back, his eyeless sockets widening violently. Chapter 51 Leader, have you ever lost? Boom dash. The moment the fire wave rolled over, all the surrounding shenanigans turned into ashes. Li Yunxiao held the long spear and coldly looked at the humanoid secret with a stunned face. Say it. The person you're referring to is me or not? From the moment the war began, he realized an end. These shenanigans, obviously not very spiritually intelligent, would always come together in groups of 3 or 5 from time to time and strike a clever match. At the most, there were even hundreds of shenanigans attacking towards a strong military general at the same time, and that dripping streak was something that even a well-trained recruit might not be able to achieve. At that moment, he realized that there must be a super brain in the secret army, controlling the actions of the secrets in some way. After a lot of thinking and searching, he finally determined that the super brain was the one that looked like a human being, but was actually not a human being. The high priestess scanned the surrounding desolation and looked coldly at the other party. How do you know? It's this priest? Li Yunxiao indifferently said. How could I not know it was you? The moment the tricky domain enveloped the exam room, you were still complimenting me from the stands. As a result, when the secretive army launched its attack, everyone was there but you. Nowhere to be found. Who else could it be if not you? Leader? He had long since realized that the high priest in front of him was no one else but the great leader who had presided over the college entrance examination before. He had thought that the enemy had penetrated the interior, but he had not thought that the enemy had penetrated the command. The high priest coldly said, "This priest is asking, how do you know that it is this priest? Who is manipulating them? With so much secrecy and similar looks." It didn't understand how the other party recognized itself. Li Yunxiao pulled out the pieces of ominous breath and suspended them in his palm. You don't really think that if the scene is chaotic enough, no one will be able to distinguish your scent? The night Lin Miaoi gave him the house. He then investigated the other party out of caution. Finally came to a conclusion. This woman was not a bad person, but her identity and background, indeed, were not ordinary. Another conclusion was drawn. The person who could plant the secretive seeds around the other party, and then launch a stranglehold on the other party when they were unprepared, must also be in existence of notable status. It's just that at the time, he didn't care about it. The high priestess couldn't stop marveling. Lin Miaoi has the Linglong heart, and like you with the supreme bone, you are guaranteed to awaken a rare level martial soul. Coupled with the fact that she is the noble daughter of the head of Rongqing, the Abyss has decided that there's no need to wait for her to awaken, and to directly strangle her in the cradle. As for you, this priest can only say that it is expected that no one has ever thought that congenital muscle weakness can even be cured. Smiling coldly and not continuing to dwell on the causes and consequences, the high priest looked at the other party with disdain. What? With that look, you don't really think that you alone can stop this priest. Li Yunxiao rotated the spear in his hand and then pointed it at his opponent's face. Big leader, huh? Student. Want to try? Boom dash. The blazing fire instantly wrapped around his entire body, and the scarlet flames illuminated the dome of the sky. The high priest's face sank, and the moment he opened his arms, the robes on his body inspired wildly. Then you're out of your depth. In the next moment, the ominous aura that leaked from him was like a tidal wave that instantly covered the earth beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, the earth in a radius of thousands of meters was as if it was plunged into a deep pool, being eroded by the turbid, pulp-like aura. Feeling the ominous aura of deja vu, Lin Miaoi, who was fighting in the mysterious group, changed her face drastically. This is the trickery that controlled those 3 demonized wolfhounds to attack me in the first place. He's fighting it. Wang Tianyi hammered down, smashing a large swath of shenanigans, and the moment he looked up, he was violently stunned. I haven't even finished killing the little monsters on my side, and you're going to start fighting bosses? Grass, grass, grass. Be quick about it. For some reason, Lu Ximin, who always had tears on her face, looked up indignantly, with no worry, only anger. Kill it, kill them all, please, they must be driven to extinction. The principal of Rongqing No. 1 Middle School, He Minjun and other teachers of No. 1 Middle School, as well as the principals of other schools, and the leaders within, were all anxious to the extreme when they saw the scene. That's a real high level of shenanigans. You're only level 32 now. Even with the suppression of the holy water boundary, you're no match for it. Li Yunxiao, come back. Han Jinlong clenched his teeth and used his fastest speed to finish decapitating the shenanigans in front of him. And then, with an even faster speed, he rushed towards the other party. Boy, you're overly brave. The center of all attention. Li Yunxiao had already been enveloped by that muddy and unpleasant aura long ago. Pure black, as if it were ink, continuously absorbed the scarlet fire, causing the entire world, once again, to fall into grayness. Looking at the Rong city's first genius who was bound by himself and could only wait for death, the high priest smiled coldly. The way it was supposed to be. The king himself had to step in and restrain the foolish humans before this priest had a chance to capture you. And you ended up running over to deliver it yourself? The king even said before that you are top-notch in both wisdom and martial arts talent. Now this wisdom seems to be nothing more than that. Li Yunxiao's face did not change as he looked up at the other party. The high priestess. Right. Have you ever lost? The high priest was slightly stunned and grunted coldly. In your human hands? And not yet. Li Yunxiao held the long spear in his hand and looked disdainfully at his opponent. Now then. There. Boom dash. In the next moment, monstrous flames suddenly erupted, and an unprecedented pressure, as if a divine might had descended from the sky, instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. In this moment, he no longer had any restraint. Kill God Phantasm, completely unleashed. The black face, the black eye sockets, at this moment, as if illuminated by that extreme light, forcibly illuminated, revealed that streak of astonishment that belonged to the secretive. How is this possible? You're only level 32. How is it possible to unleash such a terrifying divine might? Even a mythical martial soul can't possibly do that. Whoosh dash, boom dash. The speed was so fast that Blaze couldn't even keep up. In just a blink of an eye, Li Yunxiao rushed in front of his opponent with the long spear in his hand. The mythical martial souls you know are just some weak outer gods. A mere outer god. How can it possibly compare to my great summer slaying god? Done. In an instant, the high priest's heart thumped violently. At this moment, it was truly feeling the fear of death. Silence. In the next moment, dazzling flames violently erupted, coloring the entire battlefield red. Chapter 52, in my dictionary, there is no escape. Sparkles like fireworks blossomed in the sky. Where the light shines, the black tide fades. Bang dash. It was at this time that an even more powerful aura suddenly erupted from Li Yunxiao's body. His realm, from the early stage of the 32nd level martial master realm, had broken through to the early stage of the 33rd level martial master realm. Seeing this scene, above the battlefield, no matter if it was human or bizarre, all of them were filled with shock. Lin Miaoi, whose cheeks were illuminated by the firelight, was still incredulous until this moment. I know he's strong, but this is also too strong. Wang Tianyi didn't stop and was still fighting desperately. Grass, grass, grass. This gap. How to catch up. Kneeling on the ground, bawling her eyes out, Lu Xinin looked up to the sky and shouted that person's name. Li Yunxiao. The principals and teachers of all the major high schools were dumbfounded, especially the principal of Rongqing No. 1 Middle School as well as the teachers. At this moment, they only felt that this student in front of them was incomparably unfamiliar. Han Jinlong, who had just rushed behind his opponent, had already paused in place, The secret of High Priestess. Unexpectedly defeated? Defeated at the hands of a teenager. This is not the first in the province? I'm afraid it's the number one in the country. Boom dash. Just then, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from the sky, along with the entire creepy domain. It was trembling violently along with it. Han Jinlong turned his head in shock, only to realize that in the distant sky, there was a figure that was falling rapidly. Realizing what was going on, he was just about to take a step when a large group of out-of-control shenanigans blocked his path. When he killed the first few secretive, and turned back again, he found that the fire meteor had already rushed towards the direction of the loud noise. Brother, he's coming, don't let him die. Don't you die either. After the words were spoken, he was no longer distracted, and with all his firepower, he rushed towards the massive shenanigans in front of him. Without the control of the high priest, the rest of the secret is like a fly without a head, knowing only to rely on instinct to kill. Coupled with the suppression of the holy water boundary, it was only a matter of time before the group of mystics could be killed and could not be crushed by force. Whoosh dash! Without having time to clear the rewards after killing the trickster high priestess, Li Yunxiao used his fastest speed to rush to the edge of the trickster domain, on top of the mountain that was bisected by the black and purple barrier. With an arrow step, in mid-air, he held the figure that was about to hit the ground in his arms. General Han, are you alright? It was only then that he realized that at the other party's heart, a stream of pure aura continuously emerged, converging into a long rope that extended to the figure in armor on the other side of the mountain. This is, the pale Han Tianfeng slowly opened his eyes. This is my martial spirit. Li Yunxiao looked up indistinctly, and only then did he see that behind the other party, there was a tall figure standing, dressed in a cloak, with one hand holding up an obscure scripture and the other holding a long, black sword. There was no hint of anger. It's like the Grim Reaper from hell. However, Li Yunxiao knew that this was not the god of death at all, but a legendary level weapon martial soul. The name is, Death's Gift. The native soul skill, in the textbook, did not have any introduction, just an annotation. When death is present, no matter what the manner, it is destined that someone has to leave this world. Li Yunxiao looked back at Han Tianfeng in his arms. This is our Rong City, the inherited martial soul of the protectorate family. Although most of the inherited martial souls, in terms of rank, are inferior to epic or even mythic martial souls, they also have uniqueness. In other words, your Han family is, in fact, the guardian family of our Rong City. You are the Han family's successor of this generation. Han Tianfeng didn't retort, and at this moment, his breath was very weak. Night King. The Night King is too strong. I don't have the means to do what the ancestors who guarded Gujin City back then used, Death's Gift, and die with it. But don't worry, once the thread of grace is formed, its life force, just like mine, rapidly drain away. Although in the end, it may still be impossible to kill it, but it can also weaken it by by more than 80%. Plus the secret of High Priestess, who has been defeated by you. Now, as long as you keep running and hiding from its pursuit, you'll definitely survive. Until the reinforcements arrive. He knew that with the current combat power of the secretive army, it would be impossible to accomplish the plan of exterminating the geniuses of Rong City or even exterminating the geniuses of the whole province. At the back of the fight, there was even a high probability that it would be countered by the human camp, and he understands. Most of the credit for this goes to the talented young man in front of him. After all, he had been watching the other party fight. In this battle, the victory of the human camp was already a foregone conclusion. He believed that as far as the current situation was concerned, it was almost impossible for this top human genius with a mythical martial soul to be in danger of losing his life. But the premise is that the other side has to remain vigilant, always avoiding the pursuit of the Dark Lord, until reinforcements arrive. Whoosh dash! In the sky behind Li Yunxiao, the Night King, whose body emanated a black-purple aura, stood against the wind, and his eyes, which squinted at the living beings, were covered with an irrepressible rage. You know that in this battle, my abyssal army, it is already impossible to win a great victory, yet you still want to put your life on the line to stall this king, just to protect a little kid with an undetermined future? Is it worth it? Han Tianfeng looked at the Black Devil King in the sky, his eyes firm and full of confidence. He's not a front runner. He is the hope of my Grand Xia, the only one, the top genius with a mythical martial soul. At the same time, from this moment onwards, for the next 100 years, you abyss, no matter how much you struggle, cannot erase the fear. After saying that, he hurriedly said to Li Yunxiao beside him, hurry up and run. If it were to just rip the cord in order to chase you, 90% of its life force would be immediately eliminated. At that time, its battle power will be greatly reduced. And your principal and teacher, if you cooperate well, you may even have a chance to kill it back, so you don't need to care about me. Just run by yourself. As long as we keep running this battle, we will win, Li Yunxiao said expressionlessly. In that case, you will die too. Han Tianfeng was violently stunned, his eyes widening before he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't you understand? Don't worry about me. Run." Placing the other party firmly on the ground, Li Yunxiao gripped the long spear in his hand and got up to look at the Night King in the sky. But the word escape is not in my dictionary. The words just fell. Everything around them was instantly illuminated. Under Han Tianfeng's shocked gaze, he turned into a fire meteor and rushed towards the darkness in the sky. Chapter 53, Weapons are inherently weak? How about magic weapons? Han Tianfeng's eyes widened. In the next moment, when he saw the dazzling firelight blooming in the sky, the whole person almost collapsed. "Boy, come back, Li Yunxiao?" "No." This has startled everyone on the battlefield. "Something's not right. Hurry up and kill the shenanigans in front of you and go help him." Kill the sky. The Night King dodged the impact of the fire meteor by dodging sideways. The king has no intention of killing you. As long as you go with this king and submit to the abyss, this king assures you that you will, in the future, be able to get everything you want. Even among the human race, the heights reached by the top geniuses are no match for you. Li Yunxiao couldn't fly, and after each landing, he had to regain his strength and charge again. His footsteps, however, still didn't slow down a bit. Without so many complicated thoughts, he only knew that right now was the best chance to kill the other party. Boom dash! The Night King's face sank when he saw the fire meteor strike again, illuminating everything in front of him. Why do you have to be so obsessed? What's so great about being human? Worth the obsession? Li Yunxiao held the long spear and stabbed at his opponent's face. If you don't become a human being, do you become a? The moment the tip of the underworld bone thorn, S-thorn was already approaching the tip of the opponent's nose. However, just then, the Night King suddenly opened his mouth. "Then you go to hell." Clunk! In the next moment, the underworld bone thorn suddenly collapsed, followed by a powerful force that transformed into a substantial black-purple gale that violently dispersed towards the surroundings. Li Yunxiao, who was unable to maintain his position in the air, subconsciously crossed his arms, but was still shaken to the ground by the shockwave. The moment he smashed into the ground, even the flames on his body were dispersed by that powerful afterburner. Boom dash! The moment he climbed out of the pit, he once again used the God of Slaying Dharma, swept through the heavens, pulled out a new underworld bone thorn, and rushed towards the darkness in the sky. It doesn't even hurt to hit someone, and with that, you dare to call yourself the Black Devil King? Seeing this scene, the Night King in midair was completely enraged. How many times has this king said that Black Demon King is an evil title taken by you humans? And this king hates that title. The moment it opened its arms, a powerful pressure seemed to be drawn out of the void by it. Yet at that moment, it was violently stunned. The moment I subconsciously looked at the end of the rope, my vision was blurred for a moment. Shit, it can't continue to wear out. The present king, the life force, only has less than 30% left. Fighting further, killing this human genius is not a big problem though. But when the reinforcements from the human race arrive, with my king's current strength, I'm afraid I'll die here too. Yes, stay in the green. At this time, there's no need to fight for your life. Human genius, next time you kill, it's the same. The moment it returned to its senses, its eyes suddenly condensed, looking towards the once again glowing fire meteor. Taking a weapon that the king doesn't use against the king? Do you have a chance of winning? With a cold snort, it took a deep breath and controlled its anger. Not in the mood to play house with you here. Count yourself lucky this time. Next time, you will die. After saying that, it turned around directly and flew in the direction beyond the Guile domain. It was at this time that it suddenly realized that a huge shadow had appeared under its feet, as if a greater darkness had enveloped the world. Li Yunxiao, who was holding the gun with one hand, extended his other hand into the sky. Weapons are inherently weak? Then the magic weapon. So what? The Night King looked up in shock. What? What the hell is this? The entire battlefield was plunged into extreme dead silence at this moment. Almost everyone, as if they had been subjected to a fixation spell, stared blankly at this scene. Next moment, the huge square object plummeted to the ground. Immediately after, the crowd then felt what it meant to really shake the ground. The loud rumbling sound spread gradually only after many people had already fallen to the ground. What the hell is this? Miracles? In this battle, is there really a god helping my Daxia human race and the people of Rongchen? Han Jinlong, who was riding on Trickster's head to kill, was so revitalized that he trembled slightly when he saw the scene. Who says I have no gods in Daxia? as long as there is hope in your heart. Raise your head 3 feet and you'll get a god. In the next moment, he raised his greatsword high and charged towards that last wave of the secretive army. Strong men of the human race, listen to the order. Protect my Rome city, protect the future of my human race. Join me and kill this group of shenanigans. Kill. At the moment when all the strong human beings, with extreme exhilaration, rushed towards the enemy, Han Jinlong slashed out with his human sword. After killing all the mysteries in front of him, he turned back and ran resolutely in the direction of the huge square object. At the edge of the weird domain, on the plain made of hills, the golden brick returned to Li Yunxiao's hand after it was restored to its original state. The black armor has turned into a black discus. At this moment, the ground, where there is what Black Devil King, only a black puddle of unnameable things. However, right at this moment, behind him, an icy voice suddenly sounded. Fortunately, the strength of this king comes mainly from the soul. Otherwise this time, I'm afraid I'm really going to be loaded by you. Stupid human, die for this king. Li Yunxiao subconsciously turned back, and suddenly found that the soul body of the Night King seemed to realize the truth of the villain died of too many words, and this time did not say a word more, and directly focused all the power together, attacked himself. The darkness in front of him expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped the blazing fire. Not far away, Han Jinlong, who saw this scene, was violently stunned and hysterical. Li Yunxiao? No! In the center of the black tide, in the midst of the blazing fire aimed by the bloody mouth, Li Yunxiao did not panic and lifted his left hand, pulling out a strange object. 3 heads. Who the hell should I listen to? Of course I'm listening to Brainflower. Seemingly seeing something, the Night King, who had turned into a large face, had his large face change color violently. Next moment, beyond the black ball formed by the black tide, Han Jinlong, who had almost collapsed, stared fiercely. Immediately after that, his cheeks, which were originally illuminated by the black-purple light, were gradually replaced by scarlet red, until the fire was so bright that his entire body was completely illuminated. Serenity, dead silence. Half a breath later, boom dash, bright flames completely exploded from the black ball, and shockwaves mixed with divine power and mysterious aura swept across the entire battlefield. Clunk dash, the trick domain shattered. The dark clouds in the sky were washed away by the fire. A piece of clarity. At this moment, no matter if it was within or outside the battlefield, it was as if they were all frozen in place, facing the gale, not moving at all. Chapter 54, Hero? Traitor? Reward? Just what I was looking for. Did he win? Winning. It's, remove the, and bar for me. He, won. That's not hope. That's the truth. Don't you all realize that the tricky domain has shattered? He won. We won. It was only when they heard this that the crowd snapped out of it. The moment the silence was broken, cheers resounded throughout the exam room. Awesome, awesome. All of a sudden, the entire exam room was shouting that teenager's name. Li Yunxiao, Li Yunxiao, Li Yunxiao. A crowd of exhausted principals and teachers looked at each other with relief covering their faces. Finally, it's over. Especially the principal of Rongqing No. 1 Middle School, as well as He Minjun and the others. Their trembling eyes could not hide their excitement. How many good things did I do in my last life? In this life, to be so blessed to teach such wonderful students? A large group of guards surrounded a young girl. Missy, are you alright? Lin Miaoi, who was paralyzed on the ground, looked at the clouds in the sky with a face full of adoration. What a monster you are. Far away, without caring about the calls of the people around him, Wang Tianyi, who was sitting on the secretive corpse, slowly stood up, turned his back to the direction of the battlefield, and took a step away. Phew, what is there to say about losing to a monster like you? He then turned towards the sky and gave a thumbs up. Dude, you're awesome. Convinced. Both below and above the mountain, a pair of eyes looked at the plain framed by streaming clouds. They all hugged their closest relatives tightly in their arms, shedding tears and murmuring, "Thank you, Li Yunxiao. Really, thank you." Above the top of the mountain, Han Jinlong looked back at his closest relative in his arms. Calmly, "You're not mistaken. He's really good. Just how good it is, I don't even need to tell you much. I guess, because I believe. You've seen it." The moment he leaned back and his eyes were closed, Han Tianfeng's face still had a pleased smile on it. In the sky, there were more and more combat helicopters. On the ground, armed strongmen followed. However, the moment they arrived at the battlefield, those responsible for mobilizing them could only look at the devastation with a stunned expression. A large group of strong men from the special department rushed behind Qingqing Li. Ms. Li Qingqing, are you alright? The first father is worried about your well-being. The dusty Li Qingqing didn't care about the wretchedness on her face and lay on her back on the hill as if she was searching for something. The entire exam room still echoed with that teenager's name. But she could never find the teenager. Brother? Brother! 3 days later, a figure in the dimly lit conference room was sitting on the couch playing with his cell phone. At this moment, in the next conference room, a group of people were talking, and their voices were still quite clear. The Zhao clan has been identified as outright abyssal lurkers, and the relevant authorities have already dispatched people to apprehend them, and none of them will be spared. As for the Lu family, although they were unknowingly helping the abyss indirectly because of their cooperation with the Zhao family, but it's still hard to blame, and it's only because of the sacrifice of someone in their family that they haven't been punished too severely from above. But it's probably unlikely that the children of his family will be able to get much traction in the future. As for the Education Bureau side, still investigating, thousands of direct or indirect abyssal lurkers have been arrested so far. The position of the person in charge will be taken over by Han Jinlong for the time being. Han Jinlong? Doesn't someone from the Han family have to enlist in the military when he takes over the Education Bureau? Who will carry on General Han's will? This is fine. The Han family has another heir who is now studying at a university in the imperial capital, and after he graduates, he will go straight back to Rongqing and return to the team through special channels. So, okay, I get it. Next moment, footsteps came. Immediately afterward, there was a creak and the door to the conference room was pushed open. Why don't you turn on the lights? The man turned on the conference room's headlights and looked over at the teenager playing on his cell phone on the couch. Li Yunxiao raised his head and blandly said, "Conserve electricity." That's quite a reasoned answer. The man mumbled for a few seconds before turning all the lights on and walking towards the other man. You are student Li Yunxiao, aren't you? Hello, I'm the temporary head of the Rongqing War Department, Xin Tiangang. Nice to meet you. Li Yunxiao shook hands with him and then spoke bluntly. It's been 3 days. When will you let me go? Xin Tiangang said. No one is keeping you from leaving. Before that it was because the battle had just ended and a large number of people were needed to clean up the battlefield, sweep away hidden dangers, as well as put the whole city on alert. There was no extra manpower to protect you, which is why you were brought back to the base first. Now that the safety hazards have been largely eliminated, you can leave at any time. Li Yunxiao directly got up. Xin Tiangang hurriedly said, but before that, I still want to say one more thing. Li Yunxiao didn't wait for the other party to finish his sentence before giving his response. Sorry, I don't like bondage. Xin Tiangang was slightly stunned and shook his head with a bitter smile. You misunderstand. I'm not trying to get you to join the force. Glancing at the box of medals on the table, he wondered. I just wanted to double check that you really don't want the honor? You killed the Night King. You are the hero of Rong City. This honor, you, deserves it. Li Yunxiao was indifferent. Robbing the last blow is considered heroic? Xin Tiangang retorted. Of course it counts. Although before you killed the Night King, Han Tianfeng had already used his life to eliminate close to 90% of the Night King's life force. But if you hadn't killed it in time, when it fled the battlefield and turned back to make a comeback, without the Han family's guardianship, I don't know how many more people would have died in Rong City. And it's that time, what's the point of grabbing heads or not? Han Tianfeng is a hero. And so are you. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. It's not necessary. That's what people get for their lives. Resisting damage is not as good as others. And hitting output is not as good as others. This MVP. Whoever has the face to ask for it. I don't have the face to ask for it. Seemingly seeing the other party's determination, Xin Tiangang still spoke from his heart. Then I'll ask you one last time. Are you really unwilling to join the war ministry? If you don't join the war department, you'll just be an ordinary citizen. We wouldn't be able to offer you every moment of protection. In order to keep you as safe as possible, we'll just have to hide the truth about this human guy war. The fact that you're a hero and that you possess a mythical martial soul. Li Yunxiao did not turn around. Please, what good is fame? It's not like you're running for office or preparing for an interview. Not as good as an actual reward. In this battle, not only did he kill tens of thousands of shenanigans, he also killed the 2 major bosses on the Abyss side. Whether it's kill rewards or system rewards, it's all at the awesome level. Hiding things? He begged for it. Who cares about fame when it's all been earned? It's not like you want to be an internet celebrity and take the live streaming route. Looking at the other party's determined back, Xin Tiangang sighed heavily with a helpless expression. 1 minute later, the major squares, the big screens in the streets, and even many people's cell phones received a current news story. Here's a message inserted. 3 days ago, the human guile battle, the list of participants from our camp, has been released. Among them, Lin Miaoi, Lu Ximin and Lu Bo of Rongqing No. 1 High School, was honored with the title of Valor and Fearlessness and became this year's Rongqing's top 10 youth. what everyone cares about. This session of the college entrance examination, the province's provincial top student, Li Yunxiao of Rongqing No. 1 High School. On the other hand, he was suspected of being an abyssal infiltrator, and in the ultimate showdown, together with the Night King, he died under the blades of the human powerhouses. The following is a video of him brutally injuring a strong member of our human race in the chaos. Countless people stopped in their tracks, either looking up at the big screen in the center of the square or looking down at their phones. Without exception, their faces were filled with shock. How is it possible? Chapter 55, The Li Family's Disaster. Just as countless people were puzzled, amazed, and even angry because of this news, being live in the studio, suddenly rushed into a large group of Hat Uncle, will be inside the staff, all held down on the ground, the whole thing, live in its entirety. Don't move, put the mic down, hands on your head, I'll make you put your hands on your head, yes, crouch on the ground, freeze. The next moment, the crowd was shocked to see a kind face, holding a microphone, appear before them, informing a message. The news just now, it's a rumor. I'm team leader and XIN of the Rongqing Criminal Detachment. Now the media outlets that have violated the law and created rumors will be seized, and the relevant offenders will be arrested. By the way, I would like to warn the mastermind, Li Yuzhou, who is resisting at home. Your villa has been surrounded by us. Confess and resist. If you don't tie your hands again, all the consequences will be borne by you. Clapping a microphone to his mouth, and XIN looked behind him at his co-workers. Well, can they hear me? Here. That's good. Anshin then turned back to the camera once more. Off the air. Thunk dash. The crowd in Rongqing who saw the scene was dumbfounded. The next moment, the crowd erupted into a deafening chant. I was there during the great battle, and I said, human Li Yunxiao, how could he be a traitor? 9494. That video just now was so fake too. The person Li Yunxiao killed was clearly Zhao Zian, the youngest master of the Zhao family, and the Zhao family has already been confirmed by the military as abyssal lurkers. The Zhao family is now being investigated under the law. To fool people with this video, do you really think that we, the public, are all cuties? Do you really think we, the people, are all little cuties? That's right, Li Yunxiao is a hero. If it wasn't for him, this time, we still don't know how many people would have to die in Rong City. Rumor mongering about heroes? Conscience is eaten by dogs. Li Yaozu, right? Don't let me run into it. Let me run into it. I will definitely let you know what it means to be cruel. That's right, Li Yunxiao is a hero, just like General Han, a great hero of our Rong City. Heroes cannot be vilified, and all evildoers deserve to be sanctioned. At this moment, the sky of Rong City once again resounded with uplifting cries. Regardless of whether or not the people outside had heard of that teenager's name, it didn't stop him from having become the faith in the hearts of the people of Rong City. The Li family. Li Yaozu, who was lying on the window opening, was white with fear. When he heard movement coming from the doorway, he turned around in shock and fell to the ground without standing still. Third sister, it's you. You scared me. Third sister, you came to save me, right? I really don't know why they want to arrest me. Third sister, you love me the most. Please, help me. Hurry up and take me out of here. Li Qingqing had an icy face. Your true colors, I already know. Li Yaozu's face changed drastically. What true colors? I have no idea what you're talking about. Li Qingqing didn't say one more word, directly took out her cell phone and released the video of that night. The other party looking for people, besieging Li Yunxiao, and also demolishing someone's grave. You've lied to our family so hard all these years. With this acting skill, it's a pity that you don't go abroad to develop a bit. Right. Li Yaozu's face was bloodless, and in the heat of the moment, he directly knelt on the ground. Third sister, I was also confused for a moment. Please, forgive me. Brother, I really know I'm wrong. His parents were not at home, and his other two sisters were not in Rongqing, so he knew that the only person who could help him get out of it now was the third sister in front of him. Li Qingqing took 2 steps back and pulled away from it. Brother, your acting is too good. Third sister, me, I really can't believe you. It's better to let the police judge whether you really know what's wrong. They are, after all, more specialized. Hearing these words, Li Yaozu instantly realized what was going on and his face changed drastically, but he, in the end, collected his anger and held his tongue. Third sister, you're the one who called the police? But I don't blame you. Really, I didn't have a choice before. Now, I want to be a good person. But third sister, that group of people outside, I'm afraid they won't give me a chance. Please, third sister, give me another chance. My brother really knows that he's wrong. My brother promises you that from today, in the future, he will never tell you half a lie again. If you violate it, heaven will strike you down. As a sister, Li Qingqing wanted to forgive the other party, but her reason was constantly reminding her, if she gave this asshole a chance, who would give another brother a chance? Trying to be nice? Yeah, talk to the judge and see if he gives you a chance. Li Yaozu finally couldn't pretend anymore. So that means letting me die? Li Qingqing looked at the other party indifferently. I'm sorry, but I'm not your sister alone, and I can't just spoil you. After saying that, she turned around and kicked, releasing her martial spirit and kicking her opponent out of the window. Flying into midair and being watched by countless gazes, Li Yaozu was desperate and furious to the extreme. Stupid woman, I will make you all regret this. Bang dash. The moment he landed on the ground, he was snapped to the ground by a group of Wuan powerhouses. Li Qingqing, who was standing at the window, sighed heavily and had just pulled out her phone, ready to call her other brother, when her cell phone rang first. What is it? What? My mom and dad were taken by shenanigans. The sound of chains rubbing against stone in the dark space was cold and ethereal. Wang Ruolin, who was covered in wounds, had already fainted, leaving Li Changfeng alone, still struggling to hold on. Please, let me out. You guys really got it wrong. At that moment, a cold voice came from the darkness. Do you know why you're being arrested? Being beaten for 3 days and 3 nights. If he knew why the other side arrested him, he would have compromised long ago, and would not have lasted until now. Are still that you are wrong? You really wrong. We really don't know where we've offended you guys? If we've really offended you, we're willing to pay any amount of money. Please, don't torture me anymore. I really can't take it anymore. The voice sounded again. Your son, Li Yunxiao, killed our king, causing us to suffer heavy losses and making our entire abyssal clan lose face. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of his injury to take his life. As a result, our people, after searching for 3 days, couldn't find his shadow. There's no choice but to arrest you two muggles as blackmail. Li Changfeng's eyes widened. What? That punk, Li Yunxiao, killed your king? How is this possible? There was no explanation, and the voice became dismissive. The chief's meaning is still to persuade Li Yunxiao as much as possible to surrender to our abyss. But this battle, after all, he cost us a lot of money. So our intention is that the persuasion of surrender can be put on hold until we have tortured enough of you to get out of this bad mood, and then we can go ahead with the new plan. It's not too late. The voice faded away. In the next second, a tall and twisted figure stepped out of the darkness. Li Changfeng knew the other party, and in the past few days, it was this strange shape that was tormenting him and his wife. Wait a minute. Li Yunxiao is an evil god martial spirit. It's your people, Lord Abyssal. Have you made a mistake? How could he kill your king with that evil god martial spirit of his? Besides, we really don't know him well. My lord? My lord. Why do you guys just refuse to believe me? Without heeding the roar of the other party, the abyssal secrecy who had no sense and only knew how to follow orders grinned, and directly swung the long, barbed whip in his hand, towards the other party. Pa dash. In the next moment, miserable screams resounded throughout the entire abyssal giant cave. Li Yunxiao, we finally found you. In the suburbs, Li Yunxiao, who had just gotten out of the car, suddenly heard an unpleasant stern cry from behind him and subconsciously looked over. Chapter 56, I'm hungover. Second brush. The real 3 dragon pool. It's you two. Seeing that the ones calling out to him turned out to be Lin Miaoyi and Wang Tianyi, Li Yunxiao was also a bit surprised. What are you guys doing here? Wang Tianyi pulled out something black and placed it on his nose. Dog's nose. Works just like its name, giving one a sense of smell comparable to that of a tracking dog. If it smelled, it can definitely be tracked within a 30-kilometer radius. Li Yunxiao looked at Lin Miaoyi. The latter hurriedly explained. I'm not like him. The way I use it, it's much more advanced. It's not that obscene. Li Yunxiao spoke. I didn't ask how you found me. I'm asking what you guys are looking for me for. Wang Tianyi was just about to open his mouth when he sensed that the lady next to him was even more agitated. So he politely said, you go first. Ladies first. Lin Miaoyi was not polite and looked at Li Yunxiao in front of her and said, why didn't you answer my call? I just wanted to ask you what college you're enrolled in. I want to be with you. Together. She knew that with the other party's grades, the whole of Daxia, except for the military academy, all the universities, she was afraid that she could just pick and choose. It's not whether the other person wants to go to college or not. It's whether they want to. Li Yunxiao responded. I don't know. I've handed in admission applications to the top 10 universities, so let's see which one of them gets back to me first. Lin Miaoyi was filled with dumbfoundedness. Still? Finished? Now, the top 10 universities in Daxia will probably have to fight. Li Yunxiao looked at Wang Tianyi. And what is your business? Wang Tianyi said. I'm applying to Imperial Capital University. I know you're not interested in my business. I just want to ask you for advice on how to cultivate. Since you're not sure where you're going, please tell me now. Speaking here, he even directly kneeled down on one knee and clasped his hands. Please. Lin Miaoi, who was on the side, couldn't control herself and joked. Master doesn't even call? No sincerity at all. Wang Tianyi hesitated for a moment, then immediately clenched his teeth and said in a loud voice, Master, not having the heart to joke with the other party, much less the intention to take on an apprentice, Li Yunxiao bluntly said, I'm open. You won't be able to learn. Lin Miaoi? Wang Tianyi raised his head to look behind the other party, and at the time of the great battle, the other party's true body of the martial soul behind him could be vividly remembered. I understand. Then do you have any good advice for the undersigned? Whatever it may be, the undersigned is willing to listen. In his opinion, the hanging that the other party said should refer to the flame martial soul that was above the legendary level, and even touched the mythical level, which he had never seen before. He is also the genius in the mouth of the people, and knows that people with extraordinary talent, compared to ordinary people, is equivalent to the general hanged. The gap between the two is simply not something that can be bridged by effort or cultivation methods. The other side of the sentence I have hung, not only do not pretend, but also hit the nail on the head. It fully expresses the mentality of a true pride of heaven, who clearly stands out from the rest, but remains unassuming. The pattern is so big that it makes the heart grow fonder. With a look of emotion, he looked at his peer in front of him. At this moment, he was truly overwhelmed by the other party's personality. If it were not for the fact that they were all the same age, even if the other party was only 10 or so years older than him, he would not hesitate to kowtow his head down, hug the other party's thigh, and call the other party master. Li Yunxiao thought about it. As a peer, I am also well aware that at our age, the last thing we like is to listen to advice. So, I don't have any good advice for you. If I had to say one, it would be, read more, read the newspaper, snack less, and sleep more. When he finished speaking, he patted the other's shoulder and left. Wang Tianyi, who was kneeling on the ground, at this moment, felt as if he had realized. Read more, sleep more. I see. What he means is that sharpening a sword is always more important than learning how to hold a sword, no matter if it's for cultivation or actual combat. Hey, what a nice thing for him to say. At that time, if I hadn't swung with brute force, but had thought about the route first, and then chopped the shenanigans, the total number of kills I ended up with, although it still might not have been as good as his, but at least it would have been several times more. Taking a deep breath, he jerked his head back and looked at the other parties departing back. I am enlightened. I'm finally enlightened. Is this the difference between a true genius and a pseudo-genius like me? Sure enough, it was worth the smell all the way here. Lin Miaoi on the side looked dumbfounded, wrapping her arms around herself, crying and laughing. How could she not see that this sizable cutie next to her had been crippled by the other side? She was very clear that in terms of talent alone, Wang Tianyi was definitely one of the top two existences even when placed in the entire province. Among his peers, he was definitely considered a genius among men. A genius among geniuses. Nai Hai encountered that monster. Otherwise, this year's college entrance examination, the provincial first prize has long been stable. Genius or not, also depends on who to compare with. She understood that compared to ordinary people, herself and Wang Tianyi were considered geniuses, but compared to that monster, it's going to die. It doesn't matter. Whichever school comes to you first, this lady will go to. Lin Miaoi looked at the back that gradually disappeared at the end of her line of sight and turned in the direction of the limousine. If you can refuse the military's invitation, so can this young lady. This young lady just wants to see what kind of heights our Rome City's once-in-a-century genius can go to in the end. Seeing Lin Miaoi getting into the car accompanied by the butler, Wang Tianyi took a look at the direction where the idol disappeared before he stood up from the ground and left the place thoughtfully. This surreptitious invasion, although not many people were sacrificed, was the largest in the last 100 years. To the people of Rongqing, it caused a lot of panic. These days, men and women, adults and children, are all at home and at ease on the advice of the Ministry of Armed Forces and Security. Not to mention a low to medium level secret realm like the E3 Dragon Pool, even a high level secret realm had little business. At this moment, there were only a few scattered people in the entire secret plaza. Before they noticed, Li Yunxiao turned into a wind and flew into the light curtain. The moment he killed the three-headed demonic augur and obtained the dragon scale, he knew that this dragon scale should be the key to unlocking the hidden secret realm of the three dragon pool. In the middle, he came once, carrying the dragon scale, but found that it didn't help. Sanlontan, what it should be, is still what it is. It wasn't until he killed the Night King and got 2 more pieces of dragon scale that he realized that with this thing, he had to collect all 3 pieces. the moment he entered the light curtain. He held the 3 dragon scales in his hands. Sure enough, the moment he passed through the curtain of light and entered the secret realm, the 3 dragon pool secret realm had become different from before. Before it was just the bottom of the river in the pool, flat and nothing peculiar. Now, not only has the river become clearer, but even the bottom of the river has become as beautiful and glittering as a dragon's palace in a metaphysical drama. Is this the real 3 dragon pool? It was at this time that an icy warning from the secret realm monitoring system suddenly rang in his ears. Hidden secret realm opened. Difficulty changed from hard to purgatory. Ask for some bookshelves. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 57 Opening the game with a spike. A new version of the ship never experienced before. Rome City had always circulated the legend about the 3 dragon pool, believing that the 3 dragon pool was the highest and most dangerous secret realm in Rome City. It was just that no one had been able to find the real entrance to the 3 dragon pool. Li Yunxiao's original intention is also very simple. Since he got the key, then the hometown of the top secret realm naturally want to come to breakthrough. Otherwise, there won't be much of a chance later. Looking around, he did not find the figure of the demonic beast. He did not immediately advance, but opened the Hotian divine eyes to all the things within range to observe. Sure enough, after using the Hotian divine eye, he saw a different sight. Here, what the hell is going on? In the next moment, his eyes, which were emitting golden light, snapped into focus, and immediately afterward, a brilliant wave of light suddenly swept out. Wherever it passed, all the beautiful scenery was torn to shreds and turned into desolate and broken walls. The divine eye of Houghton does not destroy entities, but only breaks down illusions. It was obvious that the beautiful scenery just now was all an illusion. The desolation before us is the reality. The gorgeous palace was no more. Only ruins remained. But Li Yunxiao still didn't see the figure of the demonic beast. After cautiously surveying the area, he moved forward. Boom dash. It was at this time, deep within the ruins, a powerful shockwave suddenly shook open. It passed through his body in a split second before he could react. After freezing for several seconds, Li Yunxiao came back to his senses and muttered. The pressure released in that instant just now was even fiercer than that of the Night King when he attacked Han Tianfeng. In other words, that strike just now, the power of the attack, has exceeded that of the Night King in his heyday. While bowing his head, he pulled out the epic grade amulet hanging on his chest, given by An Chen. Sure enough, taking you with me was the right decision. When he fought with the secretive lord, it wasn't even this thrilling. At this moment, he also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Using the Hotian divine eye to sweep his eyes again, he still didn't find the source of the danger. Then he waved his hand and summoned the Dragon Scale Goblin King. Without hesitation, the Dragon Scale Gobi King flew directly to the edge of the Hotian God's Eye's field of vision, pausing briefly every time he entered a certain distance. It was fine before Li Yunxiao moved forward. Just then, after carefully swimming a dozen kilometers through the ruins, the earlier shockwave never reappeared. Li Yunxiao murmured, "Is there only one spike mechanism? Even a Night King level person who comes here is still a dead man. What secrets are hidden within these ruins? It requires such caution." Accelerating the pathfinding speed of the Dragon Scale Gobi King, he himself accelerated his movement speed, making his way along the ruins at the bottom of the river. He soon came to a particularly prominent ruin. Stopping and looking at the tall ruins in front of him, he murmured, "Obviously, this should be the center of the hidden secret realm." At the moment, even if everything under his feet was black and dilapidated, he could see how opulent it had once been, not knowing what had happened here. After swimming for more than 10 kilometers and not seeing a single demonic beast, he could only surround the tallest building and look around it carefully. As a matter of fact, the Hotian divine eye could directly penetrate through everything, and there was no difference between looking around or not seeing the details. The reason why he still turned around a few times was mainly because he didn't know, for the time being, how he could completely open this secret realm. Apart from the beginning, when the monitoring system alerted us once, there were no more hints about the secret realm afterward. That is to say, this hidden secret realm is not a man-made secret realm, but a true wild secret realm. No wonder it's so dangerous. Wild secret realm. If you mess up, you'll really die. Suddenly thinking of something, he casually grabbed the 3 pieces of dragon scales and held them in his hands. After pondering for a moment, he directly threw 3 pieces of dragon scale at the ruins in an attempt to trigger the mechanism here. However, as the 3 pieces of dragon scale, which had long since dimmed in luster, sank to the bottom of the river, everything around them remained unchanged. Until the next instant, he suddenly heard a system prompt in his head. The scaly goblin was killed. The dragon scale gobi is a soul body that can't be physically killed and has been transformed into a spirit element and returned to the beast cage. After 600 seconds, it can be summoned again. The beast cage is the storage space that comes with the beast skill, which can only store soul-type beasts and can automatically repair damage to them. He also did not expect, just a moment's effort, the beloved hand puppet to drive back to the resurrection point, locking his sight on the direction where the dragon-scaled gobi died. Li Yunxiao cautiously moved 2 steps forward, only to realize that the place where the dragon-scaled gobi had just explored the path had already exceeded 3 kilometers. At the moment, there was a huge demonic beast floating there, wearing green armor on its body, and its large pincers were even bigger and more domineering than the dragon-scale gobi king. Obviously, it was the culprit that killed the dragon-scale gobi king. Krabby, through the divine eye of Hotian, he saw the name of the demonic beast, but was unable to see the attribute panel of the other party. The dragon-scale gobi king is a level 18 alpha and a stage 2 hidden boss. In the same realm, the strength of an elite demonic beast is 1 step higher than that of an ordinary demonic beast, and the strength of a boss, again, is 1 step higher than that of an elite demonic beast. Hidden bosses, again, will be a notch above that. Calculating like this, the strength of a level 18 stage 2 dragon-scale gobi king is, in fact, equivalent to an ordinary demonic beast around the level 30 half-step martial master realm. On that, Crab General, there is no special aura. Guess, it should just be an ordinary demonic beast. The realms of ordinary demonic beasts are all over level 30. Sure enough, this is the Rong City's menacing secret realm. It's several times harder than the previous, White Bone Cave. I'm afraid, even 10 times harder. Ordinary demonic beasts exceeding level 30 was just a conservative estimate. In fact, he knew that its true realm, the probability was that it exceeded level 35, the middle stage of the martial master realm. The small monsters were all above level 35, so wouldn't the boss here have to be above level 40? Half a step into the martial zone realm? Not counting the 3-headed demon sculptor, the hidden leader of the White Bone Cave was only level 30, 5 levels a day, 10 levels higher, not to mention a dozen times higher difficulty. Even a few dozen times higher difficulty is not an exaggeration at all. A slight exhale. This time, he could be said to have shown unprecedented caution. Not only did he wait for the dragon-scale goblin king, the cannon fodder, to recover before summoning it again, but he also waited for the effect of the amulet of protection, resisting the fatal blow to reset before he moved on. He swam slowly towards the little monster, which was as big as a mountain. However, the next moment, when he was halfway through his swim, he suddenly stopped. It turns out that it wasn't one at all, but a group of them. To be precise, the entire surrounding area, shrouded in darkness, was floating with a giant figure. They were hidden in the darkness, looking straight at the human in front of them, as if they were as small as floating, expressionless and dead. Chapter 58 Dragon Ancestor. A big boss with its own bloodstain? Li Yunxiao did not take the enemy lightly and directly opened the Killing God Dharma phase, pulling his strength, speed, and defense all to the extreme. Boom dash. The moment the blaze erupted in the water, his body was like a cannonball as he flew towards the giant thing in the darkness. Rumble dash. The next moment, wave after wave of water rippled through the darkness. The underworld bone thorn in his hand clearly felt like it had stabbed the target, and in his mind, there was no kill prompt from his own system. Not a creature, not a soul, just pure energy bodies? In the next moment, without waiting for him to return to his senses, countless gigantic black shadows looked like they had just awakened, and violently opened their deep, bottomless eye sockets. Stiffening, he turned his head and charged toward him. Li Yunxiao, who was in the center of the encirclement, held a gun in one hand and his face sank. Whatever you are, now, all must die. Boom dash. As soon as the words fell, a monstrous wave of fire suddenly exploded from beneath his feet, boiling the surrounding mortal water and sweeping away as if it were a tsunami. Zilla dash. The first wave of crab generals that rushed up just touched the flames and were instantly wrapped by the searing heat, along with the river water, and turned into gas. The flames that erupted from the center of the encirclement swept the bottom of the river at the same time, like countless huge arms. The entire section of the river, all the mortal water, push away. It burns into a stream of water vapor that rises as a cloud. Wow dash. This explosion vaporized all the river water within a 100-meter radius. The riverbed is revealed. It was as if this section, by a giant mouth, had been viciously bitten. A huge gap. Incomparably shocking. Take advantage of this. Li Yunxiao didn't stop. The moment he landed at the bottom of the river, he built up his strength and rose up, holding the long lance, towards the remaining crab general, and violently rushed over. Lot of chops. Hurry up. Break dash. The tail of the fire meteor left a beautiful arc in midair. Immediately after that, there was a loud boom and the fire dragon instantly covered the entire line of crab general. In silence, It burned all the crab generals to ashes. Rumble dash. At that exact moment, the river backed up, and everything around him was, once again, covered by the river, and he was once again back at the bottom of the river. That's gone? It's not scientific. In the great battle 3 days ago, he had killed tens of thousands of shenanigans, and although most of them were low-ranked shenanigans that didn't have much aura, but in the end, collecting the Night King's head had given him huge amounts of experience. Nowadays, his realm had long since reached the middle stage of the 35th level Martial Master realm, unrivaled in its class, unless it was a level 35 or even level 40 alpha level demonic beast. Otherwise, if it came anymore, it would be just inserting a tag and selling the head, a dirt chicken and a dog. However, at this moment, he only felt that this true 3-dragon pool was indeed more difficult than the White Bone Cave, but for that amount of difficulty, it really wasn't very reasonable. If he rigorously compared, he even felt that this hidden secret realm was not as good as the White Bone Cave that was augmented by the 3-headed demonic augur. After all, the White Bone Cave, counting the 3-headed demon Zhao, had a full 4 chiefs, and here, although even the small demonic beasts were level 35 and upwards, the fact that there were no 2 chiefs was a bit of a bluff. Just as he was still wondering if he had lost money on this trip, the tallest black ruin behind him suddenly trembled. Realization turned back to him, and his pupils dilated violently. That's what I'm saying. How can such a mysterious secret realm not have an alpha? How can it not have a reward? All the rewards, all focused on the chief. This reward is afraid to be unimaginably rich. At this moment, he can't wait, especially when he saw that the slowly rising huge black shadow, the top of the head, actually topped with a blood bar when the mood is even more excited. Even the bloodstain is on display? This chief, strong enough, hey dash. The moment he grinned, his body instantly burned with a blazing fire that even the river water was afraid of, and immediately afterward, he rushed towards the black shadow with his long spear in hand. Wait a minute, one of our own. Kid, stop it. 10 minutes later, the huge black shadow was no longer there, only a silhouette glistening with smoothness, sitting on its knees, floating above the ruins. Li Yunxiao looked at the bearded white old man in front of him and asked suspiciously. That? The old man didn't open his eyes, still regulating his breath. Just call old man Long Lao. Li Yunxiao nodded and politely said. So, you really aren't a demonic beast, much less the leader of the secret realm, but rather a legendary dragon? Long Lao opened his eyes, saw the other side of the slightly hungry, the hands of the lance's even more hungry appearance, suddenly startled, hurriedly said, I said it is their own people. It cannot be that you even want to kill their own people? Also, on my body, I have nothing, so stop looking at me with that look of being ready to kill and get away with it. The old man. Fear. At this moment, Li Yunxiao completely believed that the old man in front of him, who looked but was actually not very old, was indeed not the leader of this secret realm, and casually drew a phalanx and put the underworld bone thorn back. Alright, then the late generation will take their leave. Long Lao, after seeing the other party really lit, ready to take off, then reacted. The other party is not joking. Wait, you kids, don't you want to know the secret of these 3 dragon pools? Don't you want to know why you came to the 3-dragon pool? Li Yunxiao lightly glanced at the other party. But I think it might take a lot of time if you explain. I don't want to waste too much time here. Thanks. Old Dragon was too speechless. Having lived for thousands of years, he had never been so speechless. Alright, old man. Long story short, those 3 dragon scales are not the key to unlocking the dragon pool. It's the amulet you're carrying. You came here because you were guided by the amulet. Li Yunxiao stopped in his tracks. Continue to. In fact, he knew himself well that he had only come here for cultivation and treasure hunting. The guidance of the amulet? There might be, but it was irrelevant. Elder Long responded. 18 years ago, old man had seen you. At that time, you were thrown into the river and kept sinking. When you sank to the old man's place, you still had half a breath left. She saw your pity and couldn't bear the thought of you drowning at the bottom of the river like that. So she saved you. Li Yunxiao seemed to have understood something, and his eyes constantly trembled. By her, you mean Auntie Chan? Chapter 59, Scroll of Heavenly Chance. Squandering rewards? Aunt Chen? Elder Long pinched his long beard. Is this her new name outside? Whatever. Anyway, she's been taking care of you since then and hasn't been back here in between. Old me has never left the dragon pool, so naturally I don't know what's really going on out there. Li Yunxiao swam to his opponent's side. 3 questions. First, what the hell is this place? Second, who are you? Third, who is Auntie Chen? Elder Long pinched his beard and organized his thoughts. This is the dragon pool, where the river dragon lives. The anti-Chin you speak of is one of the few dragons in this world, just like the old man. Was it 7,000 years ago, or 5,000 years ago? The old man forgot. Anyway, the old man, and Aunt Chen as you call her, and one other person. We have a total of 3 dragons, all of which broke out of their shells within the secret territory at the bottom of this river. After that, we traveled the world, cultivated together, and grew up together, made many human friends and enemies. Friendship, affection, love, you name it, life experiences that only humans have had. We've had them all. It was a wonderful, wonderful time. Li Yunxiao was a bit impatient. Senior, long story short, the dragon old man was slightly stunned, coughed twice, and said, then we realized that the power of the 3 of us, if we wanted to further improve, could only be done through more and more, from the recognition of you humans. We don't know why, but that kind of recognition just gives us endless power. At first, it went well, and the 3 of us even helped your human race by defeating the secretive, that you simply couldn't defeat before. But it wasn't long before the 3 of us were betrayed, saying that we were evil gods, and that not only did Sneaky want to kill us, but even a part of your human race wanted us dead. We were defeated and badly injured, after which we hid in this deep pool and stopped asking questions about the world. Li Yunxiao's face was expressionless. So tacky. Alright, better just release the mission. Mission? What mission? After all that, don't you have anything to say? Or, for that matter, nothing to give me? Elder Dragon was suddenly stunned. Kinda. He then pulled out a golden scroll that emitted a multicolored glow. This, scroll of heavenly chance, from the moment we were born, was placed within this dragon pool. Some of us will observe the stars and divining trigrams, predicting that this scroll must be opened by a person of destiny. The moment you sank to the bottom of the river 18 years ago and saw us, we agreed that you were the one. Li Yunxiao was not polite and casually took the scroll handed by the other party. It's kind of the only reward for this secret exploration. Whatever it is, let's get it. Empty? However, upon pulling the scroll apart and displaying it in front of his eyes, he realized that above the scroll, there was not a single word. It was blank. Scroll of heavenly chance, divine artifact. Criticism, is it really called that? Or does it have another name? Is it possible that the reason it's still a blank slate is that you need to fill in something yourself, in the various blank areas? As for what it is, look closely. You might find a hint. Seeing the hint given by the system, Li Yunxiao took a slight breath in his heart. This thing, or an artifact, it's not a bad trip. Attention was placed on the scroll of heavenly chance, one of the blank distinctions, and he realized that, if he looked closely, it actually showed some lines depicted by light. Looks like a map. Shape, déjà vu. Right, déjà vu indeed, because right here in Daxia is the imperial capital of Daxia. Elder Long looked at the other party with a shocked expression. And this is what you opened. As expected, you really are the fated person mentioned in the divination. Li Yunxiao waved his hand. Skip 2, just fill in the holes, please. A new hole has been dug and the old one is still not filled? God forbid. Elder Long was filled with doubt. What do you mean? Li Yunxiao was blunt. First, the spike mechanism, it's to prevent people who shouldn't be here from getting in here. Right, only those who possess the amulet will be able to enter. It just happens to fulfill what you just said. The dragon scale is not the key. The real key is actually this amulet. Elder Dragon nodded. Right, Li Yunxiao asked. Then how did the Night King get in before? Night King? Long Lao was puzzled. Which Night King? Li Yunxiao briefly recounted the origin, development, and end of the Night King mystery. Long Lao, who had finished listening, seemed to have remembered something. Oh, I remember. A few thousand years ago, there was indeed a 3-headed demonic ogre that came here. It was as if it had lost the battle and felt ashamed. So it tried to find a place to hide, only to inadvertently discover the scent of the dragon pool, and then with his own secretive power, he forced open a gaping hole. Li Yunxiao pursued, and then, it came in here? No. Elder Dragon waved his hand. The moment it showed its head, the dragon's roar shook it away. It's thanks to it dodging in time. Otherwise, even if it was only half a beat slower, it would have to be instantly killed by the dragon's roar. Li Yunxiao said thoughtfully, that is to say, it hasn't entered here at all. Those so-called laws of transmigration were not learned here, but it would have been. The reason why I want to lie and say that I've been here and that I've learned the method of immortality here is just to mislead others and make them come to die as well. He smiled bashfully. However, how could he not have thought that I got the amulet later and was not afraid of misdirection at all, and that his behavior, even to a certain extent, had helped me instead? Long Lao had no idea what the other party was talking about and could only say what he could understand. Every time someone enters the dragon pool, The dragon's roar will ring out and cut down the intruder. Only by wearing the amulet can you come and go freely in here, so it is also the safest shelter for those who have the amulet. As for those psychic crab soldiers, they are just to test your strength. After all, if you don't have enough strength, you'll be useless even if you meet the old man. Seeing the other party turn to leave, Li Yunxiao asked, "Where are you going?" All the words? Elder Dragon waved his hand and continued to fly forward. Well, that's pretty much all that needs to be said. You just that stick. Hit the old man so painful the old man's head. Now are dizzy. Feel like at any time to soul fly away like. Go get some sleep first, and if there's anything, we'll talk about it later. Li Yunxiao was slightly embarrassed. Who told you to show your bloodstain right off the bat? One of our own. How can there be such a thing as a bloodstain? With a wave of his hand, Elder Long took back the long red silk that floated in the water with the words "Welcome back to the home of the Son of Prophecy" written on it. Li Yunxiao was slightly stunned, and only then did he realize that the long red line was not the so-called blood strip. That. Last question. Auntie Chen, did she really die from drinking? Elder Dragon responded. A dragon that drinks and dies. Do you think that's reasonable? And how exactly did she die? You want her dead that badly? Hearing this, Li Yunxiao smiled happily as if he had put down a stone. Of course, not hopefully. Looking at the other party's back until after he had completely disappeared, he turned back and swam towards the altar in the middle of the ruins. After becoming the provincial top student, the reward given by the first high school, the reward given by Rongqing City, and the reward presented by Han Jinlong on behalf of the Provincial Education Bureau, and what fell from the Night King, the High Priestess of Trickery, and that group of low and middle-ranking tricksters. By the way, there are rewards that fall from people. I never had a chance to organize it before, so since it's so safe here, why don't we just stay here and use what we can? Having made his decision, he no longer hesitated, and with a casual dig, directly from the leopard skin pouch, he pulled out a radiant object. Chapter 60, 2 new divine abilities, 1 new magic weapon. Li Yunxiao glanced at his panel at the moment. Name, Li Yunxiao. Martial Spirit, Santan Hai Hui Great God of Murder. Realm, 35, Middle Martial Artist Realm. Power, 3860. Spiritual Power, 3860. Speed, 3860. Endurance, 3420. Stamina, 3860. Resistance, 3420. Storage, Gold Brick. Magic Scale Armor. Spectral Bone Spur. Leopard Skin Pouch. Skill Scroll * 216. Medium Elixir * 1000. Small Elixir * 8000. Skills, Aptitude Hair Krishna's Eye. Incense and Fire Golden Body. Imperial Beasts. Current kill value, 7890. Accumulated kill value, 68,990. The Skill Scroll, Small Spirit Elixir, and Medium Spirit Elixir were exploded from the Night King. Such a large amount of cultivation resources was probably the Night King's preparation to treat that group of secretive henchmen after winning the battle. As a result, I did not expect this battle. Not only lost completely, even the body of the things, but also all dedication to the enemy. For equipment and props, he put them in the leopard skin pouch, preparing to use up the consumables and use them for the 3 draws before considering which ones he could use and which ones he could just sell. The aura provided by a single, small elixir, is 0 to 1000. There are 8,000 small spirit pills here, and they should be able to obtain around 8 million auras. Taking out the concentrator that had already been prepared, he then put all the small spirit pills in, and after a few minutes, he obtained several bottles of concentrate. After drinking the concentrate, a familiar feeling of comfort instantly spreads throughout the body. Although he didn't break through the realm, he did feel that this swallowing, he gained no less than 8 million auras. Next, it's the medium spirit pill, and the aura provided by a single medium spirit pill is 1,000 to 10,000. There are 1,000 of them here. If there are no surprises, it was still the same as putting all the pills into the concentrator and concentrating them into a potion for easy consumption. The moment he swallowed all of the spiritual liquid that had been melted and concentrated from the medium spirit pill into his stomach, a more violent and dense breath exploded in his abdomen, and immediately afterward, it surged into his limbs and bones, crazily quenching every meridian, every sinew and bone. A few breaths later, bang dash, with an explosion, the bottom of the river rippled violently, followed by a shocking aura that erupted from his body. Gained 10 million Reiki. Realm elevated to 36th level. Late martial artist realm. Li Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes. His mouth slightly opened and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. So many spirit pills, and as a result, only one realm has been raised. It seems that this place, Rome City, is indeed no longer able to fulfill my cultivation needs. Next stop, the imperial capital. He had just glanced at that scroll of heavenly chance in passing, and was very sure that one of the areas, the lines engraved on it, was the map of the imperial capital. He didn't know what the purpose of this scroll of heavenly chance was now, since the clues pointed to the imperial capital and he had enrolled in the imperial capital's university. The imperial capital was a place to visit for sure. Anyhow, it is also a divine weapon. If one can decipher the mysteries of it and use it for oneself, it will surely be a powerful base card in the future. Having made his decision, he focused on the accumulated kill value and directly started the triple draw. Come on, give me 3 divine abilities that I can use right now. Divine artifacts are fine too. Really, I'm not picky, it just works. Successful extraction, acquisition of the avatar of divine concealment, the flying cloud, and the sword of yin and yang. Divine concealment talisman, consume 10,000 kill values per minute to gain a stealth effect that cannot be perceived by any means. Flying in the sky and walking on clouds, travels on the wind, rides on clouds, consumes 1,000 spirit power per minute. Yin and Yang sword, divine weapon Yang sword, can chop all the physical objects in the world, blowing hair and cutting iron like mud. Yin sword, can cut down 3 souls and 7 spirits, and bring the dead back to life. Feeling a sizzling heat in his chest, Li Yunxiao peeled off the clothes on his chest, and was shocked to see that on his chest, there was an additional golden pattern, and after the smoke dispersed, the gold color changed to gray, and without a closer look, it was impossible to see it. Trying to activate the divine concealment talisman, sure enough, his body directly entered the state of invisibility, and even the small fish in the river were able to directly pass through his body. It was as if, really, he didn't exist. As for flying and walking clouds, he didn't need to try. He knew what it did. Why not Windjammer? I said it would work. Are you for real? Flying and walking clouds is also practical, but it's never as handsome as the wind and fire wheel. He knew that in this world, only those whose realm had reached the early stage of the 51st level martial king realm could learn the ability to fly, and that it was necessary to have a corresponding martial soul in order to have a chance to learn to fly, and that half of the martial souls had no way to learn the flying skill even if they acquired it. He, on the other hand, is only level 36, and he can go straight up into the clouds and fly free. It's more than winning, it's just being born at the finish line. But he still thought that Windflame was more handsome. Strong is only for a moment, handsome is for life. It was just a pity that the system always ran away and didn't give him what he most desired. Never mind, let's make do with what we have for now. Something is better than nothing. He then focused on his only magic weapon, the Yin-Yang sword. The function of the Yang sword is well understood, but this Yin sword, decapitating souls, Samadhi fire can do it. This ability, obviously duplicated. But what's with this raising the dead? Weapons that still bring people back from the dead? There was no one around to experiment with either, and with a slight sigh, he could only put the effect test to the back burner. Next up is the skill scroll. Not wanting to look, he always felt that he had guessed the outcome. System, use them all, and then you just tell me how many generic proficiencies were gained for the few remaining useful ones. Skill scroll used successfully. Gain 216 skills that do not match the host's martial spirit. Automatically converted to universal proficiency. Current remaining general proficiency, 100,000. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes. System, IXXXXXX. It always felt a bit non-existent, and I wanted to lend my hand to the system, thinking that it might be slightly more European. The results were unexpected. This nigga, the system is even darker than he is. System. Li Yunxiao calmed down for a while and exhaled heavily. System, you owe me 216 skill scrolls. Next time you draw the avatar, give me some wit. System, without dwelling on it too much, he then took the universal proficiency and injected it into the newly acquired divine ability. Just at this time, there was a loud bang, and the spike mechanism reappeared. He jerked his head up and looked in the direction of the entrance. Someone's coming in. I've been in the hospital for a day within 4. My brain is still groggy and I'm weak all over. Let's start with one more chapter, and write the remaining 2 when it's light out. Chapter 61 Young Sword Chopping Life, Yin Sword Chopping Death. Amulet, the effect of resisting a fatal blow is not consumed. Li Yunxiao then realized that as long as he completely entered this area, the effect of the amulet would have no limited time and would be in effect all the time. The dragon's roar played again. Obviously someone had entered here. Looking back to the direction the old man had disappeared, realizing that there was no figure of the other party rushing in, after exhaling slightly, Li Yunxiao could only get up, swim over, and check for himself. Coming to the edge of the secret realm, he was shocked to see that a not-so-small crack was repairing itself. Beyond the crack, not within the scope of the secret realm, but right next to it, a mass of flesh and blood was being eyeballed by the demonic beasts at the bottom of the river. Thinking that he had the amulet and could freely enter and exit the secret realm anyway, Li Yunxiao didn't hesitate and took advantage of the healing of the cracks to leap and fly out of the secret realm. Coming outside and glancing at the group of demonic beasts that were ready to eat up the flesh and blood, he casually clenched his hand and swung the yang sword towards the group of demonic beasts. Boom dash! There was a loud bang and the bottom of the river trembled. Within the range, all the demonic beasts, all of them turned into blood mist. This power, it's much stronger than spectral bone thorn, worthy of a divine weapon. Taking the yang sword back, he turned his head to look at the blood and flesh that filled the water, and as if he had thought of something, he wanted the yin sword in his hand. The next moment, a scene that surprised him appeared. Just as he gripped the yin sword and looked at the mass of flesh and blood, he actually saw a group of strange-looking, tooth and claw strange creatures lying on the flesh and blood, frantically gnawing on it. At this moment, he instantly understood what the yin sword's raising the dead really meant. Death, divided into states and outcomes. When a person, because of an accident, causes his body to be destroyed and cannot be repaired, at this time, it can be said that the person is dead. But at the moment, his death should only be considered a state of affairs, not a result. According to the description in the mythological story, at this time, the messenger of the ghost in the underworld will come to hook his soul. Only when his soul is really taken away, is he considered truly dead. In the dasya of this world, there are no gods, and naturally, there are no such beings as the king of the 10 temples of Hades or the ox-headed horseface. Therefore, when a dasya person dies, he or she will be devoured by these spirit eaters and will not be considered truly dead until the soul has completely disappeared. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and with a wave of the yin sword, he directly chopped all the spirit eaters in front of him into two. The spirit eaters that were decapitated by the yin sword were initially unimpressed, but the moment they realized that their own bodies were actually dissipating rapidly and turning into dust, that's when they panicked and looked at the only human in front of them, frantically begging for mercy. However, no matter how much they begged for mercy, they still couldn't change the fate of going up in smoke. Bang bang dash! It was also at this time that Li Yunxiao suddenly felt that the mass of flesh and blood, which had clearly been shattered beyond recognition, had a strong pulsation. Afterwards, he hurriedly pulled out a bottle of top recovery potion and evenly diffused it into the river water, wrapping all the flesh and blood as much as possible. Buzz dash! The next moment, light burst forth. Those pieces of flesh that had already been broken to the point that they couldn't be broken anymore, as if they were alive, constantly trembled, and then, as if they had a consciousness, they converged towards the same center, frantically converging. In the end, with the help of the top recovery potion, it was reunited into a body and regained its heartbeat as well as all of its vital signs. Li Yunxiao then pulled out a fish gill grass and threw it into the opponent's mouth. What are you doing here? General Qin Tiangang, who had eaten the fish gill grass, possessed the ability to breathe underwater and slowly opened his eyes. Comrade Li Yunxiao, I can't believe I'm not dead? Li Yunxiao explained. Almost died. Top recovery potion played a key role. A bottle is about 3 million. When he had just awakened the memories of his past life, he was also very surprised. The medical technology in this world, I can't say it's bad. It's twisted beyond belief. Acquired injuries, even if they are pulverized, can be restored as good as new as long as there is breath left. However, in the face of congenital diseases, there are only 3 words: there is no cure. Then he figured out that it wasn't that congenital diseases were hard to cure, but that this congenital disease, most likely, wasn't a real injury or illness, but a genetic curse. From powerful mysteries, even from so-called faith, mortal technology, naturally, is powerless in the face of such a powerful force. Qin Tiangang was half convinced, but I clearly remember that the shockwave, in that instant, shattered my body. This can be saved? Li Yunxiao reminded again. Top recovery potion, 3 million a bottle. Qin Tiangang suddenly came back to his senses and said with a grateful face, "Thank you, Comrade Li Yunxiao, for making a timely move and saving me. Don't worry, I will definitely double your consumption. But before that, can you tell me what the hell this place is? What are you doing here?" Li Yunxiao said blandly. "Before that, you'd better put your clothes on first. Top recovery potion can only recover a person's body, not their clothes." Qin Tiangang was slightly stunned and blushed. "I'm sorry for making you laugh." He then pulled out a new set of military uniform from his storage space and put it on. "Now, is it convenient for you to talk?" Li Yunxiao explained. "This is my home, and there is a castle mechanism set up inside. So if you come here uninvited, You will be killed by the mechanism in seconds. Got it? Qin Tiangang looked at the other party's expressionless face and could only understand if he didn't. Slightly. The main reason why he was getting to the bottom of the matter was to see if this place, if it was related to the shenanigans, if it was a threat to Rong City. Since it had nothing to do with the shenanigans and was not a threat to Rongchang, there was no need to pursue it. Li Yunxiao asked, "What are you doing here?" Qin Tiangang looked embarrassed. "You are a mythic martial soul, yet you refuse to join the war ministry. According to the rules, the war ministry cannot provide you with protection all the time. So I'll just..." Darted a glance at the entrance to the secret realm in front of him. He said with a palpitating heart, "Seeing that after you went in, there was no movement at all, and you didn't come out late, I was afraid that something had happened to you, so I wanted to follow you in to see. As a result, I didn't expect to be almost killed in seconds." He also did not expect that this small Rome city would still have such a powerful force that could defeat himself instantly. Chapter 62 Special Establishment. Early enrollment. Qin Tiangang was puzzled. The Li family's villa. Isn't it in the rich neighborhood of Rongcheng? Both parents were muggles. The kind of people who only awakened ordinary martial souls and couldn't be martial artists. How did you manage to sneak a castle under the river and set up such a terrible defense mechanism? Li Yunxiao said bluntly. Why? Do you all have to be so insistent on making me join the war ministry? If I don't join the war ministry, I'm not a daxia? You won't be on the front lines when we do fight other countries later? Qin Tiangang looked at the other party in surprise, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. You've misunderstood. Indeed, the mythic martial soul is very powerful. A battle division with a mythical martial soul enchantment will definitely be able to go to the next level of strength. But if a world war does occur, only one divine agent will not be decisive. The moment he looked at the other, his eyes were covered in sincerity. The reason why I want you to join the War Department is mainly to facilitate the implementation of protection for you. Because, compared to the shenanigans, those divine agents in the West are even less interested in us. Daxia, having our own myths, having our own divine agents. Once word of what happened to you gets out, you're bound to become a target. And without the protection of the war ministry, I'm afraid it'll be hard to survive. Li Yunxiao didn't retort. Do you really believe that my martial soul is a mythic martial soul, and not what they call an evil god martial soul? Qin Tiangang had a firm face. I've seen evil god martial souls, and their possessors can't possibly have the righteousness that you have. Indeed, the murderous aura on your body is even more intense than the righteous aura. Before, but I don't think that having a killing aura is a bad thing. As long as the heart upholds the austere belief, the killing spirit will only frighten the enemy and invigorate oneself. Li Yunxiao took a step forward. Thanks. Seeing this, Qin Tiangang subconsciously clenched his fists and said with force, I know that the reason why you don't want to join the War Department is because you have lost your trust in people for family reasons. Nor do I want to be bound by rules. If you're willing to join the War Ministry, I can give you a separate application to become a special staff member of the Daxia War Ministry. Personal information that even the top brass of the system can't find out. Only my great Xiao War Department, a few marshals of the highest rank, are qualified to view it. No return, no report, no training during the week. It is only necessary, from time to time, to fulfill the tasks issued by the Ministry of War. This way, we can enforce SSSSS level protection on you. Once you encounter a danger that cannot be solved by an individual, the entire Grand Xia, the 4 major war zones, and the 8 major war ministries, will all be mobilized at the first opportunity to ensure your safety. Li Yunxiao stopped and looked back at the other party. Mission? Qin Tiangang swam over. Don't worry, it won't be difficult. It's mainly incidents that neither the Ministry of Armed Forces and Security nor our official forces are convenient to directly intervene to solve. These incidents would normally be handled by the Watchers Squad, the special squad of the War Ministry. It's fine if you don't like grouping up. When the time comes, we'll arrange something for you, an event that can be solved by one person, and it definitely won't cause you any trouble. Li Yunxiao said bluntly, Can you kill someone? Qin Tiangang was slightly stunned and responded, If the target resists, or commits a heinous crime, we certainly have the power to punish them on the spot. To be honest with you, these events, the Ministry of Armed Forces and Security and us, the reason why we can't deal with them head-on, it's because the target deserves to die. The crimes committed, the impact is extremely bad, so we have to deal with them in a low profile. If it's an incident that requires a normal trial process, you're not usually asked to handle it. He knew that the other party had a heavy killing aura, but he didn't expect it to be this heavy. Thanks to his understanding of the other side of the past, know that the other side only kill those who deserve to die. Otherwise, he really do not dare to let the other side to join the special establishment. The moment he heard the other party say that he could kill, Li Yunxiao was already looking forward to it. What formalities are required? Qin Tiangang responded. There is no need for formalities. The identities of the members of the Watchers are all kept secret. There is no need to return to the team for formalities. You do what you have to do, and when the medal is minted, it will be mailed to you. Through special channels, Li Yunxiao did not say anything more and turned to leave. Yes, General Qin. Upon hearing this not so formal, but formal response, Qin Tiangang was slightly stunned and frozen place for a long time before coming back to his senses and smiling. General Han, this should be the reply you want to hear the most when you are alive. Now, I'm listening for you. This child, I will also guard him for you to the end. No matter if it's a secretive or Western force, as long as I'm still alive, there's no way anyone can touch a hair on his head. He then looked back at the crack that had completely healed, sighed, and left the place with doubts. The depths of the secret realm. A man and a woman, talking. Come on, how could he really hurt you with that little realm of his? Stop acting. Still talking about the old man? Didn't you pretend to be poor and even fake your death so that he could be stronger and have the motivation to work hard? What qualifications are there to talk about the old man? Okay, I won't pretend anymore. Okay, I'll go to the imperial capital now, so I don't have to stay here and argue with you all day long. What do you mean? You're going to the capital? To do what? Travel. No, travel a fart tour. Lao Fu first told you that it's fine to protect secretly, absolutely not to expose his identity. Now let him know that he is actually a rich second generation. This is not beneficial to him now. Alright, I know. I'm just going to tell the world not to ogle him while I'm gone. And that Li family's crowd, think they can escape death by hiding? Dare to take advantage of my absence to dig up my son's supreme bone. If I don't exterminate his 9 clans, I'm not a dragon. Unlike other universities, there are no vacations at Imperial University, to be precise. The vacation at Imperial University is military training. Therefore, the moment he received the acceptance letter, Li Yunxiao received a phone call from one of the senior leaders of the Imperial Capital University. Don't worry, student Li Yunxiao. With your current realm, you don't need to participate in the realm rushing military training, but still need to come over in advance. We have prepared campus tour, Imperial City tour and other activities for you. It is convenient for you to familiarize yourself with our school in advance, and later, you can also integrate into the new learning atmosphere as soon as possible. Students whose realms were too low, but whose scores were sufficient, were only required to participate in the Realm Ascension military training, with the aim of narrowing the gap between the students' realms and facilitating the teaching that followed. Students whose realm is over level 33 are allowed to enjoy their vacation and go back to school. However, at this moment, Li Yunxiao had not only surpassed level 35 and reached the late stage of level 36 Martial Master realm, he was also the provincial scholar of his province, with a score that dumped the second place by 8,000 miles. Let such top students come back after the vacation? He's afraid that after the vacation, they won't come back. Although the Imperial University is the best university in the whole of summer, but cannot resist, other schools are also heartless. Li Yunxiao responded. Good, then I'll buy a high-speed train ticket tonight and take the train over tomorrow. No, we've already booked your flight. Doesn't your Rongqing have an airport? Go directly to the airport to pick up your ticket and just take the plane over. What we booked for you is first class. Li Yunxiao looked at the text message received on his cell phone and thought to himself, this is not leaving himself any time at all. Alright, go to the imperial capital first, including the gift packages given by the first high school, the Rongqing city government, and the provincial ministry of education, and use the rest of the rewards when you get there. It's just a matter of getting over there early. It's not like classes start early. There's still plenty of time. Chapter 63, Sorry for the Carelessness, Imperial International Airport. Li Yunxiao, who had gotten off the airplane, walked alone in the middle of the crowd in the airport passageway. Have you heard? Rong City, it seems like it's been invaded by a secretive army. What? That small place, Rong City, also has a secretive army? These days, are the pursuits on the abyss side so low? Invading a projectile place. For what? I don't know. I just heard that, in order to resist the secretive army, the Rongqing War Department died quite a few people, and even a general. The companion beside me laughed. I just checked. The secretive lord who attacked Rong City seems to be called something like Night King. The realm can only be said to be very average. This can even kill people? How much of a vegetable is their Rongqing's war department? Their war department general is even Chao Pai's wife into the vegetable garden. What does it mean? Shinji plucks vegetables. Ha 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 ha. A few people laughed heartily, and in the next moment, a slender figure stood in front of them. Say it again. If you can. The man in the lead subconsciously turned around, and both of his eyes instantly brightened. Sister-in-law? What brings you here? Hardly. Are you here specifically to pick me up? That's really exciting. Some freshman from Imperial Capital University passed by and couldn't help but marvel at this scene. She's one of the 4 school flowers of Imperial Capital University, the school bully of Wind Spirit Academy. Senior sister Han Bingling Han? I've seen her photo on the school forum. I didn't expect that the real person is going to be even taller and prettier than the photo. It really lives up to the name of the school flower. Who was that guy who just didn't seem like a nice guy? Why are you calling someone Han Bingling's senior sister? Sister-in-law? A senior heard their confusion and explained. His name is Takami Xiang. It's said to be the second son of the richest family in Jinhai province. Being arrogant and domineering, not many people dare to mess with him even in Imperial University. His brother is even a bully in their academy, and has previously been claiming to the public that senior sister Han Bingling is his girlfriend. Although people Han Bingling's school sister never promised, and even took the initiative to clarify this matter, but his brother and sister is so got shameless. One calls people his wife every time he sees them, and the other one goes around saying that they are his sister-in-law. The freshmen shook their heads in disbelief as they listened to the other side's explanation. TSK. It really is true that if one is cheap, one is invincible. Gao Jianxiong seemed to hear the sighs from the crowd and his face sank. Dare to discuss the affairs of my Gao family brothers. You poor people. Live impatiently. Right. Seeing that the other party is not talking, but really intends to bring people to do it, Han Bingling said with a cold face. Gao Jianxiang, let me remind you. Let me hear you denigrate the soldiers of Rongqing again, and I, Han Bingling, will never let you go. Sensing that his sister-in-law seemed to be angry, Gao Jianxiang gave up on the group of civilians and turned his head to look at the other side. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Am I wrong? You can't even beat a little karami like the Night King. What is it if not garbage? Trash? Han Bingling was completely enraged. You are simply incorrigible. Enraged, she completely disregarded her image, leaped, turned around, and threw her slender whip leg, viciously kicking at the other party. Gao Jianxiang's eyes lit up. Skirt. Sister-in-law, if you're going to be so polite, then I'm not going to be polite. However, the next moment, he was stunned to find that the other party was not wearing a skirt at all, but pants, and was instantly stunned. What's the situation? Isn't it a long skirt? How come underneath there's a pair of pants? It was too late to dodge or even resist anymore. Bang dash. There was a loud bang, and all the people around them couldn't help but shake a little. In mid-air, unable to control his body, Gao Jianxiang was shocked to see that the end point where he flew to was not a wall, but a trash can full of wreckage. And in front of the trash can, there was an unimpressive youth standing. So he rushed to speak. If you dare to hide, this young master will make you suffer. Immediately after that, he released his martial soul's true body. The giant orange crane spread its wings and wrapped him tightly within the psychic barrier. At this moment, Li Yunxiao, who was standing in place, was expressionless. Oh, seeing this scene, Han Bingling's face changed drastically. Watch out. Hurry up and dodge. Gao Jianxiang smiled coldly. He'd like to, provided he had the guts. Bang dash. In the next instant, the moment his martial soul barrier touched the other party, he was stunned to feel that his body, suddenly, was violently stomped towards the ground by a powerful force. The smile on his face instantly dissipated. The moment he landed, he looked up in shock, and in his eyes, a flat shoe, rapidly grew larger. What are you going to do? No! Snap dash. Before the screams could completely erupt from his throat, his head was suddenly stomped on by that flat shoe. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Yunxiao casually waved his hand, and with great speed, he drew out the yang sword and chopped through the opponent's body before swiftly placing it back inside the leopard skin pouch. Kill Takami Show, human, gaining Reiki 16,000. Kill a high-level target, gain 140 kill points. The surrounding people, before they realized what had happened, had already seen that Gao Jianxiang on the ground had completely lost his life. Young Master Gao? Quick! Get the recovery potion and feed it to him. I can't. He can't even eat with his head gone. The head is gone. Don't you know to just sprinkle it on? Don't dwell on it. Take out all the recovery potions and spill them all. However, no matter how Gao Jianxiang's companions remedied the situation, Gao Jianxiang remained as motionless as a dead dog, with no sign of recovery. No amount of recovery potions would help a target that was killed by the yang sword. On the side, Li Yunxiao scratched his head in a slightly distressed manner like a nobody. Sorry, got careless and killed him. This statement was made. The people around them froze instantly. It's not a war. It's not a duel. So how can you accidentally kill someone? Han Bingling's pretty face froze, and after a while, she couldn't slow down. Gao Jianxian's companions finally realized that the person was already dead through and through. There was no room for resuscitation, and in anger, they could only raise their heads and look at the murderer in front of them. You even dared to kill the richest man in the Golden Sea, the second son of the Gao family. Kid, wait, you're dead. After saying that, the leader's companion inexorably greeted the crowd, lifted up Gao Jianxian's body, and left in the direction of the exit, accompanying the second son of the Gao family on a trip, only to come back just now and the person is gone? They didn't know how to explain it to the Gao family. All they knew was that even if this was the imperial capital, it was going to be an earthquake. Chapter 64 Han Tianfeng's sister. Imperial Capital University's school flower Han Bingling. Who's that hero? Background. Is it hard to be bigger than the Gao family? This is the imperial capital. Everything is possible. It's just a pity that this possibility is very small. After all, judging by his dress, not to mention the Gao family, even the local rich merchants are probably no match for him. Hey, that courage of his, in all probability, still comes from a passion. Regardless of their strength, they sacrificed their lives to protect the civilian population. And who wouldn't be angry to hear such an insult to their own country's soldiers? They also wanted to teach that rich kid a lesson, but they just didn't have the guts to do so, knowing their own background. At this moment, seeing Li Yunxiao turn his head and walk away as if nothing had happened, Han Bingling hurriedly walked up. You can't be senior Li Yunxiao. Only after hearing the other party call out his name did Li Yunxiao stop in his tracks. You are? Han Bingling's face was still white. Han Bingling, Han Jinlong's sister. Han Kim Yong? Han Tianfeng's sister. Li Yunxiao was slightly stunned, and only then did he realize that the other party looked, indeed, a bit similar to Han Tianfeng. Oh, then I should call you Sister Bingling. Han Bingling looked around and took the other's hand, running towards the crowd beyond. This place is crowded with people. Let's go. Let's talk about it somewhere else. Seeing this scene, the freshmen of Imperial Capital University or the old students were all dumbfounded. So, school sister Han Bingling came over specifically to pick him up. Who the hell is that guy? Just got off the plane, and there's a school flower schoolgirl coming to pick me up. It's also too cool. TSK. Can't it be that this is what is called dying under the peony flower and being a ghost? If Lesson Gao Jianxiang can get the favor of this school flower sister, they feel that death, perhaps not so terrible. It's just a shame that it's only now that I've come to my senses, and there's no chance of that happening. In the restaurant near the Imperial Capital University, Han Bingling ordered some dishes that fit the tastes of the people of Rongqing, sat down opposite Li Yunxiao, and breathed a deep sigh of relief. You really have joined the War Department? My second brother didn't mention it to me. She knew that in the conflict just now. It was Gao Jianxian who first used his true body of the martial soul to launch an attack on Li Yunxiao before Li Yunxiao killed him back. It was totally self-defense. Going through the legal process, Li Yunxiao is not responsible, but she knew better. The Gao family had a hand in the Jinhai province, and their network of relationships covered even the imperial capital. If he didn't join the War Department, with Li Yunxiao's current strength and background, it would be impossible to hold up against the Gao family's retaliation. She also didn't expect that. Just wanting to slightly teach that mouthy, capricious dude a lesson, she ended up causing a human life. Anyway, it's just very regrettable right now. Li Yunxiao, who was indeed a bit hungry, chatted as he ate. Well, I'm in a special position, so I didn't inform you guys. Qin Tiangang had said that at least one person from the Han family needed to return to Rome City and take up a position in the war ministry. Nowadays, it seems that the probability, it is the schoolmate in front of me. Since they were all from the war ministry, there was naturally no need to hide some things. Han Bingling breathed a sigh of relief once again. That's good. With the patronage of the war ministry, even the Gao family should not dare to mess around. Not to mention, you did act in self-defense. It's just that self-defense is a bit harsh. After all, the average person, at most, dodges away, or defends himself against it. Who's a tough guy who kills people outright? After organizing her apprehensive mood, Han Bingling stretched out her jade hand and smiled. Get reacquainted with one. Han Bingling, a native of Rongcheng, junior in college, attending the Imperial Capital University, Wind Spirit College, martial soul, death's gift. Hearing the words gift of death, Li Yunxiao, who was originally unimpressed, still stopped his chopsticks and extended his right hand. Li Yunxiao, a native of Rongcheng, freshman, about to enroll in the Imperial Capital University, Flowing Fire Academy, martial spirit, great killing god. Han Bingling's smile was as gentle as the spring breeze. No wonder the killing aura is so heavy. This martial spirit, this name, can it not be murderous? So what's next for you? Then, the Imperial Capital University was a realm plus credit system, where one could graduate after reaching the peak of the 49th level Martial Zone realm in the realm and completing 1,000 points in credits. These conditions were reached by Han Bingling as early as last semester. I had wanted to stay over here to study for the exam, and this vacation, I didn't even go home, just to prepare for the exam. As a result, I didn't expect to hear the sad news about my family just after the vacation started. Nowadays, she has given up on graduate school and is ready to graduate straight away and go back to Rongqing. However, the side of the Rong City War Department said that the Rong City War Department, now, was temporarily taken over by Qin Tiangang. She was told to finish the matter at hand, and to return next month, when the formalities were completed and she was able to gain direct access to the War Ministry's establishment. At that time, it also happened to be her brother's memorial service, and all sorts of trivia, and better carried out. For the sake of the greater good, she had no choice but to accept the War Ministry's arrangement. Stay at the school first, and in the meantime, pick up the slack for this schoolmate. By the way, Li Yunxiao was just about to open his mouth when the other party's phone rang. You take it first. Han Bingling didn't avoid it and picked it up directly. Yes, it's here. Well, I know. Don't worry, second brother. You're not worried about me. Good. After hanging up with her second brother, Han Jinlong, Han Bingling saw that the other party had already eaten about as much as he could, so she sneaked off to get the bill. And when she came back, she said to the schoolmate in front of her, "Did you get enough to eat? Why don't you, senior sister, take you to visit our beautiful campus first?" Li Yunxiao wanted to go to pay the bill, but realized that it had already been bought by his schoolmates, so he didn't dwell on the matter. Not, I've heard that in our school, all you need to do is to cultivate enough realms and get enough credits, and you don't even have to take a single theory class to graduate. Why don't you just take me directly to our school's secret cultivation realm? I want to graduate as soon as possible. Han Bingling looked at the other party in surprise. Then there's no need to rush. It was only after realizing that the other party was not joking that he nodded his head while lamenting. Alright, then I'll first take you to our school to take a look at the secret cultivation realm that is most suitable for freshmen. It doesn't matter if you brush it or not, you'll see it first. Li Yunxiao called out to the other party. Senior sister, it's better to start looking at the cultivation secret realm from the major 2 levels. To begin with what he knew about himself, brushing up on a large level of cultivation secret realm would be a waste of time. He was afraid, if it wasn't for the fear of the other party saying that he was pretending, he would have even wanted to go directly to see the secret realm of cultivation at the junior or even senior level. Han Bingling froze for a while before nodding slightly helplessly. Fine, you can watch if you want. The freshman who had just enrolled in school and started brushing the secret realm, and the freshman who came up and brushed the high-level secret realm. She hadn't seen a single one of them in the 3 years she had been at the school. Anyway, she didn't think that the other party really wanted to brush the secret realm. Anyway, it's just a look. Think of it as a visit to the campus. Chapter 65, Second Sister. Li Yanran, Imperial University. Inside the most opulent conference room built on top of the trustee's office, Li Qingqing said to the surrounding professors, associate professors, and a group of senior teachers, "This is the picture of my fourth brother Li Yunxiao. Teachers, familiarize yourselves first." Many of the professors, associate professors, and senior faculty in the room have been on television and are well known. At the moment, he was facing this senior student in front of him, but he looked very respectful. Not bad, worthy of being Miss Qingqing's own brother, truly a talented person. I heard that he even took the provincial top prize in their province in this college entrance exam. This score, I'm afraid it's a notch higher than Miss Qingqing's college entrance exam score back then. Yearly family, you really have a lot of talent. The sesame seeds are blossoming. Li Qingqing's pretty face was overflowing with springtime complacency. The teachers are mistaken. My fourth brother's grades on the college entrance exams are not bad, so when we get to college, we'll have to ask all the teachers to take care of us. The professors and associate professors around them cracked up. Where? Your brother is so good. It's only right that we are blessed to be able to teach such a student. Care cannot dare to be. Learn from each other. Li Qingqing slightly breathed a sigh of relief. And when she saw a large group of well-known people suddenly walking in from outside, she hurriedly cleaned up the look on her face. After the group of professors, associate professors, and senior teachers stood in 2 rows, they went up and bent down. "Teacher, you're here," supported by 2 men in military uniforms. The old man with a face full of vicissitudes but without anger waved his hand, signaling that the crowd did not need to be so nervous. "Sit down, all of you." "Yes, Elder Yang." Under the support of the guards, Elder Yang sat down at the top position. "Last time, where were we in this discussion?" Reporting back to Elder Yang, the discussion has reached the final stage of aura recovery. Can mythic recovery be realized? Oh yeah, go ahead. The meeting was called to order. One of the female guards, however, called Li Qingqing aside. Elder Yang asked me to tell you that several major departments still haven't found any clues about where your parents were hidden. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. Our Desia's Celestial Masters group, using the Luo Tian de Jiao, has divined your parents' destiny. They're not dead and their lives won't be in danger for the next 6 months. So, now we just need to wait. Wait for the people on the Abyssal Secrecy side to take the initiative to show up and offer to negotiate. Li Qingqing had already reddened her eyes long ago. For now, that's as good as it gets. The female escort comforted. By the way, that young master of yours, Li Yaozu, has already come to the imperial capital? Li Qingqing corrected. It's not Li Yaozu, it's Li Yunxiao. Li Yaozhou? That idiot. If he could get into the imperial city by himself, his family would have to burn incense every day. Feeling that the other party's family composition, as if it was a bit complicated, the female escort did not dwell on this topic. You are Yang Lao's close disciple. Yang Lao said that your request is his old man's request. What can be satisfied should be satisfied, and what can't be satisfied should also be satisfied by all means. So, no need to be polite with us. If you need anything, just ask. Li Qingqing nodded. Got it. Sister Dragon. When she finished, she joined the other woman and rejoined the meeting. Imperial capital. On the top floor of an international building, a private helicopter slowly landed. When that tall, sexy, domineering figure, draped in long hair, came down from the airplane, hundreds of powerful people above the Marshal's own realm bent down at the same time. Greetings to the pavilion master on his return. This person was no other than the king of the underground world of Daxia, known as the Queen of Darkness, the owner of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Pavilion, also the second miss of the Li family in Rongchun, Li Yanran. Passing through the middle of a group of henchmen, Li Yanyan, dressed in a black leather trench coat, looked towards her younger brother in the corner, still shivering and full of disbelief. Slightly unhappy. Mom and Dad and your two sisters don't know about me being in charge of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Court. After that, I don't want them to know either. Understand? Li Yaozu nodded repeatedly. Got it. Slightly. No. Understand it all. A lot. Before, he had always thought that his second sister was abroad, doing serious business, but it turned out that he didn't expect that not only did she have a business abroad, but she also had a business in the country, and even made it to the leading position in the underground world. At this moment, he couldn't tell if he should come on this trip, or if he shouldn't. Li Yanran frowned slightly. What are you shaking? Change your clothes and you don't recognize it? The last time we met, the other party was still very enthusiastic, and came up to ask for gifts worth tens of millions of dollars or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Not at all polite with herself as a sister. We haven't seen each other for half a year and you're already rusty? It's as if, in his heart, he's hiding some secret that he's afraid he'll find out. Li Yaozu pressed his knees. No shaking. This is me being excited. It's been too long since I've seen my second sister. Brother is excited. Li Yanran didn't think much about it and led the other party towards the building. Earlier, what you said on the phone, was all true? The other party called to tell him that the fourth brother was fighting over the family fortune, causing him to leave home, and that even the third sister was aiding and abetting in the fight. When she learned the news, she was incredibly angry and called her third sister at the first opportunity. As a result, he heard that his parents had already been captured by Sneaky, and said that his family, who had previously been tricked by Li Yaozu, a green tea. Now, when she thought about it carefully, she always felt that there was something very wrong with the third sister's words. Li Yaozu nodded repeatedly, 1,000 times over. Second sister, we've lived together for more than 10 years. Don't you know me as a person? Li Yaozu explained. Third sister said that mom and dad were captured by the secretive, but my Li family has never had a feud with the abyssal sleight of hand, a pure merchant family, and it is impossible to have any involvement with the sleight of hand. What's the reason they kidnapped mom and dad? Li Yaozu spread his hands. There's no reason. So isn't it obvious? It's all lies from her third sister. I also don't know what kind of medicine third sister has taken wrong. Has to help that Li Yunxiao. Honestly speaking, the Li family property, let him, is not impossible. He has suffered so much outside before, and you know, second sister, with my younger brother's ability, in the future, casually put in effort to surpass the current Li family. Is it not a handful? There's no need to fight them at all. Hey, I really don't understand. They are born from the same root and they are too anxious. Li Yanran didn't take a stand right away, but spoke up. Pack up, and tomorrow, second sister and you will go together. To meet them, Li Yaozu lowered his head and his eyes rolled rapidly, but on his face, he always kept a bland look. Everything, at second sister's command. Imperial University. Inside the secret hall, looking at the wide array of equipment models in front of him as well as the dreamlike holographic projection, Li Yunxiao still felt no small shock. Sister Bingling, is this the secret plaza of the Imperial Capital University? The entrance to that secret realm. Where is it? Han Bingling laughed and led the other party, walking in the direction of the flickering light. There is no secret plaza at Imperial University. All the secret realms can be accessed through the portal here. Nah, just use your student ID and consume a certain number of credits. That's all. Li Yunxiao broke away from the other party's jade hands seemingly unintentionally and pointed at the front of his eyes, the green-faced and fanged demonic beast model, and said, "What kind of secret realm is this? Can we try this first?" Han Bingling turned back with it, her pretty face stunned. I'm afraid it's a bit harder for you now. Chapter 66, Han Bingling, 30 times harder? Sister can only try her best. Li Yunxiao was puzzled. Is it hard? Doesn't it say for freshman students only? It shouldn't be hard. Han Bingling explained. The university's curriculum is mainly divided into theory and practice. Theory is to consolidate the foundation. Practice is the main way to ascend the realm. Among them, there are only 2 types of secret realms of cultivation that students can participate in, regardless of their grade level. Daily course classes as well as exam classes. Speaking of this, she led the other party to the corresponding secret realm entrances, introducing them one by one. Daily course type mysteries, which do not consume credits, are low in difficulty and, accordingly, earn very few credits. If you don't challenge the exam-based mysteries, you'd have to spend at least 5 days a week and 10 hours a day challenging the course mysteries for 4 years, pretty much, in order to make it to level 49 and get enough credits to graduate. Returning once again to the entrance of the secret realm she had just visited, Han Bingling continued her introduction. On the contrary, if you attend at least one exam-type secret realm every year and get good grades, 3 years at most, you'll be able to complete your credits and ascend enough to the realm. If you don't go to graduate school, you'll be able to graduate straight away like your sister. As for the exam-type mysteries, each grade, each person, can take them a maximum of 3 times if they don't get a perfect score the first time, which means there are a maximum of 2 makeup exams if they don't pass. Looking toward the entrance of the secret realm in front of her, she continued, the exam secret realm, difficulty-wise, is 10 times that of the course secret realm, and since you don't have any credits right now, you can only have me consume the credits to take you in. Upper grades with lower grades will be elevated in difficulty accordingly, depending on the lineup. My junior year takes your freshman year and boosts the difficulty by at least 10 times, or 20 times the difficulty. I, alone, only got a rating of 85 when I first challenged the 10x harder first-year grand exam secrets. At 20x difficulty, I don't think you can even touch the passing line. You've only just enrolled in school, and it's really not a good idea to waste an exam opportunity right now. Li Yunxiao asked, Sister, do you have any extra credits then? Lend me some, and in the back, I'll pay you back double when I earn credits. Han Bingling smiled. Sister has a lot of credits. Even if you squander them for 3 years, you may not be able to squander them all. The key is that there is a limit to the number of times you can take the exam secret realm. If you go in now, if you don't pass the exam, the aura and credits you get will be almost nothing. Might as well wait until some time later, when your realm has risen and you're more certain. Li Yunxiao responded. Level 36. Mid-Martial Master Realm. Isn't that enough? Han Bingling smiled and shook his head. Not enough. If you want to challenge the first year's Great Examination Secret Realm, you have to be at least level 38 to be considered secure. Second grade on the other hand is going to be 42. Third grade starts at 46. It's not a matter of how many levels and how much difference in attribute values can be made. Rather, it's the fact that each of these stages will be given a chance to enter the Academy's Hall of 1,000 Opportunities and select a piece of equipment. The equipment in the Hall of 1,000 Machines, the worst, are all at the legendary level, and there is a small probability of obtaining epic level equipment. Being able to greatly enhance one's strength, the probability of passing the big test, when you get the equipment, is much, much higher, and that's a common choice in our school, with more than 90% of our students. Li Yunxiao walked towards the light curtain of the secret realm. Sister, do you think that schoolboy is counted as 90%, or 10%? Han Bingling was slightly stunned and subconsciously followed. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he was interrupted by the other's words. Sister, with you here, I'm not afraid. Swipe it, since you're not bad for credits. This time, I owe you, and next time, I'll buy you dinner. Seeing that the other party was so persistent, Han Bingling sighed slightly and said, Hey, Then, that's fine. After saying that, she pulled out her student ID and after a moment's hesitation, she held the other person and walked into the light screen together. This scene was watched by the passing seniors and older sisters who couldn't stop marveling. That guy just now, if I'm not mistaken, didn't seem to have a student ID, but swept his face? That means he's a freshman in this class? TSK. Just came to the university. Haven't figured anything out yet, and then you dare to come and challenge the secret realm. And as soon as you come, you challenge the first year, the most difficult secret realm of the grand examination. It's really a newborn calf. Among them, many seniors were even more indignant on behalf of Han Bingling. The great examination secret realm, in a group, is 10 times more difficult than solo. Han Bingling is indeed their academy's academic bully. But challenging the secret realm of the first year grand examination that has increased the difficulty by 10 times. It's impossible for even her to pass it. Who the hell is that guy? Anyway, isn't this a pure waste of people's credits? Wasted credits are trivial. The key, they knew that this Han schoolgirl, 3 years in college, had countless suitors, but the gossip was never there. And that kid, as soon as he comes, he's got his hand on me? I'm afraid it's going to be a tough time in the future. Within the secret area, light flashed as Li Yunxiao and Han Bingling walked out from the light curtain. Li Yunxiao looked around and inquired, "Sister, is this the secret realm of the first year's grand exam? How do I feel? I've seen it somewhere." Han Bingling explained, "That's right, this is the Great Wall. Only, it's not the same as the wall as you perceive it. This is a mirrored space replicated by a space power and a group of top powers, realistically restored. Back in the day, our human ancestors, here to resist the secretive invasion of the magnificent scene. The big test from 1st through 3rd grade is the wall. It's just a different process and stage. Only the big 4th grade test requires the challenge of the real secret world out there." Li Yunxiao muttered, "So that's how it is." Han Bingling nodded and pulled out a long sword made of blue crystal, and directly revealed her complete martial soul's true form. Senior sister has a soul skill called Fake Death, which can shield the anger of her teammates, and the demonic beasts here mainly rely on probing the anger of their targets to target them and launch attacks. After shielding your anger, they can't sense you as long as you don't actively attack. In a while, you just need to try to keep your distance from them. Sister will lead you, but whether or not you can pass, sister can't guarantee it, because after she came in, she realized that probably because she submitted her application for graduation, coupled with the fact that Li Yunxiao was too new, the difficulty of the secret realm, directly from the original 10 times, rose to 30 times, even though it was only a first year's great examination secret realm, with up to 30 times the difficulty. Even she did not have the certainty of passing. Not to mention, now with a brand new schoolmate. Chapter 67, Sisters are still afraid, but schoolmates have already killed madness. Li Yunxiao did not refute the other party and walked to the side as if nothing had happened. Good. Thinking that her opponent was trying to hide behind her, Han Bingling took the lead in stepping out of the safety zone with her longsword in hand. At that instant, not far away, in the middle of the desert filled with wind and sand, a huge figure suddenly stopped in its tracks. And the moment it turned back, its eyes radiated a terrifying scarlet red. Wild Wolf. Realm, level 40, half-step martial realm. Power, 3,700. Spiritual power, 2,500. Speed, 3,700. Endurance, 5,000. Stamina, 5,000. Resistance, 0. Skills, Blood Hunt, Blood Hunger, Ancestral Howl. Blood hunting can sense the scent of living creatures within a 3-kilometer radius through a keen sense of smell. Blood hunger, storing up strength to pounce on the target, drawing blood from the target. The more blood sucked, the greater the increase in strength. After reaching the full level, entering a berserk condition, doubling the basic attributes. Distant ancestor howl, raise the sky and howl to the wolves. Summoning nearby kindred to initiate single combat against the target, with a pack singling out the target one by one. See, Han Bingling cautiously looked at the oncoming wasteland demon wolf, which had already bared its fangs, while imparting her experience to Li Yunxiao behind her. Wasteland Demon Wolf is a warrior-type demonic beast. Its strength and speed are not weak, but the strongest, or its defense. Pay special attention to the fact that it has a skill that stacks statuses when it draws blood from a target. As soon as this skill is stacked, the attribute value will immediately double. At that time, not to mention the average freshman, even if a freshman bully comes, he will only be seconded. Taking a deep breath, Han Bingling gripped the longsword in her hand and stared dead on at the wasteland demon wolf that was eyeing the tiger but never attacked. Plus, doubling the difficulty is usually added to the number of demonic beasts and the desire to attack. If I'm not mistaken, this wasteland demon wolf should use its big move, Far Ancestral Howl, as soon as it comes up, summoning its companions around it. How much is there? Schoolteacher is not sure. This challenge, odds are, it's still based on sister passing on her experience and you learning from it. Put your mind at ease. It's up to both of us to get through. Next moment. Howl dash. The wasteland demon wolf that came out of the wind and sand suddenly raised its head and roared up to the sky. As expected. As Han Bingling had said, it directly used its ultimate skill, far ancestral howl. To all the companions around him, a call was launched. At this moment, Han Bingling held her breath. She also didn't know how many wasteland demon wolves were within the range of 3 kilometers. If there were only a dozen of them, this challenge, perhaps, would have gone further. If you summon dozens of them directly, then this trip would really be just a look in and out. Ouch dash. Accompanied by the howl of the wasteland demon wolf. Soon, similar wolf howls came one after another from the surrounding darkness, and the darkness in the distance. Here and there, wave after wave. Han Bingling's face was ugly, and at this moment, she felt bad. Finished. Listening to this sound, there are at least 50 to 60 wasteland demon wolves around. School sister has the certainty to defeat them, but not the certainty to ensure your safety while fighting against so many wasteland demon wolves. If you are injured by them and let them drink your blood, the attribute values will soon double, and by then, even schoolmates are no match for so many mutant wasteland demon wolves. School brother. Regarding the killing techniques when wasteland demon wolf is being soloed, it's better for school sister to go out and tell you more about it later. There's really no way to. Right now. As a result, when she elaborated, she turned back for a moment, but suddenly realized that behind her, there was no so-called schoolmate. Snapped. Seemingly realizing something, the reactive Han Bingling subconsciously turned around, stunned to see, in the midst of the wind and sand, a figure with a reddish glow was rapidly traveling through. At the same time, in her head, an acquisition alert rang out. Kill the wasteland demon wolf, gaining Reiki 3000. Slay the wasteland demon wolf *3, acquiring Reiki 9000. As for Li Yunxiao's side, he had obtained more than a few thousand auras. Slay the wasteland demon wolf *10, gaining aura 32. 000. Kill a high-level target and gain 1400. Kill wasteland demon wolf *18. Acquired aura 5760000. Kill a high-level target. Gain kill value 2520. Kill wasteland demon wolf *32. Gaining aura 1024000. Kill a high-level target. Gain kill value 4480. Realm elevated to 37th level. Late martial artist realm. Without caring about his panel after refreshing, Li Yunxiao held the underworld bone spike and leapt in mid-air, drawing a graceful line. The second before it hit the ground, the head of the gun made dazzling sparks on the ground. And immediately afterward, the fire instantly wrapped around the head of the gun. The fire exploded and the gun came out like a dragon. The powerful aura gathered on top of the god of guns and turned into a wild dragon, pouncing towards all the wasteland demon wolves in front of them as if they were the dragon god descending into the world. Boom dash. Kill wasteland demon wolf *66. Acquired Reiki 2112000. Kill a high-level target. Gain kill value 8580. Realm raised to level 38. Late martial artist realm. It was also at this time that the remaining few wasteland demon wolves seemed to sense fear and fled in panic. Immediately after that, the gusts of wind became even more intense, as if some giant thing had awakened, and the earth under their feet trembled violently. Next moment, the winds are absolutely at rest. Immediately afterward, an even more violent storm suddenly swept away. In the blink of an eye, it swept across the desert. At the same moment, in the darkness, in the sandy depths, there was a cry of wailing, miserable beyond measure, oozing like a ghost. This is baby's cry? At the end of the howling gale, Han Bingling finally slowed down, and her face changed drastically when she heard this cry in her ears. Don't let it fool you. It's not a baby's cry. It's the secret first-year exam, the roar of the ultimate alpha. Run. This isn't a normal alpha. It's a super alpha that's been enhanced 30 times. There's no way we can beat that. Li Yunxiao's face did not change. The next moment, he really saw that a huge figure emerged from the wind and sand. Body like a sheep, face like a man, armpits glaring with scarlet eyes, tiger teeth and human claws, hideous and horrible. But the moment it looked up to the sky and roared, what came out was a baby-like wailing. Chapter 68, Han Bingling, I actually broke? Human sheep, chief, realm, level 40, half-step Wuzong realm, power, 8000, spiritual power, 8000, speed, 8000, endurance, 10,000, stamina, 10,000, resistance, 0, skills, shield bell, devour, Shield clock, every 60 seconds. Generate a barrier to resist 30% of attacks. Group status difficulty increases. Generate a barrier every 2 seconds to resist 90% of attacks. Devouring, every 60 seconds. Activate to devour all physical objects within 100 meters. Group status. Difficulty increased. Current refresh time is 2 seconds. Seeing this panel, Han Bingling's hanging heart finally died. Surely the last thing I expected. Mechanism enhancement. Schoolboy. I'm afraid that even if you and I join forces, we won't be able to knock out a single drop of blood with this difficulty level of human sheep. Your performance, it's already colorful enough, and it's even already amazed schoolmates. Listen to your senior sister. Take it for what it's worth. Consider this time as accumulating experience. And next time, when we've made enough preparations, it won't be too late for us to come back. Although it is a secret area of the exam set up by the school, the death of people is extremely rare, but it is not unheard of. In the past, it was only a dozen times more difficult to add, and there were still people who unfortunately lost their lives. Now it's a full 30 times. She was confident in her ability to defend herself, but she was afraid that with her current abilities, she wouldn't be able to keep the other person at the same time. In fact, at this moment, she didn't think that her schoolmate's overall combat power had exceeded her own. She just felt that she and the other party were only different in terms of the positioning of their martial souls. The opponent was more adept at strong offense, but the overall strength, for sure, was still not as good as his own. After all, the other party was, in the end, only 30 or 40 levels. With high offense and high speed, it is really advantageous to kill small monsters, but trying to defeat the leader with thick blood, high offense, and perverted mechanics, it's too much of a stretch. If you don't get it right, you could really die here. Li Yunxiao felt a hint of confusion. This thing, I think it's called Tao Tai. How is it that when it comes to you, it's human sheep? Han Bingling couldn't understand what the other party was saying, and once again discouraged. No matter what it's called. In short, you and I, right now, definitely can't beat. It's schoolboy. Hurry back. We'd better think long and hard. Yunxiao, watch out. Suddenly sensing an oppressive killing aura, Li Yunxiao subconsciously turned back, and his entire face, and even his entire body, was, in an instant, covered by a huge shadow. Next moment, whoosh dash, it's as if a bloody mouth suddenly took a bite out of the ground. The entire ground, like a piece of cake, was just suddenly, a big piece missing. In a gale, looking at the huge black hole, Han Bingling was dumbfounded, and in the next moment, tears broke out, and kneeling on the ground, she almost collapsed. Cloudy, looking up indignantly, her face streaked with tears, she was furious to the core. Boom dash, with a loud bang, the true body of the martial spirit behind him was completely revealed. Immediately afterward, a flickering rope was shot at the human sheep's heart like a sharp arrow. The brother I just had. You left me without a brother. I'll kill you. I want you dead. Whoosh dash. Just as the arrow was about to hit the heart of the human goat, there was a crunching sound, and a large hand suddenly stretched out from the void and steadily grabbed it. Sister, you're more impulsive than your brother. Before the words fell, Li Yunxiao's body slowly appeared from the shadow. On his chest, the golden lines, which were as if they had been scorched by a blazing fire, were slowly fading. Schoolboy, you're not dead. Han Bingling, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at the other party who was standing in the air, and his face, which was padded by his green silk, was covered in a trance and unbelief. Li Yunxiao let go of the other party's rope line, holding the gun with one hand, and leaped towards the huge figure. Promise me that in this life, you must die of old age. Forget about your martial spirit. Forget about the gift of death. Afterwards, his figure transformed into a fire meteor, flickering in mid-air, and every time he flickered, he was able to skillfully dodge the devouring of the human goat, and finally stab the spear wrapped in flames into the opponent's face. Stupid human, how is that possible? No! Boom dash! In the next moment, the chief's huge body suddenly exploded, and in the gale, it turned into a sky full of starlight. Han Bingling, who was wrapped in starlight, cried in beauty at the scene before her. Starlight after victory, which is only available in the secret realm of the Great Examination in freshman year, is also considered a welcome ceremony for new students. The harder the difficulty, the more starbursts you'll get. Like today, the image of a river of stars in the sky was the first time even she had seen it. Bang dash! Bang! 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 Next moment, the fluctuations of the ascending realm stirred in the bodies of the two at the same time. Han Bingling looked at her hands with disbelief. I can't believe. Broken? Li Yunxiao in midair did not hear what the other party was saying and casually asked. What? Han Bingling looked up in sudden excitement. I mean, my realm. I actually broke through. From the peak of the 49th ranked Martial Zone realm, he has broken through to the half-step Martial King realm. As early as the second semester of her sophomore year, she had raised her realm to the peak of the 49th ranked Martial Zone realm, and as a result, she had spent the entire third year of her junior year, and her realm was still stagnant. It was in order to break through this barrier that she considered staying in school and going to graduate school to move up in the realm, because she knew that in this society nowadays, not only would it become more difficult to ascend to the realm after leaving school, even the chances of ascending to the realm would become few and far between. But she cannot help. Ronqing needed her, and even if she didn't want to graduate early, she had no choice but to return to her hometown early. She had already made plans that in this life, her realm would always remain at level 49. Turns out I didn't expect. Today, in this secret world of the great test used by the freshman year, one's own realm barriers had been broken just like that, magically. What was even more unbelievable to her was that the one who had taken her flying was still a hometown schoolmate that she had just known for less than half a day. Who would believe it if I told you? Oh, Li Yunxiao responded lightly, then looked at his refreshed panel. Just one level up and you're so excited. So won't I look a bit pretentious if I don't act excited about this second level up in a row? That's right. At this moment, his realm had risen 2 levels in a row from the late stage of the 38th level Martial Master realm. He had been promoted to the half-step Martial Zone realm where all under the Martial Zone were invincible. Chapter 69 Racing Secret Realm, Speedway University? Walking out of the light screen, Li Yunxiao, who hadn't gotten his student ID for the time being, could only check his grades in front of the computer. Sister, how come our rating is only 60? 60 credits. Is that too much or too little? Han Bingling said awkwardly. It's considered passable. With a team, no matter what kind of score you brush up on, you'll only get a passing grade as well as passing credit. Surprised at the schoolmate in front of her, she couldn't help but inhale slightly. I had thought that this time, I would first take you in to take a look. When you familiarize yourself with the situation inside, you can come over on your own next time to take the high score. As a result, I didn't expect you to be so fierce. A single person passed the 30 times more difficult Grand Examination Secret Realm. As a result, it became a wasted opportunity. Your own output, the whole time by Yell. It's not that people pass alone. How many more could it be? Li Yunxiao said. Well, but this aura is given very generously indeed. If I can brush up a few more times, I feel like it won't take more than a few days before I can graduate straight away. When he was in Rong City, those few high-level secret realms, repeatedly challenged, the realm didn't see much growth. When he came here, just after clearing a Grand Examination Secret Realm and taking still passing scores, he directly advanced from the late stage of the 36th level Martial Master Realm to the 40th level half-step Martial Zone Realm. At this rate, what's the point of studying? A few more swipes and I feel like I can speed through college straight away. Han Bingling explained. That's not true. After all, the further back you go, the more massive the amount of aura needed to ascend the realm becomes. Only brushing the secret realm of the freshman year's big exam, unless you get a full rating, even if you brush it 100 times, at the end of the day, it's estimated that you won't be able to graduate. Not to mention, you can only brush the secret realm of the great exam a maximum of 3 times per school year. Speedway? Just think about it. Reality, or the need to keep your feet on the ground and take your time. Li Yunxiao nodded. The fact that I didn't get a perfect score this time means that, even if I pass, I can still brush up twice more, right? Han Bingling was slightly stunned and responded. Yes, that's right. Previously, she had only told the other party that there were 2 more chances to make up for failing the first time in the Great Examination Secret Realm, and had not told the other party that even if she passed, she would still be able to brush up twice more. At this moment, hearing the other party's summary, she suddenly had a feeling of talking to intelligent people. So easy. But, Han Bingling turned back, looking at the big screen behind him. If you've already passed, it's considered racing if you challenge again. See at the top of the screen, that gift bag symbol? That would be this school year. The racing rewards for the great exam mystery. Only first place gets it. Looking back at the other woman, she sighed. But this year, you'd better not think about it, because this school year, by tomorrow, is over, and the racing deadline, less than 10 hours left. What's more, the racing mystery is twice as difficult as the one you passed. We just swiped it together and it was 30 times harder than normal. Double that again. That's 60 times. Covering her forehead, Han Bingling slapped the other's arm, only to feel her brain hurt. Racing and all that? Junior year. This year? Let's just buy a lesson. Hey, it's all my fault. Li Yunxiao was puzzled. Why wait for junior year? Isn't there also a Great Examination Secret Realm in the second year? Han Bingling explained. Because for the entire 4 years of college, there are only 3 big exam secret realms. Plus, freshmen, in general, don't participate in racing, so freshmen and sophomores share the freshman year's big test secret as a racing secret. Sophomores for juniors, juniors for seniors. Li Yunxiao nodded. Understood. Han Bingling led the other party and took a step towards the outside. Well, if you want to race, don't team up with anyone next time. Our school cares a lot about the individual abilities of our students, and there are many secret areas where you lose a lot of competitive opportunities once you've had a team record. Yeah. Exhaling slightly, Han Bingling said, tired, aren't you? After completing the enrollment procedures in a moment, senior sister will first take you back to the dormitory to rest. For the rest of the formalities, let's get an early start tomorrow and go through them. Okay, sister. Many people looked at the backs of the two of them as they left, their faces full of shock. What the hell? The two of them are, passing? No, a freshman, pure freshman, who hasn't even gone through the enrollment procedures, has passed the freshman year's big secret exam? Is the Wind Spirit Academy schoolgirl sister so fierce? This can even take flight. Beautiful people and so strong. If I could be her boyfriend, I'd be happy to die. In the crowd, some people had a gloomy face and left quietly in silence. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Inside the school's high-class apartment, sitting on the sofa, Gao Xingqiang played with the dagger in his hand, a cold killing intent in his eyes. The follower next to him nodded heavily. For sure, it's that bastard who killed your brother, young Master Gao Mixiang Gao. And now, hooking up with your girlfriend, young Master Gao. This wave, it's clearly coming at you. Ko Xingqiang narrowed his eyes. Li Yunxiao? Does this young master know him? The follower guessed. I checked. He's from the Li family in Rongcheng. The Rongcheng Li family has a grudge against your Gao family. Gao Xingqiang frowned slightly. What province is Rongcheng from? The Li family? What kind of goods are they? The follower explained. Their Li family wanted to invest in a certain gray product under the Gao family's name back then, and the Gao family rejected it. The Gao family resents their small power and pulls down their status. But these past few years, the Li family has developed very quickly, and now it has even become the #1 merchant family in Rong City. Although it's still not as good as the Gao family, it still, sort of, has the qualifications to be a contender, Gao Xingqiang said in a cold voice. From this alone, it's not enough to show that he's coming for this young master, but whether he came at this young master or not, he deserves to die. The follower nodded repeatedly. That's right. Who made him so bold that he even dared to kill the second young master of the Gao family? Your own brother. Gao Xingqiang got up and said, if you dare to rob Laozi's woman, dying 10,000 times is not too much. The follower froze. It's not because of the brother. Not caring about the other party's surprise, Gao Xingqiang stepped forward and said, we'll clean him up later. For now, first go and get the racing rewards that belong to this young master. The time is almost over, so if you don't take it, you won't have a chance when you move up to junior year. The crowd of followers hurriedly put down the playthings in their hands and coyly followed. It's still you who have a good mind, my lord. Li Yunxiao, who had just arrived at the apartment, left the apartment directly after putting down his things. Alone, back in the Hall of Secrets, a single exam was much more than the aura he had gained from his previous hard study. Then what's there to learn? As long as the ability to resist pressure is strong enough. That is once test once cool. Always test a straight cool. Chapter 70. The target is too specific to navigate. Alarm! The difficulty of the secret realm has been increased to 60 times. The risk is too high. Caution is advised for the challenge. You have 1 minute to decide whether or not to withdraw from the challenge. 59, 58, 57. The moment Li Yunxiao entered the secret realm, the secret realm's monitoring system gave a risk warning and exit advice. But he chose to ignore the risks and not take advice. Whoosh dash! The moment he stepped out of the safe zone, he leapt forward, holding the long lance, and turned into a fire meteor, flying fiercely towards the Wasteland Demon Wolf after the enhancement. Along with the first Wasteland Demon Wolf being killed, the desert was suddenly resounding with the roars of wolves. The wolves gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Who dash? Taking a deep breath, Li Yunxiao fiercely built up his strength, and in a dive, after violently stepping on the ground, he rushed into mid-air. Immediately after that, in mid-air he unleashed a ferocious flame. The moment he wrapped his whole body, he gripped the lance tightly and rushed to the ground again. The hideous, green-faced and fanged, Wasteland Demon Wolf had been flailing and clawing at no one the second before. The result was the next moment, when a fiery red light was suddenly mapped in their pupils. The gray earth, including their faces, was instantly dyed red, as if they were frightened, bereaved dogs. All the Wasteland Demon Wolves fiercely clamped their tails. Ouch! Boom dash! Next moment, With a loud bang, the miserable cries suddenly dissipated, and the entire world became incomparably quiet. Kill Wasteland Demon Wolf *368, gaining 368,000 auras. Kill a target of the same level and gain 36,800 kill points. Looking at his skyrocketing kill value, Li Yunxiao muttered, the cumulative increase in kill value has already exceeded 80,000. After this brush, do it again. The increase could definitely exceed 100,000. It's only been a few days, and we're already on the verge of putting together a 10 in a row draw. This growth rate, it always feels a little bit unreal. At this moment, he had already found out a little bit. The kill value is to be gained by killing the target. What counts as a target? Right now it doesn't seem like it has to be a living thing. But if artificial demonic beasts count, does that mean that I just need to find someone and build a secret realm that only has a realm? No combat power, and doesn't give out aura after killing the target? Just unlimited swipes of kill value? Shaking his head, he murmured, obviously, that's impossible. The system, there's no way it would allow such an obvious loophole to exist. So there is only one answer, and that is, the so-called target doesn't have to be alive, but it does have to have a soul. That is to say, the man-made secret realm that we challenged before or the Great Examination secret realm that we are challenging now. The demonic beasts in here, although they are all artificial, they also have souls. They were once true demonic beasts as well, and were sealed in here only after they were obliterated. There is no true physical body, only a soul that is constantly recast, in which there is a never-ending cycle of reincarnation. It wasn't that he pitted those demonic beasts, because he knew that none of the demonic beasts that could be sealed in the secret realm were innocent. And it wasn't even an exaggeration to describe them as deserving death. He was just thinking. Then the question arises, how, exactly, can the soul of a person, or a demonic beast, be killed repeatedly and yet not perish? This issue is important to him, because, not only does it mean that you can get stuck in the system's bugs, but it also means that when you deal with the hatred man in the future, you can have one more means of fun. This should belong to an academic question, right? Academic Sister Han should know about it. So find a chance to ask her when we get out. As soon as the words fell, the divine concealment talisman on his chest brightened, and his body violently disappeared in place. And in the next moment, when his body materialized again, he had already appeared 1,000 meters away. At the same time, the human sheep that was planning to sneak attack him while the wind and sand were in full swing was also pierced through his chest, and was once again killed by his blow. Stupid humans? How is this possible? No, 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 the king will be back. Unlike last time, this time, the human sheep lines seemed to be a bit much. Li Yunxiao didn't care about these details and directly used Imperial Beast to try to harness this big guy with a huge body, both offense and defense, and a good appetite. Instead, he heard a failure alert given by the system. Targets are too specific to be managed. Li Yunxiao froze. Special? How special? The target is not a body, just a ghost. Domestication not possible. Li Yunxiao was not too surprised. Sure enough, this big guy is Tao Tai. The only reason it's so weak is because, well, it's not even its true form. Thinking about it, he seemed to understand something. Even mythical beasts, but no gods? Muddling through, also changed Tao Wu to human sheep. What the truth really is seems obvious now. There is no point in just seeing the truth. You have to have the strength to change reality. In his opinion, this so-called truth is even known to many people. It's just that reality is too harsh and the situation is too much of a headwind to change for now. This is the time to go screaming at the top of your lungs, you've all been lied to. The truth isn't like that. It's like this. It's not deafening at all. It's just harmful. Li Yunxiao murmured. The truth doesn't matter. Strength is king. When you have enough strength, it doesn't matter what the truth is. The result you want is the so-called truth. The story you write is what is called history. Because they are not public mysteries. There are no direct physical rewards for course mysteries or exam mysteries. After the realm had risen to level 40 half-step martial zone, the second brush of aura was also much less, but not for the aura, just for the kill value, and he didn't waste the opportunity to brush up on the racing secret realm one more time. After leaving the secret realm, he turned his head directly and walked into the light curtain connecting the secret realm once again. Doodle dash. This time, however, the large screen in front of the secret area suddenly flashed red, kicked him out forcefully. Have perfectly cleared the Great Wall, Stage 1. Got the highest rating. You already have the strength to challenge a higher difficulty secret realm, and are unable to challenge that secret realm again. A new record. Please come to the podium to receive your award. May your future cultivation and growth be as flawless and smooth as this adventure. Chapter 71 Teacher, this reward. You may not be able to catch it. What the hell? Li Yunxiao froze in place. You call that perfect? In order to be able to brush more than once, after he killed the group of wasteland demon wolves, he also deliberately waved for a while, standing still in the same place. Water analyzed the truth of this world, waiting for that human sheep to take the initiative to attack. This was the only way to strike out and kill it. It took a total of 3 minutes and 59 seconds, breaking his previous record for the highest length of time spent challenging the secret realm. The result is this, and it was rated as perfect? No, we are the #1 imperial university in the country. The difficulty of the race? So pro people? Look, someone set a new record for clearing the first-year racing secret realm. Noticing the blown-up numbers on the screen, many people rushed around. 3 minutes and 59 seconds. The last record was a full 25 minutes and 58 seconds. It didn't even use up a fraction of. Just give it a break. Which academy's fierce warrior is this? A little too aggressive. Someone seemed to recognize the other party, and the whole person was stunned in place. Isn't that the freshman who was just taken flying by Wind Spirit Academy's school flower? Sister Han Bingling? What's the situation? Just now passed the big exam secret realm. Not rely on the Han Bingling school sister take flight. By himself? Hearing this, countless people could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Freshman, just enrolled in school, and you passed the secret realm of the big test that even the oldest one may not pass. Now, another person, setting a new record for the racing secret realm. Grass, that buff is stacking up. Not, who the hell is this? Which great general, great marshal, or great commander's young master has come here to experience life? Right, how else could it be so fierce? The teacher in charge of supervising the secret realm of the big one, with the appearance of having just woken up, walked out of the monitoring room. Coming, show your teacher how much you got on the test. Turning back to the big screen, the otherwise sleepy-eyed man snapped to attention. Less than 4 minutes? Can it, kid? He turned to look, but froze in place. And no? Isn't it Gao Xingxiang from the Flowing Fire Academy? Which one of you is it? Gao Xingxiang of Flowing Fire Academy. When he was a freshman to sophomore, his big test score, the first in his grade. And it's a clear leader when you look at the whole school. A few days ago, an appointment was made with him, and today he would come to sprint for the top spot on the racing list to get the racing reward. He had originally thought that the person who had just refreshed the racing ranking was Gao Xingxiang. The result is a fixed view of the newcomer? Or a pure newcomer who has never been seen before? Boy, newcomer slaughterhouse. He knew he had just gotten up a little hard, but it wasn't expected to actually be this fierce? Realizing that the other party was a teacher, Li Yunxiao was still polite. Hello teacher? I'm a freshman from the Flowing Fire Academy. Li Yunxiao. The teacher was flabbergasted, still in disbelief. Li Yunxiao? That name. Quite new indeed. Done. It's really a pure freshman slaughter. The old greasers. Winter is coming, Li Yunxiao said blandly. It doesn't matter if you've never heard of it. Just reward the students. The teacher snapped back to her senses and said, Reward? Reward is 4 flower tigers. He's coming in a few minutes. Are you sure you want this reward? As a teacher, one is supposed to follow the rules and give appreciation and rewards directly to the other person. But in this world, there is no such thing as bullying, only honoring the martial arts. Even student to student can cut their teeth by inviting challenges. He knew that the other party was able to set a new record for the racing mystic realm, and his strength was definitely considered excellent among his peers. But the flower tiger is also very strong. And more importantly, the background of this flower tiger is not simple. Why is it that there are so many freshmen and sophomores, but not as many as one would think, who dare to compete for the freshman race list? It's because Flower Tiger may not have the strongest background among all the students, but he must be the most unreasonable one in these years. Spell individual strength. Perhaps okay, but spell comprehensive strength. This little guy in front of me really do not have to spell each other. Although, as a teacher, he also felt that such a reminder was a bit of an understatement, but he really didn't want that such a good seedling, just because of a reward, to offend someone who shouldn't be offended, and thus cut off all his prospects. After all, this is reality, Li Yunxiao said. Racing rewards, and there's such a thing as an agreement? The teacher explained. Do you know the man Flower Tiger? Li Yunxiao shook his head. Don't understand. I'm just here to read. Why do I need to know people? The teacher sighed and said. Then the teacher will give you time, so you might as well go ahead and ask around about him. If after inquiring, you still want this reward, the teacher will give it to you again. Don't worry, until you return, your teacher will never give this reward to anyone else, unless someone else breaks your record. Taking a look at the number 3 minutes and 59 seconds, he couldn't help but inhale a breath, directly breaking the 10-minute mark, and drawing the record into 5 minutes. It's nifty. and in a short time, if someone can break it again, this school, I'm afraid, will have to rise in place. Li Yunxiao responded. I'm not interested in understanding others, nor do I want to. You might as well just give me the reward. The teacher looked at the other in surprise and hesitated for a few moments before nodding. Okay, since you're so brave, then, teacher, it's yours. Come, get up on the stage and your teacher will give you the award herself. Being watched by the countless seniors and sisters around him, Li Yunxiao scratched his head, still hardened his heart and walked up. If I had known that it would be so embarrassing to be the first on the list, I wouldn't have wanted this reward. Cough cough cough. Just then, a wasteful figure suddenly rushed out from the light curtain. Grass. This is 10x fucking difficulty? It's a lie. Turning back to the word failure displayed on the screen, Gao Xingqian looked resigned. Not even close. That, human goat, was killed by my old man. I clearly stuck the skill gap, but it still suddenly refreshed as shield out. Blocked old me's attack. Is this the right frequency of skill release? The frequency? It's obvious there's something wrong with it alright. Teacher. There's a bug in this racing secret realm. It's definitely more than 10 times harder. At least 11 times. Even 12 times already. This time it doesn't count. You'll have to refill my challenge. A couple of followers gathered around and pulled each other up, bitterly, and pointed to the biggest screen next to them. Django. Mr. Gao. What? Records. Look at the record. The reward that belonged to you is gone. Gao Xingqiang fixed eyes. Line of sight locked in the 3 minutes and 59 seconds at that moment. The whole person. Instant petrification. Chapter 72. Her father a handful, his father no one to supervise. Who did this? I asked you who the hell did this. Gao Xingqiang was furious, grabbed the collar of the follower and carried the other party up like a rabbit. The heel winced and turned his head to the freshman on the podium. It's him, Li Yunxiao, the one that came at you. That freshman. The follower who had just rushed over turned a huge shade of pale. What? He is Li Yunxiao. So young. Nonsense. Can a freshman who hasn't even officially enrolled yet be no different than a high school student not be young? Not. I mean, if he can kill young Master Gao Jianxiang, his realm must not be too low. Odds are, it's not a recent graduate, but a repeat student, and the kind that's been repeating for years, even older than a college student. But now it seems, he seems, really, to be a recent graduate. This face is so tender. I'd believe it if I said it was from freshman year of high school. The crowd was suddenly struck by the fact that the other party's words seemed to have some truth to them. One of the followers looked towards Gao Xingqiang who was filled with anger. Brother Chang, it's hard to be a legendary genius like you. Snap dash. Gao Xingqiang gave the other party a backhanded slap, then walked to Li Yunxiao and looked up at the other party. You are the one who killed the heir of my Gao family. Killed my Gao Shenqiang's own brother. It was only when he said this that he began to grit his teeth. And stole my old girlfriend. Kid, you come here to kill the senior and steal his girlfriend. What kind of gang do you belong to? Quite arrogant. Li Yunxiao returned with a light-hearted smile. Thanks, eyes, always on the racing ranking reward that was still in his hands. Seeing this scene, Gao Xingqiang was furious, and the moment he clenched his fists, a murderous aura swept through the entire hall. Kid, do you really think that in school, I wouldn't dare to touch you? There's always time to get out of school and skate around outside. When the time comes, remember to watch your back. Don't lose your soul if you don't pay attention. Gao Shengqiang. The teacher on the sidelines looked away and sounded off. What is your composition in Jinhai province and how unscrupulous you are? I don't care. But this is Imperial. It's Imperial University. One slate down. 10 of them, at least 8 of them have people with backgrounds that are more bullish than yours. More draggy than your dad. Are you arrogant here? Beware that you don't succeed in pretending to be a bully and ruin your future, or even your family's business. Instead, Gao Xingqiang smiled coldly. Scare me? Pointing back to the crowd. Those who were silent, full of bashfulness, silenced to watch the fun. He swore, I still believe you when you say they have backgrounds. They I can't afford to mess with. Turning back to Li Yunxiao, he had a disdainful look on his face. You're saying he's someone I can't afford to mess with? Abstracted a bit, aren't you, teacher? Humph. My Gao family in Jinhai is indeed a mob mentality with little cultural heritage, but I can still tell the difference between what people I can't afford to offend and what people I can just take. In the crowd, many of the proud sons of heaven with powerful, even mysterious backgrounds could be said to have seen this scene. All of them were silent, but gave an eye affirmation. The Crown Prince of Jinhai Province. Is he a cow at Imperial University? Only average. But why is it that this average prince has been arrogant for so long at the Imperial Capital University, and still managed to sail through without being suppressed by a stronger being? It is because this general prince has a clear understanding of the situation. Persimmons, Only pick the soft ones. In the opinion of the real second generation, this kind of person, although not on the stage, not to mention worth deep friendship, but it is indeed smarter than the average person. Do not actively offend yourself. Feel free to be as arrogant as he wants to be. It's not yet a good show. The moment. People with backgrounds higher than Gao Shengxian's are watching the mole cricket fight. Those students who knew that they were in the same social class as Li Yunxiao were angry and helpless. Angry because they couldn't stand to see Gao Shengxian's face that was both arrogant and knew he was arrogant. Helpless because they understand that there's nothing they can do if they don't like what they see. After all, what people say is the truth. At this moment, on the contrary, Li Yunxiao himself, a look of disinterest, looking at the teacher, constantly reminding, "Teacher, the prize, teacher." The teacher looked at Gao Shengxiang coldly, exasperated. Ridiculous. Teachers don't care about your twisted ideas. Teacher only remembers one thing today. You threatened someone in front of everyone. If one day, this student, something really happened, whether it's inside or outside the school, today's matter, the teacher will report it truthfully. What to do with it, when the time comes, it will be decided by the people above. Gao Xingqiang smiled disdainfully. Whatever, dumbass. After saying that, he ignored the teacher's anger and walked towards Li Yunxiao in large strides, extending his hand towards the other party. Li Yunxiao, right. Listen up. Li Yunxiao did not wait for the other party's hand to touch him, so he took the initiative to step forward, letting the other party touch him, and with one hand, he had already put it into his pocket. Just then, stop. A man and a woman, rushing from different directions, simultaneously let out stern shouts to stop Gao Shiqiang's movements. Among them, the teenager's face was full of gloom, and his eyes, which wanted to knife people, could not be hidden at all. Is this the way the seniors welcome their younger siblings? At Tudor University? If that's the case, then don't blame us, the latecomers, for showing solidarity. On the side, it was even that young girl who was full of anger and was ready to fight. Is the Prince of the Golden Sea awesome? Ordinary people will bleed if they take a whip from this lady. You, the Crown Prince of the Golden Sea, don't know what will bleed? Gao Xingqiang looked at the man and woman in front of him with dismay. Two more raw faces. What's going on this year? Stingers, quite a lot of them. The follower on the side seemed to have noticed something and rushed forward, whispering a reminder. That woman, is this year's college entrance exam? The third place in Han Province. Third place? Is that awesome? Her father. A handful of Rongqing. Secretary. Gao Xingqiang froze for a moment and looked at the man next to him in shock. Without waiting for him to speak, the follower explained. This kid's background is even fiercer. His dad is a hand of Han Province. In the whole of Han Province, no one can supervise his father. When these words came out, Gao Xingqiang stumbled unconsciously for 2 steps as if he had been pounded twice on his chest. Are you sure there's no mistake? How could a second generation of this level be friends with that beggar? These two people, it is clear that they are rushing themselves, protecting that beggar to come. Chapter 73. The arrogance of a senior should come from strength, not from so-called seniority. It took the Gao family a full 20 years to secure the leading position in Jinhai. During that time, the Gao family had also stumbled more than once. As the eldest son of the Gao family, Gao Xingqiang knew very well that true friendship did not exist between upper-class people and commoners. Friendships at school were only possible because the commoners were able to give some emotional value to the upper class. The class gap, which recovers on graduation day and remains unchanged from the beginning to the end. He himself has had such an experience, so he understood that a beggar would always be a beggar, and that unless he relied on himself to change his destiny against all odds, he could never become a friend of the upper class. He doesn't refute the fact that the freshman in front of him, who stole his race ranking reward, stole his girlfriend, and killed his own brother in the process, might have a day to make a name for himself later on, but at least now, he could see that the other party was still a beggar without a background. A beggar with no background, but sheltered by 2 second generation? Such a plot, before today, he had only seen in novels. Don't build it. The follower shook his head and waved his hand. I checked the background of those 2 freshmen, and I'm sure it's right. But why they would be friends with that civilian? I don't get it either. Gao Xingqiang coldly looked at the lineup in front of him, caught in the anxiety. The Gao family is also a merchant family. As the heir of a merchant family, he knows that merchant families, in most cases, are just the tools of the officials, and it is very difficult to be a real friend with the officials, the second generation. And once this relationship is formed, it means that the group has become a community of interest. Even if one of the members of the group is ordinary, it cannot be easily offended, because if something happens to him, it means that the interests of the official are hurt. The consequences will be severe. Gritting his teeth, Gao Xingqiang was very unwilling, but he could only turn back and look at Li Yunxiao. Today, count yourself lucky, but you give me to remember. In the future in Jinhai, put your head down and behave. Also, if you killed Gao Jianxiang, the Gao family will definitely not let you go. Whether or not they can bail you out, I don't know, but the price you'll have to pay definitely won't be too low. With that, he turned around and walked away. Li Yunxiao reminded the invigilator for half a day, and the other party still did not take care of it, as if he had already forgotten about the reward. Sighing, he could only turn back and coldly look at Gao Xingqiang. Stop. You were just now trying to challenge me, weren't you? Come on, I'll give you a chance. This statement was made. The whole room was dumbfounded. The teacher, who had been relieved, snapped to attention and was filled with dismay. Classmate, are you okay? It's not. You don't really think that you can beat the seniors just because you set a new speed chart record. Exams are exams and reality is reality. Exams under the test-oriented education. You can look for the doorway, but the reality cannot give you the opportunity to look for the law. Lin Miaoyi and Wang Tianyi frowned slightly and were about to open their mouths, but they were interrupted by Li Yunxiao. What? You don't dare now? Gao Xingqiang stopped his steps and slowly turned back and looked at the other party under the stunned gaze of a group of juniors. What did you say? I didn't hear you, and if you have the balls, say it again. Li Yunxiao said blandly. I said, you Malgorp. Before the words left his mouth, his face sank and he directly rushed towards the other party, slightly stunned. The next moment, the smile on Gao Shengqiang's face was completely hideous. Kid, you asked for it. Seemingly calculating that his opponent would accept his challenge, Li Yunxiao did not hesitate, and the moment he rushed in front of his opponent, he turned around, whipped his leg in the air, and viciously kicked his opponent's face. Ko Xingqiang didn't give a damn. Out of your depth. Boom dash. In the next moment, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly exploded. Immediately afterward, a huge figure rose from his body. The moment the mighty pressure took shape, the true body of the martial soul that was like a golden bell fronted the opponent's attack. There was a deafening thud. Dang dash. The moment. The whole place is dead silent. The next instant. Who dash. The deafening roar swept through the violent pressure, converging into a gale that blew into every corner of the hall. Lin Miaoyi lost her color. That's an S-rank legendary martial soul, evil striped great worm, of his. The innate soul skill is Big Dipper Buster. The ability to dramatically increase power for a certain period of time. In its extreme state, it can even triple its power. Wang Tianyi looked grave. Plus his current realm. I'm afraid that he has long exceeded the mid-45th level martial zone realm. Li Yunxiao. The current you cannot possibly be his opponent. Hurry up and admit defeat. Staying green is not a worry. The rarity of martial souls ranges from common to mythical. Within the major levels, there are divisions of minor levels, from D to S grade. Of these, D is the lowest. S-class legendary martial souls are the top tier of legendary martial souls. Its growth is comparable to an epic martial soul. Gao Shengqiang, who was in the true body of the martial spirit, laughed coldly. The two of them are right. You are no match for this Hokage. How dare you take the initiative to provoke this senior? Today, this senior will make you realize your folly. Boom dash. The moment the killing intent was unleashed, the martial soul's true body followed suit and expanded completely. Come on. Hurry up and show your martial soul. This senior is going to step on your trashy martial soul and rub it under his feet repeatedly. Ha 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 ha. Whoosh dash. The next moment, a figure crossed his eyes like lightning. Immediately after, Li Yunxiao, who appeared behind him, then leapt to his head. To see the honorable face of a god, a mole, is not worthy. Suddenly felt a chill down my back. Gao Xingqiang turned back violently. At this moment, it was as if he saw a huge figure, standing behind himself, putting his big hand, was holding that huge finger, down to himself. Die. Yet the next moment, when the pressure was about to arrive, he could only see that it was not a finger that was pressed towards him, but a whip leg that fell from the sky. This, how is it possible? Boom dash. Before the murmur fell, a loud bang shook the entire hall. Dusty. Almost everyone, for that matter, was struggling to stand for the gale. Grass. What is this fluctuation? Is it really a student fight? That's too much. Whoosh dash. The dust suddenly dispersed and a huge crater had appeared on the ground. In the center of the pit, there is a big character covered in blood. At the edge of the pit, a handsome figure stood tall, looking down at the defeated man on the ground. Senior's arrogance should come from strength, not from so-called seniority. Hardcover? That's the downside. Chapter 74, Explode. 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 Explode some gold coins. Senpai, inside the giant pit, stepped on his feet, 5 bodies. Gao Xingxiang struggled desperately, only to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could never lift his head. The body of the martial spirit of the real body roared to the end, and even turned into ow ow screams. Comical. The arrogance and dominance on his face was gone, and all that was left of him at this moment was extreme panic. This can't be. This is absolutely impossible. Li Yunxiao didn't stop there. With a pick of his toes, he picked the opponent, who was like a lost dog, into midair, and followed it up by smashing his foot on the opponent's back, stomping his opponent into the dirt again. Hard. Next moment, he then began a storm of condolences for the senior. Everyone in the room had their mouths open, stunned. What's the situation? As soon as I came in, I saw the freshman who didn't even have a student ID card, dangling the sophomore seniors. What am I? Up fierce? What province of maniacs is this? Even the second-year grade bully. Nope. A second-grade school bully can hang and fight. It's too raw. Lin Miaoyi and Wang Tianyi had long since stared blankly, like wooden statues, standing motionless. A level 45 martial sect can even hang? It's only been a few days since I've seen this guy. He's gotten stronger again. TSK. Is this still human? How are we going to catch up with this growth rate? Originally, he had thought that the other party would definitely not be able to defeat the senior bully, and when the time came, he must find an opportunity to help the other party. The results were unexpected. Just like back in the Rongqing Examination Center, the people at that time didn't need their help, and now, they still didn't need it. My own overly naive self at that time, and now, even more so. At this moment, the invigilator's astonishment was no less than that of the surrounding students. He had always thought that the student who had broken the speed list record was, most likely, also a theoretical giant, and might also be very good in actual combat, but compared to the senior class, especially the senior class bully, there must still be a small gap. What is meant by theoretical giants? To put it bluntly, it is a student who is very strong in exams, but not so good in practice, or even a mess. He knew that this kind of student was not uncommon in Desia's test-based education system. As an invigilator, he had seen even more of this kind of student. Although, none of them have such an exaggerated theoretical score as this freshman in front of him. But in his opinion, essentially, these students all belonged to the same category. Now, however, he was confused. At this moment, he was even wondering if the high school education, now, had been reformed. Nowadays, high school students, not only the theoretical knowledge learned, practical ability, the same raw. Suddenly coming back to his senses, the monitoring teacher realized that none of this was the point. The point was that the one who would suffer the most if the fight continued was this freshman. After all, school was not about fighting, it was about the human condition. Stop. You guys stop fighting. Stop it all. Lin Miaoyi and Wang Tianyi watched the battle while walking over to the invigilator. Wang Tianyi spoke up. Don't persuade the teacher. You can't. The invigilator seems to have noticed this as well. With 2 students, it's considered a formal challenge, and the challenge doesn't end until one of them is unrecognizable or fainting doesn't occur. Even if he was a teacher, there was no way to forcefully stop it. Hey, realizing that nothing could be changed, the invigilator could only sigh heavily. Anyway, it's over. Then let's get over it. He'd long since grown disenchanted with the class bully who had risen to 2nd grade. However, as a teacher, he cannot do personal vendetta. Plus, the other side has been picking the soft persimmon pinch after. Those soft persimmon do not dare to complain. So much so, that the other guy is about to move up to 2nd grade, and still no one has been able to catch the other guy in a disciplinary infraction. At this moment, to see this evil people have their own evil people grinding scene, although his mood is very anxious, but also cannot say that not excited. Bang! Bang! Bang dash! Li Yunxiao, who had stomped Gao Xingxiang to the ground, smashed his opponent's back with one foot after another. So to speak. Explode senpai. Hurry up and explode something. After brushing the list, after taking the prize, a matter that can be solved in minutes. You have to be there with me to flaunt your teeth and pretend to be cute. Oh, I get it. You should be thinking that the racing prize is too crap. Afraid of shortchanging your junior. As a senior, you want to pay out of your own pocket to make up a prize for your junior? That's a good feeling. With such a senior, the schoolboy's heart. Warm. Boss. Gao Dishao. Django. Boy. Are you for real? Gao Shengxiang's followers saw that the situation was not right and just wanted to make a move, but they were blocked by Lin Miaoyi and Wang Tianyi. Wang Tianyi said in a cold voice, senior grades bullying the lower grades, and you want to bully the few with the many? Face is something that is really worthless where you come from. Lin Miaoyi was even more direct and had already pulled out her own weapon. I've heard that your gang is known as the freshman killers. Coincidentally, my lady also has a nickname, Nemesis of the Old Greaser. Why don't we touch it too? Gao Shengqian's followers looked despondent, gritted their teeth, and didn't dare to go forward. They weren't afraid of the strength of these two freshmen, but they had to be afraid of each other's background. In the next moment, one of the followers suddenly looked at Gao Shengqian on the ground with a serious and righteous face. Go Kong! Immediately afterward, his companions, behind him, followed the cry. Go Django! You got this! Go for it! Go for it! Go for it! The people around them looked dumbfounded. You guys do shout hard enough, even call it, inspiring and fervent, but are you sure that your bosses, now, really hear you? Go, Django, go! In a daze, Gao Shengqian, on the ground, seemed to hear someone calling his name. The voice became clearer and clearer. The moment he swallowed a mouthful of the fishy sweetness into his stomach, he finally heard the nearest cry. Senpai, pop it! Aren't you going to care about schoolmates? Hurry up and pop something out. Ah, pure care? Not your style, right? Suddenly stunned and awakened by the beating, Gao Shengqian's face changed drastically and cried out on the spot. You keep yelling pop there. What the hell is popping? Li Yunxiao said blandly. What do you think? Gao Shengqian's pupils shrunk as he seemed to understand the other party's words, because he had done something like this before. I'm not a demonic beast. How can I explode things? Li Yunxiao was not happy. Oh, killing heart, instantaneous rise, with a coldness in his body. At this moment, Gao Shengqian seemed to see that in front of him, there was a god of death standing with a scythe in hand and wearing a black cloak. I explode. Don't fight. Elder admits defeat. Senior will give you a burst of equipment is not okay. What? No, it's really going to kill you. 3 minutes later, Gao Shengqian, who had taken the recovery potion, was assisted by his followers and coldly looked at the freshman who was checking out the brocade pouch as he kept backing up. Kid, you wait with me, our business, no end. That brocade bag was all of his savings over the past year or so. Wang Tianyi and Lin Miaoyi stood behind Li Yunxiao and responded to Gao Shengqian's threat with their eyes, without caring about the looks of the people around him. Li Yunxiao's face smiled as he looked at the contents of the brocade pouch. Li Yunxiao, so you're here. Just then, a large group of heavily armed and powerful men suddenly rushed in from outside the gate, striding towards him. Gao Shengqian and the others who had just walked to the doorway were violently stunned and froze in place in fear. What's going on? It's just a fight. There's no need to send out the army. Besides, with the brocade pouch given, I'm really out of stuff. Chapter 75, No danger to your life? That's not good. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Wang Tianyi and Lin Miaoyi who were not far away, and then his line of sight fell back to Li Yunxiao. In an instant, Gao Shengqian's mind surfaced many images, which, even including the year when the Gao family was suppressed by the system bigwigs, almost the whole family was destroyed. The moment he looked back at the group of military powerhouses, his legs went limp and he fell to his knees. My lord, my Gao family has been wronged. However, the group of military regimes just walked neatly past him without giving him a second glance. What's wrong with this guy? I don't know. Probably drunk. The sidekick looked dumbfounded. Hi Major? Django? What are you doing? Realizing that the group of military powerhouses didn't seem to be rushing at him, Gao Shengqian heaved a sigh of relief and stood up from the ground with the help of his followers. It's okay. Get used to it. Go. Hurry up. The crowd of onlookers were stunned, until he and his followers left in a mess, and only then did they turn their stunned eyes to the group of military powerhouses. What's the military doing here? And it's still coming for that freshman? Is it hard to believe that he's the one who got into some trouble? With his temperament of violently beating up leveled bullies and getting into trouble, that's for sure. But how much trouble does it have to be to alarm the military themselves? Wang Tianyi and Lin Miaoyi were equally puzzled and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The invigilator saw this and rushed forward. Comrade, what are you? The military powerhouse at the head responded. Don't be nervous, comrade. We just have something to talk to student Li Yunxiao. The invigilator then nodded and stepped back. Please. The military powerhouse at the head looked at Li Yunxiao and said, Student Li Yunxiao, your parents have news. Seeing that the invigilator was about to leave, Li Yunxiao tugged on the other party's arm. Teacher, aren't you forgetting something? Invigilator? Then came a sudden flash of bewilderment. Oh, almost forgot. The moment he raised his hand, the large screen above his head became brighter, and immediately afterward, a stream of light shot out, transforming into a gift box that landed steadily in his hand. Here, number 1 in the racing list. Well deserved. Li Yunxiao took the gift box and turned around. Military. Raising an eyebrow, the military powerhouse in the lead hurriedly spoke. Student Li Yunxiao, my words, are you not listening clearly? I said, "We've found your parents. Now, you need to cooperate with us in order to get them out safely." Li Yunxiao said blandly. "You've got it wrong. I, Li Yunxiao, grew up in an orphanage, and the person who brought me up is called Aunt Chen." The 3 words Li Yunxiao were started by Aunt Chen, with the dean's last name. "Where's the parents in that?" The military powerhouse in the lead sighed and said, "I know that the Li family, they treated you badly before, but those 2 are your parents after all. If you refuse to cooperate with us, though, the odds are that both of them are still not in danger of losing their lives." But, as a result, before he could finish his sentence, Li Yunxiao stopped in his tracks. "What do you mean? They're, like, not in danger of dying?" The military powerhouse at the head nodded. "The probability, but you can't be relieved about that. After all, it's the abyssal sneak that captured them. One more day they spend in the secretive hands of the abyss is one more day they risk losing their lives." Li Yunxiao was silent for a moment and asked indifferently, "How do I need to cooperate?" Hearing such an answer, the military crowd breathed a sigh of relief. The military powerhouse at the head even revealed a smile. "It's no trouble. You just need to come with us, that's all." Sure enough, hearts are made of flesh. How can a son be really hard-hearted and not care about his parents? Li Yunxiao did not retort and followed the military crowd. "You guys aren't Qin Tiangong's people, are you? Qin Tiangang? Oh, you mean General Qin who was just transferred to your own city?" "No, we are from the Imperial Capital War Department, ordered by our superiors to rescue your parents." "Right." Walking, Wang Tianyi and Lin Miaoi glanced at each other, and without saying a word, the 2 of them directly followed. Inside the apartment, before he could sit down, Gao Xingxiang dialed his father's phone. Yes, he is the 4th son of the Li family in Rongcheng. In their family, there are also 3 sisters and 1 brother. It's in business, and looking at it alone, the Li family, it doesn't seem to have institutional ties, but that Li Yunxiao, the one who killed his brother, has 2 second-generation official friends. On the other end of the phone, inside the tallest building in Jinhai province, Gao's father, who was standing next to the sofa and looking out the window, returned. "Got it." Then, it turned to face the couch and bent over at 90 degrees. Lord Zhao, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, said to the glasses-wearing Secretary Wang on the side, "How's it going? Did you find out?" Secretary Wang, laptop in hand, responded, "Check it out. Lin Miaoi is indeed the daughter of one of Rongqing City's handlers. As for that Wang Tianyi, you've seen him before at the convention. His father, Wang Shuyi, is now officially the hand of Han Province." Speaking here, Secretary Wang looked to the side, at Boss Gao, who was already sweating profusely. "But you don't have to worry too much. As of now, this Rongqing Li family, and those 2 great families, should have no direct relationship. Those 3 little guys, the reason why they know each other, odds are, it's still their own friendship, has nothing to do with the family. Otherwise, the Li family couldn't just be the richest in Rongcheng. At the very least, it would have to be a top 3 in Han Province." Boss Gao then heaved a sigh of relief. "In that case, then I can rest assured that I'll be able to avenge Sixiang. Wang Tianyi and Lin Miaoi are only the 2nd generation, and can't decide the attitude of the family." With his understanding of those big shots, he believed that even if he killed Li Yunxiao and avenged his 2nd son, the Wang and Lin families wouldn't say a word more, or even, wouldn't care about this matter. As for the Li family, a Rongqing richest man, as the richest man in Jinhai province, he didn't need to put it in his eyes yet. Lord Zhao, who was sitting on the sofa, spoke. "This Li Yunxiao, it's better to find out more, accidental or not. He has climbed up with the system after all." Boss Gao nodded. "Understanding." Secretary Wang immediately entered the 3 words Li Yunxiao into the search box of the core system, and in the next moment, his expression changed. Insufficient authority to view. Chapter 76. Lord Zhao's face didn't change. "Use mine." Secretary Wang's face was white. "My lord, it is your permission that is being used." The face changed dramatically. The originally cloudy Lord Zhao sat up violently and grabbed the computer from Secretary Wang's hands. Looking at the computer screen, silent for several breaths, he put down the computer and he turned his head. "Boss Gao, farewell." Boss Gao's eyes widened as he rushed forward to stop him. "Lord Zhao, why is this?" Zhao Donlai looked at the other party with a complicated expression. "Today, let's pretend I've never been here. No, it should be that we've never met." When he finished speaking, he broke away from the other's hold and rushed out of the gate without hesitation. Secretary Wang, who took the computer, pushed up his glasses and left only one sentence. "That's all said and done. You Gao family, take care of yourselves." His legs went weak, and Boss Gao retreated several steps before sitting on his butt on the ground. Not even Lord Cho's authority is enough to view the other party's information? That murderer, what kind of background is he? At that moment, the cell phone that was sitting on the table once again sounded the voice of his son. Dad, should I, check out of school right now? The phone had been left on, and he'd heard the conversation just now. Boss Gao, who had returned to his senses, clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. What do you say? Gao Xingqiang was depressed. No, I don't get it. How the hell did he do that? Parents in business, but also do so well themselves, yet they are firmly ensconced in high positions in the system? On what grounds? What makes his Li family so special? At first, he thought the other side is really just a beggar. No, the two second generation, purely because of chance. Now I realize that it is not the same kind of people. How to enter a door. It's useless to talk about it now. Boss Gao was weak as if he had foreseen something. Hurry up and do the withdrawal. Any later and I'm afraid I'll be too late. And the brother's revenge? What brother? You don't have a brother. Dad. Okay. Get it. The backwoods of Imperial University. A gigantic sphere of black and purple aura converging abruptly hovered over the long-deserted martial arts arena. Lin Miaoi was surprised. I thought I had to go outside the school, but as a result, it's inside our school? It's hard to believe that this ball is. Wang Tianyi nodded. Abyssal Junction. And it's the highest grade of abyssal boundary. It's at least domain master level shenanigans that can be created. The Abyss is also an organized and structured group. Among them, the hierarchical division of the management, from bottom to top, was Tricky Soldier, Tricky General, Tricky Lord, Tricky Domain Lord, Tricky Domain King, and Tricky Emperor. The higher the level, the stronger the corresponding strength. The military powerhouse in the lead did not refute the words of the duo and turned his head to look at Li Yunxiao beside him. There are no complicated antecedents. The abyssal side, right now, is just naming you, wanting to see you and make dealings with you. Our military experts have probed. It's a purely defensive boundary that, unless it's a specific person, can only be broken by force, but breaking it by force will kill the hostages inside outright. So now it's just you going to have to go in there and do the bargaining with them. After saying that, he handed over the Bluetooth headset that could talk across space. When you go in later, you'll try to deal with them first. Whatever they want, say yes first, and afterward, our think tank, through the headset, will teach you the corresponding bargaining techniques. Patting the other party's shoulder, he consoled. A defense-type boundary won't have a means of attack, much less one that can directly take you and disappear in front of us. You're in no danger. Don't worry. Wang Tianyi and Lin Miaoi looked at Li Yunxiao and secretly shook their heads. They had gotten to know each other's families and honestly felt that such parents were not worth rescuing, even if the risk of rescue was not great. However, Li Yunxiao still didn't say a word, and after taking the headphones, he directly walked towards the huge sphere. Wang Tianyi and Lin Miaoi sighed slightly. At that moment, a large group of people rushed up. The leader, Li Qingqing, was filled with dismay. My parents are in this thing? I thought I said I didn't have a clue? What's with the clues all of a sudden? The military powerhouse at the head of the group said. The abyssal secrecy side has made a bargain. It's quite a sudden thing to get into. Indeed. Li Qingqing looked around and didn't find her brother's figure. What about my brother? You don't mean to tell me he's already inside? The military powerhouse at the head nodded. Yes, it's already in. Li Qingqing's eyes widened as she burst into a rage. Who let him in? What kind of martial soul is he? Don't you guys know? Why did Abyss let him in to intercede? Can't you see? What's the difference between letting him in to negotiate and beating a dog with a meat bag? Which of your war ministries? Who gave you the authority to make a kid a negotiator? The military powerhouse in the lead was covered in cold sweat. We are from the Imperial Capital War Department. General Long, who is in charge of protecting Elder Yang, has said that your parents' safety must be ensured at all costs. What martial spirit? It doesn't say that. General Long is talking about this family. It seems like they don't really care about this brother. Why now? So much care. Hey, these big shots, they're hard to serve. Li Qingqing cried in anger. My parents' safety is safety, but my brother's safety, it's not. The military powerhouse in the lead was helpless. General Long only mentioned your parents, not your brother. Although they are also war ministries, they are not the same as war ministries in the traditional sense, only responsible for protecting the empire, or to be precise, only certain people in the empire. So, naturally, the orders of some people became their duty. It's not right or wrong to talk about duty as such. Li Qingqing's emotions were incomparable, and she didn't even have time to put on her equipment before she wanted to rush into the boundary, but it was stopped dead in its tracks by a group of bodyguards and military powerhouses. Miss Li Qingqing, don't get excited. First of all, This is only a defense-type boundary, so normally, there won't be any risk. Secondly, even if you wanted to go in, you couldn't. This boundary is set up with an identification mechanism, so if anyone other than your brother wants to get in, they'll have to force their way through. In that case, everyone inside will die. Only after hearing this did Li Qingqing inexorably give up on the breakout and sat on the ground, blaming herself and crying. Yun Xiao, third sister is sorry. You mustn't be alright. If you're not alright, third sister won't be able to pay you back for the rest of her life. Lin Miaoyi and Wang Tianyi on the side looked at each other inside. When you were given a chance before, you wanted to dislike people and suppress them. Now that he's made a name for himself, he's coming back to pretend? Acting aside, even if those tears are real, people are unlikely to accept you again. A belated deep love. Bitchier than grass. Chapter 77 Twin-born, Evil God Martial Soul. Inside the boundaries, Li Yunxiao walked on the desolate black earth, cautiously looking around. Whoosh! Whoosh dash! Just then, two beams of light fell and struck two figures that were pierced by thorns, covered in scars and skin. Li Yunxiao subconsciously turned around and recognized the two people. One called Wang Roland and the other Li Changfeng. Auntie and uncle. Long time no see. Wang Roland's breath was weak to the extreme, as if she would gulp at any moment, not coming up for air. Son. Mom. Mom knows it's wrong. Save Mom. Mommy will later. Will love you so much. Li Changfeng was in tears and couldn't stop trembling. Son. Snap. As a result, before the words were finished, two toad-like demonic beasts suddenly jumped into both of their mouths. The entire world instantly returned to tranquility. Next moment, black and purple auras converged from all directions, forming a figure with a slender physique, but whose face could not be seen. Nice to meet you, the once-in-a-century genius of the human race. Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said blandly. This aura shouldn't be an ordinary sneaky lord. Yes, the secretive domain lord, responsible for the geographical area of the provinces and municipalities? The secretive domain lord responded. It's the state. This honored one's duty is to represent the abyss, to recruit, or to rule over your entire dixia. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. Just finished playing at the municipal level. Just came straight to the national level? It's kinda exciting. The secretive domain lord was somewhat speechless, and after a pause, he spoke. Open the door. My father has also come to recruit you, but unlike the Night King, the way my father recruited you was much more direct. When he finished speaking, he displayed behind him the other party's parents, as if they were displaying merchandise. Join the abyss, and the two of them live, and at the same time, you will be able to receive covert help from my abyss, become one of the leaders of the human race in Dacia, and even globally. In the future, serve our abyss to rule the world. If not, they will both never escape the dominion of the abyss. Wang Roland and Li Changfeng kept nodding their heads, their mouths were gagged by something, so they begged bitterly with pitiful eyes. Li Yunxiao ignored it and blandly said, even if I promise you, it's useless. The military people out there, they all know what I came in here for. If they get out alive, I'll have to live under their watchful eye for the rest of my life. What's the point? The Bluetooth headset crushed when he came in. The secretive domain lord said, don't worry, this honored one won't release them directly. After all, it's better to play it safe until we're sure of your loyalty. Li Yunxiao said, then how can I believe that you will really let them go? Hearing this, Wang Roland and Li Changfeng subconsciously looked towards the secretive domain lord and kept whimpering. That look, as if to say, you trust him? Absolutely no problem. If you can't, it's okay for you to take him away. The secretive domain lord said, if you agree to join the abyss, this father will give you a share of power. This power is both a commendation and a watchful eye on you from my father. When you have adapted to this power, and this honored one sees your loyalty, they can release it whenever they want, or even, a little while later, release it. It's just that in the meantime, it needs to be hidden for now. Li Yunxiao smiled. The power you speak of, shouldn't it be? That's right, it's the martial soul. In your human words, that grants you, the evil god martial soul. Li Yunxiao said, twin-born martial souls? I'm curious, in this world, does such a person really exist? He is a schoolboy. Theoretical knowledge has long been learned beyond compare. It was very clear that in this world, there was no such thing as an innate twin martial soul. It is impossible for a human being to obtain a second martial soul by digging up someone else's supreme bone or linglong heart. There's only one guess. That is, after selling one's soul to the abyss, there is a probability of obtaining a dual-born martial soul. 4. By selling one's soul to the abyss, one's own soul, in itself, becomes a martial soul. Moreover, this kind of martial soul does not need to be 18 years old to be awakened. It's just that people with this kind of martial soul are doomed, for the rest of their lives, to be slaves of the abyss. After a moment of silence, the secretive domain lord responded, "There's no harm in telling you. That's right. In this world, there are indeed humans with dual-born martial souls. There aren't many, but there are. And, moreover, they are hidden among your people, and are sought after by you as geniuses." Li Yunxiao's heart released. That explains it. Why? Before he awakened his martial spirit, could he use his alibi? So he had already joined the abyss and become its puppet? How about it? Seeing that the other party was still considering it, the secretive domain lord seemed to be a bit impatient. You don't, it seems, have a choice, do you? The boundary couldn't be maintained for too long. After all, this was the imperial capital of the Grand Xia, the place with the most powerful Ling spirits and the most abundant divine power. Even if he was a trickster domain lord, it was impossible for him to be here for a long period of time, to maintain the abyssal boundary in operation. Li Yunxiao looked up at the two mouths and sneered. How about this? I accept your evil god martial spirit. In exchange, you don't have to release them. Just kill them. Wang Ruolin and Li Changfeng's faces changed drastically. Originally powerless, at this moment, suddenly not sleepy. Woohoo! Woohoo! Wha? The secretive domain lord was also stunned. Aren't they your parents? Why is that? Li Yunxiao sneered. You don't care. Just say fuck it or not. Glancing back at the two humans who were begging for mercy, almost breaking down, he nodded. You can, but you have to accept the martial soul that my father has given you first. At that time, not to mention helping you kill 2 humans, even if it's to help you kill 20,000 humans, as a master, I'll be happy to do it. Li Yunxiao's face sank. Deal. Hearing this, Li Changfeng and Wang Ruolin, who were still whimpering, violently widened their eyes. The heart that hangs in the air is completely dead. The secretive domain lord didn't procrastinate, and with a wave of his hand, he immediately began the ceremony. Disciple, the master is here. Boom dash. The next moment, the entire boundary suddenly trembled. A black and purple breath, like a gale, quickly converged in midair, and then coalesced into a shadow, toward the small figure, pouncing on the face. Chapter 78. A well frog looks at the moon. A floating swimmer sees the sky. Li Yunxiao comfortably opened his arms and allowed this secretive force to enter his body. He had been studying the core competition theory of the martial soul long before. Pretty sure it's never been the case that only people manipulate martial spirits, not the possibility of a martial spirit manipulating a person. Those who had awakened the evil god's martial soul were not manipulated by the abyss to awaken the evil god's martial soul, but rather, it was the soul, or rather, the subjective consciousness, that chose the abyss and believed in its shenanigans. That made them evil god agents. In the end, no matter whether it is an evil god martial soul or an ordinary martial soul, good or bad depends on the heart. People were good. Even after awakening the evil god martial spirit, they could still keep their hearts. On the contrary, if one was born a bad seed, even after awakening the mythic martial soul, one would still be a bad seed. Therefore, he did not reject getting the power of the abyss, being strong inside, whether the power came from the abyss or from the gods. In his opinion there was no difference. The key still depended on how to use it. However, just as he felt that he was doubly happy and was about to celebrate, he suddenly felt 2 powerful forces collide within his body. Immediately afterward, the secretive domain lord took 3 or 4 steps back, his face covered in shock. You rejected this honored one? Li Yunxiao, who still had his arms open, was indifferent. What do you say? Can you do it? No even. Don't waste everyone's time. The face of the secretive domain lord sank, and this time, he directly rushed towards his opponent. You're insulting my father. Li Yunxiao didn't retort and allowed this abyssal power to wrap himself up quickly. Boom dash. As a result, the next moment, the other party was once again violently bounced off. This time, he was a little confused too. What's the situation? I didn't resist. It's all over, isn't it? You're not much better as a secretive domain lord. The secretive domain lord was a bit enraged, but this time, it also found the end. It's not you. It's the martial soul in you that's rejecting my father. In this case, don't resist. This father will directly enter the void space and see what's going on. Don't worry. It can't hurt you. It can't hurt your martial soul either. Li Yunxiao blandly said. Hurry up. Of course he knew what void space was. To put it bluntly, it was the place where the martial spirit lived. Only the soul can enter. And the body has absolute mastery over the void space where its own martial spirit resides. The ability to have absolute dominion over the souls that are in it. In other words, by entering its void space, the mysterious domain master was actively risking his own life. The secretive domain master hesitated for a few seconds, then turned into a black and purple tornado and entered the other party's void space. Well, what did you see? Li Yunxiao muttered a sentence as he looked at the two adults in the distance who were full of despair and constantly struggling. Within the void of space, the secretive domain lord was in a vast expanse of land, looking left and right for the other party's true body of martial soul. Didn't see anything. Nothing but desolation. At this moment, it could be described as incomparably shocked as it realized that this human's void space was so big. It was dozens or hundreds of times bigger than those top human geniuses. The essence of void space is where, the bigger the instrument, the greater the potential. Such a huge, like a whole world-like vessel, even if it had lived for thousands of years, it was unheard of and unseen. You playing me? Li Yunxiao was a bit impatient. The secretive domain lord frowned. Would my father joke with a human? Before the words left its mouth, it snapped, as if it had sensed something. Then looking to the ground, the black shadow that was so huge that it stretched all the way to the end of the line of sight. No, I should say the end of the world. At first, it thought that the world was just dark, forever covered in shadows. Just as well, it confirms the suspicion that this human, at heart, is more inclined to darkness and his soul to the abyss. However, at this moment it realized that it was not that this world was dark. Rather, it was this world that had been covered by a huge shadow. Seeming to understand something, the secretive domain lord who was in the middle of a huge shadow widened his eyes, then stiffened and turned back. The moment, its pupils dilated dramatically. When it sees clearly, that covers the sky, so that the entire void space was shrouded in shadow. In fact, a huge figure when the entire person, instantly like a sculpture, was shaken to the core. What is it? How could it be so huge? At the moment, it had the feeling of a person standing on the blue star and looking out at the universe. The figure, on the other hand, was independent of the blue star, arms wrapped around it, back to the light, looking down on the whole world without emotion. Once upon a time, it had always believed that it was one of the most, if not the most powerful trickster in the entire blue planet, an existence so huge that it made humans tremble. However, this moment, it had only 8 words in its head. The well frog looks at the moon, floating to see the sky. Li Yunxiao frowned and looked at his legs. What's so great? Hey, what the hell are you looking at? Whoosh dash. The next moment, a silhouette from his body out of the moment, will be followed by the black and purple breath convergence of the cloak wrapped. Boy, that's good. No matter what, this time, you've managed to enrage my father. Knowing that his martial soul was so huge that even the entire void of space, in front of the other party, seemed so small. There simply could be no room for a second martial soul. And yet you're still pretending to let my father into your body? I want to exchange sincerity for sincerity, but you treat my sincerity like a dog's lung. In that case, what is there to say? The next time we meet, it will be either friend or foe. Noticing the other party's aura, which seemed to be much weaker than just now, Li Yunxiao did not have the time to care about this detail. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, he hurriedly greeted. What's the situation? Hey, if you don't give the martial souls, it's okay to take the 2 of them away. For nothing, the secretive domain lord turned around and said, this honored one will. Do you think that if you act like you don't care about them, my father will let them go? Li Yunxiao, you give this honorable man a wait. The next time we meet, it won't be so harmonious. After saying that, it ignored the pleas of Li Changfeng and Wang Roland and snapped its fingers, taking them with it and disappearing into the middle of the spatial vortex. Whoosh dash. As soon as it left, the abyssal boundary trembled, as if it would collapse at any moment. With a secretive aura that constantly shook, Li Yunxiao was just about to leave when he suddenly felt something and turned around. Only then did he realize that the true body of the martial soul had run out on its own, standing in the void with its arms wrapped around it. Chapter 79 An Unexpected Harvest. At first, Li Yunxiao was still a bit at a loss, until he realized that on the other party's wrist, there was an extra touch of black and purple. This aura, was it left behind by that secretive domain lord just now? I told you, its breath. How could it be so much weaker compared to before entering the void space? So you slapped it apart? As if he had thought of something, he regretted it a little. That means it was in a very weak state just now. As long as I make a move, it will die for sure. Though, the odds are that the death is just a wisp of its soul. But the dissipation of the residual soul can also weaken the body. This is no small blow to the abyss. Sighing slightly, he looked at the real body of the martial spirit in front of him. Why didn't you warn me earlier? The true body of the martial soul looked at him silently, giving no reaction. The next moment it dawned on him, and he looked at the other man's wrist again. Are you trying to say that you like the pattern? Want to keep it, don't want to clear it? He guessed that it should be the true body of the martial soul discovered the invasion, did not soften his hand, and directly suppressed. The secretive domain lord tried to resist, and as a result, almost went up in smoke, not to mention that the result after resisting with all his might was only to leave a black and purple pattern on the other party's wrist. He guessed that the true purpose of the secretive domain lord was to infest the other party with this secretive power. But in fact, the other party can remove this erosion with just a flick of the hand. I just didn't do it because I liked the decor. Li Yunxiao didn't know how to express his feelings at this moment, and nodded his head after a bitter smile. Whatever, as you like. After saying that, he casually waved his hand, breaking the already tattered boundary barrier and returning to the original world. Cloudy. Seeing the appearance of the other party, Li Qingqing subconsciously rushed up, only to be ignored by the other party. After being slightly stunned, she stood aside with a face full of loss. You, all right? Li Yunxiao didn't bother and walked straight to the head of the military. The secretive domain lords wanted to recruit me, and I agreed, with the requirement that they must kill the 2 hostages. Turns out it couldn't do it. And now, the people are gone. After saying that, he didn't make much of a stop and walked around the other side to Wang Tianyi and Lin Miaoi, who were full of astonishment. Let's go. Dinner, my treat. Suddenly regaining her senses, Lin Miaoi glanced at Wang Tianyi beside her, and together, the 2 of them followed each other's footsteps. Looking at the departing backs of the 3, the military crowd was mute for a long time before they looked at each other. Not knowing what to do, the military powerhouse at the head murmured, willing to join the abyss? The premise is, the other party has to kill his parents? Ha! This child. True sincerity. The henchman beside him was full of confusion and asked his companion, what does it mean? It's not easy to understand? It means that in order to save his parents, Human Li Yunxiao deliberately pretended not to care and also pretended to be willing to join the abyss, in exchange for each other's trust. As a result, the other party still did not believe. Take people and cannot do anything, so we can only take the hostage first. Left here. Oh, so that's what student Li Yunxiao means. Think about it. They felt at once. Those few words of Li Yunxiao's, summarizing the process, could be said to be quite incisive. Not caring about the comments of his men, the military powerhouse in the lead came to Li Qingqing and sighed deeply. That's right, just now in the boundary. The one who dealt with your brother was none other than the abyss side. The secretive domain lord responsible for the invasion of our great Xia. Purple sky. Its spatial soul skill is very powerful. And this time, the one that came was just a wisp of a remnant soul. So we have no way of apprehending it. And it, in turn, can do us no substantial harm. As for your parents, all I can say is try your best. Li Qingqing looked at her brothers departing back for a long time. I know. Hard work. Next time, in a similar situation, don't bother my brother and come straight to me. Thank you. After saying that, she took her people and left the place. The military powerhouse in the lead didn't retort anything, and only after the other party left did he murmur a few words to himself wordlessly. The next day, school cafeteria. Every student who was taking a meal, as they passed by, would look back, envious, jealous, but only able to watch from afar. Han Bingling didn't care about the comments of the people around her, and after hanging up the phone, she said to Li Yunxiao, who was eating in front of her, I've asked for you. Now, to answer your first question first. That's right, all the man-made secret realms, the demonic beasts inside, all have souls. Before these souls were born, they were all true demonic beasts. But how do you take those souls that are already dead, turn them into demonic beasts in the secret realm, and give them the ability to reincarnate indefinitely, is a very complex issue. A word or two cannot say. All I can tell you is that one person can't do it. It would take thousands, if not tens of thousands of professionals, at least, to accomplish it. Li Yunxiao nodded. Well, go ahead. Han Bingling continued. The second question, can there be an abyssal aura on a person's body? The answer is to be able to. After all, many human powerhouses have taken their original weapons from the abyssal secrets. It's normal to carry a bit of the abyss, but you must go to the relevant departments to register, or else being probed by monitoring equipment such as electronic eyes may bring you unnecessary trouble. When she said this, she deliberately lowered her voice. So, that secretive domain lord really left a bit of abyssal breath on your martial soul, and granted you, as well, certain spatial abilities? Li Yunxiao nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he opened a black-purple spatial crack on the table in front of him. It could be that there's not much breath left, or I'm not skilled enough to control it. The space gap, for the time being, will only open this not so much, and it lasts less than 3 seconds. Looking at the marks on the table, Han Bingling couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's been awesome. You should know that there are very few great powers who possess spatial-type soul skills throughout the world. On the Abyss side, it seems like the only one who knows spatial soul techniques is the secretive domain lord responsible for invading our Grand Xia. If you can master this skill perfectly, potential, it's absolutely amazing. Li Yunxiao didn't retort, and as he ate, he pondered, I wonder what mood the secretive domain lord would be in if he knew about this. The moment. Inside a magnificent and ancient palace in a mysterious region of the Great Xia, the silhouette sitting on top of the frozen throne, one hand resting on her chin and crossing her legs, in the darkness, spoke quietly. Bring the men up. Chapter 80. More than 30 zeros after 1. Li Changfeng and Wang Rulan, who were bound by chains, or pressed up by Sneaky in a cloak. Whoa. Their mouths were sealed by an unknown object, and they could only let out indistinct whimpers. Just as they wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, they were stabbed through the back by a secretive knife from behind. The wide-eyed duo collapsed in a pool of blood with a thud, convulsing in agony. The secretive domain lord spoke. Who told you to make a move here? Drag them down. Cut them 1,000 times a day. 10 major tortures. Take turns. And mop the floor. Yes, master. The men below rushed to feed the recovery potion into the mouths of Li Changfeng and Wang Rulan, and mopped the floor clean before taking the two humans away from the place. The secretive domain lord was silent for a few moments, until the huge crystal directly in front of him suddenly lit up, and a blurry figure emerged on the surface of the crystal shrouded in violet light, before placing his hand on his chest and bending over slightly. Lord, what does he look like? Get a good look. Knowing who the other party was talking about, the secretive domain lord nodded his head and responded. Take a good look. Kind of handsome. I mean, strength. Now then, it's still weak. Be specific. After thinking about it, the secretive domain lord described. If I have 10,000 combat power, then his current combat power is probably only at the level of 5. So how long do you think it would probably take him, with his potential, to reach the level you're at now? This time, the silence of the secretive domain lord was maintained for a long time. Estimated on a 10,000 to 5 battle system, his potential, after 1, is at least 30 zeros. This statement was made. The room was dumbfounded. It was quiet for a long time before the crystals lit up again, their tone still flat. Make another attempt, and if he is still unwilling to submit to the abyss, send him on his way before it is too late. The secretive domain lord nodded. That's what I intend to do as well. So I left my mark on his body. Within a month, his realm, if he doesn't reach the level 50 half-step Martial King realm, he will be eroded by the seal and decay to death. And this seal of mine, there are imitation elimination mechanisms. Once he tries to remove the mark, the erosion will take effect early, and he won't have to wait a month before he immediately decays and dies. The crystal flickered. Within a month, I wish to see his submissive figure in the abyss. On the contrary, I do not wish to hear any more news about him. The secretive domain lord nodded. That's a given. The light from the crystals dissipated completely before it slowly looked up. The corners of its darkly concealed mouth slightly arched. In the corner of absolute darkness, an inconspicuous crack in space closed ghostly. Inside the cafeteria of the Imperial Capital University, the scene just now, Li Yunxiao stopped in his ears in its entirety through the crack. Han Bingling, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was bloodless and immediately pulled out her cell phone. Li Yunxiao stopped the other party. What are you going to do? Han Bingling was shocked. Didn't you hear it? Within a month, if you are unable to advance to the half-step martial zone realm, you will rot and die. The military has to be told about this. And right now, they're the only ones who can help you. She also hadn't thought that the abyssal mark on the other party's body was deliberately done by the secretive domain lord. I thought I was picking up a bargain, but I didn't realize that it was a trap. Li Yunxiao blandly said. That's right. It did say something like that, but it also said that attempting to remove the imprint would directly trigger erosion. There's still a month to go. There's no rush. Besides, the seal can give me the ability to tear open spatial cracks and eavesdrop on the abyss. What a pity to just give it up. Han Bingling's beautiful eyes widened. Go from level 40 to 50 in a month and graduate straight away? Do you know what you're talking about? The Imperial Capital was a gathering place for top geniuses, and the fastest Imperial Capital student to ever ascend the realm that she knew of took a full half year to successfully graduate. Trying to get to level 50 and graduate from Tudor University in a month? It's more than a fool's errand. It's a pipe dream, Li Yunxiao said blandly. Things are what they are. If you don't go for it, how do you know you can't do it? Han Bingling was suddenly stunned and surprised. Did you find something? There's something else on your mind? Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said bluntly. All you need to do is tell me what the fastest channel to ascend to the realm is. There's no need to ask about the rest. Her heart was incomparably apprehensive. But Han Bingling took a deep breath and answered truthfully. The most stable way to ascend to the realm is definitely classes plus exams. A 40-minute lesson will yield roughly 10,000 or so auras per minute. And a regular exam will yield between 1 and 5 million auras depending on the grade. The great grade examination obtains the most Reiki. This is something that you should have already felt. You can obtain up to tens of millions of auras at a time. In a school year, you can almost get around 100 million auras. And if you just came in at level 35, you'll have no problem rising to around level 40. But speed, indeed, cannot be considered fast. Han Bingling pointed to the table, the map of the Imperial Capital University, and said, "Look, the entire Imperial Capital University are arranged in accordance with the 5 elements gossip. To put it bluntly, it's a large-scale spirit-gathering array. You should have learned in middle school, the spirit-gathering formation, where the aura is most abundant." Li Yunxiao pointed to the center, the eye of the formation. Han Bingling nodded. "That's right, it's the eye of the formation. In this place, there is a tower called the Tower of Heaven. Cultivating there, one obtains hundreds of times more aura than in other areas, and regardless of grade level, students can expend credits to be in there, to other students, to initiate, or accept challenges from others. The one who wins gets all the Great Spirit Pills, promised by the Ringmaster. Likewise, if one loses, the Great Spirit Pills one bets on will all go to the other party. By doing this, many people, even after spending only 1 year, have successfully graduated from the Imperial University, with flying colors. Of course, there are quite a few people who end up decadent at Imperial University for 7 or 8 years without graduating because they are addicted to it but not strong enough. If you have the courage to take a chance, I've got some savings here to take a gamble with you," Li Yunxiao murmured. "A Great Spirit Pill can give 5,000 to 50,000 auras. I'm level 40 now, and I'll probably need about 700 million more auras to get to 50. Counting 50,000 each is also about 14,000 Great Spirit Pills. Assuming it keeps winning, how long, roughly, will it take to come together?" Han Bingling's face was full of questions. "Why is it that when you talk, you suddenly don't understand what the other person is saying?" Chapter 81 Overlord's Lance, Quasi-Epic Armament, 50,000 each. If you keep winning. Han Bingling was filled with dumbfoundedness. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Li Yunxiao waved his hand in front of his opponent's face. "Sister?" Only then did Han Bingling snap back to her senses, sighed, and responded, "Even if we keep winning, it depends on how much Great Spirit Pills our opponents are willing to bet. And it also depends on how much raw accumulation we have." When she finished speaking, she simply pulled out all her savings. "With all these things in my pocket, if I exchange them all for Great Spirit Pills, I can probably exchange more than 300 of them. You've been ascending so quickly in the past few days. You shouldn't have much savings left, relying on these 300 pills of mine. Even if I win all the time and bet it all every time, it would also take almost 6 times to get enough for more than 10,000 Great Spirit Pills. The greater the gain, the greater the corresponding risk will surely be. Trying to double all the time. By the 3rd time, you're probably going to have to fight a 3rd-year senior. They are all above level 45 realm, and their equipment, weapons, are also better than one another. This amount of strength you have now, it'll be good if you can last until the 3rd round. Winning 6 rounds in a row? I can't even think about it." "Senior sister," Li Yunxiao got up and said, "All right, it's settled then. At this time tomorrow, we'll gather at the entrance to the Tower of Heaven." When he finished speaking, he carried 2 dinner plates with only the leftovers on them in the direction of the dinner plate recycling bin. Looking at the other parties departing back, the anxious Han Bingling sighed heavily. Li Yunxiao, who had just walked to the door after placing his dinner plate, was approached by 2 outsiders in suits. "Young Master Li Yunxiao, my pavilion master, would like to ask you, roll." As a result, the words were disliked before they were finished. Looking at the other party who had gone away, the 2 men in suits looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Leaving the cafeteria, Li Yunxiao directly arrived at the Hall of 1,000 Opportunities. Every time a realm reaches 38, 42, or 46 you can enter the Hall of 1,000 Opportunities to pick a piece of equipment or weapon. Level 40 only allows you to choose equipment and weapons of the next level up, which can't be used, but can be sold directly for money. Student Li Yunxiao? After glancing at the other party's student ID, the teacher in charge of managing the 1,000 Chance Hall was astonished. "You just arrived at our school yesterday, and today you're already level 40 and half a step into the martial zone realm? Worthy of, with that speed, it's worthy of being the top student in Han Province," Li Yunxiao curiously said. "You know me?" The teacher nodded. Han Province is also a big province for college entrance exams. You are the top student in Han Province. So what's so strange that your teacher has heard of you? Alright, go in and pick. Go straight to the big three and see. Your current realm has long exceeded the level of a normal freshman, and has even reached a level only found in the late sophomore year. Go to the big three and pick. As it should be. Li Yunxiao nodded. Thank you, teacher. Just before he left, a student who was working and studying here walked out. As long as you ascend quickly, you can go directly to a more advanced area to select weapons. Our school. Is there such a rule? Teacher. When you reach level 42, you can enter the big 3 selection, and when you reach level 46, you can go directly to the big 4 selection. It's only level 40. Didn't you not reach 42? You can't just pick rewards across the board just because you're ascending the realm fast. The teacher glared at the other. Xiao Zhang, right? You're here. How long have you been working? Chang responded. I've been helping out here since my freshman year. 3 years now. 2 more months to go and we'll be well on our way to graduation. His implication was clear. After graduation, he would no longer be a work-study, but a full-time employee here. The teacher said, pretty good. It's time to go outside. College is just a transitional stage into society, the world outside. That's where you'll end up. Chang froze and jerked his head up. All I saw was the back of the teacher turning away. What's going on? That's not how I talked to other teachers before. In the meantime, Li Yunxiao, who had already entered the big 3, locked his eyes on the big gun in front of him. Overlord Lance, legendary. Imitation version greatly enhances one's strength and defense attributes, while transforming one's spiritual energy into overbearing aura, causing great suppression to surrounding targets below one's realm. If the heart is not tough enough to handle the hegemony, it will be reversed and the courage to fight will be lost completely. Criticism, the braver, the wimpier. It's that simple. Taking a look at all the equipment and weapons here that were legendary grade, it was obvious that the grade of this Overlord's gun was the highest, at least S grade, enough to be comparable to an epic grade weapon. Li Yunxiao didn't hesitate and directly chose the Overlord gun, and the moment he got his hands on it, the entire floor shook violently. So fierce. Although it's a replica, it's worthy of the name Overlord. Although the Underworld Bone Thorn was also a legendary grade weapon, it was the lowest grade in the legendary grade. It's not even in the same class as the Overlord gun. Before level 40, Spectral Bone Thorn could still be used for a while, but now, it was time to retire. Feeling this violent vibration, the teacher in charge of managing the 1000 Chance Hall and a few hard-working students subconsciously rushed in. Seeing the Overlord gun in Li Yunxiao's hand, his face changed drastically. The teacher was shocked. You actually chose it. No? Can you afford to take it? Nothing. Uncomfortable feeling. Li Yunxiao looked at the other party indifferently and did not say a word, only showing the other party the domineering lance in his hand. You ask this. It's like you don't have eyes. The teacher stifled a sudden gasp of surprise. It's worthy of her. Worthy of being a student of our imperial capital university. Worthy of being the top student of Han Province. It's a blessing for you to come to Imperial University. And a blessing for us as well. Ha 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 ha. On the side, Xiao Zhang frowned. Teacher, hasn't this Overlord's gun already been registered and is ready to be moved to the Big 4 area? Because the gun has been sitting in the Big 3 area for 5 years. Not to mention freshmen and sophomores. Even juniors can't withstand its overbearing power. Although it's a quasi-epic weapon, it can only be moved to the senior zone for those graduating seniors to choose. He's only a freshman, not qualified to take it. The teacher looked at Xiao Zhang and frowned slightly. Xiao Zhang, how long has it been since you took a vacation? I just finished my vacation. Really? Then you take a few more days off. And the next time you come back, go straight to the finance office to collect your work-study pay. Next month. No need to come back. After saying that, he walked up towards Li Yunxiao, smilingly. Put away your big gun and go. The teacher himself will see you out. Only a small Zhang was left behind, frozen in place, full of confusion. Chapter 82, Mission, Hunting Down Ghouls. After leaving the Hall of 1,000 Machines, Li Yunxiao didn't go back to his dormitory directly, but instead came to the exchange extension within the school. The scholarship gift packet given by Rongqing No. 1 Middle School. The City Scholar gift packet given by the Ministry of Education of Rongqing City. The Provincial Scholar gift packet given by the Ministry of Education of Han Province, as well as all the rewards received from killing demonic beasts, mysteries, and people in the process. Mystery. The rewards gained from killing. Keep all that you can't sell. Sell all that you can. The total came to $376,560,000. Great Elixir, around 500,000 for one, totaling 755 in hand. There were still some resources left that could not be traded, and after returning to his personal apartment, He concentrated all of them into spiritual liquid, swallowing and refining it. The realm directly advanced from the level 40 half-step martial zone realm to the early level 41 martial zone realm. Li Yunxiao, who was sitting on the bed, stabilized his breath, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and immediately felt that the whole person was much lighter. Wu Zong is up. According to the description in the book, in order to break through to the next big stage, not only do you need a large amount of spiritual qi, you also need to break through the corresponding bottleneck. The difficulty, more than 100 times greater than the previous breakthrough. Difficult as it is, now is not the time to think about bottlenecks. Let's get enough aura first. Later. He then looked at his panel after refreshing. Name, Li Yunxiao. Martial Spirit, San Tan Hai Hui Great God of Murder. Realm, Level 41, Early Martial Realm. Power, 4520. Spiritual Power, 4520. Speed, 4520. Endurance, 4520. Stamina, 4520. Resistance, 4520. Storage, Gold Brick. Leopard Skin Pouch. Flying Dragon Battle Armor. Overlord's Lance. Yin Yang Twin Swords. Skills, Aptitude Hotian God's Eye. Aromatic Golden Body. Imperial Beast. Flying and Walking on Clouds. Divine Concealment Talisman. Current kill value, 88,680. Accumulated kill value, 198,860. 5 pieces of legendary grade equipment that can increase the basic attributes by 3 times, plus the 10-fold increase provided by the God-slaying phantasm. For a total of 13-fold increase, it shouldn't be any worse than those fully equipped upperclassmen. Coupled with the Overlord Gun enhancement, a rollover is definitely impossible. At most it will be a little slower. He understood the rules of the Tower of Heaven. It could only be one-on-one and could not be teamed up. And each person could only wear 5 pieces of defense-type equipment and 1 weapon. That means, gold bricks, or whatever, will definitely not be available by then. The key to the decision was still in soul skills and personal strength. Thinking of this, he focused his attention on accumulating kill values. Better pump up the kill value. In case if you draw a combat-type divine ability, it will also boost your combat power by a considerable amount. Just as he was about to give the system a lottery command to extract divine powers and magic weapons, a phone call with no number displayed called. Li Yunxiao answered. Which one? Qin Tiangang on the other end of the phone said. Colonel Luo, the Colonel Guard of the Imperial Capital War Department, has been disciplined. Who? Colonel Luo, the leader of the squad that let you into the abyssal boundary. Oh, and then what? None of my business, Qin Tiangang said bluntly. Next time this happens, even if you have your own idea, please discuss it with us first, okay? The abyssal boundary, even the elite generals can't get in. In case something happens to you in there, how can we save you? Li Yunxiao did not dwell on this topic. I don't suppose you're calling specifically to talk about that. Qin Tiangang adjusted his tone and responded. There is a mission. In the last month, there have been a number of bone-knocking incidents in the imperial capital. We suspect that someone was tainted with the power of the abyss, and because they couldn't fully control it, they had to use this method to suppress the demonic nature in their body. Li Yunxiao said, knocking bones and sucking marrow? You guys don't look for the labor bureau. What are you looking for me for? It's a real bone knocker. Literally. Cannibalism? You just say cannibalism. Qin Tiangang did not retort. The Watcher squad tracked all the way and found the target's aura, disappearing into the Imperial Capital University, near the Tower of Heaven, because for the time being, no direct evidence has been found to prove that the murderer is someone from Imperial University. So, for now, you'll just have to be left to investigate in secret. Li Yunxiao nodded his head and said, tracing the ghoul is right. I only have one question. If it resists, can I just kill it? Qin Tiangang said without hesitation. Of course, at all times, the safety of your lives must come first. It can simply put the target on the spot if it tries to resist, or, if you feel the need to take emergency shelter. That's why the watchmen exist. After all, not everyone who deserves to die in this world will necessarily die when they are judged. Li Yunxiao's smile was slightly excited. If you had said that, we should have been co-workers a long time ago. Qin Tiangang smiled but did not say anything. A moment later directly said, pay attention to safety. Do not take action first if you cannot get the situation. Directly call the police. Your phone number, which has been given special privileges to call the police, will be transferred directly to me. Remember, your life, most important. Li Yunxiao returned. Got it. He waited for the other person to hang up before putting down his phone and looking at his panel again. In that case, let's make it up. Then, after climbing the Tower of Heaven, go straight for a 10 straight draw. Inside the office of the chairman of Wind Spirit Group, dressed in a customized OL set dress, Yen Yenli stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, slightly squinting her peach blossom eyes. He really said that? The henchman behind him nodded. Very arrogant. Not giving us a chance to open our mouths at all. What's more serious is that we really felt the abyssal secretive aura on his body. Li Yaozu, who was sitting on the sofa, got up and said, I've said it all. There's no way he's going to give us a good face, because he is, now, no longer a so-called family member, not even a human being. Second sister, why don't you just send me abroad first? It doesn't matter if I'm the vice pavilion master of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Pavilion. The main thing is that everyone around my age is preparing to go to college. I'm still here at home in case they catch up with me. Li Yanran looked out of the window and said indifferently, your rare martial soul. If you want to catch up, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Li Yaozu's heart flinched as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. After thinking about it, he sighed deeply and swallowed the words back. I know I'm stupid. That's why I have to be stupid. Now Dad, Mom, third sister, they don't care about me. Now only you, second sister, can help me. Li Yanran responded. Wait a little longer. Your third sister and fourth brother should be busy with something very important. When they're done, let's get together and run through our family's affairs thoroughly. What should be yours? The Li family will definitely not shorten you by a single cent. Hearing this, Li Yaozu silently clenched his fists and nodded after a slight sigh. Okay, everything is at second sister's disposal. The moment he looked down, a watery haze covered his face. Chapter 83 Studs or Wise. The next day, just before arriving at the gorgeous and magnificent vintage building, Li Yunxiao felt a plentiful stream of aura, like spring water, continuously coming from all directions and sinking into his body, gaining Reiki 20, gaining Reiki 25, gaining Reiki 30, gaining Reiki 15, gaining Reiki 36. You can pretty much absorb about 30 auras per second, or about 1,500 a minute. It's not as much as a regular class, but after all, it's the amount of time you don't have to do anything, no less. What's more, in today's world, auras were scarce, and places like the one in front of us, where one could obtain aura just by standing, were almost always controlled by governments, powers, plutocrats, and those famous families. There is no second place for ordinary people to go if they want to see it, except the school. Looking around, Li Yunxiao couldn't help but lament. No wonder early in the morning, there are so many people sitting on the ground reading books outside here, and they can't even squeeze in. This aura, rubbing against it is indeed comfortable. Han Bingling didn't retort. The aura is more abundant in the tower, but to get in, you need to expend credits. Spectators consume 1 credit per minute, can only sit in the audience and observe, and gain roughly 800,000 or so auras per minute. The responders consume 10 credits per minute, and when they are in the rest area, they also gain around 800,000 auras per minute, and only after they go on stage, they can gain around 2 million auras per minute. Li Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. That is to say, with 160 credits, I can only stay inside for 16 minutes. If I can't make it to the stage, I can only even get 8 million auras. Normally, in class, one lesson was 1 credit, passing the grand exam was 60 points, and the full score was only 100 points, and he had challenged the grand exam secret realm twice before, earning a total of 160 points, entering the Tower of Heaven as a responder. You won't even be able to stay inside for 20 minutes before you're kicked out. The ticket is, indeed, ridiculously expensive. Han Bingling nodded. It's like this. So, this Tower of Heaven, it's pretty much only schoolboys who enter. Ordinary people, who cultivate for 3 years, may not even be able to gather enough credits to fulfill the graduation requirements. How can they have extra credits to spend here? Li Yunxiao said, that is to say, if you fight and don't have enough credits, will also be forcibly kicked out? And awarded a negative? Han Bingling responded. That's right. Exhaling slightly, she patted the other woman's shoulder gently. Going in as a group to watch it will allow you to consume only one person's credits. Only the amount consumed will be multiplied accordingly depending on the number of people. Sister has some credits here. Go in first. Fight or not. Watch and see. Li Yunxiao did not refute. Took a look at his own stretched credits. He can only choose to eat soft rice first. The duo came to the registration desk at the entrance, and the teacher in charge of registration was slightly stunned, seemingly recognizing one of them, and smiled. I knew you would come. I just didn't expect that it would come so quickly. All right, get in there. Find a more comfortable seat. Watch and learn. It's a lot easier to learn here than in the parlor. Han Bingling was astonished. You mean he doesn't need to expend credits to get in and observe the duel? The teacher responded. Not for now. He was actively recruited by our school with financial aid resources. You can consume that portion of the resources first if you're just a spectator. Speaking here, he looked at Li Yunxiao. Go inside. The teacher will let you know ahead of time when they're almost out. In fact, what he's trying to say is this: if someone has credits saved up here and is just an audience member, you can just use hers and run out. Han Bingling looked at Li Yunxiao in surprise, crying and laughing. Still, it's cool to be the top student. Li Yunxiao didn't think much about it and walked through the door with the other party. Coming to the audience, looking at the handful of people, he lamented, compared to the outside, the people in here really aren't that many. Han Bingling responded, yeah, after all, no matter which school it is, schoolboys are a minority. Li Yunxiao, who hadn't yet sat down, looked at the dueling arena, the two people who were dueling, and spoke. That teacher said that there are more things that can be learned in here than in the classroom. I didn't read. What can I learn from this? In the dueling arena, the duelists stood opposite each other, staring at each other dead in the face. Seemingly, there was no intention of making a move. Han Bingling was a bit embarrassed. They should have reached a consensus ahead of time and are deliberately stalling here to get more aura. It was also the first time she came here, and before she came, she also thought that the battles in here would be hot and intense, but she didn't think that it was all a setup. Anyway, it's an experience. After all, even in a real battle, what matters is not just the fighting power, but also the fighting mind. Perhaps the meaning of the Tongtian Tower's existence is to make students understand that in actual combat, combat thinking is often more important than mere combat strength. More important. Just then, Li Yunxiao finally saw that the two people on the dueling field walked towards each other. One of them suddenly looked up, and the other then fell straight to the ground. Winner Long Ao Tian, turning back to the duo's wager. It was only one great spiritual elixir. It's really here to card Reiki. Han Bingling spoke. However, this kind of method of carding aura, the average person can't really operate it. After all, the consumption of credits would be too much for the average person to bear. Looking to the other side, her beautiful eyes flashed as she suggested, why don't we try that too? First half of the month, go ahead and earn credits. The second half of the month, we'll both play a fake game. With your level, half a month, earning 500 credits, surely no problem. 50 minutes, multiply that by 2 million and you get almost 100 million auras. No, it's still not enough. Then go ahead and earn credits for the first 29 days. It's not too much to make 3,000 if I help you. 300 minutes, that's almost 600 million auras. Almost. It feels feasible. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, there's no need to be so troublesome. Just hit it straight. After saying that, he left the audience and walked outside, registering as a candidate for the battle. When he reappeared in the tower, Han Bingling, who was sitting in the audience, was shocked to see that his opponent had already entered the responders' rest area. Looking back, on the big screen, the opponent's dueling chips were, surprisingly, as high as 755. She didn't know where did he get so many great spirit pills? She only knew that the other party was playing pokies. Yun Xiao, can you not be so impulsive? I think that we should still plan first. However, without waiting for her to finish her sentence, there was already a rustling of footsteps coming from the various entrances. Within moments, the audience was full. Someone pokies. Here's your chance to see a good show. Can you ask for a free power generation? Kneel for the righteous fathers. Chapter 84. There are no wasteful people, only wasteful martial souls. Early level 41 martial sect realm? This kid must have just reached 2nd grade. You haven't even reached level 49 yet and you come to play with the tower. I'm afraid you're crazy. TSK. And to offer such a high chip. This is not looking for a duel. This is clearly spreading wealth. Good man. Good man. Ha 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 ha. Someone seemed to sense an opportunity and got up. There's an emergency at home, so I'll go first. Soon. Han Bingling then saw that there was already a long line of people who wanted to duel with Li Yunxiao. You can't see the head at a glance. At this moment, seeing that series of people's names, followed by the suffix, all 49th grade, either juniors or seniors, she suddenly had a feeling that she wanted to cry but couldn't. Weekdays, are the audience, at this moment, one by one, suddenly have the courage to be a respondent? And schoolmates? Look at you guys. When I first came in, there were only a few spectators, and before long, the auditorium was filled with spectators, and now well, not a single spectator left. All ran off to be responders. Next moment, bang dash, there was a loud bang, and as the first respondent fell, a smug and charming smile appeared on her pretty face. However, do you really think that schoolmates must be soft? The people in line were confused. What's the situation? Level 49. C-ranked legendary martial soul. Just like that. Is this science? Fake. It must be fake. That guy, he's only level 41. How strong can he be? I just don't believe it. Bang, 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 dash. A few seconds later, 3 more seniors fell to the ground in response, landing in the middle of the crowd on the stage. The crowd was mute. A moment later, the crowd suddenly turned around. I still think it would be more comfortable to sit in the audience. Where is this? How did I get lost? Don't run. No taking my front row seat. Just a minute. 3 seniors, 1 sister, all lost. The originally empty auditorium was once again filled with people. It's still cozy here. Yeah, sit tall and see far. Just now that position. Can't see clearly at all. Or this is a wide perspective. Much clearer. It was only at this moment that they realized which of them was a young schoolmate of grade 41. Obviously an old man killer. Even the king's gun was pulled out. That thing? But not many people can even hold it. Even senior year. Soft, hasty. It's too sloppy. Han Bingling, who was seated in the crowd, snickered more than a little. But before long, worry surfaced on her pretty face, because she noticed that although most people had seen the situation clearly, there were still a few elderly people who remained in the waiting area and refused to leave. It was obvious that those few people were fully confident that they could take down the other party. 4 duels, 755 each. It had only been less than 3 minutes, and the number of Great Spirit pills had already accumulated to 3,020. And counting his own 300, it had already accumulated to 3,320. She felt that, at this point, there was no need to fight hard. Change the layer and keep pretending to be a pig in a poke. The Tower of Heaven has a total of 4 floors. 1 visit to each floor and you'll definitely have no problem winning $1 billion or 2. This approach, though, can only be used up front, and is not sustainable. But the win is stability and security. It's the safest thing to do to make the steady and safe portion first. There's no need to go all out right off the bat. Otherwise, there is a real possibility of returning to the pre-liberation era in a single battle. Taking a deep breath, Han Bingling hurriedly gave Li Yunxiao on the stage a wink, hoping that the other party would understand what she meant. However, Li Yunxiao did not pay any attention to it and turned back to look at the challenger who was gradually walking towards him. It's you. It's me. Zhang Tao looked up with an indifferent face. What? I'm not worthy to challenge a genius like you? Li Yunxiao said blandly. You are not my opponent. Go back. Zhang Tao said to himself. When I was in elementary school, I always thought that I was a genius, getting 100 points in every subject. When I was in middle school, I didn't think I was stupid, and with a little bit of effort, I was still at the top of the grade. After attending high school, I am a firm believer that people make things happen and that nothing is impossible if you work hard enough. Looking up at the other man, his eyes, dead. When I got to college, I realized, effort, in the face of true genius, is worthless. In this world, there are no wasteful people, only wasteful martial souls. As soon as the words left his mouth, he leapt into the ring. At the same time, behind him, a huge scythe emerged in a domineering manner. Asterisk. What kind of martial soul is this? So big. Asterisk. My ass. It's a plain old scythe. Great. Just because he's level 49. What? You mean to say that this is an ordinary level martial soul? Not. Our school also have ordinary level martial souls? An ordinary martial soul can actually get into our school. What ingredient is this guy? It's too awesome too. Hearing the praise and marvel from the people around him, Zhang Tao was not happy, because he knew that it was not really praise at all, but just sarcasm. Zhang Tao, a common name. It doesn't compare a bit to your name that sounds like a lead. Ordinary name, ordinary looks, ordinary martial soul. Trying to change your fate just by relying on hard work? You say it's laughable or not? Li Yunxiao blandly said. I don't find the name Zhang Tao common. Sounds like a high school friend of his. It's very intimate. What's so ordinary about it? Not ordinary at all. Enough. Zhang Tao suddenly became furious and pointed at his opponent, cursing. Do you know why I'm here to challenge you? Because it was you who made me realize once and for all that what teachers say, everyone is the same. If you work hard, everyone can be something is a lie. I don't hate you, and I don't hate them, because from an objective point of view, genius and school are supposed to be mutually beneficial and complementary. You're right and they're right. I'm right too. The reason I'm here is just to see how big is the gap between ordinary people who work extremely hard, compared to you true geniuses. Let's see if trying really doesn't help at all. I thought that if I worked hard and got into God's capital university, I would be able to stay in the imperial city later on, change my fate, and change the way other people viewed me. It turns out that when you get into college you realize that hard work is just running with the geniuses. All those geniuses, They don't even have to take classes to get internships with big corporations. And he himself, no matter how hard he tries, it's impossible to get that so-called opportunity by relying on a side. After recognizing this, he realized that if he wanted to stay in the empire, he would have to do the jobs that any ordinary person could do. But now, that kind of work, too, is gone. The future is all gone. What future is there to fear? Might as well forget everything and have a good fight. And this dog-eared youth. Li Yunxiao nodded. Okay, I'll meet you. Before the words left his mouth, his figure disappeared into thin air. The next instant, boom, when the dust splattered and his figure reappeared, the overlord gun in his hand was already pointing at the opponent's chest. Bang dash. Not yet touched. The powerful pressure then shook the opponent off, as if he were a kite with broken strings, flying out of the dueling arena and smashing heavily against the wall at the end. Zhang Tao's eyes widened as he slowly slid down the wall to the floor. The whole place is dead silent. Han Bingling. Next moment. Laying down such a heavy hand? Are you trying to get him killed? Grass. UXX. IXXX. IXXXX. The entire audience, completely boiled. Chapter 85 Society. Society. He's just trying to prove himself. What's wrong with that? Being arrogant and domineering and bullying the weak just because you have talent. You also deserve to be called a genius. Ha! A genius? Who isn't? But the truth that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. I don't think you understand it at all. Bah! People like you don't deserve to be a student of our imperial capital university. Han Bingling's beautiful eyes rounded. She also hadn't thought that in the imperial capital university were geniuses gathered. Mediocre people who would only work hard could also have such a great appeal? At this moment, her heart suddenly tightened. Finished. This brother of mine seems to have turned into a public enemy. Li Yunxiao on the stage was indifferent. Haunt the hammer. Come up here and talk if you can. This statement was made. The anger in the entire room was completely impossible to suppress. Whoa ka. Boy, you are really in need of a beating. Since you have to be unkind, don't blame Senior for my ruthlessness. I want a challenge. I want a challenge too. For a time, the group was outraged. The people who wanted to defeat Li Yunxiao and make the other party apologize to that honest man instantly formed a long line. 10 minutes later, under a crowd of resentful gazes, Li Yunxiao, who had walked out of the Tower of Heaven, counted the great spiritual elixir in his pocket as if he were counting banknotes. 7,003, 7,308, 7,005. Beautiful, beautiful. Han Bingling, who was following behind, looked dumbfounded. She knew that the other party had caused public anger, but she didn't expect that this public anger, instead of making the other party suffer, would make the other party make a fortune. In just 10 minutes, more than 6,000 and close to 7,000 great spirit pills were won. At this moment, she was in a bit of a trance, always feeling that this was a dream. Kid, don't get too cocky. People are cheap, but they'll get what they want. Today, it is we who are not as skillful as others, but it is still the same saying that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. If you keep being so arrogant, bullying and out of sight, sooner or later, you'll fall as hard as that Gao Xingxiang. Falling to pieces, Li Yunxiao smiled back without anger. Senpai, if there's still great elixir, come play again. Suddenly stunned, a group of seniors and siblings were filled with bruises, but they could not say a word, so they could only leave unhappily. Looking at this scene, Han Bingling worried. College isn't about fighting and killing. It's about human feelings. Is it really okay for us to offend people to death like this? Also, that Zhang Tao, the injuries he suffered seem to be very serious. Do we really not need to offer our condolences? It's just a challenge after all. It's not like there's a blood feud. There's no need to be so heartless. Poof dash. Just then, Li Yunxiao seemed to have heard something moving and turned towards the corner. Sister, go. Han Bingling snapped back to her senses and subconsciously followed. The moment she stepped into the corner, she froze straight in place. Zhang Tao? Why are you here? It's okay. Zhang Tao nodded his head and said, after taking the recovery potion, it's already fine. He then looked at the schoolmate in front of him. Well, how much did you make? Li Yunxiao put the great spirit pill into the storage bag that Gao Xingxiang had given him and weighed it. A total of 6,987 were won. You're 755. As it were, the rest of the 232, 37%. Here's your 30%, for a total of 900 pills. After he went in, he realized that even inside the Tower of Heaven, there are not many rich players, and those who are rich and dare to poker are even fewer, except for those few at the very beginning, who thought they could pinch a soft target and dared to bet 755. The rest of those people didn't even have the courage to bet 100. There was no way around it. In order to win as many Great Spirit pills as possible within the limited time, he could only lower the stakes behind him. Toward the end, to give courage to those who came after him, he even lowered the stakes to 10 or 20. Otherwise, not to mention 6, 000 or 7, 000, even 4, 000 or 5, 000 is not expected to be earned. Han Bingling looked dumbfounded. What the hell? You know each other? You've been conspiring about today for a long time? Zhang Tao didn't retort and turned his head to explain. He and I met yesterday when he came to the Hall of 1,000 Machines to pick his promotion reward. At that time, I had some questions that I didn't understand and asked him for a little bit of advice. As it turned out, he wanted to ask more questions. After a few exchanges, the two of us ended up becoming friends. And then the scene you just saw was planned. Han Bingling was a bit confused. Hold on a second. I'm a little messed up. That is to say, what you said before was a lie. You're just acting for the purpose, just to mobilize their emotions, to get them in the head, to go crazy and challenge them on stage. Zhang Tao said. The content of the speech is true. Sincerity is the surefire way to kill. But the sensationalizing part, it does have a little bit more artistry to it. He was indeed an ordinary martial soul. So getting into God's capital university relied not on the talent given by the martial soul, but on hard work and intelligence. He knew that hating the rich and hating the talented didn't make any sense. And the world, too, wasn't created by the rich and the talented. Everyone has a meaning and value in existence. You can live just as well if you find your niche. This belief, the moment he took the college entrance exam with his scythe, martial soul and was finally accepted into the Imperial Capital University, became a belief that was unwavering, because he understands that hard work doesn't always work, but when it does, there's always a chance. Han Bingling was in a trance. So, I'm the one who's small. I mean, it's my pattern. Small, Li Yunxiao explained. You are the kind of person who relies on both talent and brains. He's different. He relies purely on his brain. There's definitely a difference in the way of thinking. Han Bingling looked up at the other party, her beautiful eyes lightly trembling. What about you? What category do you fall into? In fact, the moment she asked this question, in her mind, she already had an answer. Not wanting to dwell on these meaningless topics, Zhang Tao looked at Li Yunxiao and said bluntly, right now, you need these Great Spirit pills, more than I do. Along with my share, keep it all. All smart people, you should know what I really want. The teacher who had just been transferred to the Hall of 1,000 Mechanisms was only temporarily in charge of the Hall of 1,000 Mechanisms, and would leave in a few days. In such a situation, what he can do, of course, is to show the other side of his righteousness. Showing your smooth side right off the bat will leave a bad impression on the other party, not to mention the lack of actual benefits. As a result, he blundered because he also didn't expect that this freshman not only had excellent grades, but also had big connections behind him. Doesn't matter though, the teacher who was temporarily in charge didn't need to mend his relationship, since he knew that the schoolmate in front of him had a background. He just directly flattered people. People have a limited amount of energy and everything has to be efficient. Li Yunxiao looked at the other party indifferently, always in touch. He loved the purity of such people, talking only about interests, not feelings. How pure the interests are, talking about feelings, too unstable. Zhang Tao laughed. Okay, keep in touch. After that, he nodded at Han Bingling and turned to leave. Han Bingling didn't seem to have reacted yet, and was frozen in place with a face full of dullness. Li Yunxiao took out his student ID card and pointed to the Tower of Heaven ranking 98 on it and asked, Sister, what does this mean? Isn't the Tower of Heaven a random challenge? There are still rankings? Chapter 86 Death of Zhang Tao. Han Bingling took the other party's student ID and glanced at it. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the Tower of Heaven also has rankings, determined by the number of duels and the percentage of victories. Can, to a certain extent, reflect the overall quality of a person. What's more, those who make it to the top 100 can challenge the tier master. There are a total of 4 floors in the Tower of Heaven, and each floor has a floor master. And those who become floor masters get 100 minutes of observation time as well as 20 minutes of dueling time for free every month. It's the equivalent of getting 120 million Reiki per month for nothing. Li Yunxiao nodded his head and said, winning percentage and number of games. It's good to brush up. Just enough credits. So, in order to become a layer master, there should be another key condition, and that is, to defeat the previous layer master, right? Well, Han Bingling responded. You're very smart. A little goes a long way. That's right. It's not hard to get into the top 100. After all, as you've seen before, you can just go to your acquaintances and brush up on each other's games and wins. With enough credits, It's just a matter of time before the field goal and the wins are there. So, the key is still to defeat the previous layer master. Let me put it this way. Even the lowest tier master is a level 50 solid warrior. You and I don't know. But anyway, senior sister definitely can't beat it. Li Yunxiao was puzzled. Still here as a layer master after level 50? What's the picture? When it was time for dinner, Han Bingling raised his hand, signaling to walk and talk. Isn't the purpose of studying to have a good place to go in the future? To be able to get better resources for survival and development? I don't know about other schools, but at our school, there are 3 main classes of students. The third and so on. Is the person like me, who goes by the book and graduates smoothly, relying on an undergraduate diploma from Imperial University. It's not difficult to enter a Dasha top 500 in the future. Second class. Those who have enough credit grades but instead of choosing to graduate directly, choose to go to graduate school. These are the type of people who can easily get into the Fortune 500 and be paid more during their internship than the average person is paid after they move on. The first class is those who have been in the Tower of Heaven for a long enough time. To put it bluntly, the cumulative hours in the Tower of Heaven are a reflection of credits and personal combat prowess. To put it more bluntly, it's a reflection of whether or not a person is good at both theory and practice. It's hard to say about the top 100, but the top 10 students are, every year, basically recruited by the top 10 companies in the world. Among them, those who have been layer masters are especially sought after. Which of the people who want to be a layer master don't have their own dreams? For them, it is often more important to increase their competitiveness as much as possible than to enter society early. After listening to the other party's explanation, Li Yunxiao couldn't help but sigh. The world of high martial arts. It's also rolled up a bit. Han Bingling cocked his head. What? Li Yunxiao responded. Oh, nothing. Han Bingling didn't dwell on these details and continued. Finding a trust to carry the rhythm of this method of earning, Great Spirit Dan, is definitely something that can't continue to be used in the back. If you want to win enough 14,000 Great Spirit pills within a month, you'll still have to rely on formal duels. Li Yunxiao knew what the other party wanted to say and spoke. Layer masters should all be very wealthy. Finding them to fight will be a lot faster. I'm sure. Han Bingling didn't retort. Fight or no fight. If you want to challenge them, you definitely need to have enough credits ready. I just checked, and the shortest time spent in the layer master battle took a full half hour. That means it's better to prepare at least 300 points. 300 points is not a safe bet. It's better to prepare 500 points. Otherwise, in case, when the time comes, it's clear that you've won, but you end up being eliminated because you don't have enough time. That would be a big loss. And for you right now, the fastest way to get credit is to take a test. You've already passed your freshman year's big exam Secret Realm. You haven't brushed the daily Secret Realm yet. After you brush them all, you'll not only gain enough credits, but you'll also be able to directly advance to your sophomore year and gain more avenues of obtaining credits and auras. It's been less than 3 days since I've been in here, and I'm about to be promoted to sophomore. This speed, looking at the entire Imperial Capital University, no. It should be the history of all universities. It is only one example, right? Li Yunxiao did not refute and nodded. Just then, he suddenly frowned and stopped his steps while looking at the deep alley next to him. Do you smell that? Han Bingling followed and looked over with a bewildered expression. Smell what? Li Yunxiao didn't explain immediately, and after using the Hotian Divine Eyes to see through the end, his face instantly changed, and without waiting for Han Bingling to react, he rushed into the alley with an arrow step. Han Bingling, who was following closely behind, was just about to open her mouth to ask what had happened, when she suddenly saw that there was a bloody corpse lying on the ground, and her pretty face suddenly changed color. This is Zhang Tao. How did he die here? Li Yunxiao pulled out a bottle of advanced recovery potion from his storage space and threw it to the other party, and with his other hand, he drew his sword, wait and pour the recovery potion on his wounds. The more the merrier. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Han Bingling to speak, he swung his sword down and chopped down towards Zhang Tao's corpse. Han Bingling's eyes widened as she remembered what the other party had just said, and she hurriedly controlled her emotions as she opened the mouth of the bottle and poured the recovery potion inside onto the corpse. What are you doing? Stop. Probably smelling the same fishy odor. A large group of upperclassmen quickly gathered around. After glancing at the corpse on the ground and then looking at the long knife in the other party's hand, the senior student standing at the front was filled with consternation. What did he ever do to you? It wasn't enough to defeat someone in the Tower of Heaven and take all of their Great Spirit pills. You want to drive them to extinction. The people around them were enraged. Not. Is trying so annoying to you? Ha! Genius. It's cruel. More than cruel. It's appalling. No matter what your motives are, dare to kill someone at school. Your life is over. Gird your loins, Li Yunxiao. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. In the Tower of Heaven, you can only bring 5 pieces of defense-type equipment and 1 weapon, but out there are no such restrictions. They knew that, fighting alone, fighting personal strength, they may not be the opponent of this genius, but if they were to compare the full state, they did not think that they could not beat each other. Not to mention, in the Tower of Heaven, one could only fight alone, whereas at this moment, one could fight a group of people. Li Yunxiao ignored the clamor of the people around him, and after sensing that Zhang Tao had regained his heartbeat and breathing, he looked further away with his Hotian divine eye. Sure enough, at the end of his sight, he spotted a familiar figure. Sister, you keep an eye on Zhang Tao, I'm going to run some errands. After saying that, he leapt into the air and flew into the sky in front of everyone. One moment, the whole room was dumbfounded. Aside from Han Bingling, who had seen this scene before, the rest of them were all filled with mute faces. This guy can still fly. Isn't he only level 41? How? The senior in the lead had a hazy face and gritted his teeth. Whatever, kill someone and then try to leave? It's not that easy. You guys, hurry up and inform the teacher. A few of you, join me. Chase. Han Bingling knew that one person couldn't block so many people, so she didn't go forward to block them, but instead, she turned her sight to Zhang Tao on the ground. Zhang Tao, how are you feeling? Can you talk? Zhang Tao, who struggled to open his eyes, looked around in confusion, not knowing what to do. I'm here. Where? Whoosh dash. At the same time, Li Yunxiao, who was standing in the air above the school, had once again locked onto the figure of his target. With a grab of his left hand, he drew out a domineering spear from the void, and without a moment's hesitation, he directly charged towards the hasty figure. Chapter 87. Jesus can't keep it. I say. Boom dash. There was a loud bang and a wave of fire, coldly looking towards the corpse at his feet that was charred by the samadhi fire but eventually turned into aura dispersing away. Li Yunxiao didn't care about the shocked gazes of the people around him and casually pulled out his cell phone. Old Qin, check someone for me. Qin Tiangang on the other end of the phone responded. Check who? Something to do with ghouls? No, it's personal for me. If it's convenient, help check it out. If not, forget it, it's okay. Convenient. Say, check who? Rongqing Li family, Li Yaozu. Qin Tiangang on the other end of the phone paused and gave a response a few breaths later. He's still in Rongqing prison. The economic felon section. What happened? Do you need my help? Li Yunxiao said. No need. You just need to notify Rongqing prison that guy may have escaped from prison. That's all. With that, he hung up and flew in a direction away from the city center. Passers-by who saw the scene were stunned. Is this the elite powerhouse of our Imperial War Department? Simply awesome. Like a rocket. Flying when you say so. It has to be at least at the realm of martial zone or above. Advancing to the martial zone realm at such a young age? This talent, it's more than amazing. It's simply astounding. If I could have a boyfriend like that, I'd break my ribs to make soup for him. 10 minutes later, people on the streets of the development seemed to sense something and jerked their heads up. Look, what's that? It's a meteorite? It's a shooting star? No, it's Superman. No, it's a rocket. Whoosh dash. The cracking sound shattered the glass around them. A fiery meteor-like figure shot into the chairman's office on the top floor of the Wind Spirit Mansion as if it was a cannonball in an air raid. Li Yaozu, who was sitting on the sofa, shuddered violently and subconsciously hid behind his second sister. Li Yanran, still sitting on the swivel chair. The unmoving Li Yanran still looked at the documents in her hands, as if nothing had happened. It wasn't until the blaze made her feel the heat that she put down the paper and spoke indifferently. Coming. I sent for you and you didn't come. Now this look. What do you mean? In fact, she was pretty shaken up inside. For the last time she saw this fourth brother, she remembered. The other was still weak and sickly. It had only been half a year since he had seen him. Not only had he awakened an unknown level martial soul, his realm had also risen to the early stage of the 41st ranked martial zone level. What is even more frightening is this killing aura. She was abroad and had seen many epic level martial soul possessors, even divine agents. But such a murderous aura and pressure was truly unheard of and unseen by her. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. And then look at this baby of the whole family beside you. Well, can't see a bit. Li Yunxiao ignored his second sister's lecture and, carrying his spear, rushed towards Li Yaozu. Li Yanran's face changed drastically. What do you want? Stop. Sensing that the other party didn't look like they were joking, the surrounding henchmen's faces changed drastically and they subconsciously rushed up. Boom dash. As a result, there was a loud bang, and all of them were sent flying by more than 10 meters. The ones that hit the wall, and the ones that flew out the window flew out the window. One moment. The large chairman's office was then left with only the three siblings. Li Yaozu, who was hiding behind his second sister, shivered and almost peed in fear. Am I right? He has completely degenerated into a slave of the abyss. Long ago, he was no longer considered a human being. There's no need to say much at all to this deviant, because it simply won't listen. Li Yanran was stunned. Mutely, he looked at his fourth brother in front of him with disbelief. She had the strength to stop the other party, but she didn't believe that the other party would really make a move against her own family. So much so that, in that moment just now, she forgot to resist, and if her men hadn't rushed to kill her in time, at this moment, she would be crippled if not dead. Slightly exhaled, recognizing the reality of Li Yanyan's gaze as ice, jade arm waved. The body of the OL uniform suddenly dissipated, and turned into a green jade-colored battle armor. It's only been half a year since I've seen you, and you've changed so much. Fourth brother, such a big change. I'm afraid that even the military training of the Ministry of War can't do it. It was obvious that she had believed that her fourth brother had sold his soul to the abyss. Li Yunxiao didn't say a word more. Get out of the way or I'll kill you with me. As far as I can remember, this second sister is always away and seldom comes home, but every time she comes home, she brings gifts for herself, whether it's a younger brother or sister, and she treats them all the same, and never favors them. Granted, those gifts, in the end, would be tricked by the parents into sneaking them to their brother, but he did see that this second sister was not partial. As for what the two families said at the beginning, the transplantation of the supreme bone is the intention of the whole family. He was just listening. He knew in his heart who really meant it. Li Yanran held a long whip and did not allow a single step. You're going to kill your own brother, and as your own sister to both of you. Do you think I'm going to agree to that? Li Yunxiao indifferently said, I know you are different from them, so I'm only going to explain this once. Looking to Li Yaozu behind the other party, he said word for word, he should, right now, be in jail, and yet, appeared in the imperial capital, and just now, killed my classmate. So now, he's got to die, and Jesus can't even stop it. I say, Li Yaozu sneered and scolded. Bullshit. When I was in Rongqing, I was arrested by the police, but it was an economic offense. I lost the money then and was bailed out. As for the classmates you mentioned, when have I ever been to your school? I've obviously been here the whole time, with my second sister. Li Yanran hadn't expected so much to happen in between, but in the past few days, she was very clear that she had indeed been with the other person. This, I can prove. Rongqing's matter, I'm not sure for the moment, but the death of your classmate should be a misunderstanding. Li Yunxiao coldly said, Split is his sole skill. The Li Yaozu in Rongqing prison, and the Li Yaozu you're seeing now, are, most likely, both doppelgangers. Li Yaozu laughed. Ha ha ha, listen to yourself what you're saying. My martial soul is the silver blue snakevine. It's impossible to match with a soul skill of the split category. I can learn a split type soul skill? Are you trying to say that our existing martial soul core theory is all fake, and that all the experts, all the seniors, are all cuties? A martial soul fit that none of them could figure out. But you did? Li Yanran felt that the other party said reasonable. Nodded to discourage, I just returned to the country. A lot of things, not yet clear. Yunxiao, take it easy for now, including the matter of mom and dad. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Listen to your second sister and put down your weapons. Never be impulsive. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. Put your mom. He then erupted into a monstrous flame and rushed towards that so-called blood brother with the overlord gun in hand. Can't listen? Then there's no need to talk about it. Kill. Chapter 88. Your name is Li Yunxiao. You can kill whoever you want. Li Yanran's face changed drastically. Her breath was no longer completely astringent, and the moment she clenched her pink fist, the pressure of the peak of the martial king realm was like a tsunami that violently swept through. Stop. Right at this moment, a haze of light flashed by, and a light shield that fell from the sky was suddenly blocked in front of Li Yanran and Li Yaozu. When there was a loud bang and waves of fire shot out. Everything in the entire office was shattered by the pressure, and even the tempered glass of the entire building shattered in a violent tremor. The entire Wind Spirit Mansion was filled with shock. Stunned, the combatants rushed in the direction of the top floor. Rubbing. In just a few seconds, the inside and outside of the office was filled with strong people from the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Pavilion. The one with the lowest strength was also at the Martial Zone realm. Loft Master. Chairman. Boss. Li Yanran didn't respond to her men's concerns. Her sights went to the silhouette in front of her. Third sister. What brings you here? Li Qingqing looked complicated, and her mood was even more complicated to the extreme. Yunxiao, calm down. It's true that Li Yojo went overboard, but we are family after all. If you really kill him today, How should you face mom and dad in the future? At that time, this family will really be completely finished. The entire time, she maintained the presence of the light shield. Don't dare to slack off a bit, because she knew that this brother in front of her would really kill her other brother. Li Yunxiao pointed the overlord gun in his hand towards his opponent. Get out of the way, or else, even you will be killed. Li Qingqing was violently stunned. The mood hit rock bottom. Hearing this, Li Yanran took a step forward, her pretty face covered in anger. You said that Yojo killed your classmate? If he really is a hypocrite, as you say, and wants to compete with you for the family fortune, then he should have killed you. What's the point of killing your classmates? Li Yunxiao indifferently looked at Li Yaozu. Kill me? He'd have to be able to do that. Why did you kill my classmate? Because he knew my temper. Just take this thing and frame it on you, and I'll do whatever it takes to come after you. At that time, he will be able to sit back and watch the tigers fight, and use you as a sword to kill me as a person. By the way, weaken your strength again. Make you feel that your heart is more than enough, and you can only hand over the industry in your hands. To him, Li Yaozu's eyes widened, and he suddenly had the feeling of being stripped naked and thrown on the street. In the next moment, realizing that the situation might not be in his favor, he hurriedly gathered the panic on his face and opened his mouth to explain. Ridiculous. Do you realize what you're saying? Do you think that there is logic in what you are saying? Do you think that the second and third sisters will believe your bullshit? Li Qingqing glared at the other party. She believes, but she knew that now was not the time to argue who was right and who was wrong. Li Yaozu can be sanctioned by the law when he makes a mistake, but he can never be sanctioned by his family, especially this fourth brother who has been misunderstood by his family. Once something irreparable happens, then this fourth brother, if he wants to go home again, if he wants to reunite with his family again, he really won't have a chance. Li Yanran has a cold face. It is obvious that she does not believe. I don't believe that a man can be so devious as this, much less that such a devious man could be my own brother. Coldly looking at Li Yunxiao, she said word for word, this is true for Yaozu, and this is also true for you. You're both my brothers. There's absolutely no way my brother could be that kind of bottomless scum. Li Yaozu, who was hiding behind his two sisters, smiled coldly and secretly raised his middle finger at Li Yunxiao, who was on the opposite side of the room. What's the point of being able to fight? Come out and take refuge with your sister. No one cares if you're unsheltered, even if you're right. Li Yunxiao did not say more than a glance at Li Yaozu, and the overlord gun in his hand was already burned red. Did you guys get something wrong? I'm not saying all this to make you believe it. When I say those things, I'm just giving you guys a chance. The moment he looked up, his eyes, completely scarlet. Since you guys are giving your faces away, there's nothing more to say. Go to hell, all of you. Boom dash. The moment the words fell, the scarlet blaze completely exploded. The raging waves of fire alone shook all of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Pavilion powerhouses in the office over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh dash. More and more powerful people flew into midair, hovering outside the windows, pulling out their weapons and getting ready to fight. Li Qingqing gathered all of her strength, all of it, on top of the light shield. Stop, don't fight, please, Yun Xiao, just listen to third sister for once. Realizing that this brother in front of her was truly oil and salt, and her killing intent was not diminished, she no longer showed any mercy, and the moment the fire was turned on, the mighty pressure of the half-step martial emperor realm swept through the entire building. Second sister won't kill you, but second sister must now break your arms and legs. It's for your own good. I hope you don't blame second sister. The words just fell. A loud bang and a monstrous breath broke through the dome of the office. A huge torrent of water rushed out from the roof of the Wind Spirit Mansion, dispersing the streaming clouds. This scene was watched by passers-by on the streets, in the square, and for kilometers around. Countless people, for one, trembled. The aura of a martial emperor, who's so bold as to dare to unleash the mighty pressure of the martial emperor realm in the imperial capital. Sheesh, the police won't get here for 10 minutes at the earliest. No matter who that martial emperor wants to kill, the other party is hopeless. Rumble dash. The building trembled violently. Wave after wave of pressure radiated from the chairman's office on the roof of the building. At that moment, there was a loud bang, as if a big hand had slapped down from above the sky. In an instant, miles of dark clouds. It was as if the torrent of martial emperor realm's mighty pressure that had rushed out from the building had been suddenly blocked by a faucet, and it was suddenly out of breath. In just the blink of an eye, it dissipated as if it had never existed. The entire development zone instantly restored tranquility. People on the road were stunned. Countless people, almost at the same time, blurted out, "There are still experts." Inside and outside the building, countless Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Pavilion powerhouses were stunned and subconsciously turned back. In the office, Li Yanran and Li Qingqing, who sensed the dangerous aura, suddenly changed their faces, squinted their eyes, and looked at the cloudless sky. Behind him, Li Yaozu, who was being escorted by them, also seemed to sense something, and his original smugly smiling face gradually staggered. Li Yunxiao looked to the sky. It was also at this time that a low chant that resounded through the heavens came from the end of the line of sight. That very small. So small that you could almost only see a black dot. No need to get entangled. Kill whoever you want, because your name is Li Yunxiao. Chapter 89. Mom. Clunk. The pressure was like divine punishment. Wave after wave descended. Even in front of Li Qingqing, maintaining the golden shield of the golden necklace cannot withstand this oppression. Suddenly crumbled. Looking at the fragment in her hand, Li Qingqing, who could only use her flesh to desperately resist the pressure, was filled with white. Even the epic guardian necklace, golden allure, that teacher gave me is broken. Who the hell is this? Li Yanran looked at the sky. Her eyes, which could not be completely opened, filled with astonishment. This pressure is surprisingly no weaker than my master's. Can't it be that it's the imperial capital's guardian powerhouse? But I don't understand. Why would the imperial capital's guardian powerhouse want to help him? Stunned, she turned back and looked at the lance-wielding fourth brother, her face full of disbelief. When did this younger brother, who had always been regarded as a waste by his family, make the acquaintance of such a terrifying powerhouse? Mom and Dad don't know how they would react if they knew about this. Li Yaozu snapped in shock. Third sister. Second sister. Help me. He was also shocked at how this waste of a fourth brother could know a bigwig of this caliber. But he didn't have that chance. To be precise, it was the so-called fourth brother who did not give him a chance. Turning back violently, both Li Yanyan and Li Qingqing saw that the fourth brother holding the lance had already returned to his senses and thrust the lance in his hand. Once again, at his own brother, his face changed drastically. Fourth brother. No. Li Yunxiao. Stop. However, this time, no matter how much they struggled, they were still unable to break free from the suppression of the pressure. One could only watch as the other party, with the lance in his hand, stabbed his own brother in the head. No. Fourth brother. I was wrong. Stop. Li Yunxiao. As if a fish on a plate, Li Yaozu frantically hissed and begged for forgiveness. And if it wasn't for the suppression of the mighty pressure, he was even willing to directly kneel down. But it still couldn't change the fact that his head was pierced through by the lance, exploding as if it were a watermelon, and bursting with juice as if it were an iron plate. Li Yunxiao, who was holding the overlord gun, had an indifferent face, and with a sweeping blow, he chopped the opponent's body into 100 pieces, and under the sound of breaking air, the sharp tip of the gun stopped at Li Yanyan's neck. In the future, leave me alone. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if it's you, or your little brother. Kill them as usual. After saying that, he turned his head to face Li Qingqing on the side and spun the lance in a circle, flying towards the other party. At this moment, Li Qingqing suddenly remembered the advice that the other party had given herself back then. Any further harassment, kill without pardon. For a moment, the pretty face was white and the delicate body was cold. Whoosh dash. It wasn't until the gusty wind blew her hair, and the red-hot figure flashed past her, that she realized that the other party's eyes, in fact, didn't even have herself in them. His legs went limp and he sat down on the floor. How? Hearing the second sister next to her suddenly let out a shocked murmur, she slowly raised her head, followed the other party's line of sight, and looked towards the ground, the corpse that had been chopped into countless pieces and was being spiritually transformed, and opened her mouth to say, on the phone, I told you that. Mom and Dad were indeed taken by shenanigans, but Cloudy has nothing to do with the abyss. It's not the evil god martial spirit he awakened. Our family, we've all been tricked by that green tea man, Li Yaozu. She knew that if the other party was willing to believe her words and hand over Li Yaozu, who had come to seek refuge, to the police, the scene just now would not have happened. Together, the two sisters went to the person and sincerely apologized. This sibling love may yet be redeemed, but now, there's no chance. For just now she had seen in the eyes of the victim a more determined indifference. It was no longer a look at a stranger, but a look at the air. Meaning, if we meet again in the future, the other party will only treat themselves as air, or a dying person. Poof dash. Unable to believe her eyes, Li Yanran's legs went limp and she sat down helplessly on the ground. Was I really wrong about him? No. No way. How could I be wrong? Li Qingqing gasped and laughed. Stereotypes in the hearts of men are a great mountain. Though, second sister, you've never treated any of your sisters or brothers differently, but the attitude of your family has long since been ingrained, subconsciously, in your mind, thinking that what everyone likes must be good, smart, and worthy of being favored. The ones that everyone doesn't like are the bad ones, the stupid ones, the ones that don't know any better. Forgetting that, in everything, one should see what one sees and hear what one hears. You're right. You just don't realize how stubborn you are. Li Yanran was like falling into an ice cellar for a long time before she bitterly smiled and shed tears. It must have been a painful year for him. At this moment, the memories of the past kept hitting her brain, as if mocking her stubbornness. It's no wonder he hates us so much, Li Qingqing cried. Mom and Dad's bad treatment of him has always been written on his face, but instead, it is our cold and hot and cold, so that he feels the care of his family, and his heart is sentimental. As a result, Mom and Dad took advantage of the little, hard-won goodwill he had for us and lied to him, saying, transplanting the supreme bone to Li Yaozu is our intention. Our whole family's intention, gutting the bones and pulling out the heart. You said it hurt. Li Yanran's eyes widened with disbelief. Transplanting the supreme bone? When did this happen? And why haven't I heard you guys mention it? Li Qingqing also learned about it later, but she understood that it was useless to talk about it now. It doesn't matter anymore if you know it or not. Looking at the gradually fading back, her heart, long ago, had been filled with remorse. Because, no matter what we do, we can't change the fact that we've lost this brother. Her body was soft, and Li Yanran, who had a face full of mute, completely paralyzed on the ground, with a pair of beautiful eyes looking at the sky, no longer half glowing. Wait! Above the clouds, Li Yunxiao used all his strength to catch up with the footsteps of the greenish-purple silhouette. That, big brother? Mighty? Auntie Chen? Seeing that the other party still refused to stop and was so fast that he was about to disappear above the far end, he paused and finally gritted his teeth and shouted out that word. Mom! This statement was made. The silhouette that was all ready to leave at full speed shuddered violently. Her feet were in the air, and she hung in place. Boy, who are you calling Mom? Look closely. I'm a man. Li Yunxiao didn't care about those details and spoke. Are you here specifically to see me? I haven't embarrassed you or disappointed you, have I? The silhouette seemed to realize that she was wearing a sarong, and slightly sidestepped, trying to hide behind a cloud, before abandoning her cover and leaping forward. Heading off. Told you. You've got the wrong guy. But you're really good. Even better than the person you wanted to meet. Thought. You were. Looking at the other parties departing back. This time, Li Yunxiao did not continue to chase after him. Right. That's good. Only when the figure disappeared at the end of his sight did he take a deep breath and, with pleasure, turned to leave. Above the huge clouds, the silhouette stared into the distance, unable to calm down for a long time. Don't worry about us. Go do what you want. All over the world. Mom doesn't dare to say, but in this daxia, your mom is invincible. Mom will kill anyone who dares to stop you. Chapter 90, New Victims. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh dash. On the clouds beneath the sky, several mighty and domineering figures swept towards the same location from different directions at extremely fast speeds. The first man who blocked in front of that greenish-purple silhouette and wore a military uniform was the great Xiao military god. Your Excellency, please stay. Following closely behind were the Chancellor of the Imperial Capital University, the guardian powerhouses of the Imperial Capital, and the Grand Elder of the Great Summer Congress. Looking at the young woman in front of them, who had a shapely figure, long hair that was waist-length, wearing a greenish-purple sarong, and with a veil over her face, their faces were covered in astonishment. People look young. The pressure, however, was unheard of and terrifying. The silhouette turned back and spoke indifferently. Trying to stop the king? Less people, I guess. The Imperial Capital's guardian powerhouse breathed a sigh of relief. Speaks daxia, so odds are, it's not a divine agent of another country? Seeing that the other party did not retort, the Grand Elder spoke. Not an agent of the gods of another country, yet he has such terrifying strength. Dare I ask your excellency, who exactly are you? What is the purpose of coming to my daxia imperial capital? Again? Xianing was unimpressed and only looked at the rector of the Imperial Capital University with contempt. Not much purpose, just came to give you a heads up. Treat Li Yunxiao well. If he is well, the sky is clear. If he's restless, I'll have the entire Imperial Capital buried with him. When she finished speaking, she ignored the stunned looks of the crowd, raised her hand and ripped open the spatial rift, gracefully walking in. This shot of intimidation shook everyone present. The four men were filled with mute faces and looked at each other. The Imperial Capital's guardian powerhouses and Grand Elders all looked at the clueless Imperial Capital University's president. Man, who is Li Yunxiao? The principal of Imperial Capital University scratched his head, his face full of embarrassment. Don't build it. It's the first time I've heard that name. Too. Not far away. The thoughtful daxia military god seemed to know something and said with a straight face, no matter who he is. Anyway, something must not happen on my great Xiao's territory. It's a policy, not a recommendation. The three of them looked at each other. and none of them opened their mouths to retort, all of them nodding gravely. Your personal business. Is it settled? On the way back, Li Yunxiao received a call from Qin Tiangang. Hearing the other's inquiry, he opened his mouth and responded, no, but you can say your business first. He wasn't sure if Li Yaozu had really sold his soul to the abyss, acquired a dual-life martial soul, and learned a split-type soul skill. He only knew that the current Li Yaozu was really not good to kill. After all, this ontology is really hard to find. However, in his opinion, the problem is not too big, because at this moment, he already has a general direction about how to completely kill this good brother. Sooner or later, it was only a matter of time before Li Yaozu would completely say goodbye to this world. Qin Tiangang on the other end of the phone sighed and said, a new victim has appeared, and this time, it's someone from your school. Name is Wang Tianyi. Hearing the words Wang Tianyi, Li Yunxiao's eyebrows jumped. Half an hour later, Li Yunxiao arrived at the imperial capital First People's Hospital. Lin Miaoyi walked into the hospital room one step after him, and the two of them arrived at this side almost at the same time. Looking at Wang Tianyi on the hospital bed, Lin Miaoyi said with concern, how is it? Is it alright? Bloodless Wang Tianyi sat down on the bed under the assistance of Li Yunxiao, shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's fine. The doctor said a week's rest would be fine, so you two don't have to worry. Li Yunxiao asked, what special weapon did the other party use? Otherwise, why doesn't the recovery potion work when it's clearly a traumatic injury? Wang Tianyi responded, it works, whether he used a weapon or not. I'm not really sure because he was wearing a black cloak at the time and stabbed me from behind. It feels like a knife and a claw. As for why the wound could not heal, the doctor said it was because the other party had coated the attack vessel with poison. The toxin limits the recovery potion and its own recovery power. So, even if you take a recovery potion, there's no way to recover immediately. Lin Miaoyi was puzzled. Who the hell is the other side? Why did you sneak up on you? Wang Tianyi shook his head. I don't know. After he finished sneaking up on me, he realized he couldn't beat me. Hit and run while I can't run. I don't know who the hell he is or why he's coming to kill me. Lin Miaoyi looked at Li Yunxiao. Is it hard to believe that it's one of Gao Shiqian's people? Li Yunxiao shook his head. Wang Tianyi's father is a hand in our Han province. Gao Xingqian who wouldn't dare to in him, right? He could see that Gao Xingqian wasn't too stupid a person, and after the lesson he had learned from the last time, it was unlikely that he would dare to continue to go against himself. What's more, even if they wanted to retaliate, they should have come at themselves. Running off to sneak up on the son of a feudal official? You can't do that without a 10-year brain clot. Lin Miaoyi cupped her chin and wondered. Then who could it be? Li Yunxiao looked up at Wang Tianyi. You recuperate in peace. Bought you some fruit. Remember to eat it. Staying here won't help much, so I'll head back. Wang Tianyi heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, call if you need anything. A little tired. I'll take a nap. I'll treat you both to a big dinner when we get out of the hospital. Lin Miaoyi did not retort and followed Li Yunxiao, walking out of the ward. Only after closing the door of the room did she ask Li Yunxiao, who was in front of her, did you, by any chance, see something? About the identity of the murderer. Li Yunxiao responded, don't you care, go back to your classes, don't run around during this time, even at school, and always be safe. After saying that, he quickened his pace and left the place. Lin Miaoyi stood in place, looking at the other parties departing back and said, it seems like he, concerned about me? Not as if, obviously, he, sure enough, coming to Imperial University was an incomparably correct decision. The other side, seeing Li Yunxiao coming out of the hospital, Han Bingling and Zhang Tao, who had been waiting outside for a long time, rushed forward. Han Bingling said, how is it? Is your friend okay? Li Yunxiao responded, the injuries have been stabilized. His father has sent a bodyguard over specifically. There shouldn't be any more accidents in the back. Looking toward Zhang Tao, he consoled, how about you? Are you alright? Zhang Tao shook his head. I'm fine. I was fine after your sister finished giving me the recovery potion. It's amazing to say that sword of yours can bring people back from the dead. It's unbelievable. At this moment, he was incredibly glad that he had hugged the right thigh. Han Bingling was also amazed and looked at Li Yunxiao with a face full of curiosity. Li Yunxiao said, the matter of the sword will be discussed later. Sister, you should have known about the alien species of ghouls. Han Bingling nodded. No. Are you trying to say that the one who killed Zhang Tao was actually a ghoul? I shouldn't. Look at the wound. It doesn't feel like it. Zhang Tao said. The one who killed me is the person. He said. It should be the one who attacked his friend. Li Yunxiao didn't retort. Suppose you were ghouls, born in the imperial city but unable to leave it. How would you hide your identities? Chapter 91 Safety First. The Greater Good. Zhang Tao analyzed. The so-called ghouls, to put it bluntly, are people who want to obtain the power of the abyss but are not favored by it. Unable to obtain the power of the abyss directly from the trickster, they actively or passively transplanted the trickster's organs, which in turn turned them into half-human, half-trickster aliens. Han Bingling nodded. This practice of acquiring the power of the abyss has a small survival rate, but as long as one survives, one can perfectly control the transition between human and creepy. Normally, when not using abyssal power, one is exactly like an ordinary person, not to mention the most sophisticated instruments. Even if one dissects it directly, one cannot tell the difference. Only when he uses the power of the abyss, the secretive organs within his body will reveal their true colors and his aura will become completely different from a human being. Zhang Tao cupped his chin and said thoughtfully, if I were a ghoul, I would definitely choose to hide in the school. Han Bingling wondered. Why? Because the school is crowded and easy to eat? She knew that ghouls were half-secretive after all, and that their bloodthirsty cannibalistic nature could not be changed. If human flesh is not consumed for a long period of time, the secretive properties in their bodies cannot be suppressed, increasing the risk of loss of control and exposure. Han Bingling frowned, but the school is also the place with the most social attention. 1 or 2 is fine, but more dead students will definitely arouse suspicion. Zhang Tao waved his hand. It's not a convenient place to eat. It's because the school is the most dangerous place a ghoul can enter. Ever. The most dangerous place is the safest place, because no one would believe that a ghoul would choose the most crowded place to hide. Looking toward Li Yunxiao, he said doubtfully, but whether he is a student or a teacher, and where exactly he usually hides, I don't have a clue right now. You should have a clue. Tell us, or, just tell us both, what to do. Li Yunxiao said bluntly, I guess, he's in the Tower of Heaven. Hearing these 3 words, Zhang Tao was suddenly stunned, as if he had been enlightened. His thoughts instantly cleared. I understand. I'll spread the word that there are ghouls in the school. After saying that, he walked in the direction of the student union's propaganda department without looking back. Han Bingling was filled with confusion. What did he understand? You mean that ghoul is, in fact, a student at our school? But I don't understand why you would think that the ghoul would be in the Tower of Heaven? Li Yunxiao raised his hand to indicate a sidewalk. Do you think, if you were a ghoul, you would choose the Tower of Heaven as a hiding place? Han Bingling shook his head. No. Entering the Tower of Heaven for a large number of credits meant that it was basically impossible to fall behind on the usual classes and exams. Too tired. And there was no point in hiding in the Tower of Heaven. The Tower of Heaven is the place to get Reiki. The moment a person turns into a ghoul, he is no longer considered a human being and cannot cultivate by absorbing heaven and earth's aura, and can only continue to grow by devouring living beings with aura. The Tower of Heaven is a place that is laborious, unappealing, and unsafe for ghouls. It's not as good as hiding in your dorm room. Li Yunxiao spoke. That's right. Everyone thinks that it's impossible for him to go to the Tower of Heaven. So he, himself, must think so as well. Zhang Tao is right. The most dangerous place is the safest place, and the Tower of Heaven is the most unlikely within the most dangerous. So then it becomes the most likely. Han Bingling was slightly stunned. It's quite possible if you think of it that way, but with so many people in the Tower of Heaven, how do you know which one is the ghoul? Li Yunxiao said, you'll know when you go. For the past 2 days, the scroll of heavenly chance had been flashing. He had a hunch. As long as we catch the ghoul, we might be able to unlock the secret of the celestial scroll. Plus, brushing the Tower of Heaven was supposed to be the main channel for ascending the realm. At the moment, he could have been more than happy to go back in and take another look. Han Bingling sighed slightly. But you don't have any credits left. It's impossible to just tell the teacher in charge of the Tower of Heaven that there are ghouls inside. Not to mention whether he believes it or not. Even if he believes it, he doesn't know your identity, and in the end, he will only notify the university, notify the police, seal the Tongtian Tower. When the time comes, it'll just be a shock. Li Yunxiao didn't retort and pulled out his phone, calling Qin Tiangang. Qin Tiangang on the other end of the phone was the first to say, how's it going? Got a clue? If I still don't have a clue, I'll put someone else in charge of this. It's okay if you take a break. It wasn't that he minded the other party's slowness, but he had just been informed that this ghoul incident wasn't at all a minor inconvenience that could be solved by a newcomer. The incident has been upgraded to a level of danger from above. B difficulty would then require at least 3 to 5 Watcher elites to solve. Level A. At least 10 people are needed to ensure the safety of the executor. Leave it to a rookie, single-handedly, to handle an A-list event. If nothing happens, everything is fine. Once something happens, in his life, he probably won't want to be promoted. In addition, the above just greeted. If something happens to the prince, he is sure that his career is over. Li Yunxiao responded. Students are also allowed to accept bounty missions issued by the police or the military. Right. It's not a big prize, but the school gives out points. Like a lot. Qin Tiangang was puzzled. What does it mean? Li Yunxiao said bluntly. Help me brush up on a few bounty achievements and I'll bring them in exchange for credits. The more the merrier. And no need to send anyone. That ghoul. I'll get it back for you today. Military base. Qin Tiangang looked at the phone in his hand that had been hung up and was silent for a long time. Exhaling slightly, he looked up and said, give a few honorary vouchers to Imperial Capital University. A student named Li Yunxiao. Yes, General. Turning back to the phone in his hand, he murmured wordlessly. What? Exactly. Are you trying to do? He knew that with the other party's talent and strength, it was unlikely that he would worry about graduation credits, but he really couldn't figure out what capturing ghouls had to do with credits. General, the elite squad of 20 watchers has been formed. When do we leave? Qin Tiangang put down the phone and said with a straight face. Immediately. He believed that Li Yunxiao had his own considerations, but he still didn't dare to disbelieve that a newcomer could single-handedly solve an A-class incident. For the sake of the people's safety, for the sake of the other side's safety, and then wanting to give the other side a chance to perform. This time, it can only be for the sake of the greater good. Yes, General. Members of the Watchers listened to orders. Split the army into 20 directions and search the city for the secret of aura. As soon as you find a suspicious person, report it immediately and gather everyone's strength to arrest them. Understood. That. Imperial University. Still need to be searched? No. Someone was just attacked over there. The killer wouldn't be stupid enough to remain there to be caught in a jar. Taking a step back, even if the murderer is really still in that place, there's no need to worry because, not only are there people from our War Department in Imperial University now, there are also strong members of the Ministry of Martial Arts supported from Han Province. Understood. Half an hour later, the entire Imperial Capital University was aware of the fact that there were ghouls on campus, and for a while, many people were in a panic. Zheng Tao was arrested. Li Yunxiao and Han Bingling, once again, arrived in front of the gate of the Tower of Heaven. Chapter 92, Challenging the Top 1. Live broadcast across the school. We're here and your credits should be here too. And then what? Han Bingling turned her head to look at Li Yunxiao with a grave expression. When Wang Tianyi was attacked by the ghouls, the school and the officials did a timely information blockade, just to avoid causing panic and unnecessary trouble. Now, Zheng Tao directly utilized his connections in the propaganda department of the student union to make this matter public. In just half an hour, the people of the entire Imperial Capital University all knew about this matter, and many of the students were in a panic. She didn't know what Li Yunxiao's specific plan was. She only knew that if she didn't hurry to catch that ghoul and explain it to the school and the officials, Zheng Tao would not only be disciplined by the school, but in all probability, he would also be sanctioned by the law. Li Yunxiao pulled out the yang sword and handed it over to the other party. Take it for defense. Han Bingling was slightly stunned and refused. No, I have a weapon. Li Yunxiao looked at the other party and explained. In a while, the probability is that that ghoul will run out from this only exit. The sword is not only for you to defend yourself, but also for you to give it to him when he comes out. When he's not looking. Han Bingling's beautiful eyes rounded. Who's a ghoul? Li Yunxiao took a step towards the stone steps in front of him. In a moment, whoever comes out of it first and looks panicked is a ghoul. What about you? What are you doing in there now? Challenged the layer master. Hearing this, Han Bingling hurriedly looked at the large screen to the side. It was discovered that, probably because of the panic caused by the ghouls, there weren't many people dueling in the Tower of Heaven, and the 4 major layer masters who were ranked in the top 4 on the leaderboard were only one person in there right now. And this person, no other than the most powerful leader of the list. Her breath caught and she jerked back, looking at Li Yunxiao's back. Not, you go and challenge the layer master and that ghoul comes running out of it? What's the logic? What's more, only the top tier is in there now. With your current strength, how can you be his opponent? The name of the top of the list was one she had heard of for a long time. Level 54. Middle Martial King. When the realm reaches level 55, the school forces graduation. The class of 54 is the top of the student body. Moreover, it was said that this person's martial soul was a true epic level martial soul. Epic martial soul. Realm-wise, there was still a full 13 levels of difference. Even if he was a genius among geniuses, it would be impossible to defeat him with only the strength of the early stage of the 41st ranked martial zone realm. It was a no-holds-barred challenge. She believed that with the other party's talent, in the future, she would definitely surpass that. Fighting strength. Senior who was now recognized as number 1 in the entire school. But definitely not now. Yun Xiao. This time, aren't we being a bit impulsive? Seeing the other party charge inside without looking back, Han Bingling really panicked. Not. What the hell are you planning? Not getting a response from the other party, only seeing the other party waving his hand, Han Bingling, who was mortared in place, stared at her beautiful eyes and froze for a long time. Who dash? It was a long time before she sighed heavily and turned her head to look around. Whatever your plan, be sure to protect yourself. Never show off. Not knowing what the other party was trying to do, at this moment, she could only choose to believe. After all, the other was the only, and long ago sworn in her heart, brother she had ever sworn to guard. There was no time to explain. After entering the Tower of Heaven, Li Yunxiao didn't even say a word more to the teacher in charge of managing the Tower of Heaven and directly rushed to the top floor, came to the ring that challenged the tier master. Freshman, Li Yunxiao, comes to challenge, taking a glance at the chips set by his opponent. A whopping 1,000 Great Spirit Pills. He immediately realized that he had made the right decision. Ah, the layer master, who was lying on the couch in the lounge area, stretched and gave the other a faint look. Freshman year? A little early for that. Schoolboy, Li Yunxiao said. It's afternoon. It's not early. The layer master frowned slightly. I mean, your realm, your grade. It's a little low, right? Look carefully. Senior, I'm a mid-level 54 Martial King. You're only level 41. Fighting you. I'm afraid people will say I'm bullying the weak. Li Yunxiao said. The school haunted thing? Senior should have heard about it. The layer's brow furrowed slightly. Haunted? Never heard of it. I've been in here since morning. What's going on? What's going on out there? Li Yunxiao said bluntly. It's fine. You just need to fight me. Fight and fight. And the ghost, by itself, will run out. The layer was full of confusion. What do you mean? And even if there are ghosts, it's still a matter for the school, the police, or the military. What are you getting into? Li Yunxiao said. In a moment, you'll know. After thinking about it, the tier master looked up and said, all right, although I can't figure out your motives. According to the rules, the ringmaster can't refuse a challenge. Don't worry, senior, I will definitely be merciful and help you catch the ghost. But the Great Spirit Pill that you lost, senior won't return it to you. Li Yunxiao nodded. Senior, as a rank 1, you should have accumulated quite a few Great Spirit Pills in your hands. Why don't we make a big bet? I have almost 7,000 Great Spirit Pills here. Straight pokies. Dare you? The layer's eyes widened. Are you serious? Li Yunxiao responded. What? You're not interested in the Great Spirit Pill? The layer laughed. Very interested. I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it when the time comes, and you'll be unable to think of anything else, and seek death. Li Yunxiao stepped forward and said, it won't happen. I'm a heartless person. My mind doesn't collapse that easily. The layer was full of excitement. In that case, then the senior can only say, thank you. After saying that, he directly changed his chips to 7,000 Great Spirit Pills. Li Yunxiao put together all of his belongings, and put together 7,000 Great Spirit Pills, and the second before he went on stage, he threw them into the justifier without hesitation. Challenge in effect. At that moment, the entire Tongtian Tower, every layer, every corner, flashed with a dazzling light. Upon seeing this light, the students of the entire Imperial Capital University, including the teacher in charge of managing the Tongtian Tower, were suddenly stunned and filled with dismay. Someone is going to challenge the tier master at the top of the rankings. It's been a little over half a year since anyone dared to challenge that monster. Which general of the ministry is so brave? The top floor of the office building in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Many teachers are full of surprise. That guy, he's been dominating our school for almost a year now. I thought that only when he graduated, the new layer master would appear. I didn't expect that the back wave of the Yangtze River would push the front wave. This latter wave. So soon. It's a bit interesting. Quick, turn on all the CCTVs in the school and broadcast the whole thing live. Make sure all the students see this duel. Yes, director. At the entrance of the Tower of Heaven, looking at the Tower of Heaven that flickered with colorful light in front of her eyes, Han Bingling was filled with stupefaction. And in her heart of her hand, she was covered in sweat. He wasn't joking. Really ran off to challenge rank 1. At level 41. At the early stage of the Martial Zone realm. Chapter 93, Epic Martial Soul. Letting you make 3 moves. Inside the dueling arena on the top floor of the Tower of Heaven. The audience seats, where a moment ago a pin could be heard, were filled with people this second. Holy shit, am I not awake? That challenger, he's actually only level 41? What the hell? Is he crazy? Or, say, drink fake booze. Where else would you get the courage to do such a stupid thing? You guys look at that dueling chip. 7,000. TSK. It's obvious that freshman, is crazy for wanting Dan. Who is Dan? How could it make him so crazy? The moment. The seniors and sisters watching the live broadcast, and even the teachers, were all incredibly confused. Which academy is this? I'm afraid I didn't understand the rules of the Tower of Heaven clearly. I don't know. But by the looks of it, it seems pretty rich. After all, the average person can't get that huge amount of chips. At this moment, the director who had asked for the duel to be broadcast live had already regretted it. Thought the tier master challenges were all peak duels. Students can learn certain combat lessons by letting them watch. Results. Level 41 challenges level 54. Crushing the game. Learning a gross amount of experience. That. Better end the broadcast. Give that underclassman some FaceTime. The teacher on the sidelines nodded and rushed to do as he was told. I'm going to cut the line now, and in a minute the broadcast will be terminated. A minute? The director's mouth twitched. It's a wonder it lasted. Hey, looking at the big screen, the young, new face. He looked guilty. Blame the teacher. Shouldn't have been so hasty, but you're also only level 41. What a tower to climb. And running to challenge people to a list one. Isn't this pure excitement? The moment. Inside the dueling arena under the eyes of millions of people, the bashful-faced layer master was the first to speak. Senior, Xiang Qianjun, level 54 intermediate martial king, martial soul, heavy pupil war god, Li Yunxiao responded. Freshman year, Li Yunxiao, level 41 early stage martial zone, martial spirit, 3 altars of the Sea Society great killing god. Xiang Qianjun was slightly stunned. What a strange name for a martial soul. I guess it should be very strong. Otherwise, there's no way you'd have the courage to dare to challenge the senior right at this time. Li Yunxiao said blandly. Your martial soul isn't weak either. When he heard the word heavy pupil, he knew who the other party's martial soul was. Epic indeed. Globally unique. But I'm sorry, but my martial soul, too, is the only one in the world, and the grade above yours. In response to the other party's comment, Xiang Qianjun only smiled faintly before extending his hand in a fighting stance. You're a junior after all. Senior, I'll let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, the Hokage will simply end this duel. That way, the pain you suffer, too, can be minimized. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. Thanks then, senpai. After saying that, he then directly drew out the Overlord gun from the void and leapt forward, charging towards the other party. The moment he saw the Overlord's lance, Xiang Qianjun was slightly stunned and subconsciously took a step back the moment his opponent rushed in front of him, blasting his fists towards him. Bang dash! The powerful wind shattered the stone slabs under his feet. A wave of air swept across the entire dueling arena, and even the crowd sitting in the audience was tumbling over, filled with astonishment. What's the situation? Freshmen nowadays, are they also fierce? This power. It's too scary. Is this fucking lower grades? If it was just a one-sided crushing of power, it was absolutely impossible to collide such a terrifying pressure. It was the moment they realized, even if he couldn't beat the level 54 Xiang Qianjun, that freshman wasn't as weak as he thought. Compared to freshmen of the same realm, their strength, I'm afraid, was more than several times higher. Sure enough, in the next moment, when they got up in a panic and saw that on the dueling arena, the figures of the two of them did not move at all, and only the dust under their feet continued to dance, they immediately realized that their judgment was not wrong. That freshman, he really wasn't an ordinary person. At this moment, the entire Imperial Capital University was numb. The teachers in the office building were dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. Director, live, still broken? The sweaty director subconsciously raised his hand and spoke. There's no rush. I think it can be looked at again. Inside the Tower of Heaven. Good boy. What era is this? And you're still playing this game? But at the end of the day, it's only level 41 after all. How can you pretend to be a pig and not be able to eat a real tiger? Cut. I see. He doesn't really have the confidence to defeat Xiang Qianjun. The reason why he challenged Xiang Qianjun at this time is just to use it to become famous. Now, his purpose, he has achieved. Someone couldn't help but retort. Famous? And then what? Live bandwagon? Spending 7,000 Great Spirit pills to hype. You're afraid you're not awake. The value of 7,000 Great Spirit pills, those so-called big anchors, until the day they cooled off, probably couldn't earn it. Take it to high popularity? The cost of this, it's a little high. Otherwise, what do you think his purpose is? I don't know. Read on. Maybe there's an answer. At this moment, inside and outside the Tower of Heaven, everyone's eyes were all gathered on the dueling arena. The dust clears. Li Yunxiao looked up at the senior in front of him and said with a smile, didn't you say, let me make 3 moves? What is this? It's never too late to make up for it? An inconspicuous drop of cold sweat hung on Xiang Qinjuan's forehead. I'm sorry, I have to retract my previous statement. Because, the take in your hand, is not a general weapon. But in the 1,000 chance haul put in a few years, even the big four old man, there are not many can hold the Overlord gun. Even though it's a replica, it's enough to prove that your real-world ability is not below that of a junior. Even, more than many senior solid powerhouses. In such a situation, letting you make 3 moves. Senior, it's not really possible to take you down. To be able to hold the King's Lance, its strength must be beyond normal. Initial martial sect, although the defense might not be high, when the strength came up, there was a possibility of winning. Gene 3 moves? If you really let your opponent give you a messy punch, the wave will be far away. Li Yunxiao laughed. Not so much, after all. I'm only level 41. Xiang Qianjun suddenly exerted force and then immediately pulled away. As compensation for breaking my word, I can promise you that even if you lose this duel, senior me, I only want half of your Great Spirit Elixir. Li Yunxiao didn't retort. And what if I win? Xiang Qianjun smiled coldly. Winning? Then I'll give you another 7,000 Great Spirit pills. It's just a shame you didn't get that chance. Let you 3 strokes dare not say. Frontal combat. You will certainly lose. After all, fighting head-on relied on more than just strength. Get ready, schoolboy. The senior is coming. As soon as the words fell, his face instantly grimaced, and immediately afterward, he was on fire, charging towards the other party. After realizing that his opponent had a chance to win, he no longer had a shred of pity.